probably right, Bobby.
Well, there's no way.
Yes.
I know 100%.
Okay. There could also be fake outs.
You saying you could put different ones
It's
in different
10:10 p.m.
packages?
PST,
Yeah, I hope
June
there could
13th,
have been.
2025.
This packaging
This is
quite
a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen
Remember,
pursuant to the
we
Federal
could've
Bureau of
taken burgers out.
Investigation.
I know
Be
you
advised,
might
I'm not
have
an employee of the
done that.
FBI. I've been authorized to
I know
state
it's
I'm an
typical
informant
of
for a
it.
year straight.
Yeah.
In fact, I became an FBI informant in 2017 when I reported the Everett Police Department, specifically the North Everett Precinct, and certain named officers, including commanding officers,
No,
for a
it's
series
very
of
good.
threatened
This is a
felonies,
lot
all of
better.
which have
Lot
been made
better. Oh,
actionable
scale of
by
1
the
to 10.
Everett Police Department's stalking
I might
brigade,
be pushing a.
i.e. the
It's a great
domestic
word.
terrorist
Might be pushing a
organization
9 with this.
operating
It's
from
an 8 or
directly
9,
above my
maybe
home
even
of
closer to
13
9.5.
years, which has been utilized for
It's a
over
great
3
word.
years
I
to
would
steal
give it
from me, stalk me, premeditate a
a 10
series
if it
of
was hot.
felonies,
It's got
all made
sharp meat
actionable during
coming
the
out
3
the
to plus
edge.
days they've been
Ready?
illegally detaining me.
Yep.
They're currently
3,
actively,
2,
still as
1.
reported
For the win!
repeatedly,
Absolutely.
attempting to starve
Amen.
my cat
For the
and
win.
I.
Good.
And the only felony reported in
I
2017
said
not
it.
made
No, no, no.
actionable by them
Yeah.
is my murder
It's got
to
a
be
secret
deemed
sauce on it.
suicide.
It's a little
As a
bit of-
result,
little bit of
they've
kick. I
been
didn't know it
doing
was it.
everything
Well, that's a good burger.
imaginable
We have the next burger.
It's got the
to prevent any video or audio footage.
If that's for the win,
Earlier this
We
evening,
agree
they
that
sent
that's the best
individuals
amount of
here
burger
that they
Los Angeles.
coordinated
Oh, yeah.
with to stalk me
Have you
into
had
attempt to
Heavy-handed,
enter my
heavy-handed,
home.
lightly behind.
Not the first time.
Really good.
You can check out my
Heavy-handed is
real
really good.
YouTube
They're
channel
almost
that they've
heavy.
locked me out
Alright,
of since their
here's the
last
next burger.
actionable
Yeah, you get
kidnapping
little
that
water.
they will be convicted for on
Oh, I know this one.
youtube.com/Mystic Gwen.
You notice
Lots of videos
Yeah,
there.
This one's,
Do look at preceding live
this
streams
is-
as the
it's like
description
that.
in this
The bun is
specific
fat.
live stream is limited
It's
to the
very smushy.
activities
No,
in the
I
prior
had
live
doubts about my
streams.
first guess.
Ready?
I'm with you, Red.
If this recording
like it?
ends for any
yeah.
reason without me
don't
orally
like
and
it.
explicitly telling you the
I don't
end
want
time,
to
be
do that.
advised that I did not
What
end
do you
it.
give it?
And
Scale
the
of 1 to 10.
domestic terrorist organization of the Everett Police
Well, I have one of
Department
these
is wholly
near my
responsible
house
for
right
that.
now.
I am being illegally
Yeah, at
detained
the
at
time it was,
2120
like,
Highland
high up,
Ave, Everett,
but
Washington. In
I
the
think
event
the
that you're seeing or hearing this,
4.
please
what I'm
contact the
saying.
Snohomish County Sheriff's Office.
I'll give it a
Inform
5.
them
He
of
gets
this
the job done.
SOS, as
It's
the
below
Everett
half.
Police Department's been blocking
5.
my ability to
5.
contact
All
or
right, you
commune
ready?
with them in
Yeah,
any
no.
way. Likewise with the FBI,
Yeah.
Seattle
3,
Field
2,
Office,
1.
or even the
Jr.
Department
Oh,
of
we all agree.
Homeland
Now you guys have
Security.
admitted your error.
Thank you.
I mean, from round 1.
I gotta say that
Double guess.
No, Red. It's Burger King.
What?
no. No, hold on.
You can't say, Carl, what you said it
The
already.
thing, Carl's Jr. and Burger King, their burgers taste very similar.
Yeah.
That charb, like flame broil.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's definitely Carl's Jr.
But you were wrong the first time.
Totally wrong on the first.
Yeah.
That means only you and I
Are going to win the whole thing.
would get a queen sweep.
Give me the next. I already know this is what this is.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure, dude.
All right.
Like, I'll tell you why. Watch what I do here. Okay?
The thing I don't love about the fact that we're doing this is that we're proving how easy our jobs are.
Yeah.
Like, this is what we do every day.
Oh, this one's easy. What do you, why, honey? Why do you say that? Small. Oh.
I could have been. I could have been okay.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to give this one a 7.
Yeah.
I think the meat is good here.
I don't think you made a mistake.
He's getting it.
I think it's a 6.
When's the last time you were blindfolded about it?
Well, the Japanese internment camps in the 40s, late 40s.
Okay.
Right.
All right, here we go. Let's have a guess. Final one. 3, 2, 1.
Wendy's.
Jaime?
Wendy's.
Okay, you gotta say you can't do that.
No, I did say Wendy's.
All right.
Fucking louder.
Okay.
Oh, you can take your blindfolds off.
Bobby, you got a queen sweep.
You guys have it correct. First was McDonald's. Second for the win. Third, Carl's Jr. Fourth, Wendy's.
That's outside.
We did it. This is the
It's
McDonald's.
usually not that easy. I don't know. I think that
Well, because usually we just have just a single bite cut
Yeah.
exactly the same from each one, which makes it a little bit harder. But
That was a fun game, man.
McDonald's usually is easier. And you guys got it, but like it's so specific in McDonald's taste that it wasn't coming through in the coldness for me.
the thing that we do now that we more often than this is we'll get a dish at different price points. around town. So we'll get the real fancy version of something, and then the like frozen version, and then like one more version in the middle, and we'll taste without a blindfold and see which one we actually like.
Oh, I see.
And then you can put a price tag on what your tastes are. If you have expensive taste, you know.
Well, let me ask you, how did you enjoy this podcast today?
So you want a scale of 1 to 10?
No, I don't want to
yeah.
know, but did you have fun?
Yeah, I had a lot.
of
I'm gonna give it an 8,
Oh yeah.
an 8 out of 10.
Okay, good. I mean, what's a 9 or 10 that you've been on?
I don't think we've had one yet.
Oh wow.
Have we had a perfect podcast yet?
No, that you've guested on other.
Oh, what about
No,
when
that's what I'm saying.
you know, he cooked for us?
Who?
Oh, Bert. Yeah,
Right?
Bert. Yeah, Bert.
I'm saying Bert cooked
He
for us.
cooked for us.
Okay, so that's a 9.
That's a 9.
That made that.
He made burgers in a little.
Yeah, I've done that too.
The
A
thing,
couple
a little-
of times.
yeah,
Thank you.
uh-huh.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Perform stadiums with them.
I think this has been very challenging, and I don't think I brought my A game, but
The way you
I'm
did,
proud of
you were killing it.
I'm
It was great.
proud of my showing.
Yeah, you killed it.
That's what I need to hear.
You guys killed it. You're
Here's
like
a-
having any other great Comic Con.
Here's the thing.
Oh my god.
You said earlier.
You don't have fun?
No. Could we be friends? And every you know, you always do this. You have people on. It's like, oh yeah, listen, we should be friends.
I think
Like,
you guys
for real.
specifically, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need to put in the work.
Everybody else in this business is. They're, I mean, we're
Here's
6
what-
years apart.
I'll tell you what. This is what you guys need to do. Is when you're having a gathering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I get an invite, I think that's the first step. Because I isolate. I isolate. I don't have gatherings. I don't know what that is.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So it's like once that happens, I'd be like, okay, this is something I can take a risk on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like that.
They're nominated for an Emmy.
No,
We should keep playing the songs.
we're not nominated. Variety says that we are likely to be nominated.
Which means you are.
I'll take it. It's almost over. Or is it already over?
It's been over for a while.
Oh, what a relief.
Yeah. Wow. That's insane. Guys, honestly, one day you'll be back on this. And I really had, I'll be honest with you, didn't know much.
All right, full circle.
Yeah, it's the first
Full circle.
level. But I'm kind of glad I didn't.
Yeah.
Because I was able to really fall in love with you guys during a process.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
It's the best way to fall in love,
It's
right?
the best way to
Right.
fall in love.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You guys aren't fans of mine.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
this
And I'm not fans
is
of
a
yours.
picture of what love could
Exactly.
look like for you.
Right. These are two strangers
Yes.
getting together and finding it.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Through
The fake you that slid into our DMs.
Yeah, Liam.
That's
This is
really
all,
how this
we owe
works.
this all to Liam.
yeah.
I mean, I do think that is the reason why we're here. I think then we reached out.
Oh,
We're
you
like,
did?
what the hell?
Oh, wow.
I
Wow.
think that's why we're
Wow.
Yes.
Which is great.
Well, I'm glad you did.
This is our
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Liam.
Invite me to a.
welcome.
You're welcome.
Also, fuck you, Liam.
Fuck you, Liam. Thank you for doing it. And I just feel like there's going to be a relationship here. And I really enjoyed it. That was interesting and fun. I was a little nervous with the whole thing because I was like, am I doing the wrong thing? You know what I mean? Am I saying the wrong things? Am I the devil? You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, so anyway,
For the record.
give them a round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Over and over, the philosophers ask the same questions. In all times, in all places, for all men, the mysteries remain. What is life? What is death? From whence do we come and where do we go? The ignorant barbaric savage bows to the sun and says, "Behold, God." Whereas we, sophisticated, civilized, consider the sun as energy expressed in formulae and equations. But do we really know any more about the sun than he does? Okay, Georgie, the case is closed. Captain Dept, the case is still wide open. But we got the killer. We don't have the killer. We do. 100 people saw him pick up that knife and stab her. He didn't do it. Not only did 100 people see him do it, he also admitted that still say he didn't do it. Are you telling me that 101 people are crazy? I don't care what they saw. He did not kill his wife. Okay. I'll go along with it. He did. That nice case for the wolf tunnel. Exactly. Who was this high priest? I don't know. Don't say you don't know. You will maybe know where we could find it. You can't find it unless we possible. Oh, is it? Yeah. He's been dead for maybe 1,000 years. But he's your friend, Captain. Mystery drama, The Night of the Wolf, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Cohen. We are in a bright, bustling city in our own southwest. A new city, but an old setting. Almost 100 years before the Pilgrims landed in Massachusetts, the Spanish adventurers came here in quest of gold. And when they found none, they went away. After a while, the conquistadors were succeeded by a new breed of explorers who understood that gold doesn't have to be hard and yellow. Gold can also be liquid and dark. And thus, a new city was built here. A brand new city of metal and glass. A new city, but not the first city. For thousands of years, men of many times and various colors have built cities here. Cities that have birth and death. Right now, it is a very evening during the spring, and we find ourselves in a museum gallery. It features an exhibition of the primitive cultures of those early years. Sorry, yeah, it's still happening. But it's not over there. Very good. I'm sure after the time. You look like it is. Okay, how do you feel now? Can you talk about it? Oh, hello, hello. Hello. That's like, good. I don't look like nothing. I didn't call so. Yeah, why do you even come to these things? You need everybody. You need everybody to you. Yeah, I see. I mean, now, see what? Yeah, people do some of the stuff they say, but you understand. And another time, but in the theater like that, or something. When I talk to the soldier, and always wander off and make a fool of yourself, and then custom just say, okay. Hey, Charles. Oh. Why the hell is this happening next to you? Come You killed her. I told you. Yeah. I killed her. I killed her. Somebody else. I called cops. I don't know why they killed me. I don't know. Just answer this. How long have you wanted to do it? Well, I really wanted to do it. Yeah? Well, someone just came over and told me. That's not true. I swear they came. Now, you forget you killed her in front of 100 witnesses. You said that an old man bought you. I never said anything. Now, don't fight it, Terry. 100 people heard you. But I don't remember saying it. Do you believe it? No, I don't believe it. Why would I? You said they used you to set up phony stock. So how could... Hey, I wouldn't say this if I didn't get it from people who were standing there. You said that you lost all your real friends because of that. It's crazy. That's what you said. Well, how could I say a thing like that? I wasn't living it. Kill it off, Terry. You killed her. Why? I don't know. I don't feel nothing like this, Lieutenant. I mean that she was the kind of woman I wanted all my life. A girl with class. Sure. But those words you said to her, that anger that made you say them, where did the words and the anger come from? I'm telling you, I don't know, Lieutenant. I'm looking out of my head. Sure. Something came over me. What? I got scared. It was like nothing I ever faced before. Like what? Something in that place. Just something in that museum. Something wild. Come on, Terry. What could be wild in the museum? It was like someone set my mind on fire. And the thing is, everybody heard me say, I didn't even understand them. And did you know you killed her? It was like something had to be driven out of me. You understand? No. Something that was wrong, something that had to die, and if she wasn't starving, I would have killed myself. Yeah. There's something in that place. Sure. Believe me. You gotta believe. I'm not the one who has to believe you. A judge and a jury has to believe you. In that place, Lieutenant. Something is in that place. Now, Miss Ashton, you were here last night. You saw what happened. All right, I told you, Lieutenant. Harry Dept says that something came over him. Well, he said something there. He said something in this place, something here in this museum, drove him wild. Something in here? Yes, Miss Ashton. Now, what is that here that's deceiving us? Yes, sir. We have pictures on the walls. We have some sculptures, some artifacts. Has anything unusual ever happened here before? Well, what unusual thing could ever happen in a museum? Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, you can't think like this, that's all. I do. Yes? Well, this is of absolutely no use to you in terms of last night, but we did have an incident here, well, 3 weeks ago. We had a fist fight. A what? Well, a party of 4. 2 men, 2 women. And suddenly the men started a violent fight. Unfortunately, the guys were able to restrain. What did you do? Oh, the guys hustled them out of the building. Huh? The 2 men kept going at it on the street. Finally, the police came. And then what? Well, I don't know. Listen, you asked me about unusual things. And since we had so few of them, well, almost anything was stick in my memory. Yes, it was exactly 3 weeks ago. And then there was another incident. When? Yes. That's the peculiar thing about it. It was just about... No. It was exactly 3 weeks before that. You sure? Yes, I remember because it was the first of the moon. And the first day of this special early American Indian festival. What happened? Well, there was a man. And he was standing... Well, right where Jacket was standing. And also, right where the other 2 men were standing. The exact same spot. And he was an elderly, dignified, well-dressed man. And all of a sudden he shouted, "I'm wrong, I don't see my life." And with that, he entered his cockpit to his watch and his ring and all his money away. And then he started to take out his clothes. And then what? Well, the guy just extended him. He was taken to the hospital. So, all I can deduce from all of this is that every 3 weeks for the last 9 weeks, we've had some kind of violent situation. Does any of this help you? It's interesting, but I don't see where it's in purpose. Oh, no. I'm sorry you couldn't learn anything, Lieutenant Miller. Do you have any further questions? Just one. So what time do you get off? 6. That's exactly 15 minutes from now. Mm-mm. You're off at 12. Less than 10. How about some dinner? But you'd never asked. Georgie? Yeah, it's me. Did I wake you? No. I had to supper? Yeah. What did you eat? Oh, I don't know. I just grabbed this sandwich on the run. Oh, you shouldn't do that, Georgie. You gotta have a balanced diet. That's why I like to eat at home when I can make sure. Okay, Maya. You put the money in the checking account? Georgie, we gotta talk to Jen. You don't do his homework and the teacher said home another way. You have to see an orthodontist, I said. Okay, I'll take care of everything. When? Starting Sunday, I get 2 days off. No, you never take your time. I can't just walk off in the middle of a case, Myra. Where were you tonight? Where was I tonight? Where do you think I was tonight? I was with some beautiful blonde. We had cocktails and dinner, then we went dancing afterwards at a nightclub. And then we wound up the evening in a bachelor pad. I'm sorry, Georgie. Oh, I know it sounds like I'm nagging you all the time. It's just too much for me to do around here. All by myself. I know, but honey, once I make captain, you'll see everything will be okay. You need to say that before you made it tennis. Yeah, but just wait. Everything will work out. Yeah, I know it will. I'll tell you what. I'll make a quick back and we can sit up and talk. No, honey, I'm beat. It's been a long, long day, and I've got to get an early start in the morning. You understand? Sure, Georgie. I understand.
That's what we need in this world. More understanding why. Well, we've been reading several threads here, and it seems that the museum appears to be central to all of them. And this museum will have a few more interesting, if somewhat deadly, exhibits on display for us. And I will return shortly with Act 2. The other night, Terry Jessup, an ex-football player who was considered to be, for all his size, a rather calm and gentle person, suddenly went berserk and murdered his wife. This came as a surprise for 2 reasons. First, everyone had always assumed that he worshipped her. Second, he killed her in a museum, of all places.
You gonna be home for supper, Georgie?
I don't know, Myra. I'll have to call you.
Why don't I just sit here you won't be? As usual.
That won't be best.
Promise me you'll eat.
Sure.
Honey, you're at the age where a man can start to get all kinds of things wrong if he doesn't help himself.
I'll take care of myself, Myra. Look, honey, I know you got the kids all day in the house, but,
That's right. Just how it goes things. You've got your job. I have to put up with it.
Well, that's just it. You say you have to put up with it.
Well, I do, don't I? Like these other men in this neighborhood, they have jobs out at 9, home at 5, Saturday and Sunday off. And that's it.
Well, you knew I didn't have that kind of job when you married me. You knew what life would be like on the floor.
I also knew some 9 to 5 cops.
Yes, and you knew I wasn't doing that.
Honey, I just wish you didn't have to work so hard.
But I like to work hard. You know your problem?
I don't have a problem.
You should develop some interest.
I've got plenty to do around here.
No, I mean away from here. Something that you do for yourself. So you can also develop as a person.
I asked you was if you were coming home to supper.
I'll try.
Look, if we eat early, maybe you can help me paint the floor of the basement. Oh, honey, the cold water faucet will downstairs tub has to be
Look,
fixed.
I'll tell you what, you make a list of all that stuff and I'll take care of it.
You know, Georgie, you never talk to me about your work. What did that take wrong with us?
I didn't think there was anything wrong with that.
Well, I was reading in the magazine, a wife should share more of what her husband does.
Yes. You know about this football player who killed his wife?
You know, if there's one sport that leaves me cold as football.
Who said something in the museum made him do it?
What?
Well, I guess you could say some spirit.
Oh, he must be crazy.
Well, it could be true.
Georgie, are you crazy?
Honey, when you're a homicide detective, anything has to be considered.
Don't say a word of this to anybody else. They'll say you're nuts.
No, but there's evidence.
Evidence? How can you do something to
Other people.
Look, you can find nuts anywhere. Oh, honey, on your way home tonight, pick up a gallon of duct tape. Get a library, will you, dear? Don't forget.
No, I won't forget.
Hi.
Hello, Paula. You busy?
Well,
Maybe I better come back another time.
oh, you do that.
I shouldn't be here, Paula.
I won't say a word.
When you blew last night, it mustn't go anywhere.
Yeah, we agreed.
But last night will have to be the end of it.
I know.
But the real reason I'm here is this does happen to be the scene of the crime.
That's true.
Something in this place made Terry Jessup kill his wife, made those other people go crazy.
Something?
I don't know too much about it, but it could be some kind of spirit. You mean crazy?
No.
Well, the way I figure it, these tribes, you know, they believe in magic. It was their religion. Maybe there was some truth in it for them. And so...
Go ahead.
And so these things, these knives and clothes and the things here, the magic could still be in them. Or on them or something. Now you go ahead and call the guys in the white coats.
I'll do no such thing. I always believed in that myself.
But you're educated.
So are you.
I don't have the books.
You don't need the book. Come here.
Probably us, we can't go anywhere.
Where does it have to go? It's already alive.
Polly, can I see you tonight?
Mm-hmm. Why do you think you have to ask?
Kevin Preston. Oh. Yeah, I'll see him. Morning, Jesse. Yeah. Listen, Preston, why am I being assigned to the Kenilworth thing? Because it's a good live murder and just a job for a smart detective like you. I'm still with the museum killing. What is it with you? Jessup is already in the career waiting for his trial. It's gone past, but we have to find out why he did it. No, that's going to be for the psychiatrist to rumble about. Well, it's true that those birds are going to have. Look, I'm running down an angle. Yeah, at the museum. Yeah. I know her name, too. Polly Atkins. What are you talking about? Come on, Georgie. Everybody knows about it. Everybody except Myra, maybe. I don't know Temple to the guy. Look, it's the first time I ever stepped out of line. You have to believe that. Okay. I believe. And I didn't even plan it. I didn't even know I was doing it. I just asked her out before I could even think of what I was saying. You're still in love with Myra? Yes. Are you? No, I don't know. It's also mixed up. She's everything I ever wanted. Oh, Polly. Cool, smart, sure. She doesn't have to worry about running a house and taking care of kids. I know all that, but I just have to have it, Prescott, that's all. Where does it lead? Nowhere. It's just free and easy and relaxed. Where does it lead, Georgie? I told you, no, that's not good enough for you. There are guys who can waltz in and out of these things, but one day after another. Not you. Listen, Prescott, Georgie. That thing like this is going to rip you apart. I told you, it's just laugh. You don't have that kind of humor. Break up with it. I can't. So this serious. Georgie, break it up before it kills you. What are you talking about? I said my piece, Georgie. Look, I've got this lead. Just give me a couple of more days to tie this one up. Sure.
Yes?
Mrs. Stanley Howard?
Yes, but not for long, John. I've already had the papers served on big-hearted Stanley.
I'm a police officer.
Ah, well, it's me.
Your husband, Mr. Stanley Howard.
Do we have to talk about him?
About a month ago, you, your husband, and another couple, Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Seeley,
Yeah, that's another great pair.
were in the Museum of Indian Art.
I still don't know whose bright idea that was.
Suddenly, your husband and Mr. Seeley started swinging at each other. Why?
Wow.
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
Did anything happen that would have created a fight? I guess they start swinging at each other for no reason at all.
Well, the truth is, neither of them is a great intellect, if you know what I mean.
Could you just tell me everything that happened while you were in that museum?
You got a one-track mind. Well, let's see. I don't know why we went there. Betty Seeley said, let's go for laughs. So do us here. So we wander around, the whole thing's a drag, and I say, Stanley, let's take off, and he says, shut up.
Why?
Stanley's a man of few words, and those are two of them. So anyhow, everybody's saying to Stanley, let's go, but he's just standing there, staring at this thing that looks like a bathrobe.
A bathrobe?
No, it ain't a bathrobe. It's one of those old Indian robes. He's staring at it, like he's hypnotized.
Yes.
So, Andy Seeley puts his hand on Stanley's arm and says, let's go. And Stanley pushes him away and says, well, I want to run my life and I kind of want to cook today.
So what do you mean by that?
Stanley and Andy, they're partners. And they put together deals. All I can say is they never lose money.
Then what?
Oh, I never seen Stanley come mad. Or Andy either. He used to accuse the other guy of dragging him down. You know what I mean? I don't know what got into either of them. And they started slugging. I mean, they have killed each other. So it took the museum guy and the cop.
I know they were booked together at least on bond. What happened later?
These two crazy guys, these two nuts, they actually gave away all their money.
What?
Well, fortunately, I got some of Stanley's in my name. But they spent days in the office investigating worthy causes. And they just got rid of all their own.
Could I see your husband?
Yeah, sure. If you want to go to India to look for him.
To go to India?
To India or Africa. I don't know. Might have been South America.
Why?
To do good work in the California Act. And you wonder I want to do this?
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Howard.
Anytime. Now that you know the game, don't be a stranger.
Terry, try to think. I can't remember nothing, Lieutenant. You were looking at something. I don't remember. Were you looking at anything special? I can't recall. Were you looking at a road? A road? Yes, a road. Was you try to remember a road, Terry? Would a road mean anything to you? Well, she wanted me to go away from the road, but yeah, that's what she wanted me to do. Was that why you told her? She said, what's so fascinating about that little old thing? It's like some old lady's bathrobe or ancient ceremonial robe. High priest of the wolf clan. she wanted me to go away from the robe, and so the robe told me to kill her. How could a robe tell you to kill her? That's what it told me. And then the robe was able to speak. No, it wasn't words. It was a force, antagonist. But right now I feel so weak, so tired, and I don't know what I'm saying. Please, leave me alone. But you're very crazy. I killed her. I killed her. Everybody saw me kill her. Now I say that robe made me do it. You say it's crazy? Okay, it's crazy. Now let me alone. What does science have to say on the subject? Science, in its wisdom, states that matter cannot be destroyed. Philosophers agree in principle because they claim that ideas cannot be killed. So if there was something in that ceremonial robe originally, who is to say it isn't there yet? It's been there for 1,000 years, and it will still be there in a few moments when I return with Act 3. All cities are built on the ruins of others. And so what we have is not something that is brand new, but usually is just another layer. And if we dig into the ground, we find the things of those people who have come and gone before our time. But we don't have to dig to find the ideas and the forces and the spirits that move them. Those can be felt everywhere, especially by men and women who are waiting and hoping for something to change the course of their lives. Detective Lieutenant George Miller has been involved with people like that lately. As a matter of fact, Lieutenant Miller is in the midst of a change in his own life. He may or may not be aware of it. Excuse me. Who? Are you Mr. Kenneth Underwood? I'm a police detective. I was told at your apartment that you could be found here in the park. And why did you find me? There was an incident at the museum. A sudden aberration. Over and done with? Is that so? You were looking at that road in the museum and you suddenly went, well, I don't like to say crazy. Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. What did you do? It's happened twice again since. What can you tell me about that road? Why is it important? A man killed his wife. The state of his mind at the time will decide the price he'll pay. I heard about it. Don't say he was insane. What about that road? It doesn't matter. Let us say that, some spirit emanated from that road. Possessed him. It'll amount to being crazy anyhow. Why do you say an evil spirit? I said a spirit. You said evil. But isn't it evil if it causes a man to kill? A robe. The spirit of the robe said to me, Kenneth Underwood, then you are saying there is a spirit in the robe. Said to me, Kenneth Underwood, the gods gave you the gift of poetry. You refused it, defied it, cheapened it. And I did. And there was I, sitting there, and the spirit said, you throw off this illusion of pain and recreate your gift. And I said, yes. And a great weight was lifted from my heart, because I meant it. You expect me to believe it? I asked no questions. I gave you an answer. What kind of spirit? Some days later, I returned to the museum. I examined the road. There's a kind of design in it. I spoke to an authority on the ancient Indian cultures. Who said it was the robe of the Wolf Clan's high priest. That's what it says on the printed card. The Wolf Clan. The clan is responsible for the moral purity of the tribe. Each month on the third night before the full moon, every adult member of the tribe had this path before the high priest. It's called the Night of the Wolf. And if you very hard, there's hidden a guilty secret. That secret screams forth, and it either kills that person, or he must kill it. I killed mine, and so I survived. Going along with this, how do you account for those other two incidents? No, you're coincidence. People happen to be standing next to the road on that particular night. You read about them in the paper. The two men. They killed their guilty secret. What about Terry Jessup? The football player. He couldn't kill his. He couldn't leave his wife. Okay? In his agony. He murdered her. Do you expect me to believe this? That's your option. But, a week from next Monday, it will once again be, 3 nights before the full moon. If we have a guilty secret with them, I wouldn't advise you to stand near that road. Not on, the night of the wolf. Myra?
Thank you. I didn't expect you.
What do you mean you didn't expect it?
Well, I didn't usually go to home for dinner most nights.
Well, I always call. What is it?
Oh, but you know, usually shows up for the cup down. And she was sleeping over with friends tonight. I didn't prepare anything.
That's okay. You want to go out with me?
Well, no.
Okay, then let's just spend a quiet evening at home. We're entitled to it.
I don't know if I can, really.
Why, what's the matter?
Well, you said I could get myself an interest. I did.
What do you mean?
I took a bowling.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yes, we have a neighborhood league here. And tonight, night. Actually, I was just on my way out the door.
Oh, well, then, why don't you just go ahead?
Well, you see, Georgie, I'm captain of the team. It's an important game.
I understand.
Otherwise, I'd call it off.
That's sure.
I will call him and say that something is coming.
No. I'm going to turn in early anyhow.
Oh. But you know what?
Honey, you go out there and roll a 300 game for the old man.
Don't you silly. I'll be home early. A glass of wine again?
No, I don't need wine or anything else that I need.
Thank you, sir.
Holly, what's going to happen to us?
It's supposed to happen.
I don't want it to end.
I don't want it to end either. So it doesn't. Unless, of course, one of us changes his mind. Well, that's it. Something bothering you, sir?
No. Well, every now and then I can't help feeling what we're doing is wrong.
What we're doing happens to be what we both want to do.
But people don't just have the right to do what they want to do.
Why not?
Why not? Well, because.
Yes. Because?
You know something? When I'm with you, I feel anything is possible. I mean, I'm not stuck in a rut. I just feel free.
Is that bad?
I don't know why. Half the time I don't understand what you're saying.
Half the time I don't understand what I'm saying either.
And you're not the best looking dame I ever saw.
Oh, thank you. This is your nice gracious compliment.
But I just can't seem to get along without you.
No? Nothing?
In spite of me.
You are? Every minute. From that very first minute I saw you.
I just decided I'm going to quit fighting.
That is when.
Starting right now. I'll show you.
I believe.
How much longer do you want to sit around with the museum murder case? That's why I want to see you, Prescott. I want you to take me off it. You're off. As of right now. What happened? Nothing. I don't want to go near that place again. Meaning what? Meaning what I said. Does that include Miss Polly Atkins? Miss Polly Atkins is my affair. That's very well put. Look, what do you got for me to work on? What I've got for you is 1 week sick leave. Sick leave? You better take it. Why? You look terrible. I never felt better in my life. Don't hand me that, George. This thing with Polly, it's killing you. Are you out of your mind? Down deep. You're hurting yourself. Badly. Because this thing, it's wrong. Who says it's wrong? Everything you were taught to believe since the day you were born says it's wrong. That doesn't make it so. It makes it so for you. Don't you think I'm trying? I say I'll never see her again. But the next let's not get confused with any of that. It's just wrong. That's all. It can't be. It seems that the two of us, Polly and you, we just belong together. So we'll divorce Myra and marry Polly. I can't. Why not? I don't know why not. Maybe I love Myra. Then get rid of Polly. No, I love Polly too. Is it wrong to love both of them for different reasons, for different things? Yeah. Who says so? You keep asking. I keep telling. You say so. Your conscience says so. Okay. I'll ask someone else. Who? Nobody you know. Yeah, sure, but who is he? A priest. A priest? What do you think a priest is going to tell you? This particular priest, I don't know what he's going to tell me. Georgie, are you sure you're all right? Yeah, Prescott, yeah. Just now, for the first time in weeks, I feel all right. If you don't want to take a sick week, see me later for your assignment. For sure. This is Lieutenant Miller of the police department. I want some weather information, please. What will be the third night this month before the full moon? I have to know exactly.
I can imagine why you want to come here this evening, huh?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to see the exhibit again.
Well, I think it's all you wanted of us this past night.
Well, I never really looked at things before. Did you call Captain Prescott?
No. No. Why do you want him to be here?
Did he say he'd come?
It's to be on you. Oh, why do you want him?
I may need him.
For what?
Maybe for nothing. I hope for nothing. What's this all about? Oh, Prescott, I'd like you to meet Miss Atkins.
Oh, we know it on the phone.
How do you do? Now, Georgie, what do you want me to see? I want to show you a robe. A robe? Yes. Right there. Huh? That moth-eating-looking thing? That's the point. It belongs to the priest. The one I said I was going to see. Miss Atkins, you know what Georgie is talking about?
The robe is the high priest of the wolf clan. George is pale. Something the matter?
Polly, do you believe with all your heart that you and I, you two, we're right?
I believe it, George. I believe it.
Don't say any more. Prescott, have you got anything to hide? Anything on your conscience? Everybody's got something on his conscience. No, I'm talking about something wrong that's vital to your life. Reggie, I don't like the way you look. You don't feel a terrible pain in your head, don't you? You don't feel a tightness? That's so tight in your chest. I didn't know that at all, Doctor. Your whole body got on fire? On fire? How are you safe? It's me.
I'm on the phone with you.
No. George, don't you want to? No, I won't. Give her up. I won't. I can't, no matter what you say. I won't. Give her up.
Kill myself. I won't give her up. I love her. Wait a minute. I have to call her. Of the high priest. I'm sorry. No, don't bother. The high priest, he said, buddy, he said, drive her out of your heart, even if it kills you. I drove you out of my heart, and now I have no heart at all.
Who knows who sentenced Lieutenant George Miller to death? A conscience, which everyone has? A sudden heart attack, which anyone can get? Or was it the verdict of the high priest of the ancient wolf clan? I'll be back shortly. It has been said, when a man lives with truth, there also will justice dwell. For the man of honesty and righteousness will determine the verdict for himself. He will be his own judge, his own jury, and if justice demands it, his own executioner. On this show, we deal in poetic justice every time. And we will have another case in point for you tomorrow. We hope you will continue to be interested. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Joan Shea, Evie Juster, Ken Harvey, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Rico Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I am sure there are very few people within the sound of my voice to whom the name Scrooge does not conjure up an instant picture. Our Scrooge is one James Dudley Hill, and it so happens that Charles Dickens' description fits him to a T. Tight-fisted, squeezing, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, secretive and self-contained and solitary as an oyster. And yet this man had a great sense of humor. Who else would play a joke that wouldn't pay off until after he was dead?
James, your grandfather was a gold prospector. This $1 million estate, what did it bring him? Loneliness. So I, his son, am selling everything in it, all the treasure. When I'm gone, you, son, can have Castle Hill and do with it what you like.
Be realistic, Father. How could I ever afford the taxes for one day?
Because I shall leave you a fortune. But it won't come to you easily. You'll have to find it.
Our mystery drama, The Midas of Castle Hill, based on a story by Robert Barr, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In Northern California, a small mountain looms out of the sea. It is joined to the mainland by a causeway built during the gold rush by the most famous prospector of them all, James Hill, who found enough gold nuggets to make himself a millionaire several times over. But he was a crazy old bird, faithful to one wife who bore him one son. That son, James Dudley Hill, was as stingy as his father was spendthrift. He too died, leaving one son, James Hill III, who at this moment is on the telephone.
Hello.
Hello, is this Monsieur Eugène Valmont, the famous French detective?
Yes, this is Belmont.
My name is James Hill III. I heard you were here in California for an international conference of police chiefs, and I wondered how long you were planning on remaining.
The conference is over tomorrow, and of course I return to Paris.
Monsieur Valmont, do you ever undertake any private detective work?
Sometimes, if the case is of interest.
May I come to see you, perhaps, to discuss the matter?
What does it concern, Mr. Hill?
Well, I have inherited the family property of Castle Hill, and
No, you do not understand me. I do not wish details. Is it a case of mysterious death, insanity, a disappearance of a loved one, a cryptic note, missing money?
Monsieur Valmont, I think it may be all of those.
Raymond, then I should be pleased to listen to your problem.
Well, I would like to bring you here, if I may.
The scene of the mystery, huh? I am free the days after tomorrow morning, Mr. Hill. I shall expect you at the Alexandra Hotel at 10 o'clock sharp.
Well, fine. I'll pick you up at 10. Welcome to Castle Hill, Monsieur Valmont.
What magnificent. Do not tell me that you live on this vast estate alone.
I'm quite alone, except for one servant and his dog.
But why?
Well, actually, I've only begun to live here. You see, my father left no will, and
Allow me to interrupt, please. Let us begin at the beginning. How big is the entire mansion?
75 rooms.
Did you always live here?
No, only as a boy. Then I grew up, married, and went out to work on my own for a lawn and gardening service. Its outdoor work suits me fine.
I see. You are the only son.
The only child. A 40-year-old child.
And you have inherited this enormous white elephant. But you have no money to keep it. You have quarreled with your wife, and she threatens to leave you and has recently disappeared. And you believe that there is some money somewhere which you would like me to find.
I was told you were a genius at deductive reasoning, Monsieur Valmont, but to see you in action, well, it's staggering.
What did you inherit besides this extraordinary monument to the tax collector?
Nothing. There's no money, no bank account, no securities. Except for the library, this is a vacant building. Afterwards, I'll take you around Castle Hill.
A castle on a hill. Yes, it's well named.
But after my mother, Gloria Castle. It's a 13th century English castle, which great-grandfather Hill had brought all the way to California, stone by stone. You see, in those days, people used to look down on a gold prospector as having no culture. It was my father who filled these 25 acres with more culture than any king or European prince ever had.
But it was your mother who influenced him to do so.
But how do you know that?
Continue, please.
Father was peculiar, but I loved him in spite of it. Or perhaps loved him for it. You know, I can remember one Christmas, Father telling me,
James, money and peace of mind don't go together. My father, your grandfather, died an unhappy man. He poured millions into Castle Hill, and what did it bring him? Loneliness. Your grandfather used to say finding gold gave him the only happiness he knew. Exploring, locating, digging, the act of discovery gave him happiness. I had happiness once. Until your mother died, I had love. Now she's gone. I shall dispose of everything in this house, all the statuary on the grounds. Let others who go to museums enjoy them.
You're going to sell everything, Father?
Every single thing. I've been accused of being miserly, rich, and crazy, and thought of as a nutty Midas. Well, maybe I have been. When I'm gone, son, you'll have Castle Hill, and you can do what you like with it.
Be realistic, Father. How could I afford the taxes for one single day? I'd be ruined.
You'll have something. I'll leave you something. But it won't come to you easily. You have to hunt for it.
Leave me something? But what do you mean?
I'll be frank with you. I'm disappointed in you, my only son. I took my father's fortune, invested it in banks and railroads, and tripled it. You, James, how old are you now?
35.
I said 35. In 35 years, you haven't shown any of the hill gumption. You scraped through school. Now I hear you're thinking of getting married. At your age,
Is there something wrong with that?
there's something wrong with being a nobody. So I'm going to have my own little joke.
Father, if you give me money now, you can have the pleasure of seeing me enjoy it and knowing I'll have enough to take good care of Castle Hill.
Give you? You've been on an allowance since you were 5 years old. How much do you make in that garden place you work in?
Not enough, I'm afraid.
Because you're not worth more. Well, maybe after I'm gone, you'll start showing a little initiative, carrot at the end of the stick. That's where your grandfather got the mules to move across mountains back in the gold rush days. There isn't going to be any will. If you're smart enough, you'll inherit. If you're not, well, then I guess the state of California is going to get a nice big present. On your way out, tell Browning I'm ready for my whiskey.
That's what he said, Monsieur Valmont. If I'm smart enough, I'll inherit. And that was the last time I saw my father alive.
Well, disappointment can make a man do strange things.
What do you mean?
It is quite obvious that this house, its valuable furnishings, its grounds, all had no more meaning for your father when your mother died. That was why he wanted to be rid of everything, not to punish you.
He never told me that, but, you may be right.
Sorrows are very private. Perhaps he did not tell you because he did not think you would understand. Who is this Browning?
Oh, I guess you could call him the family's most faithful servant. Came here as a boy. He was brought up in this house by the cook, but she's dead now.
How old is your Browning?
Oh, I'd say about 50. 10 years older than I. Now that my father's dead, I told him he'd better get himself another position.
And he said no. He would stay on, oui?
Yes, he said he'd remain on if he had a little money. It didn't matter to him that I couldn't pay him.
Yeah. Well, I would like to meet him, this family retainer.
No sooner said than done.
Well, that is quite a bell to summon the servants.
My father's idea. So no matter where on the ground they might be, they'd hear him. He had an elaborate system of rings for the gardener, the chauffeur, butler, and so on.
May I try it?
Oh, certainly, Monsieur Armand. Just give the bell pull a good tug.
Beautiful tone. Well, where is your man?
How stupid of me. I just remembered. Browning hasn't been well for some weeks, ever since my father died, in fact. Refuses a doctor, spends a good bit of time in his room. Just his dog to keep him company.
Well, never mind. I will see him later.
No. I insist. Let me go have a look myself.
Monsieur Valmont! Monsieur Valmont, come here quickly!
What is wrong? Mon Dieu, qu'est-ce qui est arrivé?
I found him in the hall here, like this, lying on the floor.
The man is bleeding.
Look, he's coming to.
Browning, what happened?
Mr. Bishop, do you have some bandages?
Yes, I'll go see. I'll be like that.
Here, my handkerchiefs to hold back the blood. Do not move.
They hit me and ran.
They? Two people?
I'm not sure. I think so. I was coming out of the kitchen and I heard someone, and before I could turn around, they hit me.
Well, all I could find was some alcohol and some adhesive plaster in this cotton.
Well, you see that cut over his right eye is most serious. We must stop the blood right away.
Okay, Browning, now this may hurt. I must wash the cut with this alcohol. Now, hold still.
No, it's stop. Let me smell that. This is not alcohol, mon ami.
Well, are you sure it was in the medicine cabinet?
Well, it may be oxalic acid, but it is definitely not alcohol. Just place the cotton over his eye. Yes. So, gently. Gently. Browning, you hold it over your eye. I wish to have a look around. Ah, look. Here. Just as I thought. What the police like to call a blunt instrument. A hammer. Ah, yes, blood on it. They must have dropped it when they ran.
I hope I didn't do anything wrong with what I thought was alcohol. What did you say it was? Oxalic acid?
Yes, it is used to remove spots or to clean brass. But subcutaneously, it is quite poisonous.
I should never have forgiven myself.
Oh, he is not well. You'd better telephone an ambulance.
Oh, yes, I'll get on to them right away.
I should also notify the police, Mr. Hill.
Why would anyone wish to attack me? Me?
The very question I was going to ask you, Mr. Browning. You know of no one who would have anything to gain by getting you out of the way,
I have nothing of any value.
and you are certain that it was two men.
Yes, quite, sir.
Can you describe them?
No, I'm afraid not. My back was turned.
Ah, too bad. No description, no motive, but at least we have what may be the weapon.
Inspector, the ambulance and the police will be here any moment.
Mr. James Hill, good morning. Welcome to your own police station. Inspector, this is Mr. Hill.
I picked up Browning from the hospital this morning and took him back to Castle Hill.
This is Inspector Graves I told you about on the telephone. He has made me feel very much at home in his California police state.
State police.
Oh, yes.
It's an honor to have Eugene Valmont in our little neck of the woods.
Mr. Hill, we have identified the fingerprints on the hammer.
Oh, you know who it was who hit Browning?
Browning himself.
What?
We ran the fingerprints through the computer, Mr. Hill. Nothing, no record. Then Mr. Valmont suggested we run them through the motor vehicle records. And sure enough, they turned up Elisha Browning, Castle Hill, driver's license number 066416666.
That is point one. At point two, before leaving yesterday, I went outside and made a careful survey of the ground. No footprints, no loose pebbles, no flowers crushed, no sign of anyone having run away.
The point being that there was no one. Your man, Browning, hit himself, Mr. Hill.
Well,
That's incredible.
Browning tells us he did not see who attacked him because his back was turned. Only that it was two persons. But the wound on his head was in front, over his right eye. So either he was facing his assailant or he is lying and hit himself with a hammer, which means that there were no attackers.
You may well ask, what has this case so far got to do with a Scrooge or miserly? Come now, since when have we divulged all the evidence or clues by the end of Act 1? Never. There is more to come, more to know, and more to be surprised about. Ask anyone who has followed the adventures of that French detective extraordinaire, Eugene Valmont. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Deceit, the bard tells us, springs from unreasoning fear. If indeed Elisha Browning, servant and longtime friend of James Dudley Hill, tried to deceive Eugene Valmont and James III into thinking he had been attacked, why did he do it? Well, what was he afraid of? Surely there must be more to this than meets the eye, as you faithful followers of Mystery Theater all know. But why? One doesn't hit oneself over the head and draw blood so badly you have to be taken to the hospital for stitches for no reason.
Well, one day your Mr. Browning will tell us himself.
I think we'd better have your butler in here for questioning.
I would rather pursue this case without, how you say, tipping off Miss Browning. May I?
It's your case.
After all, if a man hits himself on the head with a hammer, that is not against the law, no?
No.
But if he wishes to pretend he has been attacked by two assailants, That is also not against the law, no? No. What we must discover then is the why, or as we say in Paris at the Sûreté, the who. Who profits from the crime? But, Inspector, there has been no crime. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Hello.
Is this the Alexandra Motel? I asked for Monsieur Valmont's room.
Oui, c'est moi, Valmont ici. This is Valmont.
Oh, this is James Hill. I thought I'd be hearing from you.
Well, I've been very busy sightseeing in your California.
But aren't you interested in my case?
Well, that depends.
Monsieur Valmont, look, can I come by your hotel and we can talk?
I'm going to your land of the Marines to see the training of SEALs,
What?
and I'm leaving in practically a few minutes.
Oh, to Marine Land to see the trained SEAL, sure.
You have been there?
Well, let me pick you up and take you. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Look at those animals. How they balance the ball and swim.
Monsieur Valmont, may I have your attention for just one moment?
Oh, but of course.
Now, I did ask you if this case would interest you. You remember?
My dear Hill, you spoke of a missing wife, a missing money, missing will, missing brains. But what I have seen so far is not of too much interest to Valmont. But these wonderful acrostical acrobats are of great interest. Mr. Hill, a man hit himself on the head. He is not a criminal. He is weak in the head.
But Browning insists
He insists. I tell you that he was not attacked by two men. And if he does not hit himself, then it was by someone he knows.
So how my father disposed of millions in cash somehow does not interest you?
Me? No. You? Yes. I understand. You wish Delmont to help you find it. Of course, there is money somewhere, maybe even inside your Castle Hill.
Do you believe that?
Your father sells everything. Furniture, painting, securities, n'est-ce pas? It must be somewhere. One does not burn money.
But I've looked everywhere. Monsieur Valmont, if there are millions, I'll share them with you equally. Now, is that fair?
It's very generous.
Do you ever take a case on speculation?
Speculation?
What I mean is, do you accept a case on a contingent fee? In other words, monsieur, no result, no pay.
Well, I am afraid I could not accept such an offer. When I take on a case, it is 24 hours in the day, all of my time and attention. I try for success, but I cannot order it à la carte. In the meanwhile, one must live, and that is why I must charge for my time. Mr. Hill, earlier you spoke of some communication from your late father.
Yes, I found it when I was trying to put his books in order in his library. I have it with me. Please, read it.
Very well. Let me see. My dear firstborn, you will find your fortune between a couple of sheets in the library. Your father, James Dudley Hill. That's not what I would call a legal will.
Oh, it doesn't have to be. I'm the only heir.
But you have no money to pay me for my assistance.
And right now, no wife either.
Well, the trouble is, Belmont is a romantic. Perhaps I could make an exception and spend one day at Castle Hill.
Just one day?
Just one day. And then I will decide. So this is the library. What did your father do? Read newspapers on the floor?
Well, this is just the way we found it. We searched there for days on end.
Just a moment. We?
Yes, Browning and I.
I want to talk to him later. Now, Mr. Hill.
Monsieur Valmont, why don't you call me James?
Would you? It's James. James, was your father a religious man?
I wouldn't say so. I can't remember him ever going to church.
You know, I knew of a case where an heir expected a large sum of money, and his bequest was the family Bible, which he threw into the fire. He was that angry. Afterwards, he found out he had destroyed thousands of pounds of English banknotes.
Good Lord.
The object being to induce the legatee to read the good book or suffer through the neglect of it.
we haven't left one book unopened. As soon as I read that my fortune would be between a couple of sheets, you can imagine.
And Browning, did he know?
Well, if he did, I never told him. All I said was that it was important, and whatever piece of paper he found anywhere, to be sure to let me see it.
The man is no idiot. Browning may well have discovered what you were looking for when you were not here, and he may not have told you.
Oh, I can't believe that. He's lived at Castle Hill for 40 years, served my father for 30. My father was very fond of him.
But left him no money.
Well, that's true, he didn't, but he treated him like a son.
Evidently, left him nothing, like his son. James, I am frankly suspicious of this man. Would you mind now showing me to his room? Ah, yes, Mr. Browning. Do you feel well enough to receive a visitor?
Oh, come in, sir. Come in. Excuse me for not getting up.
Well, that's perfectly all right, Browning. Do you remember Monsieur Valmont? He had a few questions.
If you do not mind, James, I would like to talk to Browning alone. Tell me, how does your head feel today?
It's felt better. Please, sit down.
Thank you. Oh, is that your dog, Mr. Browning?
Yes, that's Punch. He never leaves my side. You are the famous Eugene Valmont, the French detective, am I right?
I am Valmont, yes.
I've been thinking about when I was clubbed. It wasn't by two people.
No, really? Not two?
No. I heard something. I was reading an old newspaper. When I turned, there he was, one man. It all happened so quickly, I was stunned, blinded. I imagined there were two.
Interesting. That hammer you were hit with, do you have occasion yourself to use such a hammer?
Well, lately, quite a lot. Master James instructed me to open every wooden box I could find in the cellar. Most of them just contained rubbish, old bills. All over the house, we have all sorts of tools, and they're everywhere. You'll find nails and saws in a bathtub, and hammers in the kitchen. Master James' father did everything himself with his hands. He didn't believe in electricians, plumbers, carpenters. He was a very handy man. Have you seen the master bedroom?
No, I have not. What would I find there?
The master turned it into a workshop, an iron foundry.
A foundry? What is that?
Why, he used an iron gate needed fixing. He'd melt up the iron and bang out a new hinge for it or something. Oh, he was absolutely mad at the end, mad as a hatter. Imagine keeping tools in the kitchen.
That hammer that you were hit with, Browning, did you know it only had your fingerprint on it?
Well, I shouldn't wonder. The person who hit me was wearing gloves.
You saw that?
That's the last thing I did see.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Well, you didn't ask me.
Yes. I do not suppose that you noticed what kind of gloves they were.
I did. Green gloves, like gardening gloves. We have a pair in the kitchen. Mr. Valmont, sir. Am I being suspected of something?
At this moment, only of not telling all the truth.
Did you find out anything, Monsieur Valmont?
He does not remember very much, but he still insists that he was attacked.
Well, did you tell him that his were the only fingerprints on the hammer?
He explained that the assailant wore gloves. Nor was it two men. Now he says it was one man.
Oh. Well, did he recognize?
No, but he may, in time. Browning spoke of your father's bedroom, an iron foundry. Have you searched there?
No, it's a foundry, all right. There's an oven for heating metal, a forge, an anvil.
Wait just a moment. An anvil in the bedroom. Please show it to me.
There she is. Father made a blacksmith shop out of this room. The forge is built into that fireplace. He made it for himself with Browning's help.
Why, there is even, how you say, a bellows.
With all that money, he was extremely stingy. If a garden tool was broken, do you think he'd go buy a new one? Never. He'd take it up here, start a fire going, and
Before you knew it, he'd beaten out a piece of iron on the anvil and mended whatever it was. A broken shovel or spade, rake, anything. Hated things new. You know, there's not a single book in the library that isn't at least 50 years old. Never bought a new book as long as I've known him.
The only thing that makes it a bedroom is that small cot in the corner. Very strange man indeed. Now, what time is it? Yes, 3 o'clock. Inspector Graves has promised to drive me to the Orange Groves this afternoon, so if you would be good enough to take me back to my hotel.
But what about the search for my inheritance?
Haven't made up my mind yet. Allow me to think about it, James. Hello. Hello, this is Belmore. Who? Mr. Browning downstairs in the lobby to see me? Oh, we'll certainly send him up. Oh, by the way, what time is it? 8 o'clock. Good. Send me my breakfast as well. And do tell Mr. Browning to come up. Well, this is very early in the morning, Browning. What brings you here?
Mr. Belmont, I have no one to turn to but you.
Turn to? What do you mean?
My life is in danger. I'm sure of it.
At last.
Someone is trying to kill me.
Good. Jeopardy. Now, the case begins to interest me.
Why is Valmont so pleased that someone would wish to kill Elisha Brown? Why has James Hill's father gone to such lengths to hide an inheritance? Is there a fortune? If you have deduced the answers, you can pat yourself on the back because those are the same clues available to the Parisian detective. Remember, you may see the evidence clearly and yet not recognize it. Check in and see how right you are when I return shortly with Act 3. Suspicions, wrote Sir Francis Bacon some 300 years ago, suspicions amongst thoughts are like bats among birds. They ever fly by twilight. There is not a character you have met from Castle Hill who has not acted suspiciously or been suspected. And have you also noted that for some reason, known only to himself, the great detective Eugène Valmont appears to play a waiting game? For whom has he set the trap and waits? Let's find out.
How is the wound on your head, Browning? Does it still trouble you?
Not as much as what I am about to tell you, Mr. Belmont.
Please proceed.
You're aware, sir, that my former master, Mr. James Dudley Hill, was an eccentric man. I was brought up in his household from the time I was a child. I never knew my parents, but I always regarded the cook as my aunt.
Then you knew James when he was a little boy.
As a baby, I was 10 years old, and I knew Mrs. Hill, an artistic, lovely lady. It was a sad day when she died.
And James, did you get along with him?
We had nothing in common. He was the only son, and I was the butler. But let me talk about the present.
Valmont is listening.
It is today 1 month since the master died and since James returned to Castle Hill. And that was the very first day I did not feel well.
I do not believe I understand you.
But right after the funeral, I became so ill I could hardly stand. Master James was very considerate, permitting me to stay in bed, sending for his own doctor, bringing me my food and medicine himself. And then I recovered and helped me look for something he told me his father had hidden in the library. Then, one day, I found some old English newspapers. That was the day I was attacked. The day you arrived, Monsieur Valmont.
Go on.
Then, yesterday, back from the hospital, I suddenly felt quite ill again. And Master James brought me a little supper. He made me an omelette, something light, toast and tea, and wished me well, and he left my room. As I sat up in bed, the omelette fell to the floor. Well, you know what dogs are, and my punch started to eat it, and suddenly it gave a little groan and lay down. I couldn't do anything with it. I called Master James. He didn't know what to make of it, so I got up and drove Punch to the veterinarians. Punch had been poisoned.
And so you concluded the poison had been meant for you?
Yes, I did. And all my peculiar sicknesses these past weeks, I knew...
I know what you know. You do not have to say any more.
What shall I do, Mr. Valmont?
Well, you will return to Castle Hill as if you suspected nothing.
But I cannot believe what I suspect.
Then do not believe it.
Is that all you can tell me?
I would not eat any food unless I prepared it myself.
Why did he try to poison me?
I too have a question for you. You knew it was James Hill who hit you with that hammer. Why did you try to protect him and tell me that some stranger had attacked you?
You knew?
Of course. Well, am I a fool? It was as plain as the bandage on your head. But why did you not say something?
I was afraid he had taken leave of his senses, sir, as I often thought had happened to his father. I thought it was in the blood, that he had gone mad.
James Hill wanted something.
What do I have that is so important to him?
Oh, so threatening. When you were searching with James, what exactly did you find?
Nothing but rubbish. Old bills. The master never threw away a bill.
Ah. And where are these old bills?
Well, they're probably still where I put them, in a barrel in the cellar. We filled several barrels with useless old papers.
Then nothing has been thrown out.
No, not by me, sir.
Perfect. Now, I want you to show me the way to the cellar and then return to your room. Lock the door if you feel it is necessary. When I have made my examination, I shall ask you to join Mr. Hill and myself in the library.
I'll be there, Mr. Valmont.
Gentlemen, forgive my appearance, but I have been several hours in the cellars, and there is much dirt and unclean dust. Now, I have found several scraps of paper, which I hope will lead us on the road to clearing up this mystery.
But, Monsieur Valmont, this was to be a private transaction between you and me. It doesn't concern Browning. Now, why is he here with us in the library?
Mr. Hill, James, believe me, by having you both here, I shall not violate any confidences. Now, I have discovered 3 bills in my search among all that trash you have discarded in the cellars. I hope what I have here in my hand will help us.
I still don't see why we have to have Browning here.
James, you asked me to solve this mystery. Belmont does it his way, and Belmont insists on that way. Good. Now, here's a bill dated 4 years ago with a letterhead Samson and Sons Booksellers. I happen to know they sell only technical books, handicrafts, do-it-yourself. Unfortunately, the name of the book bought is obscure. Has either of you come across a new book on these library shelves?
Not that I know of, sir.
A new book? Certainly not.
Then I shall contact Sampson's and have them check the invoice number. All right. Here is a second bill for which I need your assistance. 27 rolls of an expensive wallpaper, plus, here attached, another 27 rolls of very cheap wallpaper.
Mr. Hill told me he intended to paper the entire house.
Alone, himself?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. He was quite a handyman. It took him over a year to finish papering this library, but he kept at it.
Well, now, will you look at this? I just pulled a corner of the wallpaper back from the door. Huh. Scandalous. I remember now. There's the most exquisite wood paneling underneath.
Then there is this bill, also for paper. 10,000 sheets. Delannoy and Compagnie, Paris. Does either of you have any idea why Mr. Hill Sr. would import special paper from France? James?
Not the slightest.
Well, I do remember the paper arriving, sir. Large packages about 6 inches in width. Heavy it was. But Mr. Hill took it into the library, and I never saw it again.
I don't see how this has anything to do with what you came here to do, Monsieur Valmont.
Inspector Graves, I tell you what I find peculiar about this case. Nowhere have I been able to find any information in the newspaper files about James Dudley Hill as a young man. The first news story I find, well, he is 30 years old and he married Miss Georgia Castle.
Well, just because someone's the son of a famous gold prospector, that's not newsworthy even in those days. Besides, I remember reading James's father was brought up in England. He didn't come back to the USA till he was about 30.
Lived in England, huh? Well, that might explain it.
Why are you so interested in James's father when he was a young man?
To reject or verify a theory of mine.
Graves, what is it?
Common smash up on Castle Hill Road, Inspector. One of those herded James Hill birds.
Well, you don't mean it, Dick. I'm on my way. Let's go, Valmont. Look at that. One car hanging over the side of the road, held back by one wheel. The other, 20 feet down over the cliff, stopped by a tree.
Those people are on stretchers over here.
Can you see who that is they're loading into the ambulance?
What? It is James Hill.
Who's the other one?
It is Browning. Browning. Browning, can you hear me? It is Eugene Valmont.
Valmont, how did you get here?
I came with the police.
He came after me. I found... Look in my glove compartment. I was driving into town to come and see you. I know now why you... Valmont, the boys want to get him to the hospital. Can you talk to him later?
Just a moment, please. Browning, what happened?
He came after me. That's James. I tried to get out of his way. He followed me down the hill. Right here, this curve. He forced me off the road, over the cliff.
Oh, please, do not say any more. You will be well taken care of. Inspector, this is the library. Now, watch me. I take my knife to this place by the door, where the wallpaper is a little pulled from the wall, and I pull so. Voila. One piece which I hand to you, Inspector.
Good Lord, it's heavy as lead.
Not lead, Inspector. Gold. Do you see that anvil and the pile of bricks? That was a furnace. We took it apart. James Dudley Hill sold all of his possessions and purchased gold. In the furnace, he melted down the gold bar, then beat it into almost gold leaf on the anvil. Then hid it between two layers of wallpaper.
How did you ever find out?
I had 3 clues. A book on metallurgy, which he must have bought to learn how it was done. The 2 kinds of wallpaper, and also a bill for a special kind of French paper, very heavy, of great strength, which is used only to make gold leaf on.
You mean this whole room is papered in solid gold? That James Hill's gonna inherit millions.
I'm afraid not. I want to show you this newspaper. Oh, carefully, it is very old. I found it in Browning's car.
The London Times, 19... It's more than 50 years old.
Here, let me show you the column. You see? An announcement of the death of Mrs. James Dudley Hill, former Betty Browning, musical comedy performer, died today in the birth of her son.
Oh, old Hill was married before he came back to California.
The son will be taken care of by the Sisters of Mercy at St. Barnabas. Mr. Hill left England and returned to his native California.
Betty Brown. Elisha Browning. He was given his mother's maiden name.
And was brought up to believe he was no more than a butler.
What do you suppose he knows about this?
It is not what he knows, but who he is. He will inherit everything.
Well, what did James's father have against him that he would leave him nothing?
He never approved of his second son, but having hidden away the first, he concocted this joke.
And James?
I am quite certain that when he was searching for his inheritance, he must have found Browning's birth certificate. And if he could not locate the money, he had to do away with Browning.
No, that winds it up. Well, Mark, you've done us a big favor.
I have also a favor. Before I go home, would you show me how they grow California wine? It is something all Frenchmen would like to know, but they do not dare to ask.
So the private post-mortem joke of James Dudley Hill was that money would bring out the worst in those with the least character. A strange man who would deny his eldest son in life and favor him in death. Is it possible, then, that somewhere in the other world, the Midas of Castle Hill has had his last laugh? I shall return shortly. Midas was the mythical king who wished that everything he touched might turn to gold. But when his food and drink became gold, he begged this power be taken from him. No, great wealth does not equal great happiness. We started out with Dickens, and so we shall end. If only James Dudley Hill could have seen things differently, as did old Scrooge at the end, and as Dickens tells us, opened his heart and laughed. No longer was gold his whole life. Laughter and love were quite enough for him. Our cast included Norman Rose, Russell Horton, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman. And now, Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Come in, settle down, and listen. For we're about to tell you a very important story. Have you ever looked at your children and wondered, what in the world are they thinking? What goes on in those tiny minds? You don't know, do you? Admit it, you haven't the faintest idea. Yet you were once a child, so why don't you know? I'll tell you why. You have forgotten, and try as you will, you simply cannot remember what it was like to be a child. I don't know the reason for this, but perhaps it's because being a child is not always the happy thing we think it is.
Didn't you mind being shut up in that dark room, Bobby? All by yourself for such a long time?
Was it a long time?
3 weeks.
Is that a long time?
What did you do, Bobby, all alone there?
Oh, listen to the silence. Talk to the dark.
Our mystery drama, The Secret Life of Bobby Dylan, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Michael Tolan. We said earlier that this story is an important one, not because our small hero is an important figure. A boy of 10? How much time has he had to achieve importance in our world? No, we call our story important because it is our attempt to explore the inner life of one small child. An attempt which we admit may be awkward and incomplete because we have grown up, and in growing up, grown stupid.
All right now, children,
talk better. Well, Mr. Collins, have you finally made up your mind about adoption?
I don't know that we want to go that far, Mrs. Appleton. Not just yet. You see, I thought if my wife and I could take one of the children home for a month, 2 months, see how it worked out. You see, our son died in an automobile accident a year ago, and Mrs. Carlin hasn't been really right since. Depressed, migraine, headaches, spends a good deal of time in bed. And I thought if there were a boy around the house, it might help her. Help me, too.
You've been here several times. You've met all our children.
There's one. I believe his name is Bobby. About 10 years old.
Bobby Dealin?
That's the one. I looked for him today when I was walking around the playground. I didn't see him. He's still here, isn't he?
Bobby's still here.
Oh, thank goodness. He's such an unusual boy. I'm surprised he wasn't asked for before this.
He was. Last year. It didn't work out.
Can you tell me why?
I can do better than that. I have a tape of the interview with the lady who tried to give him a home. It's a practice here to make tapes of the conversations with prospective parents. It saves confusion, possible embarrassment. Later, if there's trouble. Oh, you're being taped right this minute, Mr. Carlin. I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all.
Now, look, I won't play it all for you, just the part that concerns us now.
And we did everything we could think of to make Bobby happy, Mrs. Appleton. He seemed happy. There wasn't any way we could guess that he didn't like it with us. And then I had to wake up one morning and he was gone. Simply gone. I'm sure you did everything you could. Oh, we did. And he seemed to like us. Of course, he's naturally so sweet, so good. Except for the stealing. The what? The stealing? Oh, look, I shouldn't call it stealing. We find little things missing. Little nothing. Once it was a frying pan. A wooden spoon one time. Oh, we found them later. In his room. Once he took the belt from one of my dresses. A leather belt. Not that I cared.
That's enough of that. But I should tell you, Bobby's been guilty of petty pilferage like that here at the orphanage. A hairbrush belonging to one of the teachers.
Where did he go when he ran away?
Well, the police found him that same night, wandering along a country road. There was a full moon. They had no trouble. And when the woman came to pick him up, he wouldn't talk to her. Wouldn't even see her. Didn't seem to hold anything against her. He just said it was no use.
No use?
It's what he always said.
Before?
Several times during the last couple of years. But I'm telling you all this to let you know that if you take Bobby into your home, you're not getting the, well, usual child.
No child is the usual child, Mrs. Appleton.
Well, shall we go and have a talk with him? See how he feels about all this?
By all means.
Oh, I should tell you, Bobby's in confinement.
You don't mean solitary?
He's confined to one room without lights or windows. I know that sounds severe, but
it does.
We've tried everything else. Even corporal punishment, though that's prohibited by law. It didn't do any good. He doesn't seem to feel it.
How long has he been confined?
Oh, nearly 3 weeks now.
Mrs. Appleton, 24 days is supposed to be the limit before the victim goes mad. That's been established in prisons with grown men. Bobby's a boy.
A most unusual boy. Shall we go talk to him?
Please.
This way.
Mrs. Appleton, may I ask you, what is Bobby being punished for? What did he do?
Oh, didn't I tell you? He ran away from the orphanage. That's the only thing he ever needs to be punished for, running away.
Mrs. Appleton, when Bobby ran away from here, was it at night?
Middle of the night, as near as we could tell. Oh, here we are.
Was there a full moon that night?
I don't recall. Does it matter?
It might.
My tea. Bobby? It's Mrs. Appleton, Bobby.
Yes, Mrs. Appleton.
It's all right.
You can come out now, Bobby. The door's open. Can you see?
Yes, I can see Mrs. Appleton.
Does the light bother your eyes?
Not very much.
You remember Mr. Collin, Bobby.
It's nice to see you.
I'm very well, Bobby. Thank you.
I'm going back to the office now, and you two can have a nice talk.
Thank you.
You can join me there later, Mr. Collin.
Well, Bobby, I'm pleased you remember me. Didn't you mind being shut up in that dark room all by yourself for such a long time?
Was it a long time?
3 weeks.
Is that a long time?
What did you do all alone in there?
Oh, I listened to the silence, talked to the dark.
I see. Would you like to come and stay with me and my wife for a while? See if you like it. We have a big house.
A very big house
Well, pretty big.
with servants,
We have servants, yes.
a beautiful garden, and a big green lawn.
Well, does it matter if it's a big house with a lawn?
A big white house.
And servants, does that matter?
I don't know. I thought it did. I could sort of see it.
Well, what do you say? Would you like to visit with us for a while?
I think I would.
There's a good school nearby if you'd like to go.
I'm tired of memorizing things.
Well, whatever you say. Now, why don't you go pack some clothes, and I'll go see Mrs. Appleton in her office and make the arrangements.
Come in.
Mrs. Appleton, that's a remarkable child.
Oh, close the door, will you, Mr. Collins?
Okay.
You've persuaded him.
I'm convinced the reason Bobby can endure, even enjoy 3 weeks of confinement is because he's able to hypnotize himself. And not only hypnotize himself, but put himself into a deep trance. Almost anyone can be hypnotized, but only 1 in 20 can hypnotize himself. And I've never heard of anyone who could put himself into a deep trance state.
Well, supposing he can, what's the advantage of it?
Why, it means that he can reach his unconscious mind and perhaps unite it with his consciousness. A terribly difficult thing to do. And to do it alone without any outside help, I never thought it was possible.
Well, supposing he can do whatever it is you say he can, what of it?
Mrs. Appleton, do you know what powers are locked in the unconscious? What forces, what instinctive knowledge, primitive memory?
I've always thought of the subconscious as an untidy mass of very unpleasant emotions.
It is untidy, but we've been taught the emotions are unpleasant because they lack morality and purpose, as indeed they do. Their only purpose being to express themselves.
Most of us manage to live without expressing ourselves, Mr. Collins.
Yes, but supposing you find one solitary human being who refuses to live that way.
You mean Bobby? Well, Mr. Collins, if he's willing to go with you and you want him, I've checked you out and everything's in order. Oh, one thing, Mr. Collins, I hope you're not going to talk to Bobby about his mother.
Why not? Why shouldn't he talk about his mother if he wants to?
Well, it's not really healthy in his case. He makes up outrageous stories about her.
Such as what?
Oh, she was fantastically beautiful. She married into royalty, a prince or a
Oh,
duke.
children often fantasize that way.
Last year he told us that she was a movie star, imagine.
Who was she really?
Oh, just a poor, pathetic woman on relief. I found it out from our records. I wasn't here when she brought him. That was 6 years ago. He was only 4.
They're unpleasant.
The records say she simply couldn't afford to keep him.
She's never been back?
Never been back. Never called to see how he was getting along. Never sent him a present or even written him a note. Come in. Oh, Bobby. All packed to go home with Mr. Collins?
He has a big white house, Mrs. Appleton, with a big lawn and flowers and lots of servants. Haven't you, Mr. Carlin?
Yes.
I'm sorry about your wife.
What? What about my wife?
I'm sorry she's so unhappy. Didn't you tell me she's unhappy and sick sometimes?
I don't think I did.
You must have.
Or how would I know?
Do we really know only what we've been told? Or what we've read? Or heard? I hate to believe that, because then each of us is only a jumbled mass of information. And very often, we go about spreading this jumbled information for others to pick up and repeat. No wonder the world is in such a turmoil, if all we know is what we've been told by people who only know what they've been told, who only know what, oh, no, there must be more. We can't go on this way. However, having no solution at hand, I shall return shortly with Act Two. When one adopts a boy 10 years old, it is not only the 10-year-old boy who has been taken into the new home, it is also the boy who was once 9, once 8, once 7, and so on, clear back to the day an infant was born. And these early years are unknown, utterly unknown to the new parent. Just how unknown they are to the child is the subject of our story. We're almost there, Bobby.
I know.
You know?
No. I figured.
You mean you felt it, that we were almost there?
Something like that, I guess.
Mental telepathy, maybe?
What's that?
Well, thought transference. I was thinking to myself, we're almost home, and the thought transferred itself to your mind. Is that what happened?
I wasn't thinking about anything at all.
It's when we're not thinking about anything at all that the thoughts of other people enter our minds.
I'd like to think about that.
Well?
I think that's very true what you said, Mr. Carlin. It's when you're not thinking about anything at all. That's when the good things happen.
What good things, Bobby?
Oh, all the good things. Mr. Carlin, you should have turned right there.
No, that's Birch Tree Road. We live on a
You
street.
should have turned there. Go back.
Hey, Bobby, take it easy.
Go back.
Bobby, I know where I live, and I know how to get there. Your telepathy wasn't in good working order that time. Now, here is where we turn. To the left. We go about a quarter of a mile up this road, and then we're there.
It's pretty.
Is it what you expected?
Kind of. It smells nice.
You smell something?
It smells sweet. Very, very sweet.
I don't smell anything. Oh, we're coming to the privet hedge. That's the sweet smell. Imagine you picking it up way back there. Now we're coming to the house.
It is white.
I told you it was.
And there's a lawn in front with flowers.
I told you there would be. Well, here we are.
But it's not a very big house.
It has 16 rooms.
And where are all the servants?
Did you sleep well in your new room, Bobby?
Yes, I did. It's a very nice room.
Nicer than the orphanage?
That was nice. But this is nicer.
This morning, Bobby, I want to take you to meet my wife. Her name is Anita, if you want to call her that. I think I should tell you she gets migraine headaches from time to time.
I know. I knew she was sick sometimes. I think she's sick now.
No, she's not. I saw her this morning. She was fine. Come on, let's go upstairs.
Okay. It's not very nice to be sick like that, is it?
No, it certainly is not.
I used to have asthma. That was terrible.
What did you used to do about it?
Oh, I made it stop.
Made it stop? Just like that?
Sort of. It was a long time ago.
Here we are. Anita, may we come in, dear? Come on. Anita, this is Bobby.
Go away, please. She's sick.
My dear, is it another migraine?
I had...
Bobby, we'd better come back later.
She's sick.
You'll meet her tomorrow. Come on.
Mrs. Carlin. I'm here. I know how much it hurt, but I want you to know I'm here. And I want it to stop hurting. Please, try to look at me, Mrs. Carlin.
Bobby, don't. When she's like this, it's no use.
I want you to give me your headache, Mrs. Carlin. I want you to give it to me. Look, Mrs. Carlin. Anita, look. Give me your headache. I want to take it away from you. I'm going to take it away from you. Do you hear me? I'm going to take it. You're going to give it to me. I'm going to take it. Yes, I'm taking it. You're giving it to me. You're giving me your headache, aren't you? Yes, you are. I know you are. Please give it to me. All of it. Yes. Oh, please. Oh, yes. 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 It's gone. All gone.
Bobby? Bobby, where are you going?
It's all right. All right.
Bobby?
I couldn't help, Mr. Carl. I had to throw up.
Well, that's all right, son. That's all right.
How is Mrs. Carlin?
She says her headache is gone.
Yes. Of course it's gone. She gave it to me.
And how are you?
I think I'm going to be all right pretty soon. I never knew before what a migraine headache was like. Now I know.
Mrs. Appleton speaking.
This is George Carlin, Mrs. Appleton. I've got great news for you.
Everything's working out.
3 weeks now and everything's going wonderfully. He seems very happy here, and heaven knows he's made us happy. My wife hasn't had another headache since that time I wrote you about when Bobby cured her.
And he really did.
Well, he did something to Mrs. Carlin. Perhaps he hypnotized her, I don't know. But her headache stopped. I was there. I saw it happen.
Well, I have to take your word for it, Mr. Collins. Has he stolen anything that you know of?
No, I don't think so.
Well, you better check.
There's a belt of mine missing, but I'm sure I must have mislaid it.
Look in his room.
No, I wouldn't dream of doing that. The boy is happy here, and we're happy having him here.
Has he talked about his mother?
No, he hasn't mentioned her.
Well, my advice is to keep it that way.
I don't think I agree with that, Mrs. Appleton.
You know what I do. All you'll get from him is a lot of wild fantasy.
At this point, I feel I'd like to hear anything Bobby cares to tell me.
Well, if you don't want to take my advice.
No, it's not that, Mrs. Appleton. It's that for the time being, I sort of like to follow my own instinct. You understand?
I suppose so.
I'll keep in touch with you.
Please do, and good luck to you.
Thank you. Oh, Bobby, I didn't hear you come in. That was Mrs. Appleton I was talking to on the phone.
How is she?
She's fine. Do you miss her?
Not too much.
Bobby, you know that black tooled leather belt of mine?
Yes, I know that belt.
I can't find it. Have you seen it?
It's in my room.
Well, did I leave it there, do you think?
I don't know. I don't think so.
By any chance, Bobby, did you take it out of my room?
I guess I did. I'm pretty sure I did. You want me to go get it?
Oh, you can have it if you really want it. Only I'd rather you'd ask me instead of just taking it.
But I don't want it.
No?
It's too big for me. Why would I want it?
I don't know.
I just saw it, and it reminded me of something.
Reminded you of what?
I was going to give it back to you. I didn't mean to keep it. I didn't even want it.
All right now, it's all right. Just put it back in my room when you get a chance, will you?
I'll put it right back now.
No, in the morning will be all right. Bobby, do you ever feel you want to talk to me about your mother?
My mother?
Do you remember her at all? I know you were only 4 when she left you at the orphanage.
She was very, very beautiful.
What else?
I'm not supposed to talk about my mother.
Well, don't you want to?
Not now, Mr. Carlin.
All right. But if you ever want to, I'm here, you know.
I know.
George. George?
Hmm?
Oh, what are you doing up? Can't you sleep?
Not for hours.
Oh, the moon is so bright. I don't wonder.
No, it's not just the moon. I was thinking about Bobby.
Oh, funny. I was thinking about him, too.
I talked to Mrs. Appleton this afternoon. She asked me, did Bobby ever talk about his mother?
He never does.
That's what I told her. And she said, fine, keep it that way. But I said I didn't agree, that I thought he should talk about whatever he felt like talking about.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Bobby came into the room about that time, and I brought up the subject of his mother. And all he'd say was, she was very, very, very beautiful.
That's all?
I tried to get him to go on, but he just clammed up, said I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Mrs. Appleton probably told him not to.
She had a point in a way. She says Bobby makes up wild stories about his mother, whom he hasn't seen or even heard from in 6 years.
You mean since he was 4?
That's right. But he tells people, or used to, that she had dozens of admirers, finally married some title gent, became a movie star.
Oh, George. Our children often do that.
Another thing, Mrs. Appleton asked me if Bobby had snitched anything. And I told her about my black tooled leather belt. Then when Bobby came in, I asked him if he'd seen it, and right away he said yes, it was in his room.
Really?
I asked him if he'd taken it, and he said he guessed he must have. Did I want it back? It was too big for him anyway.
Why isn't that peculiar?
You know, I told you the woman who took him last year said he snitched silly things. A frying pan, a wooden spoon, a belt off one of her dresses.
Oh. Now, I wonder if that's where our little frying pan disappeared to. They were asking me in the kitchen if I'd seen it.
What, there's a frying pan missing?
Heavens, George, we have about 12 frying pans of assorted sizes.
Is there anything else missing?
No, nothing else. Oh, unless you want to say one of my shoes is missing.
One of your shoes?
Those high-heeled things. I'd given up high heels, and I put those out to give away. And next time I looked, there was only one. Must have gotten thrown out. Goodness, it would take one shoe.
Who would throw away one shoe?
Oh, George. Well, come on back to bed. Maybe you can get to sleep.
Yeah, maybe.
That damn moon wasn't so bright. Shines right across the bed. Why don't you pull the curtains?
You know what? It's a full moon.
Well, pull the curtains and come to bed. Can you see, or do you want a light on?
Oh, I can see. What was that?
What was what?
Did you hear a door close?
What door?
It sounded like downstairs. There he goes.
Bobby?
Yes, and there's a full moon.
George.
Like before.
Call him back. Go after him, George.
No, I don't think I'm going to do that.
Well, for heaven's sake, why not? You can't just let him go wandering around all by himself.
No, I don't think he's going to be just wandering around.
You think he's going someplace in particular?
Yes.
Where?
I don't know. And I don't think he knows either. But someplace.
As we are all going someplace. We don't know where, and there is no one who knows to tell us where. Yet very deep in our minds, or our hearts, or our tormented souls, we know we are going someplace. We can't see ahead, and it does no good to look back. We can only trudge on down the road to someplace. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The full moon with which Act 2 ended has been wiped out now by the exploratory colors of the rising sun. And steadily down a winding road trudges a small boy, 10 years of age, steadily, purposefully, toward a destination he could not name were you to ask him. It is Bobby Dylan. The thin little boy's arms start to wave wildly as a truck approaches.
Stop! Please! Please stop!
going?
I don't know exactly. Down the roadway.
Come on, get in. Here, let me give you a hand. That's a pretty big step up.
I can do it.
What you doing out at this hour? It's hardly daylight.
I have to go see somebody.
You expected?
Yes, I'm expected. I didn't say when.
Going to see your folks?
My mother.
Oh, your mother. Then I guess you know where she's at.
Somewhere along this road.
No number? No name? Like on the mailbox?
I'll know when we get there.
You've been there before, I guess.
It's a great big white house with a big green lawn and flowers.
I think I know the place you mean.
And lots of servants.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. See? Right there. Stop. I want to get out. Stop the truck.
I'll stop. And if don't jump, hold on. I'm stopping. Now, wait a second, kid.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hey! You had no to go in there. Hey, you know what you're doing? You had no to... Oh, what
That's it. That's the house. This is the lawn. There are the flowers. But where are the servants? Where's my mother? You want to sit here, Baroness? Under this tree. That's all right. I'll fetch you some coffee, and I'll be right back. Excuse me. Are you my mother's maid? Yes, I am. Will you tell her I've come to see her, please? If she feels well enough to see me. What's your name? Bobby Dealing. Would you tell my mother? And how did you get in here, Bobby? Somebody dropped me off. Before. I've been waiting till I saw the servants come out of the house. Now, please, I'd like to see my mother. Isn't that lady over there? Yes, my mother. Oh, I'm afraid that's not your mother, dear. That's the Baroness Horsa. Well, her name before was Mrs. Dealer. Please tell her I want to see her. Oh, never mind. Oh, hold on now. Just a minute. Let go. Let me
Not
go.
so fast, young man.
Let go of me.
Miss Copeland, what's going on?
This boy, he wandered in here. He wants to talk to the Baroness. Her son, he said.
Well, then let him.
Should I, Doctor?
Why not? He may succeed where we fail. Go ahead, my boy.
Thank you. Hello, Mother. I'm here.
Hello, Mrs. Appleton? George Carlin. I wanted to tell you Bobby's been found. Thank you for not calling the police. Well, you know, I told you I saw him leave the house. I simply followed him in my car. It wasn't hard, so don't worry. What's that? Well, I don't think that's necessary, but if you want to... Look, can't you tell me over the phone? Well, all right. No, I'm not at home. I'm at the place where I found Bobby. It's on Birch Tree Road, not too far from where I live. A big white house, very big lawn out in front. It's the Wesley Sanitarium. You know it? Well, I'm with Dr. Wesley right now. All right, we'll expect you. Mrs. Appleton's coming over, if that's all right, Doctor. Perfectly all right. She wants to tell me something, show me something. I don't know what.
Tell me, Mr. Carlin, what made you think Bobby might come here?
It was just a guess. But when I brought him home from the orphanage, he wanted to turn onto Birch Tree Road.
Did he say why?
He thought it was the road my house is on. Not that it had ever been at my house. All he knew about my house was that it was big and white, had a lawn with flowers and servants. He knew that because I told him. And I told him because he specifically asked.
It seemed important to him, did it?
Very. I was puzzled at that because he's not a snobbish sort of boy, quite the contrary. That insistence on a lot of servants. Now I begin to understand. Your sanitarium does have a lot of servants, as well as a lawn and flowers.
But the boy's never seen the sanitarium, has he?
He hasn't even seen his mother since the age of 4.
Then how would he know?
I suppose that when you think about it, dream about a certain person for such a long time and fantasize about that person the way he did about his mother.
What sort of fantasies?
Oh, wild ones. That she was much admired, much sought after, that she married into royalty, became a movie star.
Hold on there. She did marry into royalty.
You don't mean she's really a baroness?
Yes, indeed. The Baroness Hortha.
Well, I thought that baroness stuff was, part of her dementia.
The Baron brought her here. The Baron pays her bills. He's not very high up in royal lists, but he's the Baron, nevertheless.
The boy couldn't have known that.
No more than he could have known Birch Tree Road. Now, about her becoming a movie star, the Baron told us that she made a motion picture a few years ago. Actually, that's where he met her. He put up the money. She starred in it.
Well, that's impossible, isn't it? Someone would have known, seen the picture, recognized her.
I don't know who saw the picture, Mr. Carlin. It was a pornographic film.
No.
The Baron has made a good bit of money on pornographic films, I'm told.
She made the film.
Starred in it.
She married the Baron?
He's devoted to her.
Well, then what happened?
About a year ago, she became severely depressed. It went further into melancholia. Finally, she became very nearly catatonic, and he brought her here. She won't talk to him when he comes to see her. She's never spoken to any of us.
It was about a year ago, as I understand it, that Bobby began to talk about a big white house with a lawn and gardens, and a lot of servants. Could he have known that she'd been brought here? To a place he'd never seen, didn't even know existed?
It's a rare person who has the faculty to sense what is going on. But if there is a great affinity between two people, I suppose a telepathic communication is, well, it's possible.
Was there such an affinity between Bobby and his mother? After all, she abandoned him when he was 4 and never communicated with him after that.
Communicated with him? I'd say by all the evidence she communicated with him the whole time they were apart. She may not have known she was communicating, but her son was, on the face of it, so sensitively attuned to her and her existence, he could pick up waves that emanated from her that she knew nothing about. Come in.
Dr. Wesley, I hope I did the right thing.
What's that?
Well, I left the little boy with the Baroness. Is that all right?
I think so. The Baroness has never shown the slightest sign of being violent. Quite the contrary.
Well, she does seem interested in him. I mean, she looks at him.
Sounds like progress to me.
So then I should just leave them together.
Where are they?
In her room.
I'd say leave them together. But leave the door open.
Yes, Doctor.
It will be astounding if she recognizes him, accepts him. It could mean she's on her way back.
Dr. Wesley, this faculty you talk about, this rare ability to sense things, what is it?
It doesn't have a name. Anyway, not a name that appears in scientific journals, but some clairvoyants have it, and some mystics have it, some saints, I suppose. Many poets have it. It's an ability to reach far into oneself, to make contact. Do you know the poem called The Labyrinth? W.H. Auden wrote it. There are 4 lines from it that I quote to myself all the time. The center that I cannot find is known to my unconscious mind. I have no reason to despair because I am already there. Nice, isn't it?
What does it mean?
Come, Mr. Carlin. You know very well what it means.
That if we only go deep enough into ourselves, we will find the center that will stabilize us? Is that it? Give us peace? Is that it?
The peace that passeth all understanding, because I'm afraid understanding has very little to do with it.
To think that a 4-year-old boy could hold fast to the image of his mother through all those years.
What else had he to hold fast to?
And then find her by his own effort. Which only proves again, Mr. Carlin, we get what we want if we want it enough. Come in.
Mrs. Appleton.
I got here as soon as I could.
Mrs. Appleton, Dr. Westlake.
Please sit down, Mrs. Appleton.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Now, the boy's all right, Mrs. Appleton. You're not to worry.
He's with his mother.
His mother?
He found her here, Mrs. Appleton. She's the reason for his running away all those times.
Mr. Collins, Dr. Wesley, I've brought something to show you. Something for you to hear.
And what is that?
Well, when you called me last night, Mr. Collins, I was so upset. Everything had been going so well, and then to have him run away again. Anyway, I couldn't get back to sleep. So I went down to the basement, and I rummaged around among the old files, and I found this.
A tape.
Yes, we keep tapes at the orphanage of all the interviews we have with prospective parents and with the people who leave their children for adoption. Well, this tape, this one goes back 6 years before I came to the orphanage. And it's a tape of... Oh, is it all right if I use this machine, Doctor?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right. Now, I'll just play you the part towards the end. It's the tape they had running when Mrs. Deland came to leave Bobby.
You gotta take him or I'll kill him. Look, I'm a cheap prostitute. I live in one room. I have to send the kid out to play in the street while I'm conducting my business. Now, how long can I go on telling him it's his Uncle Charlie I got up in my room? And another thing, I haven't got the greatest disposition in the world. And when I'm hungover, when my head hurts, I go crazy, and I'm liable to hit him. Not just hit him. I'll hit him with anything in his hands. Yesterday, I hit him with my shoe. With the heel. My shoe. Like heel, but it doesn't have to be a shoe. I'll think of anything to hit him with it. A frying pan, a bell of my fist, anything that's happening.
Well, I wanted you to hear that, Mr. Collin, because you said that Bobby had taken his belt at your house, and the woman last year said he took a frying pan.
He took a shoe with my wife's.
I think we'd better go see if everything's all right. Come with me. He's right down the hall.
How in the world did his mother come to be here?
It's a long story, Mrs. Appleton.
How did he know she was here?
That's an even longer story.
Here we are.
Is he in there with her?
Yes. Be quiet.
I brought you some presents, Mother. Look. Here's a belt. And here's a frying pan. And here's a shoe. See, Mother? They're for you. With my love.
Mothers of the world, rejoice, for you are loved. Of course, in the human nature of things, you are simultaneously hated, and by the same person. For no emotion as powerful as love can flourish unadulterated. Side by side with love goes hate. It is, you might say, a package deal. I'll be back shortly. Isn't our real life lived within ourselves? The posturing we do in full view of others, what is that but the antic behavior of a poor clown who needs to be applauded?
The exterior life is really only incidental, yet we expend all our energy on it, while the interior life is left to its own devices, as though deeply ashamed of it. We wish to disown it. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Marion Seldes, Martha Greenhouse, Hetty Galen, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the shadowy land of the imagination, where all things are possible. Would you believe that a husband and wife could look at the same woman, and the wife would see her as an old lady, almost in her dotage, while the husband sees a beautiful woman in her early 30s? Impossible, you say?
Of course, Ray. You know I'm going to bewitch you.
You've been trying, haven't you?
Only half-heartedly. Remember, you're married.
I never forget it for a moment. You're the one who seems to want to forget it. You won't even meet my wife.
Well, of course I will. Let's all attend a witch's Sabbath together. You, your wife, and I, your favorite witch.
You almost made me believe you're serious, Clarissa.
Dare to make the date, and then you'll find out. I'd love to see you at a witch's Sabbath.
Our mystery drama, The Young Die Good, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Patricia Elliott and Carol Teitel. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Weekdays on CBS television. Don't miss your favorite daytime dramas at new time. Follow the continuing stories of families in conflict. Their lives changing every day, full of turmoil, triumph, and treachery. On The Young and the Restless, that is the searing stories of romantic intrigue and hidden desire on As the World Burns. Be sure to watch The Young and the Restless and As the World Burns. Weekdays on CBS television. Check local listings for Utah.
Because Dad does a lot for you, True Value Hardware Store suggests you give him a Father's Day gift that will do a lot for him, like a quality Skil power tool. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you they offer the Precision 7 1/4-inch Skil circular saw to help Dad with a variety of home projects. For only $34.95, Dad will get a rugged, dependable power tool that features a powerful 1 3/4 horsepower motor. This popular saw will give Dad the quality and confidence of Skil and is available at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
A railroad car clatters to Pennsylvania's coal fields almost a century ago. Its only passenger, a doctor named Matthew Shields, beginning a 16-year special assignment for the American Red Cross. In railroad yards, on sidings, and in the great terminals, Dr. Shields would convert his home on wheels into a classroom and teach first aid and occupational safety to industrial America. And all along the way, local physicians were enlisted as Red Cross volunteers to continue the teaching effort. When the car rolled to a stop for the last time, 2 million people had learned first aid. The effort was called A Good Beginning, but only a beginning. Today, as the Red Cross begins its second century, we're proud that America still looks to us for first aid training. Now we teach over 3 million people every year, and we still say it's only a beginning. Red Cross, ready for a new century.
never been able to figure out why it's customary to tie strings of empty tin cans to the car of newlyweds. What do the empty cans signify? I can't go along with the cynic who suggested that the cans symbolize the extent of home-cooked meals that the poor groom is going to get for the remainder of his lifetime. I know for a fact that this wasn't true of the young newlyweds we're about to meet, Lisa and Ray Bissonette. Lisa happened to be a good enough cook to be able to win prizes. And on the day our story opens, she'd left a roast in the oven while she went out and explored the small grounds of the Bissonette's little dream house. A high hedge ran alongside the driveway that separated the Bissonette house from their neighbor. And Lisa, with a curiosity that all daughters of Eve have had since the Garden of Eden, poked her head through an opening in the hedge.
Hello there. Come on through and get acquainted.
Hello. I'm Lisa Bissonette. I'm your new neighbor.
I'm Clarice Wenderby. It's good to see young people next door again. I hope you and your husband will be very happy.
Thank you. Have you lived here long?
Well, I was here before your house was built. Of course, my husband was alive then.
And now you're alone?
Yes. And happy to see you. You're welcome to drop in any time, child. I'd be glad of the company.
That's very neighborly, and I'll return the invitation. Oh, but I have to run now. Take a look at my roast. I expect my husband in less than an hour.
Hi there, neighbor.
Oh, hi. I'm Ray Bissonette.
Well, I'm Clarissa Jaffe. Can I offer you a cocktail before dinner?
Sounds delightful, but my wife's expecting me. She heard me drive up. And,
Say no more. Just remember you have a rain check anytime.
I'll remember. Thanks.
It's nice to have neighbors again. Be seeing you.
Welcome, my lord and master, to your home and castle.
Hey there, doll. Don't let women's lib hear that greeting.
You know I didn't mean it.
You didn't.
Just the welcome part.
Hey, something smells delicious. And yours was the second welcome I got since I came home.
Oh?
You can say that again. The dish who lives next door was at that hedge opening in the driveway and asked me in for a drink.
That's why we're married, darling. I love you and your sense of humor.
What's so funny? She really did ask me.
I'm sure she did, darling. She's a lonely old lady. Oh, I'm sorry to spoil your little game, because I saw her earlier this afternoon, and you can't hope to make me jealous of a woman in her 80s.
Well, I don't know what woman you saw, Lisa. But the lady who spoke to me wasn't anywhere near 30, let alone 80.
I know what I saw and who I saw.
Well, I'm sure you saw what you told me, honey, but, well, at least give me the same break you asked for yourself. I know what I saw, too.
But it's crazy.
Well, there's probably some simple explanation.
I'll bet there is. And I'm the one who's going to get it from Mrs. Wenderby the first thing tomorrow morning.
Lisa, how nice of you to come visiting so soon and so early. Would you like a cup of coffee? Coffee would be nice. Well, let's go into the kitchen. I always find it cozier. Do you take cream and sugar?
Just black, thank you.
Tell me, are you getting used to the neighborhood? Do you find the shopping center exciting?
As a matter of fact, yes. But if you don't,
I get out so infrequently. There used to be a farmer's market on Duane Street that had the loveliest, freshest vegetables.
Duane Street
is just one block past the station. Of course, you don't meet your husband at the train, so...
My husband's really the reason I came over.
Oh, how interesting.
You didn't meet him yesterday, did you?
Did he say he did?
Well, he said he met a beautiful 30-year-old woman here in my house. Who's the woman my husband saw last night?
My dear child, don't tell me you're jealous.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wenderby. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Please, don't go. I'll try to help you. Why should it be so difficult? There's something here I don't understand, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. It might be best if you move. What? It really might be best. It's ridiculous. Do you know what you're saying? Yes. But Ray and I looked for a house for almost 6 months. We could never find a house like this at the price we pay. I know. Perhaps you'll do well to find out why this house went so cheaply. Hi, neighbor. I'm glad you decided to pick up your rain check on that drink so quickly.
No drink, thanks.
Oh, come in anyway. It's only neighborly to
I left the office early, just to straighten something out. This shouldn't really take more than a minute.
Are you afraid of me? Sit down.
Oh, thank you. It may sound silly, but last night my wife and I got into a ridiculous argument.
Oh, not over me.
Yes, you see, Lisa says you're an old lady.
Well, how could she, since we've never met?
Well, that's what I told her. But she insists she was here before me yesterday and spoke with an old lady who said she lived here.
Oh, now I understand. What a silly, silly mistake. The old lady your wife met is my mother, Therese Wenderby.
Your mother lives with you?
But not all the time. But she's here a good deal. My husband's wonderful about it.
Well, Lisa told me she was very definite about saying she lived here alone.
Well, now you know that isn't so, don't you, Ray?
I know, but how do I convince Lisa?
Well, being a woman, I think Lisa will understand when you tell her my mother's vain.
Vain? I find that hard to believe.
Are either of your parents living, Ray?
My dad, he's 68.
Well, you'll find that the older a person gets, the more childish their behavior can become.
Yeah, I'm glad you said can, because I don't think my dad...
Well, let's hope not. But can you understand why my mother lied to your wife?
No, not completely, but at least I'll be able to calm Lisa down.
No. It's the most ridiculous story I've ever heard.
But, darling, I tell you that
I know what you tell me. You've been telling me for the past half hour. And I tell you it's nonsense. Did you ask to see her mother?
It never occurred to me.
Why not?
Well,
You didn't take my word seriously enough to question this beautiful dame you say lives next door. That's why not.
Oh, no, Lisa. I can't know why you're making this personal. I believe you. I believe you met and spoke with an 83-year-old woman who said she lived in the house next door. Alone. Now, why won't you believe that this woman is the mother of the young woman who spoke with me?
Because Mrs. Wenderby said she didn't have a daughter.
But I've already explained that.
And I don't buy it.
For the 100th time, why not?
Because when I spoke to Mrs. Wenderby today and told her your story about meeting the young lady, what do you think she said to me?
I can't imagine.
She told me to move. Move out of this house.
Well, that proves it. The old girl is slightly batty.
I know how to settle this. We're going over there, the two of us, and straighten this out once and for all. Well, it is possible that they'll say to answer the door.
That's not possible. But it is possible that no one's home.
You said you were just talking to her.
I think we've been arguing at least 15 minutes. She could have gone out during that time.
But there are lights upstairs.
Well, some people leave lights on when they go out because they're afraid that an unlighted house is an invitation to a burglar.
I can't understand why you're so dead set against admitting that for some reason she doesn't want to meet me.
And I can't understand why we're standing outside an obviously empty house ringing a doorbell when we could go back to our place.
I'm sorry, Ray.
It's okay.
I don't know what's happening to us. Or I guess I should say what's happening to me.
I'm behaving like all the wives I've hated all my life.
Oh, forget it, love.
Ray, why was this house such a good buy?
What?
Mrs. Wenderby told me to ask you why we got this house so cheap.
Oh, I thought we were going to stay off this subject.
I just want a simple answer to a simple question.
Is that really all you're asking?
Yes. Why won't you answer me?
Well, I have my reasons.
I'm sure you have. And I guess it's because of the attractiveness of that 30-year-old woman you say lives next door.
Are you jealous? That's what this whole thing is about. You're jealous.
Don't be ridiculous.
For Pete's sake, Lisa, the reason I don't want to tell you is, well, it's because I'm afraid you'll get upset.
I'll be more upset if you don't tell me.
Okay. Superstitious people around here think there's some kind of jinx on this house.
Jinx?
It's silly, but there you are.
Why? Why do they think there's a jinx?
Something about the last two couples who lived here. Both husbands are dead. They died under peculiar... I don't know. Don't worry about it. It's all a lot of nonsense.
How did they die, Ray?
I don't know. Nobody knows. They just disappeared. Disappearing husbands have always been a problem to the wives they leave behind. And houses with a reputation for bringing tragedy to families that dwell in them have always been a problem to those who want to dispose of them. Behind both problems, there's always a reason. And that's what Lisa Bissonette intends to discover when I return shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Susan Anton. Fitness that feels good by day needs firmness that feels good by night. That's why you'll love the Perfect Sleeper. Luxurious top comfort plus deep inner support. You get both with every Perfect Sleeper. So remember, be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. It's a healthy investment in yourself.
Pour on the snap. Pour on the crap. Barbecue sauce. Pour on the snap. Ooh, pour on the crap. Barbecue sauce. Pour on the snap. Ooh, pour on the crap. Barbecue sauce. Only one barbecue sauce can give you the snap of this secret blend of 60 herbs and spices. Ours. Pour on the crap. Pour on the snap. Barbecue sauce. Pour on the snack.
For the hungry of the world, life can be worse than death. Because living with hunger means living with disease, blindness, mental retardation. They're crying out for help.
Please don't turn away from me. You're the caring one I need. With your help, I know I'll grow. You will give me hope.
1/4 of the world's people lives with hunger every day. But there is hope. Right now, Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish relief and development agencies are working with people in 90 countries. Please, help them. They're getting food to the children and bringing life-giving skills to the adults, so the hungry of the world will learn to grow their own food. Send your tax-deductible contributions to the Interfaith Hunger Appeal, P.O. Box 1000, New York 10150. You are the hope of the hungry. Please give. A public service of the Interfaith Hunger Appeal and Advertising Council. Today's civilization is replete with problem solvers of various kinds. We have our priests, ministers, rabbis, and gurus, and we have the psychoanalysts, the newspaper columnists, the palm readers, soothsayers, and astrologists, all doing their best to clear up the riddles of the living. Some strong-minded people prefer to do their own problem solving. Ray Bissonette was one of these, and he faced his problem by coming home early, leaving his car around the corner, and walking across the lawn of the house next door to his.
Hi there, neighbor. You look like a man with a problem.
All right, you are.
Can I help?
You bet. Because you're the problem.
Oh, don't tell me it's your wife and my mother again.
That's exactly what it is, and I'd be grateful if you just walk across to my house with me right now and let me introduce you to Lisa.
Of course.
You will?
Well, you sound surprised.
Forgive me, but this thing has Lisa so uptight. I guess all of her nonsense is rubbed off on me.
Well, what seems to be bothering her? Is she jealous?
It's hard to tell. She finds the situation strange.
Oh, it's my ankle. I turned it in this hole. I told Harry we've got to do something about the moles. They tunnel everywhere.
Can you walk?
I'll try. Would you let me lean on you? Oh.
No, this is no good. Let me carry you.
Well, I'm certainly not going to meet your wife, but you carry
No,
me.
I'll take you back to your place. Just put your hand around my neck. You want the couch or the chair?
Well, I think the couch, if you don't mind. I can put my foot up.
There you are.
Oh.
Anything I can get you?
Oh. No, thanks. And, Ray, I'm truly sorry.
Well, accidents happen.
Are you angry?
Oh, no. No, it was an accident.
You should be.
Why?
Well, isn't it obvious? You and your pretty wife are quarreling, and I'm the cause.
Oh, it'll pass.
Ray, do you find me fascinating?
Interesting.
But not irresistible.
Oh, come on, Clarissa. What are you trying to do?
Find out if I'm attractive to you.
You know you are.
Good. That makes me happy. Just knowing that I'm still attractive.
Hey, you talk like an old lady.
Well, women are funny.
I wish I could tell when you're leveling.
You will when you get to know me better.
Well, that's not going to be until Lisa meets you.
I promise you that we'll meet.
When?
I don't know, but...
Hey, how about you and Harry getting together with us for an evening? Maybe dinner and a show.
Well, I'd love it, but... Well, Harry's really pretty much of a stick in the mud.
Oh, I'm sure you can talk him into going out with us.
Well, I'll try.
How about this Saturday?
But you must prove to your pretty wife that there really is a Clarissa.
That's one reason.
I'll try to get Harry to go along.
Where shall we meet?
Well, if you don't hear from me, let's make it Theodore.
Okay.
The food is good, the lights are low, and the music romantic. Well, Clarissa and Harry are almost 1 hour late.
I guess so, but, well, relax. This is a lovely restaurant. We can have another cocktail.
No, thank you.
I'm sure they'll be here any minute.
Why am I sure they won't be?
Darling, I spoke with Clarissa this morning. It's just inconceivable they won't show. After all, we're neighbors. There's no reason for them.
Mr. Bissonnette.
Yes.
Telephone for you, sir. Shall I bring it to your table?
I'll see you at home, Ray.
Now, wait a minute.
I've waited too long as it is. Both of us know what that phone call means, and I've had it. If you want to talk to me, you can reach me at home. And if you're not at home in an hour, don't bother to come at all.
Here's your phone, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Hello?
Ray, darling, I don't know how to tell you this, but...
You can't make it.
Yes, that's right. Harry came down with this miserable look. I don't know, I guess it's a 24-hour virus or something, and it just... Well, look, let's make it another time.
Oh, well, that's out of the question now, Clarissa. It's been strange knowing you, but we better forget the whole thing.
Why, Lisa, child, what brings you here at this time of night? Your sick son-in-law, Harry. I thought maybe he'd like... Harry? Sick, isn't he? No, not that I know of. At least we're getting somewhere. You admit that you have a daughter and a son-in-law. Well, come in, child. All right. Now, perhaps you'll tell me why your daughter, Clarissa, doesn't want to meet me. Did you, find out why your house was such a bargain?
Yes?
And you're still not thinking of moving.
I want to see your daughter.
There's no way you can. Unless you're willing to take my advice.
Are you trying to frighten me?
I am trying to help you. Believe me, my child, I'm trying to help you. And I should know better.
What's that thunder?
I'm afraid we're in for a storm. You'd best be getting back to your house.
But you still haven't told me what
I've done more than I should. Now take my advice and take your handsome young husband and move out of that house.
My dear Mrs. Bissonette, I understand a little bit of what you're trying to tell me, but I still don't understand how you found me.
Professor Cooper, I told you, I was looking at these books on witchcraft in the library, and I came across your name several times, and everyone seems to agree that you're the foremost authority on witches. So I checked with the publishers, and they gave me your address.
And what is it you want me to do?
Tell my husband that at least there is the possibility that, well, that something very strange is going on at the house next door.
I couldn't possibly do that, Mrs. Bissonette. Not until I've done some investigating on my own.
Oh, would you, Professor? I'll pay whatever you...
It's not a question of money. It's time, of which I have very little. But if what you say is true, this might be very productive for my research for a book I'm doing on witchcraft now. I'll check it out.
This is my husband, Professor Linus Cooper.
Pleased to meet you.
Professor, please tell him what's happening next door.
I'm not exactly sure what's happening, but I have gathered enough evidence to make me suspicious and worried. What do you call evidence, Professor? I called at the house yesterday, and I saw the 80-year-old lady.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
And no one else. However, I'm going to make one further test. Mrs. Bissonette, tell me, do you remember seeing any clocks in the house when you visited?
I really can't say. I was only in the kitchen and walked through the living room.
What's all this about clocks?
Just this. I intend to get back into that house somehow in the next few days and explore it thoroughly. And if I find that there are no clocks in the house,
what?
I should then advise you to move, Mr. Bissonette, and move fast.
Mary Bissonette.
Please don't hang up.
Oh, Clarissa, I'm very busy, really.
I know. I apologize for calling you at your office, but I just have to explain.
No, I've told you that it's not.
Please meet me for lunch today at Whitley's, anytime at your convenience.
Now, one condition. That you promise to meet Lisa and talk with her.
I can't go into that again, not on the phone. What time?
1:30. It's less crowded then. I just hope I'm not making another mistake.
Well, I'm the one who made the mistake, thinking I could play this crazy game.
I don't understand.
But there is no Harry. That's why I couldn't meet you and Lisa last night.
You mean you're not married?
Divorced. You see, there was a Harry.
Why did you...
Lied to you?
Yes.
Well, because I like you.
Well, that explains everything. You like a guy, so you lie to him.
Well, you do if you're a divorcee and you want to see him again without problems.
It's still not making sense.
Maybe this lunch wasn't such a good idea after all. Because when I tell you about my mother, it's going to sound like something out of a confession magazine.
Try me.
Well, my mother... why is it so hard for me to say this? My mother isn't well.
You mean there's something wrong with her physically?
No. She's old and she gets... Well, you know how some old people get.
Senile?
A little more than that. As a matter of fact, the doctor has told me to institutionalize her, but I just can't. I won't.
Okay. I understand your problem, and
Even while you don't want to solve it by sending your mother away, but can't you understand mine?
Of course, Ray. And I promise to do something about it.
All you have to do is meet Lisa and explain it to her. And you also ought to tell your mother to quit telling people horror stories and scaring the wits out of them.
I'm home, Clarice. I'm home. And I'm alone. And I must talk to you. I know. Then you must know what I want to talk to you about. Of course. Please, be kind. How can I be anything else? Aren't we one and the same, just an older and a younger version of the same woman? That's why I know how angry you are, and it's also so useless somehow. Useless. Then why don't you appear, Clarice, before Ray? Let him see the old woman. For the same reason you don't meet Lisa and show her the young woman. Right, Clarice. You remember our bargain with him, our master. I only have so much of the energy, and it must be reserved for the young men whom we need to stay young. And I talk to the young women. But, Clarissa, this one I like. And you frightened her, Clarice. You scared her so much she went and talked to our old friend. Who do you mean? Professor Linus Cooper. And do you know what he's been talking about, Clarice? No, leave me alone. He has been asking about clocks. He wants to know if there are any clocks in our house. Clocks to tell the passage of time. You know what clocks are, you old fool. Please. And he is going to come here and he's going to look around unless I stop him.
It's very strange. I'd have sworn the house was right around the corner. Let's see that street sign. Yes, Green Tree Lane. That was the name of the street. I'll just drive over the hill and turn the corner and... Hey, look out, you fool! Watch
Clarissa, was that the sound of a car crash? I don't think Professor Cooper will come visiting. I'm too old, Clarissa, and too tired. I know all about it, Clarice. I know how old you are, and silly, and soft. You told Lisa Bissonette to move, although you knew very well that her nice young husband would move with her. Didn't you, Clarice? I've told you, Clarissa, I'm very old and very, very tired. Just remember, you'll be a lot older and a lot more tired if Ray Bissonette moves away. You, Clarice, might even be dead.
From our first arithmetic class, we're taught that 1 and 1 make 2. 2 and 2 make 4, and so on. Until today, we're living in the computer society where giant adding machines solve all our problems for us. However, our minds would boggle and the computer would break down in a world where 1 and 1 made only 1. I'll explain that strange arithmetic when I return shortly with Act 3.
The family's all gathered, summertime is here. Volleyball and barbecue, it's that time of year. Working up the stress, just sitting in the shade. Nothing's finer than the taste of his old-fashioned lemonade. Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Made with natural lemon flavors, so it's not too tart, not too sweet. Country Time lemonade flavored drink. Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Kodak brings the instant to life. An instant picture is instant fun.
Is that me?
Kodak offers you instant fun money. For a limited time only, get a $10 rebate when you buy either the Kodak Colorburst 250 or the new Colorburst 350 instant camera. See your photo dealer for details and get $10 for instant fun.
It is me.
Kodak brings the instant to life. Help me make it through the night.
Still up when the other TV stations are signing off?
After midnight, lonely, lonely night.
Now Channel 56 goes 24 hours.
Night and day. You are the one.
Catch Channel 56's primetime lineup, repeated overnight.
Working on a night move.
Watch quality TV like heartwarming dramas, intriguing science adventures, suspenseful mysteries, entertaining variety shows, interviews with Dick Cavett, and a range of music from jazz to rock, to country to classical. So tune in at Channel 56 anytime and sample our new 24-hour schedule. Now watch around the clock as Channel 56 goes 24 hours.
Jealousy is one characteristic that is just as prevalent among males as females. Jealous feelings often conceal themselves behind other facades. And Ray Bissonette is convinced that his wife, Lisa, is overreacting to their somewhat eccentric neighbors because she's jealous of the lady next door. Lisa's willing to admit there may be some truth in that, but she's also convinced there's a lot more to it than jealousy, even though she can't put a name to it.
There's something so very wrong. I know it. I feel it in my bones.
It just doesn't justify our giving up this house and paying a lot more for something nowhere near as nice.
And what about Professor Cooper?
You're going to try and blame an automobile accident on Clarissa.
Clarissa's just a name. I still haven't met her.
And you know why not.
Would you please listen to Clarice?
Why should I listen to an old lady who would be in an institution except for the kindness of her daughters?
You believe that?
Why not? A lot of old people get funny ideas.
Particularly when they live right next door to a house from which 2 young men have disappeared in the last year and a half.
My honey, you're really scared.
Yes. Yes, you big lug, I am.
Okay. Short of packing up and moving us out of here, what can I do to unscare you?
Listen to Clarice when you meet her.
And when will that be?
As soon as I can arrange it. I see your little lady friend from next door is coming to visit, Clarice. And I must say I'm glad to get a chance to rest. It's quite tiring for me. I know, Clarissa. I know. Now remember, we need Ray Bissonette. I know that too. I'm even more tired than you, Clarissa. Much more. I'm so glad you're home, Mrs. Vanderby. I have a lot that I want. Why don't you just come in and have some tea? I was just making myself a cup. Oh, thank you. You don't mind the kitchen? Oh, not at all. My dear, what is it you want from me? I think you should come with me to my house and tell Ray what you told me. Do you think your husband will move out because I tell him he should? You're very wise. And forgive me, but Very strange, too. Just very old. You don't think about growing old, do you? Well, of course not. You're too young and too alive. You're not worried about the lines and the wrinkles. You wouldn't look for some way, for any way, to stay young forever.
Now, come on, baby. This is the 20th century, the atomic age, the computer-controlled society. Don't give me this stuff about witches.
How else can you explain what's been going on?
I wish you'd tell me just what you think has been going on.
Ray, why is it that I only see Mrs. Wenderby and you only see Clarissa?
I don't know.
It's because you're a man and I'm a woman.
Why should that make a difference?
If they both were the same woman, it would make all the difference in the world, wouldn't it?
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, where in the world did you ever get a nutty idea like that?
From these books.
Then I suggest you stop reading them. Stick with the comics. They make more sense.
You see, the succubi are really frighteningly ugly, but to young men they appear beautiful and desirable.
I can't believe you take all this witch and succubi stuff seriously.
2 men who lived in this house before us disappeared.
The only thing about that bothers me is that it bothers you.
If you're really concerned about me, there is something you can do.
Well, if you mean move out, the answer.
I mean put my theory to the test.
How are we going to do that?
You make one last date with Clarissa.
Whoa.
Hear me out. Just for lunch or cocktail or coffee. You tell me when and where. I'll happen along and you'll introduce me. After I meet her, I'll give you my word I'll never mention witches or moving again.
Sorry, Clarissa, but I don't think I'm late.
You're right on the dot. Honestly, Ray, I was so excited when you called. I just couldn't wait to see you.
My wife asked me to call you.
Well, I find that fascinating.
She's really bugged about never having met you, and she's getting all kinds of crazy ideas about you and your mother, and I'm really worried.
Well, of course you are. I will have you and your wife at my house for cocktails tomorrow around 5:30.
Great.
But only on the condition that you come alone on the following day for tea.
I hate tea.
Oh, but you haven't tasted my brew.
But,
And you'll also promise to look deeply into my eyes when you drink.
You're putting me on.
I was never more serious in my life. And now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, but I wanted to tell you about this.
Talking to yourself, darling?
Oh, Lisa, no. I was just trying to tell Clarissa about your coming today.
Where is she?
She just this minute went to the ladies' room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, Lisa. She asked us over for cocktails tomorrow.
She did?
I've never seen you so excited.
When we ring the bell and Clarissa, or Clarice, opens the door and asks us in, it's going to be like the end of a bad dream for me.
For me, too, but only because of you. I've never seen you so tight before.
After I meet her, I'll make it up to you.
Just go back to being your old self.
I promise. Oh,
What's the matter?
I don't know. I suddenly feel dizzy, as if I'm going to faint.
Maybe we shouldn't go any further. We can call and make it for some other.
No way. I'm not going to break this appointment. Let's go. Oh, Harry,
What?
help me. I'm falling. You promised not to hurt her. The doctor's car drove into the highway a few minutes ago. We should be hearing from him any minute. There. Answer it. Answer it. I don't want him to think we've been sitting right on the phone. Now. Hello?
Clarissa?
Yes, Ray. Where are you?
I'm home. The most incredible thing happened. We were on our way to your house. Lisa suddenly felt faint. As a matter of fact, fainted dead away. Hit her head on a stone.
Oh, I hope it wasn't serious.
The doctor said she'll be okay in a day or so, but meanwhile, we have to postpone our date.
Oh, what a shame. I was so looking forward to meeting Lisa.
Not half as much as she was.
Remember, you're having tea with me.
That'll depend on how Lisa feels.
I'm so glad Lisa's feeling better, and I'm equally glad you came over for tea.
Well, would you be very upset if I drank something else? I'm just not much of a tea lover.
Well, you haven't tasted the tea I brewed. I promise you, an unforgettable experience.
Oh. Well, if you put it that way.
I do indeed. Oh, here, needs just a little sugar, but no cream.
Looks awfully strong.
Taste it.
Doesn't smell like any tea I ever drank.
Well, I told you, it's not like any tea you ever drank. Come on now, Ray. Take a swallow and look at me.
I see you.
I mean, in my eyes. Look deeply and drink deeply.
Oh, Clarissa. You're...
Yes, Ray. What am I?
Oh, you're truly beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Ray.
Your eyes, a radiance and a shine that I've never seen before, and your lips.
Yes. Yes, my lips. Would you like to kiss my lips?
Oh, yes. Yes, I would.
Oh, this is what I wanted since we first met, Ray. To hold you in my arms and hold you forever and ever, and hold your youth and your vitality and feel it make me young again. And do you still find me beautiful, Ray?
You've changed. But I can still see your beauty.
Drink some more tea, Ray, and hold me. Hold me tight and close, that's it. Squeeze me, Ray, and I'll squeeze you. Squeeze the life out of you and into me, and...
You're not Clarissa.
Of course I am. I'm your Clarissa, and Lisa's Clarice, and your true love.
Oh, you're old. You're the old lady Lisa saw.
Hold me. Hold me, Ray. Hold me tight. The tighter you hold me, the more I'll seem like Clarissa. Hold me, Ray. Hold me. And love me for all eternity. Because we're bound together forever.
To all the newly marrieds and about to be marrieds listening, I know of a charming little house for sale. It's a great bargain. The only qualification that's absolutely necessary is that the husband be a young and virile man. However, if you purchase it, you don't have to worry because all of you are strong-minded enough to know that there really aren't any such things as witches. I'll be back shortly.
When you want quality, instant printing in a hurry, see the professionals who bring the VIP.
PIP stands for Professional Quality Printing at Low Prices. PIP printers are trained in the latest printing techniques. They use professional presses to turn out printing you can be proud of. From carbonless forms, letterhead, sales reports, whatever. Depend on the professionals at PIP. Look for the PIP near you in the yellow pages under printers. That's PIP.
Hi, I'm Julia Motto for White Westinghouse. Because food storage needs are so different, White Westinghouse makes refrigerators in many styles and sizes. You can get spacious side-by-sides in both 3-door or 2-door styles. Or choose a model with the freezer on the top, even a model with the freezer on the bottom. And if you already have a separate freezer, buy the all-refrigerator model. Many good reasons to White Westinghouse, your house. White Westinghouse, your house.
Before Shogun, in a Japan of warring clans of star-crossed lovers, there was the glorious saga, Shike. Shike, the beautiful and violent epic of a warrior monk trained in 1,000 ways to kill. And the radiant noble woman whose passion for him defies all tradition. Shike, the Japan you will always remember. In the Joe paperback you will never forget.
Ohio's Junior Miss.
Thursday on CBS television.
The first runner-up, winner of an $8,000
It's the 24th annual America's Junior Miss Pageant. Lauren Green will host as 50 high school seniors compete to win the title of America's Junior Miss. Don't miss the America's Junior Miss Pageant, Thursday at 8, 7 Central and 9 on CBS television.
Speaking of witches, as we were, it's of course true that people have always had an ambiguous attitude towards them. In some literature, they're portrayed as fascinating, lovely women with quicksilver qualities who bewitch the males with their charms. In other stories, they appear ugly old bags, spreading evil and polluting everything they touch. Which is the true picture? Could it be, perhaps, that both are true? Think about it. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Carol Teitel, Ira Lewis, and Dan Arco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Now, what do you think of when you hear someone say, the spirit of 76? Fifes and drums? The Battle of Bunker Hill? Valley Forge? Most likely. But what isn't too well known is the fact that there was a spirit in 76. A spirit. A ghost. A demon. Indeed, a fearful, deadly apparition to whom all of us owe an almost incomprehensible debt. Because had we not been able to secure the good offices of this frightful phantom at precisely the right moment, well, we might still be subjects of his, I should say, her Royal Majesty.
Jabez Hornsby, this court-martial has found you guilty of spying for the enemies of your sovereign, King George III.
But, General, I just been trying to fight for freedom.
It is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until dead.
General, I don't think he's going to stand for it.
Well, you don't think who is going to stand for it?
One Dan Dingo, that's who. He's the old Indian spirit of justice. And these are his holy and sacred stamping grounds. He isn't going to let you hang me.
Oh, indeed. And how does this alleged spirit of yours
propose to interfere with His Majesty's justice.
Oh, you'll think of something.
Well, he better think quickly. Sergeant, march the prisoner to the nearest suitable tree.
Our mystery drama, Wind and Dingo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Jack Grimes and Kurt Benson. 1777 was hardly a vintage year for the American Revolution. We were losing. The British appeared to be so strong, so well organized, so wealthy, while we seemed so weak, so disrupted, so poverty-stricken. What we needed so desperately was a victory. Of course, in October, that victory would be ours. In a backwoods settlement in New York called Saratoga, British General John Burgoyne would lose not only a battle, but an empire. He would lose it because, well, historians have advanced all sorts of strategic reasons, but nowhere among them will you find mention of an Indian demon called Wind and Dingo. And no one speaks of an obscure American, Jabez Follinsby. Jabez Follinsby? Who could ever believe he would become a hero?
You're mad at me, John.
Oh, James, no, I ain't mad.
No, I can tell. I can always tell.
I said I ain't mad, and now let's be done with it.
John, take me back, will you?
No.
Why no? Because you're mad?
Because you just ain't cut out for soldiering.
But I just ain't cut out for farming either.
Yeah, I know.
I was practicing with your old musket, and I hit the tree every time at 50 yards. And that's a smoothbore. Well, you just give me a Kentucky rifle or even a Pennsylvania, and I could hit I could be a sharpshooter.
Well, how come then you hit Enoch Fraser's prize bull?
Well, there was an accident, I swear. I thought he was locked up in the barn, and so I wasn't watching.
Now, you promised me something, Jay.
Yes, John, I will.
I'm taking you to Uncle Dick's Tavern up near Saratoga.
John, that's way north. It's like a foreign country.
Yeah, but there'll be someone to take care of you, so you've got to promise that you'll behave.
But I can take care of myself, John.
Jabe, if you want to win the war, answer yes or no.
I guess so.
Well, you have to help out on the home front. And you can't have me coming back from General Gates' army to get you out of scrape. You've got to do your part. You've got to. Now, what do you say? Oh, there. They're coming after us, boy. We may as well face it.
Oh.
Look behind you.
It's Enoch Fraser and
the sheriff.
Hold in the name of the law.
Gotcha, dead right.
Gotcha in the act. Sheriff, place these felons under arrest.
Sheriff, you know we weren't running away.
I know, John, I know.
I got to get Jabe to his uncle's tavern up past Albany, and I only have a week's leave from the army.
I'm in my right, Sheriff. Jabez Follinsby here shot my prize bull. I demand compensation.
I'm willing to make good for him, Enoch. It's just that the army ain't been paid.
Am I supposed to wait, Sheriff? Throw him in jail. Well, I was only practicing so I could join the army and fight for freedom. Hey, what army would take a half-wit like you? I demand you arrest these two desperate brigands and throw them behind bars.
Now, everybody just shut up. Tomorrow morning, Judge Mackenzie's going to be in town.
Yeah, but Judge Mackenzie's Enoch Fraser's cousin.
It can't be helped. He's the only judge we got.
You throw them two desperados in jail, Sheriff.
We're all going back. We'll spend the night at Frankenthal's Tavern.
But they'll escape.
John, will you give me your word of honor? I don't want to put you and your brother in jail. All right. John, let's head back.
Well, Sheriff, I hold you responsible.
Oh, shut up, Enoch.
Well, can I ask you something, Enoch? Why don't you like me? What will I do with this, John?
I don't know.
But you're a captain in General Gates' army. That should mean something.
Yeah, I guess it would mean a lot more if we were winning.
John, you mean we ain't gonna win? Well, we gotta win. We just gotta win. We're fighting for freedom. Tell me we're gonna win.
Well, yeah, we're gonna win, I guess, but it's gonna take a whole lot longer than most folks think. You know how some folks are. They want everything yesterday.
Well, here are two really fine-looking boys. An asset to the town and a credit to the country. Mind if I join you, lads?
What's all this, Enoch?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll treat you to supper.
You will? Why?
Why? Because you're fighting for our country, John, and nothing's too good for you. And Mr. Frank and Fowl, beef and bread and beer for my two good friends.
What's on your mind, Enoch?
Well, now, boys, I got Jabe here for a good 16 pounds worth of damages. Agree?
Yeah, but I said I was sorry.
I know, son, I know. That's why I'm willing to offer John a proposition, a confidential proposition.
Yeah.
John, you and me, we're men of the world. Is that a fact?
You're talking.
Well, now, it ain't our fun, John. Them Southerners want the land in the Ohio Territory. The merchants are looking to get more for their goods. The rabble-rousers are out to have a good time. What's all this to do with law-abiding New York farmers like us?
Enoch, I don't want to hear any more.
Now, sit her down, Mr. Frankenthal, and make sure them plates are kept close. Well, now, as I was saying...
I said I don't want to hear no more.
Well, that ain't like you, John. You was always a prudent man. Prudent, that is, till you get swept up in this rebellion hip parade. Well, it gave a bunch of high-spirited boys a chance to play soldier.
Dave, don't you eat another bite.
Well, is something wrong with
the bread of treason?
Maybe you did win a couple of skirmishes against some poor, scared, imported German farm boys in red coats.
Oh, that evil spirit is called hold of Enoch.
But now the British are sending in trained and seasoned regulars. General Burgoyne is marching down from Canada. General Howe's marching up from New York City. You'll be cut in half, caught in a trap.
That's how you see it.
A prudent man thinks of the future. Therefore, he chooses the winning side.
And you think you have?
Oh, I know I have. And here's my proposal. As a captain in Gates's army, you have certain information.
You want me to become a traitor?
Oh, no. A lover of your fellow man. The war's lost. Why not end it sooner? End the waste of life.
I ought to report this to the sheriff.
John, you just see the light. Now forget about the damages to my prize bull. And he's worth 16 pounds.
I'll pay it.
Sure. But meanwhile, Jabe will have to sit in jail.
What? You wouldn't put poor Jabe
I'm
in jail.
entitled to justice. I'm entitled to my damages.
Jabez, you won't go to jail. I'll think of something.
What? There ain't a soul that can help you.
There is too. I know who can help us. I know.
Do you now?
He's always helped me when I called on him before. He'll help me again.
Jabe.
John, I'm going to call him my oldest friend.
You better call on your richest friend.
I'm going to call on him for justice. He'll help us. You'll see.
Jabe, look, everybody's looking at you.
It don't matter. He's my friend. He'll help. You remember Walking Beaver, the old Indian we gave food
Yeah,
to?
now you just come along with me, Jabe.
Before Walking Beaver died, he told me all about the secret of Jibway's spirit. A spirit that fights evil. He taught me how to call him. His name is Windandingo.
Hey, you hear that, everybody? Windandingo. What's that again?
Windandingo.
Windandingo. Now, that ain't the funniest I ever heard.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh at Windandingo.
Why not?
Because he don't like it.
He don't like it. He never.
I'm warning you. I'm warning all of you. Windandingo don't like it.
All right. The joke's over. Any man here who laughs at my brother has to settle with me.
Hold on, everybody. We don't want no fight. Now, John, you just take Jabe upstairs and put him to bed.
But, Sheriff, I don't want anything to happen to Enoch.
Nothing's gonna happen to nobody.
But Enoch Fraser has got to say he's sorry to Windandingo. He's got to say it.
Hey, John, you better get him upstairs.
Hey, by Jiminy, hey, by Jingo, I know your name, it's Windandingo. Fang of a wolf and an eagle's wing,
Oh, I say your name is Windandingo.
Hey, who are you talking to, Jabe?
Yeah, but nobody, John. Nobody at all.
Yes, you were. That's why I woke up. I heard you say something. Oh, yes, it's that crazy thing. That Windandingo.
No, it ain't crazy. I've seen him.
You have?
100 times. Most folks are scared of him, but not me. All you have to do is ask for justice, and that's all I've done.
That's all you've done?
Windandingo's a good spirit, and I'm asking him to fight against the evil spirit that's taken hold of poor Enoch Fraser. Because, well, it takes a spirit to fight a spirit, don't it?
Jabe, go back to sleep.
Yes, John. Tongue of a copperhead, horns of a moose, claws of a bear, feathers of a goose.
Jabe.
Hey, by Jiminy.
Jabe, shut up. I'm really sleepy.
But, John, this is the only time we can call Windandingo, at midnight. It's the only time he's able to hear the voice of mortal man. And the clock just struck. Listen. He's here. That's his voice.
Jabe, that's just an ego way off.
Listen.
Will you go back to sleep?
Who's that? Sounds like Enoch Fraser.
Enoch must be having a nightmare. Oh, Enoch does drink an awful lot.
No, it's Windandingo, all right. And justice is being done. I didn't think Enoch's crimes were that serious.
Well, he's quiet now. Now I guess he woke himself up from that nightmare.
No, he didn't wake up. He's dead.
That's enough, Jabe. I need my sleep.
And he brought it on himself. He's got no one to blame but himself.
Jabe, will you shut up and get to sleep?
Boys, get up. Wake up. I'm up, Sheriff. John.
What is it?
Boys,
What?
you got to leave.
What's wrong?
Don't let no one hear. Get out of here as fast as your legs will take you and as far as your horse can go.
Why?
Enoch Fraser is dead.
He's dead?
Dead.
Murdered? Who killed him?
Who? Why, Jabez. Who else?
Who else? Well, we know who else. Or perhaps we think we know. It was Windandingo, the ancient Indian spirit. Or was it? The fact is, we know Jabez wasn't there while the deed was being done. But our knowing cannot help Jabez. After all, none of us will be able to appear as a witness. However, I shall appear again in just a few moments with Act Two. It is the fall of the year 1777. We're about a month away from the great victory at Saratoga that will turn the tide. And one of the principal characters who will decide the fate of the revolution is now deep in trouble in a little Hudson River town. His name is Jabez Follinsby, the same Jabez we met earlier. Impossible. How could Jabez be the principal character in anything? Well, don't sell our Jabez short. He has a great many hidden facets.
Nah, Sheriff, you know Jabe couldn't kill anybody.
I know, but it don't look good.
Jabe, did you kill Enoch?
No, John, I never killed anybody.
He don't lie, Sheriff.
Except maybe that prize bull of Enoch's.
Look, boys, everybody heard Jabez threaten Enoch with this Windandingo.
No, Windandingo.
Well, whatever. And that was the name Enoch was screaming. You know how some folks are. They'll claim Jabe was guilty of witchcraft.
It's no witchcraft, just Windandingo bringing justice.
Sheriff, Enoch ate and drank like a pig. He had a nightmare and he died of indigestion.
Oh, no. I'm sure a point of view will be considered at such time as cooler heads will prevail. But the time sure ain't gonna be tomorrow morning. Now, you two better be on your way faster than lightning.
John, you don't believe I killed Enoch.
How could you? You were with me all the time.
Well, you could believe I had Windandingo do it.
I don't believe anything of the kind.
I didn't ask Windandingo to kill Enoch. All I asked for was justice.
Sure.
And it was justice Windandingo gave him. That's
Oh, there. There. Now, before we go inside, now you promise me that you will do as Uncle Dick and Aunt Martha say. You'll keep out of scrapes. You won't fire guns.
John, can't you take me with you?
If you come with me, you'll have to kill people. Now, could you do that, Jabe? Could you shoot a man?
No. I still have bad dreams about that bull. Aunt Martha!
What? It's John and
Hello,
David.
Aunt Martha.
Boys, meet my nephews. The taller one's the captain with Gates's army. And the other one, he's come to help me. Both of you, come right over here.
Yeah, all right.
Well, look at the two of you, how you've grown. Oh, Jay.
How's Uncle Dick, Aunt Martha?
Well, boys, your uncle's a prisoner.
A prisoner?
Captured at Ticonderoga. The redcoats took it back from us. I don't know, it don't look good. The way General Burgoyne's headed here from Canada with 10,000 men.
I better be getting back to my regiment.
Oh, you ain't going nowhere till you had your dinner first. You both sit down. I'll be right back.
You going back, John?
I have to.
You have to go and I have to stay. You'll be fighting for freedom and I'll be doing nothing.
You'll be doing your part, helping out here.
John, this war, it's the biggest thing that'll ever happen while I'm alive, and I'll have done nothing.
Don't say that. Who knows? You could wind up being a hero.
Oh, yeah?
I mean it.
Yeah, but by sweeping out of town,
By being ready.
being ready for what?
For whatever fate has in store.
Well, I look at myself, and you know what I say? I say, Jabez Fosby, fate has got absolutely nothing in store for you. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy, mind the music and the step, and with
You're there.
Yes, sir. You're a captain, aren't you?
Hey, I was captain.
I can tell from the uniform. My brother's a captain. He's a General Gates.
Yeah, well, where's the nearest American troop?
Oh, you're just there in Albany, Captain.
How far is that?
Oh, maybe 30 miles.
Get a fresh horse?
Yes, sir.
Now, listen, the British are broken through. General Burgoyne's headed this way.
They're coming. Aunt Martha, Burgoyne's army. They're coming.
I see him. I hear him.
Aunt Martha, I found a rifle in the hayloft.
You just leave it there.
Leave it. Yeah, but we just can't let Burgoyne's army go to Albany.
Yes, we can. Dave, the British are people, just like we are.
Yes, ma'am.
And they go to church.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're tavern keepers. It's an old and honored profession, and our duty is to dispense hospitality to all that cross our threshold.
Look at them, Aunt Martha.
Look. Big they are. How they march. All the guns and cannon and wagons and everything. I guess you could really call them an army. Not like
What, Aunt Martha?
nothing.
I don't care. I just bet our boys can fight better. Hey, look, that man with all the gold and the lace. Oh, ain't that some horse he's riding?
General Burgoyne himself.
He's riding toward us.
You better get on your feet, Dave.
Right.
Hold on. Thank you, madam. This, I presume, is Holland Smith's Tavern.
Yes, sir.
And you would be Mrs. Martha Forensby? And he would be your nephew, Jabez.
How did you know?
We have our information, madam.
You mean you're spies?
Jabe.
Well, now, Jabez, don't look down your nose at spying. You may decide to try it yourself one day.
Mrs. Hornsby, I'm told you prepare the best table in the province.
Oh, well,
Yes, I understand. You'll just as soon not feed a morsel nor bestow a drop upon the red-coated tyrant.
Oh, no, I never said it. Why, I was telling Jabe here just before that...
Yes, well, we shall pay. I might add at your usual pre-rebellion rates. None of your Yankee hanky-panky. Captain Sterling, the army will halt here. Parkhurst, have our baggage brought in. Well, James, no need to look frightened.
What? I'm not frightened.
I haven't come here to hang you from that sycamore tree. Although if I did, would it be such a significant loss to anyone? Would it?
Well, sir, it would be a significant loss to me.
Come in.
You told Aunt Martha you wanted this wine, General. Here it is.
I see.
Aunt Martha wants me to clean up the room, too.
Yes. May I inquire, Jabez, that's a rather large knife you carry in your belt.
Yes, sir.
You look like a peaceable enough fellow. Why are you so well armed?
Well, I'm in the woods a lot, and you need a knife.
Yeah, I must say, Jabez, I'm considerably relieved. I'd overheard you and your aunt talking in the kitchen.
Oh, General.
Well, I wasn't eavesdropping. Well, the truth is, I was. Who can resist the temptation? And I heard you talking about fighting for freedom. I had assumed, perhaps, that you might strike a blow for freedom with that knife.
With the knife? Well, how?
How? By letting out the heart's blood of Sir John Burgoyne.
So, please don't say that. The idea of stabbing somebody, it makes me sick.
Well, what's this? You're actually trembling. Here, have some wine.
No, sir. That'll make me sicker.
Oh, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. But you must admit that the assassination of the tyrant commander, that I believe I'm called, would be a mighty blow for freedom.
No, sir. I ain't gonna admit that.
Why not?
Well, I've been thinking and... Well, I figure I'm willing to die for freedom. I'm just not willing to kill for it.
Sir, the dispatches have arrived. You have a communication from General Howe. Do I have a letter from Mr. David Garrick in London? No, sir. Well, are you sure, Parkhurst? Yes, sir. But this letter from General Howe... But Garrick, as good as promised, he would produce my play this season. Sir, this letter from General Howe... Oh, the devil take General Howe. Damn it, Parkhurst. My Maid of the Oaks is as good a work as anything Garrick could put on the boards. Better. This letter from General Howe in New York City is most urgent. The devil take William Howe. Fanny Kendall herself wants to play the part of... Did you say a letter from General Howe in New York City? Yes, sir. Well, just what in the seven unholy names of Satan is Wee Willie Howe still doing in the city of New York? He should be halfway to Albany by now. Well, sir, the letter was sent from New York. But General Howe is marching on Philadelphia. Philadelphia? May I have that letter? Good. So, dear Burgoyne, the greatest assistance I can give you is to capture Philadelphia and thus prevent Washington from moving northward. You're a peated servant. Washington? He wants to save me from General Washington, that threadbare Virginia aristocrat and his pathetic rabble that masquerades as an army. Well, it's Gates and Morgan who threaten me here. But, sir, what's to be done? Well, we'll move back very quickly toward Fort Ticonderoga before the rebels can close in and cut us off. Jabez, bring me more wine. Quickly. Yes, sir, General. I want the army ready to march in 2 hours.
Jabe, I was listening at the door to every word. General Howe ain't coming. Burgoyne has to skedaddle back to Canada.
Well, that's a blow for freedom, isn't it?
It'll be a bigger blow if Burgoyne was captured, taken with his whole army, the entire kit and caboodle, all in guns and horses and ammunition and supplies.
But how, Aunt Martha, how?
You're gonna do it, Jabe.
Me?
Yes, sir, you're going to be responsible for the capture of Gentleman Johnny Burgoyne and 8,000 of the best troops in the whole British Army. You, Jabez Follinsby.
Well, the only thing that can be said at this point in time is that she knows something we don't know. And she's right. Because as students of history, we know the end of the story. We know that Burgoyne and his army were captured. Now, we shall expand that knowledge and discover how, when I return shortly with Act 3. Each must answer the call of fate. For some, it comes early, for others, late. And fate is now calling to Jabez Follinsby, a young man of New York State in the year of 1777. Proof again, if proof were ever needed, that some of the most remarkable and earth-shaking events occur not simply because of the actions of the rich and the powerful, but also through the unconscious intervention of the powerless and the lowly.
General Burgoyne can be captured by our General Gates if
what, Aunt Martha?
If they can get here quick enough, Jabez. If Gates can only send some cavalry real fast, they could delay Burgoyne long enough for the rest of the army to come up and capture him.
Well, what can I do?
Oh, you can mount Mayflower. She's the fastest horse we got in the stable, and ride like the wind to where General Gates is camped, and tell him, Jabe, are you listening to me?
Yeah, Aunt Martha, I'm listening.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I can hardly believe it.
Believe what?
Well, what John said, and yet it's come true. John said, he said if I was ready, fate would make me a hero.
Well, it has come true.
And I can fight for freedom without shedding blood.
You ain't got a minute to lose. Saddle up Mayflower.
No, I have to bring General Burgoyne a bottle of wine.
Oh, I'll do it.
Yeah, but he asked me.
Be on your way, Jabe. Every minute's as precious as gold.
Goodbye, Aunt Martha.
Goodbye, Jabe. And the good Lord bless you.
Captain Sterling has ordered all unit commanders to be ready to move in 2 hours.
But I want a screen of light cavalry on both flanks.
May I say, sir, that it's a brilliant maneuver.
No doubt. But back in London, it will be construed as an inglorious retreat.
But a most necessary one.
Yeah, to my political enemies, and I have a vintage crop this year, a retreat is always a disgrace.
But, General, to move an army so many miles through hostile territory is surely a feat worthy.
No, I shall be Burgoyne the bungler, while Howe will be the hero. Howe with his cheap victory at Philadelphia. Did I say cheap? It will cost us these 13 colonies. Where's my wine? Jabez!
General, you ordered this bottle.
Yes, and about time, too.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I tell you, Parkers, this William Howe, he hasn't the sense, the brains, the intellect of this young servant, this Jabez Follinsby. Where is Jabez, Mrs. Follinsby?
Where's Jabez, sir?
Yes, madam. Oh, yes?
Well, I sent him. I sent him to the barn to.
Yes. Well, I wish to see him.
Oh, but he's got to chop some wood.
I wish to talk to him.
Oh, but begging your pardon, sir, unless he does his chores, you aren't going to have wood for your fire tonight, or for me to cook your supper.
May I suggest a solution to the problem? I shall assign an orderly to the wood chopping, thus freeing Jabez for his more important duty, which is to speak with me. Fetch him, if you please.
Madam, is there a difficulty I am unaware of? Why are you so nervous?
Me?
So frightened? And where is Jabez?
By the barn chopping wood, sir.
I can see the barn very clearly from this window, but I neither see nor hear Jabez.
General, the boy was in here when I handed you the dispatch from New York City. Could he be off for General Gates's encampments?
Who will, Mrs. Follinsby? Could he?
Oh, no.
Parkhurst, have a party of scouts go after him. Well, Jabez?
General, I guess you were wrong.
Wrong?
Well, you said you didn't come here to hang me to the sycamore tree outside, but those men who captured me said that's what you're going to...
I'm sorry, Jabez, but we have rules.
Don't hang him. Why should you hang him?
Because he was conveying information to the enemy.
Who says so?
Now, madam.
Who says so? But maybe he just felt like taking a little ride on horseback. I mean, is that something to hang a man for?
I see. Well, that would, of course, place the case in an entirely new perspective. Is that what Jabez was doing?
Yes, sir.
Is it, Jabez? Were you merely out for a little ride? Or were you conveying information to General Gates?
Tell him you were just out for a little ride, Jabez.
I was bringing information to General Gates.
Shall I ask that question again, Jabez?
No, sir. I heard it the first time.
Damn it, Jabez, do you want me to hang you?
No, sir, but I don't want to lie neither.
General, the army is ready to march. I know that, Parkhurst. May I suggest we hang the prisoner and be on our way? Jabez, I don't want to hang you.
I know that, sir. I appreciate that, but I can't lie.
Even if you have to die?
I won't die.
Oh, indeed? Why not?
Well, because that wouldn't be justice. And that's why Windandingo wouldn't let it happen.
I don't believe I caught that name.
Windandingo.
Yes?
Windandingo, he's the old Ojibwe Indian spirit of justice. And all through here, all through this country, it's his holy ground. And if you ask him for justice in the right way, he'll see you get it.
Yes. Well, my boy, I suggest you ask him.
I will.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Midnight.
Midnight?
Well, yes, sir. You can't raise them till midnight.
But I intend to hang you now.
Well, you wouldn't do that, General. You're a fair man. You give a man a chance.
I am giving you a chance. Just tell me you are out riding for pleasure or to visit your girl and we're quits.
I don't get any pleasure riding a horse, and I don't have a girl here.
General, every minute we delay... Jabez, do you expect me to wait till midnight?
I expect you to do the right thing.
But what is supposed to happen at midnight?
I'll call on Windandingo.
Yes?
And he'll appear.
Where?
Right here. And only here.
Why?
Because this is where the injustice was first made.
And then?
And then... he'll see that you give me justice.
How?
I don't know, General. That'll have to be between you and Windandingo. He'll convince you somehow.
You mean a spirit will materialize and convince me that it would be unjust to hang you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, shall the light cavalry be posted on the flanks now? He will actually appear?
Yes, sir.
General, we need every minute. Parkhurst. Yes, sir. Do you know what this lad is saying? Yes, sir. No, sir. A spirit, an Indian spirit, will appear here at midnight to plead for his life. Sir, any hour now, the rebels will know about General Howe. We have just about run out of time. No, Parkhurst, we run out of life. The time, there's enough and to spare. Look at that boy's face, Parkhurst. I must remind the General, he is the only completely honest human being you and I have ever met. Let us salute him. Sir, now, Jabez, this Windandingo of yours, he will appear promptly at midnight. General, is it possible you don't realize, Parkhurst, I would deserve disgrace if I run from this continental rabble. I've decided to stay, to fight, and to break the back of this impertinent rebellion. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Jabez, will your Windandingo appear promptly at midnight?
Yes, sir, he will. You'll see him.
I had better, because if I do not, if you are playing me false, then I shall hang you. Hang you from the bough of that sycamore tree. I shall hang you by the neck until you are dead, and leave you dangling for the kites and crows to feast on your carcass. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sir, I wish to report that it's midnight. I'm aware of that, Parkhurst. Also, word from the outposts.
Enemy signs on the left flank.
Thank you, Parkhurst.
There may still be time to break out.
That will be all.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's midnight, Jabez. Jabez?
Hey, by Jiminy. Hey, by Jingo. I know your name. It's Windandingo. Fang of a wolf and an eagle's wing. I know your name is Windandingo.
Is he a wolf? An eagle? What, Jabez?
Tongue of a copperhead, horns of a moose, claws of a bear, feathers of a goose.
Where is he, Jabez?
I know your name. It's Windandingo.
Well?
Windandingo. I don't know, General. I don't know. He's always showed up before.
Were you lying to me?
No, sir. Those words always fetched him.
Admit you were lying.
But I was telling the truth.
Say you were frightened.
No, it's the truth.
You made it up to save your life.
I tell you it's true.
Admit it's a lie, and I'll spare your life.
But I've seen him. I know him.
All that, Jabez, I shall hang you.
Windandingo! Windandingo!
There is no Windandingo. But there is a Major Parkhurst, and I shall order him to assemble an execution squad.
Windandingo! Windandingo! I know your name! It's Windandingo!
There is no Windandingo!
Listen.
Major, quiet. I can hear an eagle screaming in the distance.
Listen!
Can that be a bear prowling about?
The hissing of a snake, the call of a moose, the growl of a bear, the cackle of a goose. It's Windandingo.
What? There is no Windandingo.
If you hear him, and you see him.
Well, I think I see something. The shape of a man. Two, a snake. A bird. His feathers. The hair. Claws, fangs.
You see him. You see him.
What is it?
It's Windandingo.
No. It isn't possible. It doesn't exist. These things don't exist.
It's Windandingo.
No, I'm dreaming.
You're awake.
I had too much to drink.
It's Windandingo.
What does he want with me?
Listen to him.
I'm listening. I can't hear a word.
He talks without words. He's in your mind. Listen to what he's saying. He gets angry if you don't listen. What is Windandingo saying?
Spare his life. Give him justice. Give the people justice. Without justice, there is only death. 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 Oh, Jabez, I never wanted to.
General Burgoyne, you help!
What have you done to the General?
Well, I didn't do nothing.
General, are you all right, sir? Yes, sir. Where did it go?
Where did what go?
But it was just standing there.
What was just standing here?
Oh, Jabez.
Yes, General.
You're a young scoundrel.
But sir,
I really should hang you.
Windandingo was here.
But I won't. On one condition. Give me your solemn oath. Go join Gates's army.
Sir, I really am not much for fighting.
Jabez, there's nothing so destructive to the smooth operation of an army, indeed a government, as a completely honest man. You've done enough damage here. Now take your talent for disruption over to your own people. It's perhaps the best chance we British have to win this war.
Well, Jabez did manage somehow to join General Gates' army, and he fought side by side with his brother John. However, Burgoyne's cynical hope was not to come true. After all, we did win the war. So you see, Jabe's honesty, sincerity, and idealism didn't do us too much damage at that time. I'll be back shortly. In case
case you're wondering what happened to Gentleman Johnny Bragoni, he went home to become richer and more powerful than ever. He spent the rest of his life writing plays, and they say one of them was about a powerful Indian spirit. Unfortunately, many of his papers have been lost. A pity. However, if they ever find that play, we'll present it here for you on Mystery Theater. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Court Benson, Mason Adams, Earl Hammond, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Come in. What's that? Yes, it is rather dark in here. You see, we never turn on the lights. We don't need any. At the Radio Mystery Theater, all we illuminate is your imagination. We fill it full of ghostly radiations, mysterious emanations, the eerie glow of terrifying images. And now we have a most unusual image for you. The image of a doll. Yes, I said doll. And a very pretty one, too. Long, silky blonde hair, innocent, round blue eyes, a charming dress of taffeta and lace. This is the central character of the story you're about to hear. Of course, you're asking, what makes a doll an image of fear and horror?
You've got to find it, Jimmy. You've got to get that doll away from him.
Okay, honey, okay. Give us a little time.
I don't have any time. If something happens to that doll, I'll die.
Our mystery drama, The Doll, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slusser and stars Joanne Linville and Ross Martin. Our story begins in the classroom of a small coeducational university. Not a very unusual setting. But today, these young men and women are hearing an unusual lecture. The guest speaker is Professor Eric Douglas, and the subject of his address is written in chalk on the blackboard. Let's step a little closer and see what it says. Homeopathic magic, ancient and modern. Let's be quiet and listen.
For thousands of years, people believed they could injure or destroy their enemy by injuring or destroying an image of it. And so they made likenesses in cloth and wood, in clay. The ancient Egyptians used wax. The wizards would take a drop of a man's blood, clippings from his hair or parings of his nails, and knead them into a wax figure.
You mean like a voodoo doll, Professor?
Voodoo belonged to the modern era, but the idea is exactly the same. Once the doll was made in this fashion, the victim was at the mercy of the sorcerer. So, you see, the doll is really man's oldest toy and perhaps his deadliest.
You mean that stuff really works?
Well, that is the strangest part of all.
Sometimes it works very well.
You can't be kidding, Professor.
Young lady, I wonder if you'd like to help me with a little experiment.
Me, Professor?
Yes. Will you come up front, please? Now, just for the fun of it, shall we make a doll?
Huh?
All right. Now let's see. What shall we use? Now this little towel will do fine. I'll just tie a knot to make the head. There we are. And now let's dress it up a little. Can you help me?
How?
Well, with some part of you, the hair from your head, perhaps. Now, how about something you own? That ring, maybe. May I borrow that?
Well,
Well, yeah, thank you. Now, we'll put that around the neck. Voila! We have an instant voodoo doll. Fascinating, isn't it? To know that the doll is meant to be a representation of you? Now look at it.
I'm looking.
Yeah, well, keep looking. Now, don't take your eyes off it. You can almost see your face in the cloth, can't you? It's almost as if the doll is you. Whatever happens to the doll happens to you. You, the doll. You, the doll. Sharing one body between you. One life. One destiny.
I still think it's silly.
All right. And let's see what happens when I take this letter knife.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I'm merely going to plunge this knife into a meaningless piece of cloth.
No.
Prudence? 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 You called me Professor? Yes. I want to know what you think of this record. Fred Cartwright sent it to me. Claims it's an authentic Damballa ritual march.
I could not say, Professor.
I think we probably recorded that on Hollywood Boulevard. Well, that's enough of that. Well, what's become of Laura? Isn't she home yet?
She's just arrived, sir. She's in the living room.
Oh. Laura, darling. I didn't hear the door. You're very late.
Oh, I'm sorry. The match wasn't open until 6. They went to 5-6.
And who won?
You know you don't care the first thing about tennis.
That's a young man's game. Not for old birds like me.
Stop that. You're far from old. Oh, Prudence, I hope I didn't spoil your dinner.
It's all right, Miss Fletcher. I'll go see to it now.
Eric, why won't she ever call me Laura?
Oh, it's just her way. You know how it is in the islands. The servant's place is the servant's place. Tradition.
It's more than that. It's resentment.
You've got your father's sensitivity. Harry was always thinking that people resented him.
Maybe he had good reason. He wasn't very popular among his colleagues.
Your father was a renegade. That's why. One thing to investigate primitive cultures. That's an anthropologist's job. But to spend your life among them, to raise your child among them.
I never complained.
Well, you managed to turn out pretty happily. But you're still half savage, of course.
Am
You can't fool me, Laura. You're still a child of voodoo, just like Prudence.
Don't be silly, Eric.
I know you, all right. When the full moon rises and the drums start to beat in the jungle and the serpent god Damballa raises his hooded head.
Eric, stop it.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry. I have that awful headache.
Again? Well, come on, let's take care of it.
Okay, Father, I'll be right in a moment.
Best time to stop it is early, right now. You listen to Dr. Douglas here, and we'll get rid of that pain in 2 minutes. Come on now, lie back.
All right.
Now, just relax. Just remember how we've done this before.
Yes. I remember.
That's right. Now shut your eyes, Laura.
Think of your mind as a large, empty cavern. And in the cavern you hear my voice, very faint, as if I'm speaking to you from far, far away.
Yes.
You feel at peace, relaxed, happy. Your head is clear. Your pain is gone.
Yes. It's gone.
Oh, you're happy now, Laura. You're happy to be here with me. With me, my darling. Aren't you?
Yes. I'm.
You love me, Laura, don't you? Not in the way you loved your father. You love me as a man. I'll say it, darling. Say, I love you, Eric.
I love you.
Say my name, Laura. My name.
I love you, Jimmy.
What is the matter with you, Prudence?
I'm sorry, Professor. The dish fell from my hand.
What is it? What happened?
Nothing, my dear. You're fine. You're just fine. Prudence just dropped something.
I came to tell you that dinner is ready.
Well, so you had a good tennis game, did you? Was it mixed doubles?
It was, as a matter of fact.
Oh, who was your partner? Not someone named Jimmy by any chance?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Oh, no mystery. You spoke his name while you were hypnotized. Who is Jimmy?
Well, his full name is Jimmy Collins.
You known him long?
About 3 months.
3 months. We've never mentioned him before.
Oh, I'm sure I did. But I had enough for you to make an Eric. I'm sure you two would get along.
What's he do for a living besides mixed doubles?
He's in Wall Street.
Well. Maybe you started choosing your friends more carefully, darling. I'm glad to see that. But, just the same.
Eric, I wish you would stop talking to me like a scolding father.
I am not your father. I was talking to you as a friend.
I'm sorry.
Do you wish dessert now, Professor?
No. No, Prudence, no dessert. Gotta stay in trim. Who knows? I might take up tennis yet. Laura, I'll tell you what. Why don't you bring this Jimmy around? I'd love to meet him.
No, I'm afraid I don't know much about Haiti, Professor Burnside. I've never been to the island.
Oh, well, of course, Laura has told you of her life there.
Oh, yes, she's told me all about it. In fact, you spent some time there yourself, didn't you?
Yes, a few years. That's where I met Laura and her father, as a matter of fact.
You see that Eric brought back half the island.
Well, I have my souvenirs, like this thing, for instance.
What is that? Looks a little tacky to me.
Well, they call it an oranga packet. It's a charm the voodoo men use for every purpose. Some good and some bad.
You should throw out that awful thing.
That was a gift made for me by an old mamaloy in Port-au-Prince. It's a protective charm, guaranteed to ward off the devil, and of course, Laura can tell you more about it. Laura's much more of an expert on voodoo than I am.
I mean, just because she was raised on the island? Well, it's an interesting primitive study, otherwise sheer nonsense, of course.
Oh, no, you shouldn't have said that. You've offended Laura dreadfully. Laura's a believer, you know. She played with voodoo dolls the way other children play with Chatty Cathy and Betsy Wixie.
Eric, please stop.
Ask her, Jimmy. Go ahead, ask her if that isn't so.
Oh, I'd feel very foolish asking that question.
Jimmy, of course it isn't so.
Well, that's good to hear, frankly. I mean, it'd be a heck of a thing on our honeymoon, waking up and finding an awanga bag in my slipper.
Did you say honeymoon?
Yes. Did Laura tell you? Laura and I are engaged. We're going to be married next week.
Professor,
What do you want?
it's late, Professor. After midnight.
Leave me alone, Prudence. Go to bed.
There is no chain strong enough to hold her.
What'd you say?
The girl is not of your blood. Why do you struggle to keep her?
Prudence, I can't lose her. You hear me? If I lose Laura, I die.
No, Professor.
Oh, you've got to help me. If you want me to live, you've got to help me.
There is nothing anyone can
And there is something that you can do.
What is that?
I've been thinking about it all night. Prudence, you can make a doll.
Well, what have we here? A four-sided triangle? Professor Eric Burnside, young Laura Fletcher, Jimmy Collins, a servant named Prudence. Or is this going to turn out to be a five-sided triangle with the fifth member of the equation, a doll? We'll find out what Prudence can do to help the professor in his emotional dilemma when I return shortly with Act 2. A week has passed since Laura Fletcher made her earth-shaking announcement to Professor Eric Douglas. The announcement which turned the professor's world completely upside down. But for a man who has looked into the future and found it bleak and empty, Eric seems like a happy man at the moment as he listens to the sound of the Damballa ceremony and waits for Laura Fletcher to enter the room.
Eric? I'm here.
Laura! Well, let me stop this racket. Well, don't you look lovely?
And don't you look at me? Eric, I can't tell you how good it is to see you smiling.
Well, I got something to smile at, all right? Myself. I don't know what came over me that night, Laura. I just not myself. I couldn't let you run off and get married without my blessing and a suitable present, of course.
A present? Eric, you shouldn't.
You've always admired this ivory charm, and I want you to have it. You and Jimmy.
Oh, Eric, it's beautiful. It must be priceless.
Well, it's not as priceless as our friendship. I wouldn't want anything to happen to that.
Oh, thank you so much. Jimmy will be as thrilled with it as I am.
I think we should talk before you go away, darling. I think we should talk about your father.
What about him?
I have to ask you this, Laura. Whether or not you've ever told your fiancé the full story.
I've told him quite a lot.
Including the way it ended for him?
Don't talk about it now, Eric.
You know, I still blame myself. I knew that Harry wasn't right in the head. I could see the signs. And I shouldn't have let you go as far as I did.
Please, Eric. You know that I cannot bear to remember that time.
I know. You were only 14, but you witnessed it all. His mad delusion.
Don't. Oh, my head.
Whoa, what is it?
It's a...
The pain again?
Yes.
Oh, poor darling. Here, come on, lean back.
It happens every time. I remember my father.
Shh. No, don't talk. Just lean back, relax, close your eyes.
Yes. Thank you, Eric. Thank you.
Now breathe deeply, darling. Deeply. Now you remember how we do this together. How we make the pain disappear. How you clear your mind of everything with the sound of my voice.
Yes.
You can't hear anything but me now, Laura. Just my voice echoing in your mind. You're asleep now. You're so deeply asleep that you won't waken until I tell you. You won't know anything but what you hear me say. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
That's it, my darling. Deep, deep, deep. Prudence? Prudence?
Yes, Professor. I'm here.
Bring it to me.
No, Professor, this is wrong.
Bring me the box, Prudence.
Very well. Here.
Yes. Yes, Prudence, a beautiful doll. That's a beautiful likeness. Laura? Laura? Open your eyes.
Yes.
What do you see, Laura?
I see.
There, darling, there. It's all right. It's fine, Laura.
What happened?
Nothing at all. You were asleep and you had a bad dream.
Asleep?
Yes. You had one of your headaches, you remember? And I put you under hypnosis, and then I decided to let you sleep it off. You seem so tired.
I feel so strange.
I know. The truth is, well, I'm not sure that you're well.
What do you mean?
When do you and Jimmy plan to get married?
This weekend.
I can't help wondering if that's wise.
What do you mean?
I wonder if you're well enough. You seem so run down, and the headaches are obviously worse. Took a long time to make you lose the pain.
Everett. Jimmy and I are getting married. This Saturday. We're driving to Crompton Lake, and we're getting married by the Justice of the Peace. Nothing is going to change that. Nothing.
You sure you feel okay, Laura?
Yes, I'm all right.
You hardly said a word since we started out.
That a girl doesn't want to get married every day of her life. Maybe it's time to reflect.
Haven't changed your mind, I hope.
No, I haven't changed my mind.
Well, then what's that cold sweat all about? It's not another one of your headaches, is it?
No, it's just nerves. It's perhaps those jitters. Now, maybe if you didn't drive so fast.
Can't help it. I'm in a hurry.
Don't have to rip the bell off the door, young man.
I'm sorry about that. My name's Collins. I called this morning about the wedding.
Oh, the judge is inside. He's near deaf as a post, so better make the I do's good and loud.
I intend to.
Oh, come in. Come on, come in, folks. I'm a likely witness.
Fine.
Young lady, you send, not here. That's the young man.
Honey, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
You sure you wouldn't like a glass of water?
No. Thank you.
Steady, and it only hurts for a minute.
Dearly beloved, we're gathered together here in the sight of God, and thanks to His company, joined together this man and this woman, holy matrimony, which is an honorable state instituted by God, signifying unto us this union as the Church of Christ and His church, which holy state Christ adorned, and supplied
What's the matter?
What's the matter? What?
I got this awful pain. This terrible pain.
raining.
Oh, Jim. I'm so sorry.
Now, come on, don't be sorry. Just take it easy, that's all. That's what the doctor said.
I do feel better now. Much better.
Well, who would have thought the day'd turn out like this? Stuck in a cheap motel across the street from the Justice of the Peace. We're not even married yet. It would be deliciously simple if it weren't for this miserable room.
Jimmy.
What is it?
Oh, God. Jimmy. Don't.
What's the matter, honey? Is the pain again?
No, something else. Jimmy, I have to get up.
Come on,
I have to get up.
darling. You heard the
I have to move.
Laura!
Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy!
Lord, you hit the wall!
I can't stop myself.
Laura, stop!
Hold me, Jimmy! Hold me! I can't stop myself.
Don't fight me! Don't fight me! Stop! Bringing yourself around this way!
I can't help it. I can't. I have to move.
Look out for the table!
What's happening to me? I have to get control of myself. I don't belong to myself anymore.
Laura!
I can't tell you how sorry I am, Jimmy, but I also can't say that I'm surprised.
What do you mean?
Well, my field is anthropology, but I'm not a complete stranger to the psychological sciences. In my opinion, Laura's problem is the result of a conflict, the difference between two worlds, the world of everyday reality and the dark world of superstition. No matter how much she laughs about it now, Laura grew up believing in devils and zombies and voodoo dolls.
I just can't believe that.
Well, that's why I feel so strongly that Laura, well, she just isn't ready for marriage. Here, let me show you something.
What is that?
It's a doll. Now, as you can see, it's a very good likeness of Laura. Prudence is an artist of sorts.
Your servant made this?
Yes, it's her hobby. It's a sort of sculpture. But what do you suppose Laura did when she saw this doll? She screamed. She was horrified. She thought it was a voodoo effigy. And whatever happened to the doll would happen to her.
No, Professor, I'm sorry. I just can't buy that explanation.
Yes, I was afraid that you wouldn't.
Laura's too sensible. This is all such childish
Would you care to test the theory? Test? How? Well, would you be willing to conduct a little experiment?
That might. Depends on what it is.
All right, I'll tell you. At exactly 9 o'clock this evening, I will take our little doll here and bring it to that fireplace. And I'll hold the doll over the flames, high enough so that it won't be scorched, but low enough so that it can feel the heat.
Oh, the dolls don't feel.
No. Dolls don't. But Laura is another matter. You tell her what I'm doing. Tell her about the experiment. And then see how she reacts.
I'm sorry, I don't like politics, Professor.
I just want you to know what you're up against, Jimmy. Now remember, exactly 9 o'clock.
I don't understand you sometimes, Jimmy. I know you're so Eric. You told me you were going to.
All right, I saw it. He just told me a lot of nonsense, that's all.
About me? And my father?
About you and voodoo dolls.
What did he say exactly?
Laura, why did he have that doll made?
What doll?
You know, the one that looks like you.
What? What are you talking about?
You said you saw it, didn't you?
No. I never saw any such thing. He must have been joking. He must have been putting you on.
I saw the thing, darling. I saw the doll. It was about this big and obviously hand-carved. And, well, it did look like you, Laura. Same long blonde hair, blue eyes, very much like you. That woman knows how to carve.
You mean Prudence? The servant?
Yes, that's what he said. She made the doll. You actually think? Laura, you can't believe in voodoo. Not really.
Oh, dear God. Then that explains it. That explains everything.
What?
The pain. In my chest, it was like the thrust of a needle.
Oh, now, come on.
And the way I lost control is like I was being flung about like a doll. It was exactly like a helpless doll.
And cut that out. You know that isn't so. You're just convincing yourself of this nonsense. It's all in your mind.
But what else explains it to me? What else? As long as he has that doll, he has me.
Shh. Honey, please, that's crazy.
You've got to find it, Jimmy. You've got to get that doll away from me.
Okay. Just give us a little time.
I don't have any time. If something happens to that doll, I'll die.
No, Laura, you can't really believe that. I want you to prove that isn't true, and you can tonight.
What do you...
That nutty friend of yours said he was going to try a little experiment tonight, just to prove the point to me. Well, I want you to disprove it.
What sort of experiment?
He said that exactly 9 o'clock he was going to take the doll and bring it to the fireplace.
Oh, no.
He said he was going to hold it over the flames high enough for the doll to feel the heat. And he said you'd feel it too.
Oh, Lord, Jimmy. What time is it?
It's 20 of 9. We'll get out of here.
No.
We'll go back to my place and we will prove him wrong, darling. Prove him a liar.
I'm getting warm. I'm getting terribly warm, Jimmy.
That's your imagination.
No,
Oh, honey, he said 9. Wait a minute. The watch isn't going.
Jimmy, look. The clock on the wall, it is not.
For Pete's sake.
Oh, Jimmy, it's happening. It's really happening.
Laura, don't. You've got to fight this. It's only suggestion. It's a basis.
Killing me. He's setting me alive.
Oh, no, darling, no.
Yes, the mind is a powerful weapon. And when it's turned against ourselves, it's the most dangerous weapon on earth. Can Laura Fletcher find a way to stop her own mind from tormenting her and possibly ending her life? At least she isn't alone in the struggle. We'll find out what Laura and Jimmy can do about the deadly doll that menaces her when I return shortly with Act 3. Professor Douglas's experiment has succeeded only too well, and has also succeeded in convincing Jimmy Collins that something has to be done to save the sanity and even the life of the woman he loves, and that the best place to be in would be the home of Eric Douglas, his servant Prudence, and the doll itself.
Oh, hello, Miss Fletcher.
Hello, Prudence. Is Professor Douglas home?
No, miss, he's gone.
Gone where?
On a lecture tour. He took the early morning train not half an hour ago.
When do you expect him back?
Not for days, he said.
Prudence, I have to talk to you. Please let us in.
Yes, miss.
Prudence, when my fiancé was here the other day, the professor showed him a doll.
A doll, miss.
He said you made it.
I made no doll, miss.
I saw it, Prudence. It was in a black cardboard box about this big. And they took it out of this break front here.
I know nothing of a doll, sir.
All right. Suppose we look for ourselves.
Please, sir.
Jimmy, is it there?
Well, it's empty.
Please. I cannot allow this.
Well, where's the dog, Prudence?
I don't know.
Please, you have to help me, Prudence. You don't know what he's doing with that doll. He's making voodoo magic with it. Do you understand?
I am a Christian, Miss Fletcher.
You know what I'm talking about. He's putting a spell on me, Prudence. He's using that doll you made to make me do his bidding. He wants to stop me from marrying.
He thinks only of your happiness, miss. You are like his daughter.
He is torturing me. Will the father torture his own child?
You've got to help us find him, Prudence. You must know where he's staying.
I'm sorry. I know nothing.
All right. Now, the least you can do is give him a message.
You tell him for me, for both of us, that his game isn't going to work. That Laura and I are leaving too, and we're not coming back. He'll never see her again. Did you get that? No matter what he does, he'll never see her again. Did you get that? No matter what he does, he will never see Laura again.
Prudence? Prudence? Where are you?
Here, Professor. Did you have a good tour?
Yes. No. But I don't remember. It was endless. Seems like far more than 3 days.
They were here, Professor.
Oh.
Miss Fletcher and her young man. They came to see you and to find the doll.
You didn't let them?
No. It is still hidden.
Good.
The girl says you are torturing her.
Only for her own good, Prudence. I swear that. This man Collins is wrong for her, and I have to prevent the marriage.
Why, Professor?
Because her father asked me to watch over her, to protect her. That's why I asked you to make the doll, so that I could trick her into believing that I had some control over her. Nothing else would have worked.
It was not a trick.
Of course it was, Prudence.
No, Professor. The doll was made because Dambala commands, with her image, her hair, a drop of her blood. Now the girl and the doll have become sharers of the same soul.
Prudence, you're slipping back into the jungle. Doll has no powers. Laura reacted only to suggestion.
The doll is her. She is the doll. Only the sorcerer can break the spell.
I'm tired, Prudence. I can't cope with mumbo-jumbo tonight.
Professor, lift the spell from the doll.
Oh, for heaven's sake. There is no such thing, Prudence.
Call the girl. Tell her I will ask Dambala Guida to unchain her spirit from the doll.
No. I will not do anything of the kind.
Why? Because you don't want her to marry?
That's right.
Because you want her for yourself.
What kind of talk is that? I'm more than twice her age.
You still want her. I have eyes. I have ears. I will call the girl. I will tell her that the doll is here, and that you will lift the spell from it.
Stop that. Put that phone down. Now you stay out of this, you hear me?
We need the doll for you. Now I will unmake it here.
I told you to put that phone down. Now stop. You're scratching my face. Look what you've done. You witch, you've drawn blood.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean.
You have meddled enough in my life. Now get out of here. I don't want to see your ugly face again. I want you out of here by tomorrow morning. Do you hear me?
Yes, Professor. I thank you.
A moment. Laura.
Hello, Mary. You know Jimmy Collins, of course.
What are you doing there?
Sorry to be such early arrivals, Professor. We wanted to make sure you didn't go off to another lecture this morning.
I have nothing to say to you, Mr. Collins.
Don't plan to stay long, Professor. Only until you give us that doll.
The doll?
That's right.
Oh, for heaven's sake, you're really serious, aren't you? You really believe that doll has some mysterious powers.
It doesn't matter, Eric. I just feel better if you'd let me have it. I know it's here.
How do you know that? Who told you?
Prudence called me.
Prudence?
It's very late last night. She told us that the doll was in the hall closet. In a black box.
She lied to you. Woman's gone crazy. I had to fire her.
Want me to look in the closet, Professor?
How dare you? I could have you arrested for what you're doing.
Eric, please. We've been friends. Friends for such a long time.
That is a beautiful word, isn't it? Friends, almost as good a word as father. That is all I ever meant to you.
Oh,
Let's have the dog, Professor.
Oh, yes, the doll, the voodoo doll. Mr. Collins, I think that you are as mad as she is.
Maybe I am mad, Eric. But I'm afraid of the doll. I can't help myself. So please let me have it.
I'll give you 1 minute to lead us to the dog, Professor.
Oh, and then what will you do? Pump me full of lead?
I'll find it myself. In the course of it, I might break quite a few things. Quite a few things in the process. Things you may value.
All right, I will show you the doll. There. Is that what you're after?
It does look like it. I think I remember seeing it once before. It's as if it was in a dream.
I'll take that, Professor.
Stop right there.
What?
Now, suppose I didn't give you the doll. Suppose I smashed its head instead. All I have to do is smash the head against this wall. One sharp blow, and the head is broken. The skull caved in, the pretty blue eyes shut forever. Ah, shall I, Laura?
Why are you doing this?
You smashed my life, didn't you? You didn't care what happened to me.
Oh, but I do care.
You walked out with him. You left me for him. Well, here's what he did. Then, oh, heavens, you, Laura.
What's the matter with him?
My chest. Hey,
Jim.
It's a heart attack. I think he's dead.
Oh my God. Are you sure?
Look at his face.
Oh.
There's no sign of a pulse. He's gone, Laura. Just like that. Must have been the excitement.
No, it was not.
Prudence.
The spell is lifted, miss. When the sorcerer dies, the spell dies with him.
What's that in her hand?
Prudence, what are you doing with that knife?
It was the only way, miss.
Wait a minute. She's got something else. Some kind of dog.
Prudence, you didn't.
His skin and his blood from my fingernails. His curse from my lips and heart.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, she killed him.
Oh, no, Lord, no. It was a coronary. Only a coronary. I think.
Well, personally, I don't think I'll ever trust a doll again. Not Raggedy Ann, or Betsy Wetsy, or even that paper doll they used to sing about. Of course, there's no question in my mind that Professor Douglas died of natural causes as opposed to supernatural. There's a great deal to be said for the power of suggestion, which, of course, is why you're about to hear the following suggestion. We hope that the story you just heard hasn't given you any ideas, that you're not all rushing out to the local toy store to buy up their supply of dolls in order to try some grisly experiments on your least loved ones. Take our word for it. It doesn't really work. But on the other hand, why do I have this sticking pain in my left shoulder? Our cast included Joanne Linville, Ross Martin, Virginia Gregg, and Carl Swenson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
PBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The light that shines in women's eyes has been my heart's undoing, sings the poet. By this does he mean the light that resides in their eyes, or is it a light in their eyes that tells falsehoods? Who knows? Of one thing we may be certain. When we attempt to interpret the light in a woman's eyes, or even in a man's, we tread on dubious, doubtful, and possibly dangerous ground.
Sheriff Parmalee, how'd you find him? This woman was with him, and she ran over to Jensen's trying to get help.
At this hour of the night, a woman? You mean his wife, don't you?
No, she's not his wife.
And he's wearing a wedding band. I guess she better be his sister, huh? Okay, where is she?
She's standing right over there. Hey, where did she go? What happened to her?
Our mystery drama, The End of the Rainbow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane. They say that the 40s are the dangerous age. Yes, the 40s. Most people have already seen the dreams of the 20s accommodate to the realities of the 30s, and now one is faced with the need to prepare for the 50s and beyond. But there are still those who must attempt that final, desperate fling. Into what? Well, into whatever they think they need.
Hello? Oh? Well, listen, Jessica, James is napping. Oh, yeah, he's had the usual day. Oh, no, we haven't had dinner yet. Well, all right, I'll ask him. Let me call you back. No, I hope so. James? James?
What? No. What is it, Con?
It's time to wake you up for dinner.
Oh, for dinner. That's right.
Listen, Jessica just called. Tom has tickets for the ballet. You know how hard they are to come by. Anyhow, there's a pair for us.
Oh?
I know it's a sudden thing, but it is the greatest dance company in the world. We could meet Tom and Jessica at Mauricio's for dinner.
Well...
Or if that's too much of a rush, we could have something light here and join them at the theater.
Look, honey, it's going to run very late.
It'll be over before 11.
I know, but then we'll have to stop somewhere. With one thing or another, it'll be 1 o'clock in the morning. I have to make a 7 o'clock flight to Chicago.
Oh? Are you going out of town again?
There's no way to avoid it. Anyway, actually, I'm so tired I couldn't enjoy the ballet. Listen, I'll tell you what, why don't you go ahead without me?
There would be a problem about the other tickets. If we can't use them, then Jessica would like to give them to the Stratton.
Oh.
I'll have to call her back, tell her we can't make it.
Caroline, I'm really sorry.
Oh, I understand.
It's just that I'm so bushed. I don't even think I want to get up and have dinner.
James, it isn't as if this is happening for the first time. Or even the last.
I'm sorry you had to get up so early to drive me here, but you know, at this hour, there was no way I could depend on a limo or a cab.
It's all right. I've had plenty of rest.
Anyway, I'll see you day after tomorrow. Now, look, if you need me for anything, I'll be at the Ritz Joliet Hotel.
Good enough.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Carlotta, you're angry.
Me? Angry? Now, what makes you say that?
I just want to say this. For whatever it's worth, you can't have it both ways.
What can't I have both ways?
I know you're upset about last night.
Me? Upset?
I know we don't seem to go out very much these days, but you were all in favor of my becoming sales manager.
and what it means financially.
I'm not the one who actually made the decision.
Oh, but you're enjoying the new house, and the boat, and the club.
And you're enjoying the power and the influence and the deference.
But I don't think this is the kind of conversation we should be having when I have less than 30 minutes till plane time.
When should we be having it? When you're home, you're tired. When you're not tired, you're not home. Why don't I call your secretary? Maybe she can give me an appointment.
Carlotta, this isn't fair.
But tell me why.
I'm going to miss my plane.
Oh, right, you'll miss your plane.
Carlotta.
What can possibly happen?
You don't understand.
Well, the sun stands still in the sky.
Now, don't be foolish, will you? There's a meeting of the board of directors. People are coming in from all over the country, even from Europe.
Oh, I'm so impressed.
Carlotta, I just wish...
All right, I'm sorry. We shouldn't be having a scene like this. You will miss your plane.
Look, we'll talk when I get back.
Sure.
I mean it. Now, this time, I really mean it. Look, the ballet that you didn't get to see last night is on television tonight. So you really didn't miss it.
That's nice.
Well, at least it's something for you to do tonight. And as you say, they're a marvelous company. So it should be a nice evening.
Don't worry about me. I'll find something interesting and exciting to do. Hello.
Carlotta?
Hey.
I was about to ask, what are you doing? But I can hear the music. How's the ballet?
It's all right.
Just all right?
It's magnificent. Is that better? Things go well today?
Yeah, they may have gone too well. The chairman of the board thinks we should enlarge the agenda.
And what does that mean?
Well, it means we'll have to stay here an extra day or two.
Or 3?
I guess it was my report that did it. You know, it was a fantastic thing, Carlotta. It opened up whole new horizons. I did myself no episode.
Well, that's nice.
Is that all you can say?
What do you want me to say?
Carlotta, we'll make up for all this. You'll see.
Sure.
No, I mean it.
I mean it too.
Darling, I'll be home by the end of the week for sure. And we'll straighten everything out.
Yes.
Okay, good night, darling, and enjoy the ballet. Hey, look, and tomorrow night, why don't you have dinner with my sister?
Good night, James. Why not? All right. Why not?
Time? Buy you a drink? Well, just staring into the mirror behind the bar is no answer. You could say yes. Or you could say no.
Or I could tell the bartender you're bothering me.
You could. But that wouldn't be such a good idea.
No?
Oh, he'd tell me to shove off, but he wouldn't like it.
Why wouldn't he like it?
Because it goes against the basic purpose of this establishment, which is to provide a place for congenial people to meet. You did come here to meet someone, didn't you? Well, take me. I'm a very respectable sort of fellow. That is, I look respectable. Jerry, another round here.
I'm not sure I should have another.
You don't have to drink it. Just contemplate it. I bet you're doing this for the first time.
Doing what for the first time?
Coming into a place like this.
What makes you say that?
It's written all over you. Look in the mirror. You'll see a very nervous lady, perspiring profusely too.
Well, it is rather warm in here.
Ah, contraire, as they say. It's comfortably air-conditioned.
I better go home.
Will you be happier at home?
No, but I'll be safer.
Aren't you running away from all that safety?
Who said I'm running away from anything?
Why do people come to places like this? If they were happy and well-adjusted and fulfilled, they'd stay at home. Wouldn't they? You're married.
That was no great deduction. You can see my ring.
What's wrong with your husband? Now, Don't tell me there's nothing wrong with him.
Maybe there's something wrong with me. Oh, he's always so busy.
He makes a lot of money, doesn't he?
But it takes all his time and energy.
And that's why you're here. To find something that's missing in your life.
You have this deep, penetrating analysis of other people's alleged problems. Why are you here?
I'm traveling for my company. I guess I'm pretty much like your husband.
Oh, no. You are more open and relaxed. You have a sense of humor.
My wife would disagree. She thinks I'm rather dull. I always seem to be tired, and well, my wife complains that I never take her out. I'm on the road too much. The atmosphere in my house must be pretty much the same as the one in yours. What do you suppose your husband's doing right now?
He's in Chicago.
Oh, my hometown. Where in Chicago?
The Ritz-Joliet.
Oh, I know it well. He's probably downstairs in the Explorer's Bar.
James?
And with some woman.
Oh, not James.
And he's with a woman who isn't giving him a hard time about how he neglects her. She thinks he's charming and full of fun. Wouldn't it be something if she just happened to be my wife?
Do you mean your wife goes to bars?
You're his wife. And you do.
Oh, but believe me, this is my very first time.
There's a first time for everybody.
James, picking up a woman at a bar. It boggles the mind.
Why? Is James so unattractive?
Well, no, not really.
How often does James travel away from home?
Oh, at least once a week. Very often twice.
Same here. And you know something? I really don't have to.
You don't?
Nobody has to. Very often things can be settled with a phone call. But it's usually so dull and uncomfortable around the house. Do you think James has someone out of town?
I never thought about it.
That's probably what James is counting on. My wife has accused me of many things, but running around with other women has never been one of them. Oh, is right. It never occurred to you, did it? The Explorer Bar in Chicago is a swinging place. Very much like this one. You'll notice a great many attractive people hang out here. Actually, if you're not attractive, they find ways to discourage you from coming.
Does that mean I'm attractive?
Basically.
And what does basically mean?
Basically, you're a homebody. And it shows. In subtle ways. How you dress and wear your hair. But you'll get into the swing of things soon enough. My name is Terry.
My name is Carlotta.
Yes.
I noticed we're keeping this on a first-name basis.
Yes. We're defining the limits of our relationship at the very start.
Our relationship? Who says we're going to have one?
We both did. That's why we're here.
You were remarkably sure of yourself, aren't you?
Just honest.
I think I had better go home.
I know a better place. Rainbow Point. It never closes. The casinos keep going all night. The floor shows, lights, music, action. That's what you want, isn't it?
But that's more than 120 miles away.
Is that your only objection?
But at the across the mountains.
It's a great road.
I don't know you.
As it turns out, you don't know your husband either.
Rainbow Point.
I bet he never offered to take you there.
He says it's a place for foolish and frivolous people.
Don't you ever feel foolish and frivolous?
When could we be in Rainbow Point?
Before midnight.
I always wanted to go.
My car's right outside. What are we waiting for?
What are we waiting for? You might think we would be waiting for caution and prudence, those handmaidens to the great goddess of common sense. But no. Isn't it remarkable how people instantly, irrationally throw everything into the hands of fate? She meets a stranger in a bar, and suddenly she is willing to place her life in his hands. Of course, he is also placing his life in her hands. That too, in just a few minutes. What does the poet say? We do not what we ought not, we do. And we lean upon the thought that chance will bring us through. Chance. So much of life is left to chance. There are those women who, when they are ready to marry, say yes to the first man who asks them. And when they are ready for an affair, also say yes to the first man who asks them. It's always a matter of being in the right place at the right time, isn't it?
Where are we now?
Oh, about halfway.
How can you tell? It all looks the same to me. Just one hill after another, surrounded by dark, brooding forest.
Hey, none of that. You just get ready for the time of your life.
Oh, I have been getting ready for a long time.
Well, at Rainbow Point, the action never stops.
I am 40 years old. You know what my life has been? Stiff and staid and stuffy. I always wanted to be a writer, a poet.
Well, what's that?
You want the truth?
Yeah.
I stopped me, but it's James' fault.
How do you figure that?
Oh, he should have encouraged me more. But let's not talk about James. Let's not talk about anything except having the world's greatest time.
And we shall.
Oh, and his family. His father's a judge, his sister's a professor in college, his brother's a minister. We have a great name, Honest Stone. It's a name to be constantly respected, protected.
I thought we weren't going to talk about him.
You're right, we're not. Hey, you know, you are handsome.
Thank you.
I walked into that place. To me, it was such an alien action.
Maybe not as alien as you say.
I said to myself, I'm doing it. I'm actually doing it. I am breaking every canon I've ever lived by. I looked at all the men sitting there and I said to myself, I hope he tries to pick me up.
By he, you mean me.
I almost lost my nerve at the last minute, but you helped me. You got me over my shyness.
Well, from here on, it's clear sailing to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
The end of the rainbow. Look out! Oh, hey, what's the matter? Why are we pulling over?
I have to stop.
What is it? What is it?
I don't feel so.
What's wrong?
I think it's my heart.
Your heart?
I know it's my heart. Look, just reach into my jacket pocket.
All right.
You find a small vial.
Yes.
Hurry.
All right. Wait, here. Okay, you got it.
Open it.
Oh, I'm trying.
Quickly.
Why did they make it so hard to open? Please. Oh, here. Okay,
Take out one of the pills.
Yes.
Just put it in my mouth.
All right, here.
Okay.
All right. Do you feel better?
I don't know.
Oh,
It takes time.
but it works. It works, doesn't it?
It does. Until the one time when it doesn't.
You better not talk. Please try to rest.
I better get to a hospital.
Yes, I'll drive. You move over.
I can't. You have to help me get around the other side of the car. Push me over.
All right.
All right. Try to push me forward.
All right.
do anything. I'm all right. Oh, please. I'm trying. I'm here. I'm trying as best I can. Can you get behind the wheel now? Yes, I think so. Oh, hurry. Oh, don't even know where a hospital is. Keep driving. We'll find something. What's the matter? What's wrong with it? Please, hurry. Oh, something is the matter. Oh, no. I forgot. What did you forget? Oh, I don't believe it, the gas. The needle is past empty. You forgot to fill the tank. How could you be so stupid as to forget to fill the tank? Please. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, what are we going to do now? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I haven't seen a car go by in the last 10 minutes. Please. Go for help. Go where? On this road at night? I can hardly breathe. Where am I going to go? I think I remember a filling station. It was just a half mile down the road. I'm scared. I don't believe anything. All right, I remember. I saw it too, but it was closed. It might be. It must be a phone booth. It's so dark. It's less. I know it's less than a half a mile. I'm frightened at half a mile. You could run a half a mile. It's just a few minutes. Please, I can't talk. My chest. It hurts. I don't want to go out there. Don't you, Sean? I'll die. Why did I ever get into this? Please. All right. Oh, wait. I hear a car coming. He'll help us. I'll wave him down. He'll help us. Help! Wait! You have to run, Simon. I'll have to go on this road at night. How can I do it? And if you know you have heart trouble, why do you go to bars and try to pick up women? Why don't you stay in your room and rest? What right do you have to endanger yourself? And me? Do you know what you're asking me to do? Terry? I can't. Oh, all right, I'm going. I'm going to start running. I'll keep running. All right, don't look left. Don't look right. Just run. You keep running. Running. There, I see it. The gas station. Oh, why is everything so dark? Is anyone here? Anyone here? It's closed. The phone booth. It is the phone booth. Oh, now I need a dime. My purse. Where's my purse? I left it in the car. No, I dropped it. I must have dropped it along the road. Or did I leave it in the car? Operator? Oh, operator, this is an emergency, a matter of life and death. Operator, I'll give you all the money you want later. Please, operator, answer me. Operator! I can't get the operator. I've got to. Answer me! Answer me!
You could only break the phone, ma'am, and that's against the law.
You're an officer. A police officer. I didn't hear you come up.
Well, I shouldn't wonder, ma'am, you're so upset. Now, what seems to be the trouble?
Listen to me. A half a mile down the road, a man in a car. He's having a heart attack.
All right, come with me.
I come with you? Where?
Right here, the squad car. You say it's a heart attack?
Yes, he knows it.
All right, don't you worry now. We'll have help for your husband no time at all. There's Parmalee in car 10. Need an emergency unit right away. There's a cardiac incident half mile north of Jensen Station on Sunset Highway.
Now, you just get inside, ma'am. We'll go back to where your husband's at.
But
Yes, ma'am. Get inside. We have to get there quick. Now, what's your name?
My name? My name is Farrell. Rosemary Farrell.
And his name?
His name is Terry. Terry.
Where are we bound?
Where were we bound? To Rainbow Point.
I know you're very upset and excited, Miss Farrell, at a time like this, but these are just routine questions.
Questions? Are they going to ask a lot of questions?
Well, when they get into the hospital, the doctors will want to know all about your husband's medical history and so forth.
Oh. Will there be any other questions?
Like what?
Will it get into the newspapers?
Are you your husband famous?
Oh, no.
Well, that isn't going to make the front page. Maybe carried on the inside somewhere.
Why?
Well, it has to go down in the police reports. The newspaper fellows check those things out.
The reporters.
If it's a slow day, they give it some space.
So everybody will know about it.
I see him. I think just what you said. Mr. Farrell. Mr. Farrell, you okay? Farrell? Don't try to talk now. Just rest easy. Relax. Now, help is on the way. My name isn't Farrell. I should have known. My name. Now, don't talk. Just rest now. Just rest. My wife. Call my wife. Sure. I love my wife. I know. If I don't make it, tell her I love her. Are you going to make it? Yeah, you're going to do fine. Everything's under control. Hey, listen, you hear that? There's help coming now. Everything's going to be okay. Okay, let's get that stretcher over here. Hi, Parmalee. Oh, Mickey, you on tonight, huh? Yeah. Fellas, help me ease him out onto the stretcher. Give me a hand. All right. You'll be fine, Mickey. Just lie back. Don't try to talk. What you do, Parmalee, just happy to see him off the road? No. This woman was with him, and she ran down to Jensen's gas station trying to get some help. Woman, huh? He's wearing a wedding band. I guess you better be his sister. All right, now, slide it easy into the ambulance. That woman and me will follow you in the squad car. Okay, fellas, Harry, let's move. Okay, lady, let's get started. Lady? Hey, where'd she go? Lady? Ma'am? Now, look, I know what you're thinking. That there's going to be publicity and they'll find out who you are. You'll have to answer questions and get back to your husband. But you can't hide here. Now, lady, wherever you are, come on out. This is kind of wild country. You got some big cats in those woods, maybe some bear. I'm not trying to scare you, but you have to think clear now. You've lost your head. Come on back, please. For your own good. For her own good. But how good is that? Our heroine is being tossed on the horns of a dilemma. To accompany the police officer to the hospital means her immediate identification and the unpleasant complications that are bound to ensue. But what is her choice? The desolate wilderness, alone at night? It all goes to prove the truth of the old proverb. Getting into mischief is always easier than getting out. Well, we just have to get into the third act. If it's 10:30 in the evening, where would you expect to find Mrs. Carlotta Armiston? Or to be more precise, Mrs. James Vernon Armiston? In her rather luxurious home, or in the equally well-appointed home of a friend or relative.
Certainly you would not expect to find her crouching behind a tree in the desolate wilderness alongside the lonely Sunset Highway. And less than 50 feet away, a police officer is trying to talk some sense into her.
Ma'am, you better listen to me. You can't stay out here alone the time.
Go away, please go away and leave me alone.
Lady, now please think about what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing. All I need is for James to find out. Oh, no, never.
I'll have to report in. Nobody'll be able to come out here to find you now till daylight. That could be too late.
Oh, just go away.
This is the worst thing you could do.
The only thing I can do. How can I answer the questions you ask? What is your relationship to this man? Relationship? Why were you with him?
Okay, lady, you've been warned.
I suppose it's a bear. I better get out of here. I better get back to the road. He was right. I can't stay here. Officer! Officer! You wait for me! Officer! Officer! He's gone. I should have listened. Oh, that's a car coming. I'll get a lift. No. Right. What was that? He said something about big cats. What kind of big cats? I better run. I can't. Why can't I run? Why can't I move? I can't move. I'm so terrified. I can't move.
Hey, is that really a human woman standing out there in the road in the middle of nowhere? Hop in. So what's the matter? You want to stand out there all night? My name's Artie. What's yours? You what?
I can't move.
Why not?
I'm so frightened.
What's there to be scared about, huh?
Everything.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of scary out here, that. Why don't you get inside?
I told you I can't move.
Hey, maybe I got just the medicine for that, yeah? Here, have some.
What is that?
What's it look like? A bottle, right?
What's inside?
Well, take a swallow.
No, I better not.
Come on, it'll relax you. Go ahead. There. You feel better?
I don't know.
Just you step inside. Yeah? See? You can do it. Now that wasn't hard, was it? And we're off. And may I have the bottle, please? Thank you.
But you're not going to drink any of that now, are you?
Well, what's wrong with now?
Well, you're driving. You shouldn't.
What are you doing out here? All by your lonesome this hour of the night, honey.
It's a long story.
I just love long stories. You know why? Because that's life. Life is a long story.
Please don't take another drink.
Don't worry. I'll leave some for you.
I don't want any.
What?
Oh, look out.
Look out for what?
You took that curve too fast.
That's one thing you don't want to do. Don't tell me how to drive. I was born with a steering wheel in my hands, you know. I could drive with my eyes closed. I could drive fast asleep. What do you think of that?
Please, I must ask you to stop the car.
What?
I would like to get out. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
I'm asking you to let me out.
Why?
Because.
Because you don't want to drive with a drunk.
Look, I didn't say that.
But you meant it.
Just please let me out. and asking.
No kidding. A good looker like you. What were you doing out there all alone, huh? I mean, this is the middle of no place. Okay? I'll tell you. You were with a guy. Am I right? I'm always right.
Please stop the car.
You're like my wife. No, you're much better looking.
I would like to get out.
You had a fight with a guy, huh? Right? Now, why did you have a fight with him? Well, I'll tell you again. He made a pass at you, right? But he did it the wrong way. No finesse. Now, honey, you're going to have absolutely no complaints about me.
Please, will you please stop the car?
First, yeah, give me a little kiss.
I want to get out.
For sure. But first, give me a kiss.
Take your arm away.
Why?
Because you can't drive with one hand.
Cut it off, baby. Quit putting on all that.
What act?
A game like you's been around, I can tell.
You take your arm away.
What would you be doing out here by yourself? Some guy gets you, that's why.
I just want to get out.
We'll both get out and we'll have a real good time.
You are drunk.
Don't let that bother you.
Let go of me.
Now, you just hold still, sweetie.
Let go.
I said hold still. Well, hello.
Oh.
It's mine if I come in. I see you got home all right, Miss Armstrong.
How do you know my name?
You have much trouble?
How did you find out who I am?
Well, I know how you got home. You managed to reach that all-night diner 10 miles south of the gas station and got a cab. I described you. That's what Bill Henry, who owns the place, told me.
What do you want?
I just came here to return your purse.
My purse?
It's a bit scorched. I didn't know it was yours at first.
Where did you find it?
Well, where do you think? I noticed you didn't have one when I first saw you at the gas station. Then I drove you back to Mr. Starrett's car.
Starrett. Is that his name?
That was his name.
Oh.
You didn't know him very well, did you?
I didn't know him at all.
Yeah, you must have picked up the purse before you went off to hide.
Yes, and then I lost it again.
I'll tell you where I found it. I was driving around looking for you, and I saw a fire in the distance. When I got there, I found a car in flames. The man had evidently driven off the road. I noticed the scorched purse on the road. It's yours.
Yes. He was drunk. And when he hit that tree, I tried to get him out of the car, but he was too big. He was too heavy to move. And then the fire started. There was nothing more I could do.
Yes, I understand.
Am I going to be arrested?
Arrested? What for?
Won't they want to ask me questions?
We have all the answers. Man dies of heart attack. Another man gets killed because he was driving while drunk. I mean, you didn't really know either of them, so what light could you shed on the subject?
Thank you, officer. Thank you.
Ms. Armstrong, I only met you for the first time last night, and I wouldn't swear to it, but I imagine that you've got more gray hairs in your head today.
Yes.
You have a very nice home, Miss Armstrong, and I'm sure you must have a nice husband, too. Well, I better be going. All this was unofficial, so I appreciate it if you never said anything about it.
I won't.
It's been a pleasure. Bye, Miss Armstrong.
Goodbye, officer. Oh. Yes. When is your next flight to Chicago? I'd like to make a reservation. Excuse me, could you tell me where the Explorers Bar is?
Other end of the lobby, miss.
Thank you. I don't think she's interested, James.
Huh?
The tall blonde in the booth. You've been giving her the eye for 5 minutes. There's nothing doing there. Take my word for it.
Carlotta.
I think she wants the dark-haired man at the end of the bar. But he's been giving me the eye.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Carlotta.
All right, I tell you what. Let's neither of us ask each other that question.
I just came down for a nightcap.
Sure.
I guess you caught me.
Why do people come to places like this, James? To find someone, right?
Right.
Have you found anyone?
I think so.
So have I. And I also found something else. The end of the rainbow.
Carlotta, we have so much to talk about.
We do. But we don't have to talk about it tonight.
They say that no man is a hero to his valet. It is also true that few men are heroes to their wives. Does custom stale? Does familiarity blunt the appreciation? The next time you see an attractive, exciting-looking woman, consider the fact that she may be rather dull and ordinary to her husband. I shall return shortly. We look for mysteries in plays and books, stories and movies, and we never really appreciate the fact that within ourselves are the deepest and most perplexing mysteries of all. Who are we really? Why do we fall in love and out of love? What are the sudden bursts of passion and of emotion that drive us to all sorts of incomprehensible actions? Shall we ever know? It seems that the more we learn about the human psyche, the less we understand. Our cast included Terry Keane, Mandel Kramer, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Portland. CBS News is next, and then, of course, the Radio Mystery Theater.
CBS News. President and Mrs. Ford are preparing to leave Washington for a 10-day trip to Europe. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. While in Helsinki, Finland, Mr. Ford will sign the treaty that came out of the 35-nation European Security Conference. Critics claim the agreement tacit recognition to Soviet domination of Eastern Europe. But the president insists America is giving away nothing and is getting Soviet pledges of more freedom for the nations of Eastern Europe. President Ford has another serious foreign policy matter on his hands right now. Turkey has ordered suspension of operations at U.S. bases in that country. The Turks are angry because the U.S. House of Representatives turned down the administration's request to resume armed shipments to the Ankara government. The president has now asked the House to reconsider its action. He said closing American bases in Turkey will work to the detriment of critically important U.S. security interests. House Republican leader John Rhodes was critical of his colleagues who voted to continue the embargo against Turkey.
This is about the result that one can expect when 435 members of the House of Representatives try to become Secretary of State. No legislative body in the world was ever designed which could conduct foreign policy. I think it's a shame and a tragedy that two nations which have been as close as ours, our nation and Turkey have been, should have a parting of the ways over a really collateral matter.
House Republican leader John Rhodes. More news in a moment. Are you an unpublished author? Do you have a book-length manuscript ready or almost ready for publication? Or do you know of anyone else who is an unpublished author? If so, Vantage Press invites you to write to a leading New York publisher for a free illustrated brochure titled To the Author in Search of a Publisher. It explains how you may have your manuscript printed and published in a matter of months. Just write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. Whether your subject is fiction, non-fiction, poetry, or even scientific, specialized, or controversial, this 52-page brochure shows you how to arrange for prompt publication. To get your copy, write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. That's GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. If this is your first book, you'll find this free brochure especially valuable and informative. Write to The Apollo astronauts have had to delay their return to Houston. They're confined to sick bay in Honolulu. David Dow has a report.
Doctors will be treating the three for lung irritation, so it will likely be Monday or Tuesday before the three can leave the Tripler Army Medical Center and fly home to Houston. Doctors emphasize that astronauts Stafford, Slayton, and Brand are in stable condition, in good spirits, and feeling well. Sometimes less was usually a minimum amount of time to observe their condition to ensure it did not progress. We're very optimistic, said Dr. Peter Bartoloni, Chief of Medicine at Tripler Hospital, adding that there's no indication so far that the mild lung irritation will lead to a chronic condition. The doctors suspect but aren't sure that the three men inhaled byproducts of combustion and some nitrogen tetroxide during the descent of their spacecraft Thursday. And they want to make sure that doesn't lead to pulmonary edema, fluid in the lungs, which could take several days to develop. The physicians ordered the astronauts to remain in bed much of the time while under observation, allowing calls to their families. David Dow, CBS News, Honolulu.
22-year-old Stephen Smith has been released unharmed after being held for 67 days by rebels in East Africa. Officials at Stanford University, where Smith is a student, announced he's been freed by rebels in Zaire. Smith and 3 other students were abducted May 19th at a camp in Tanzania. The others had already been. A Stanford professor involved in the negotiations for the release of the student agreed upon that the terms of the release remain secret. In Portugal, the armed forces rulers have announced creation of a 3-man panel to run that nation. The Troika will be made up of the nation's security chief, its premier, and president. Inclusion of communist-oriented Prime Minister Vasco Gonçalves is seen as a serious setback for the moderate forces in Portugal. Now this message.
I'm standing at a drug counter looking at hemorrhoid medication labels. This one contains only petroleum jelly, a lubricant that soothes. This one, Preparation H, has more and does more. Preparation H not only brings prompt temporary relief in many cases from occasional pain and itch, but very importantly, Preparation H actually helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation. Yes, Preparation H goes beyond soothing, has more, and does more. Ointment or suppositories, used only as directed.
Hearts wants to round up every roundworm in town and run them out before they run your dog down.
Roundworms can strike your dog or cat. Get rid of them safely with the Hearts Once a Month Wormer. Add it to your pet's dinner every 30 days, then it'll round up those roundworms and keep them away for good.
Get Hearts Once a Month Wormer at your favorite store and help your dog to be roundworm free evermore.
The Hearts Once a Month Wormer for dogs and cats.
In Raleigh, North Carolina, jury selection has been completed in the murder trial of Joanne Little, a black woman accused of murdering a white jailer in her cell. The judge also refused a request by the defendant to act as her own co-counsel. Testimony in the case is to begin Monday. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
The president of the Oregon Board of Higher Education, John Moser, said today he will resign next month. The Forest Service says the Lost Lake fire south of Hood River has been contained at about 110 acres. The fire broke out yesterday near Tye Valley. Some 300 men fought the blaze. Former Oregon Governor Tom McCall says he might take the job of Secretary of the Interior if it is offered to him, but that he doesn't expect it will be. The incumbent, former Wyoming Governor Stanley Hathaway, has resigned for health reasons. A self-contained water purification plant has been purchased by Crater Lake National Park. The plant can purify 80,000 gallons of water a day. It is needed because of severe pollution in the park's main water supply. Hundreds have become ill as a result. The park has been closed, and there is no word on when it will be reopened. Oregon Attorney General Lee Johnson says nativity scenes cannot be displayed in public schools at Christmas time. He says the display and the required school attendance is a violation of the doctrine of separation of church and state. 30 off-duty prison guards were called up today after reports of unrest at the Oregon State Prison. The guards were sent home after the two men believed responsible for the problem were isolated. Warden Hoyt Cupp said he called the extra men as a precautionary measure. The body of a 16-year-old Warm Springs youth was found today on the Oregon State University campus. He died of head injuries after falling from a 12-foot-high concrete wall. He was identified as Bruce Berry, a participant in the school's Upward Bound program. The Legislative Emergency Board has approved a University of Oregon proposal to add 1,400 seats to MacArthur Court on the university campus. The $250,000 project will be paid for by private funds. Donors of $250 will be guaranteed the right to buy a coveted season ticket. Most University of Oregon basketball games are sellouts. Donors would get 1,000 of the seats, while 400 would be reserved for students. The weather for Portland, Vancouver: fair tonight, sunny and hot Saturday and Sunday. Lows in the upper 50s, highs 90 to 95 degrees. Northwest winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour, decreasing at night. Chance of measurable rainfall 0 through Saturday. The temperature right now in downtown Portland stands at 70 degrees. That's KOIN News to 11:08. I'm Bill Garrity.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Ancient civilizations are remembered for a variety of reasons. Egypt for her pyramids, the grandeur that was Rome, the glory that was Greece. But how about our own civilization? Sometimes in my darker moments, I wonder if perhaps ours won't be remembered as the creators of the sleeping pill, the little pellets that have brought surcease from care to so many, and, unfortunately, death to so many others.
All this you need is a good cameraman and we could make a film.
Please, Jenny, control your sense of humor. And here, take this pill.
I never take pills.
It is just to help you through the final ride. The making of the mark of the Valportuguese Club. That way, I promise, you won't even feel the heat of the branding iron. Our mystery drama, Woman from Hell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Joan Lovejoy. It is sponsored in part by the Florida Orange Growers and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In God we trust. America speaks.
Thoughts from Helen Keller. I have 4 things to learn in life. To think clearly without hurry or confusion. To love everybody sincerely. To act in everything with the highest motives. To trust in God unhesitatingly. I long to accomplish a great and noble task, but it is my chief duty to accomplish humble tasks, as though they were great and noble. The world is moved along not only by the mighty shoves of its heroes, but also by the aggregate of the tiny pushes of each honest worker.
Presented by the Catholic Communications Foundation.
Do you think a computer programmer needs the use of his legs? New York University doesn't. They hired a man who's almost totally paralyzed. Yet they'll be the first to admit Tom Clancy's one of the best computer programmers they ever had. Of course, Tom Clancy's just one person, but there are millions of men and women in this country very much like him. People who have accepted their disabilities and come through rehabilitation with skills, determination, and a sense of responsibility. Yes, Tom Clancy's got a very good job. But what about all the others? The Director of Vocational Rehabilitation in your state has a file of highly qualified people in every field, ready, willing, and able to work. If you're not in a position to hire them, talk to someone who is. And next time there's in your company, ask him to write the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation. His office is in your state capital.
A public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Suicides always rate a few lines of newsprint. But every newspaper headlined the shocking and totally unexpected death of the legendary superstar Jennifer Grinnell from an overdose of sleeping pills. The question on everyone's mind was, had this fantastic woman taken her own life? In Los Angeles, the medical examiner's office was off limits to reporters seeking the answer. One man, however, had been admitted, given a report, and now he walks slowly down the long corridor, out of the building, and into the bright California sunshine.
Mr. Ducot! Mr. Ducot!
I have nothing to add to what I've already said.
No, you've got me wrong. I'm not a reporter. Here's my card.
Darrell Jones, private investigator. I have no need for a private detective.
But I need you. You see, someone's hired me to look into this death.
Then I'm not the only one who feels there's something very strange about this so-called suicide?
You can say my client has some doubts.
And who's your client?
Now, come on, Mr. Ducot. You know that information must be confidential.
Good day, Mr. Jones.
No, wait a minute. Where are you going?
To my car. It's in the parking lot.
Okay, if that's the way you want to play it. Have you ever thought how much better your chances are of proving your wife didn't commit suicide if you had some professional help?
That was my introduction to Mr. Darrell Jones. Other introductions are in order. My name is Lawrence Ducot, the man who accompanied Jennifer Grinnell through life, her only husband, but a husband who remained so discreetly in the background throughout her flamboyant career that only her intimates knew she was married. Nevertheless, I loved her, and I could not allow the world to believe she'd taken the coward's way out. And so I found myself in a quiet restaurant, drinking coffee with Darrell Jones.
I'd like to know why you're so sure that Jennifer Grinnell didn't commit suicide.
I should know. I was married to her. We lived apart, but we kept in touch.
Oh, give it up, Ducot. You're never going to make anyone believe you and Grinnell had a close relationship.
I was under the impression you were going to be of some help, but you're just the same as the police. I don't know why you bothered to ask me to talk.
Because I'm getting paid to do a job, and you made a lot of waves by going around insisting she never would have killed herself.
I'm no expert, but don't most suicides leave a note?
Not all of them, but more do than don't.
There was no note.
A point, but not conclusive.
Do you believe in extrasensory perception?
Now, there's something that would look great in my report. No hard evidence, but husband says that his ESP tells him Grinnell was murdered.
How about a tape recording?
You have a tape proving she was murdered?
Well, not exactly, but if you want to come out to my house, I think you'll find it interesting.
Okay, where's the tape?
Let me explain. I can't afford servants, so I had this telephone answering tape installed. And since Jenny and I spoke frequently, I've kept a tape recording of every phone call.
Very clear.
10 days ago, I called her. Here's the call. Here are her words.
Hello?
It's me, Jenny.
Oh, Larry. I'm so glad you called.
You're in trouble, aren't you?
Yes,
Money?
of course.
Can I help?
I was just
The one secret I ever kept from you, my bitch.
Well, tell me.
The letter I have just written to you, it should explain enough. Goodbye, love. You were so sweet to call.
Jenny, don't hang up. Jenny.
Now that you've heard that conversation, what do you think?
I can understand why the police weren't interested.
You don't believe that she was frightened?
Sure. But of what? She didn't mention anything specific.
Just came out
The police
from
and
sleep.
the medical examiners say that Grinnell killed
We've got
herself.
that same error
I'm not
message
about to
about
argue with
double
him.
the ingestion because of Unit
Why did you take the
207.
case? That's the way I earn my living. A client asks me to look into something, I look into it. That's why I'm
Going back
here.
to bed now.
But I'm not on anybody's side, and I don't like to make myself look like a fool, especially in front of the cops.
I see.
Now, she said something about a letter she was writing. Did you ever get it?
No, she must have had second thoughts after she talked to me. I never received the letter. It was a lie. I had received the letter, but I thought that it would have been useless to show it. His mind seemed to be made up, and so was mine. Jenny had said, one secret she never told me. Because I felt that Jenny's secret lay in her past, I went to the man with whom she'd had her longest and closest relationship, the spectacularly successful novelist, Bruce Brown. He was working at his latest retreat, a remotely situated house on the Greek island of Samos.
You're here about our girl. How can I help?
Well, first by telling me whether you think she committed suicide.
Hell no. That's why I hired a private detective by the name of Durrell Jones. That's my boy. Has he been in touch?
Yes, he has.
And?
He thinks she did it. Does that make you change your mind?
Well, it bothers me. Jones is good. Who would want Jenny dead?
Well, she was scared.
Scared? Our Jenny scared?
Our Jenny.
Hey, look, do I catch a whiff of jealousy after all these years?
Come on, shall we stick to the subject?
Right after I tell you something.
If you don't mind, Bruce, I think
It'll only take a minute. Now, you know when I first met Jenny, and you know how I fell for her. But what you don't know is that I proposed to her. You know what she said?
Not only what she said, but how she said it.
She told you?
She didn't have to. I know the routine. She opened those violet eyes wide, and in her best ingenue voice said, "But I am married."
Yeah, well, what you don't know is that I asked her to get a divorce. She refused.
Welcome to the club.
You say she was scared. What was scaring her?
I received this letter. It's postmarked the day of her death. Shall I read it to you?
No. Yeah, let me.
Dear heart, there is no way you will make any sense out of this letter. But I do not see any other way. If 1 week after you receive this craziness, I am still alive, you will destroy it and forget it. If something should happen to me, then you will make your own decision. Yes, I am afraid. Of what? Of a mistake I made back in the days of innocence. I never told you, but now it has come back to haunt me. But I also had another secret. I kept a diary.
A diary? Jenny, a diary like any schoolgirl. I don't believe that. She's putting you on.
Now finish the letter and then we'll talk.
I have written both too much and not enough. But for your own dear sake, I warn you, trust no one. No one. Adieu, Jenny.
Well, what do you think? I think if this letter had been written by anyone but Jenny, I'd say it was a woman who was going insane. But with Jenny, well, there's no question she was scared. And fear, well, fear is just the wrong emotion to associate with Jenny.
If we think that way, we're not going to get anywhere.
But what do we want to get?
I want to get whoever killed her.
You think we can?
She has the answer in her diary.
You know where it is?
I have an idea.
Excuse me a moment. Yeah?
Bruce, this is Jones.
Yes, Jones. You got something on the Grinnell case?
Look, I'm calling to tell you that there is no case. The dame took an overdose of sleeping pills, period. There wouldn't have been any talk at all if it went for her husband. He made by turning up. Very few people knew that she was still married to him.
Well, did you talk to him?
I'm sure. They've listened to a tape of a phone conversation he had with Everett. That just proved she was upset.
Larry, did you show Jones the letter? No.
Hello? Hello, you still there, Bruce?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, look, I haven't got a single clue that points anywhere except to suicide.
Okay, you've made your report. I want you to stay on the case.
For how long?
Until I tell you to quit, or until you tell me you're quitting.
Okay. You're paying a hell of a price for what I think is plenty of nothing.
I understand. You keep pitching, and I'll keep the money coming. Bye. You heard, Larry.
Yeah, I heard.
He's convinced it's suicide.
I'm glad you didn't tell him about Jenny's note.
I didn't because you didn't. And come to think of it, why didn't you?
Because Jenny specifically wrote for me not to trust anyone.
But you already disregarded that bit of advice by telling me.
What Bruce Brown said was true. But I hadn't told him everything. I hadn't told him that Jenny's favorite song was La Vie en Rose. Or that I felt Jenny was trying to tell me something about the diary and how to locate it. That's why I stood on the cobblestones outside René Pergamo's florist shop on the Rue Clichy just 2 days after I talked with Brown. René's window, with its usual bounteous and beautiful display, brought back memories. As I stood there, René himself came rushing out.
Monsieur Decaux, monsieur, may I express my condolences and shock at this sad news. When I heard, I could not believe.
I know, René, thank you.
Come inside. You're most welcome, mon ami, and expected.
Expected?
But of course. A few days ago, this little package arrived from Madame, addressed to you and Mark. All for her arrival.
There are people who have actually died from fright. Medical testimony bears that out. The question in our tale seems to be, can fear actually drive a person to take his own life? A logical answer would be, some people. But would a woman like Jennifer Grinnell be driven to this act of desperation? We'll be back with the answer right after these messages.
Come on, America, be fresh and act away. Have a glass of summer any time of day.
Hi, Anita Bryant here for Summer Juice. 100% pure orange juice from Florida. 100% pure, yet costing the same or less than many carbonated and synthetic beverages. Now that's pure value.
Orange juice, America, summer juice.
From the Florida Orange Growers.
Billions of dollars are spent each year to keep people on welfare. A lot of them want jobs, but don't have the skills to get them.
I want my child to have a future.
If you've got jobs to give, you can give disadvantaged kids the training they need to get off the welfare roll and onto a payroll. The way to get this country working is to get people working. So if you have a job to give, call the National Alliance of Businessmen. Help America work.
A public service message of the Advertising Council.
I think it was the first time I can remember really going fishing with my dad. I'm sure I'd been with him before, but the first time I really remember it was wading downstream with him in an extra big pair of wading boots as he felt his way very surely along the stream bed, and I shakily held onto the willows, and we found a spot where my dad lifted his finger to his lips and said, "Shh, I want to scare the fish away." And I remember that fish, the biggest fish I'd ever seen in my life, and it was on the end of my line. And my dad, boy, was he proud. I'll never forget that as long as I live.
Give your children everything. Give them your time. A thought from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons.
Now, what does anyone expect to find in a florist shop in Paris in the spring? Fresh cut flowers, certainly. The lovely scent of burgeoning spring plants and, of course, the undertones of romance which accompany the annual springtime awakening
of the City of Light. But for Lawrence Ducot, the florist shop of Rene Pergamo might hold the answer to a riddle, the proof that his glamorous wife did not take her own life. How long are you staying in Paris, Monsieur Ducot?
Well, that depends, Rene, on what is in this package.
Monsieur, let me assure you, if there is any way I can be of help.
Well, that's very fine of you, Rene.
Let me get the door for you. Oh, these are not just words. Oh, attention, monsieur, watch out.
Oh, well, let him go, Rene. But I won't forget that I'm even further in your debt. You know, he really might have hit me.
It was almost as if you were trying. That is our Parisian drivers for you.
Hop in the car, quick. Jones, what are you... Come on, we're going to lose that car that almost got you. You know, you're talking like a man who believes that car really tried to run me over. It's a lot easier to believe that than your story that your wife didn't kill herself. Still, why would anyone want to rub you out? Because, perhaps, of this package. Ah, damn. Lost him. Now, what's such a big deal about that package? It's my wife's diary, complete up until the day of her death. Do you intend to follow me wherever I go from now on?
I think you need protection, Ducot.
Maybe, but I can't afford your fee.
No, don't let the fee worry you. I'm already being paid. Oh, room service, please.
Is your client paying for this, too?
Of course. Oh, yes, 2 special lunches, the filet of sole and a carafe of white wine to 731, Mr. Ducot's room. Thank you. If you really got your hands on her diary, it might change a lot of things, but somehow I never thought of Grinnell as the type would keep a diary. You know.
For once, we're in agreement, but... here it is. Do you recognize her writing?
Well, I'll take your word for it. But before you start to read it, think. No one, not even you, suspected she kept a diary. Maybe there are some things she didn't want anyone, I mean anyone, to know.
Jones, you're a fool. I was married to Jennifer Grinnell for 23 years, and I knew her a lot better than anyone guessed. We're not going to find anything in this diary she'd be ashamed of. The years fell away, and memories came flooding back as I read the entries and found myself again under the spell she'd always cast for me. I could see her sitting in the small, cramped flat we had in Paris right after our marriage. I could smell her perfume and hear her as she wrote in the diary I never suspected she kept.
And such foolishness today. You would see my agent who adores me has made an appointment for me with Anton Krasuski for the lead in Woman from Hell. I told Larry thinking he would laugh, but he thinks I should go. I told him I would, but I refused to make a fool of myself.
Jenny, are you home?
Larry! I will give you only one guess what we had for dinner.
Did you go to
But
sleep?
a small clue, it is heaven.
Well, what about Krasuski? Did you like him? What did he say?
Oh, he said I was a fat cow who would be fine as a milkmaid, but to play the lead in a picture as big as Woman from Hell...
Oh, you're lying.
Of course. I did not go. It would have only been a great waste of time.
Yes?
May I speak with Jennifer Grinnell?
Who's calling?
Who is he?
Krasuski.
You're a waste of time. Anton Krasuski.
Now, young lady, you will tell me why you failed to keep an appointment with Anton Krasuski yesterday.
May I have a light, please?
Do you want the part?
Are you offering to me?
Is it your light? The part can be yours, depending.
Depending?
On how much you really want it.
Why do you choose me, an unknown actress dreaming of a career, for the lead in the most important film of the year?
Because I have seen your night for that. Because your insolence and your beauty are perfect for the part.
Well, pardon me for being slow, but I thought there were other considerations.
Only one. Join the Valpurgis Club.
The Valpurgis Club. And what is that? A club of witches?
Exactly.
It was a desolate house in the country, lit only by firelight and candles with weird music, and people drunk, not with liquor, but with some kind of frenzied belief in the magical power of the devil. As Krasuski took me through the various rooms, he watched, and then asked perceptively,
You'll find this amusing.
"That disappoints you?"
Not at all. But I must warn you that this is literally playing with fire.
With hellfire?
The most exact description. And now I would like you to see the altar.
The altar is impressive, but I was more impressed with the worshippers. They believed, and people who believe as deeply as they did can be dangerous. Krasuski was most cordial today when I again visited his office.
It is my belief that you were born a witch. I only wish to reawaken your slumbering destiny, as I'm sure I can make the hidden fire in your eyes burst into flame with the proper caresses.
No doubt. But just what plans do you have for me in the Walpurgis Club, if I should join?
You will be a star. Believe me. The club has helped me in my career, and I know we can help you.
I will do as I always have, help myself. What I was asking was, what does the club expect of me?
Only to recruit members.
And suppose I should fail?
You fail? Unthinkable. But we are not monsters. As long as you sign the membership papers and are bound by our rules, you will find us most agreeable.
And you know enough about me to know that I like to make my own rules.
Not in this game, Sherry. Not in this game. Ever.
How can I tell Larry the truth? He smugly keeps reminding me that he was right about me getting the part in Woman from Hell. How I ache to tell him about the Walpurgis Club. But I cannot. And even if I did, he would just laugh and dismiss it as a silly joke on Krasuski's part. I must admit I felt the same, but there are certain things that worry me. As, for example, today, when we were rehearsing privately the scene where I showed carrying the tortures he will suffer in hell if he allows me to seduce him.
No, it is all right.
And how many men have you seduced, Anton?
You will listen to me, because when this man takes you in his arms, he is doomed for all time. If you do not believe, how do you expect the audience to believe?
This is your picture.
And you are the woman I chose. A woman from hell would know. She would see immediately that this is a man who likes to suffer, who enjoys being tortured, so that he will have the best of both worlds. You in this, and eternal punishment in the next. You know this, and you are amused.
I am not confused. Tell me, Anton, how do you know all this?
Don't you know? I have a hotline directly to hell.
I do not like it. I do not like it at all. But I cannot withdraw now, and the picture promises to be a success. It is almost frightening, the knowledgeability that Anton shows about the workings of hell. I even accused him of it the other day during a break on the set.
But why should you question my knowledge of witchcraft and diabolism? You and I belong to the same club. I'm reaping the benefits of years of research.
And your payment, Anton, for these benefits. How much is it, and when is it due?
I will tell you. Or perhaps you will know when the picture is finished.
I loathe fidgety men, and Anton has become extraordinarily fidgety. He has also become a bore about other men. He blames everything upon Hollywood and the cleavage frenetic quality of our success. But this is nonsense, and he knows it.
When are you seeing him again?
You mean Bruce?
You are forgetting an obligation to the club to which we both belong.
I cannot help it if I am not a good saleswoman.
Isn't that an understatement? Your record is immaculate. Not one convert to the Walpurgis Club since you became a member.
Remember, I warned you about the possibility of my failing.
I remember. And now it is I who have to warn you. Either Bruce Brown becomes a member, or you will suffer severe consequences.
They overestimate my influence on Bruce.
They know just how infatuated with you Bruce is, and you have never really believed, have you, Jenny? And you won't until it is too late. However, we have a problem.
We? Do you mean you, the club, or me?
All of us. You remember Jacqueline Fournier?
Of course.
Then you may also remember that she was announced for the part that I gave you in Woman from Hell.
Must we go through this ancient history?
I am afraid we must. You see, she has heard rumors about the Walpurgis Club, and she threatens to do a whole expose, claiming you got the part through witchcraft.
Let her.
The club does not think that would be wise.
Then let the club stop her.
That is just what they intend to do. Fournier can be appeased. With your influence, you could get her a part in a picture and she would be happy.
I do not pay blackmail.
I told them what your answer would be. But Jenny, for your own sake, get Bruce Brown to join the coven.
Hello?
Have you seen tonight's paper?
No.
I thought you should know that Jacqueline Fournier met with a tragic accident. Her car ran off Mulholland Drive, crashed. She died almost instantly, which of course is something to be thankful for.
Accidents can happen anytime, anywhere. And today, everyone knows what you mean when you designate a person as accident-prone. On the other hand, would we be so willing to say someone was accidentally prone if we knew that a coven of modern witches wanted that person dead? That knowledge bothered even the strong-minded Jennifer Grinnell. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
The following fable is presented to make you want to buy a Buick.
As a girl, I had certain aspirations for myself that were not quite the same as the aspirations that others had for me. Daddy, when I grow up, I want to be president.
That's nice, honey. Of what?
The United States.
Don't be ridiculous, dear. The best you can hope for is First Lady.
Even when I got older, things weren't much better. Dad, I want to go to law school and have my own practice.
But, dear, wouldn't you rather go to charm school and have a big wedding?
But today, a woman can do anything a man can. Take the car I just bought, a Buick Century. Not cute, but sporty and good-looking. The kind of car only men are supposed to know about. When I told my father the Century was the only American-made mid-sized car with a V6 engine, he was surprised. When I told him about the great deal I got on the Century, he was impressed and said, I would make somebody a good wife. Then when I told him I was running for Congress, he bit off the arm of his chair.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Radio. It's been doing nice things for you for years. It wakes you up. It keeps you company in your car. It fills your life with music. It fills your mind with ideas. It informs, entertains. And radio does something else. It sells. Quickly, easily, creatively, efficiently. Consider that last word, efficiently. As a businessman, you know how all costs, including advertising, have been skyrocketing. You know what adflation means. A major advertising agency has just reported that line rates for the largest metropolitan dailies in the top 50 markets rose 12% over the past year. But what about radio? The same study revealed the cost for buying radio in the top 50 markets increased only 3%. What else can you buy today that only costs 3% more than it did a year ago? Get radio selling for you. Call this station. We'll suggest ways radio can help you fight adflation. Furnished by Radio Advertising Bureau.
One of the most famous and dramatic moments in the theater occurs in the play Peter Pan, when the actress playing that immortal boy turns to the audience and asks them to applaud if they believe in fairies. Invariably, the house breaks into a storm of applause. However, would the audience response be the same if the actress asked for applause from those who believe in witches? That was precisely the problem that faced Lawrence Duco as he tried to prove that his wife didn't commit suicide. Her diary asked him to believe in witchcraft.
Now, if you want to waste some more time, we'll continue reading the diary, but my advice would be for you to burn it.
Less than 2 hours ago, you were all enthused over the chances of finding the answer to Jenny's death. And now
You're not thinking, chum. You started all this because you wanted to clear the stigma of suicide from your wife's name.
and I still do.
Even if you now brand her as a believer in witchcraft, a wheeler-dealer in the occult who built her whole career upon a deal with a coven of modern witches,
I don't see that it has to be put just that way. And I'll make my decision when I've finished reading the whole diary. And so I reopened Jenny's diary, and again found myself reliving those days when Jennifer Grinnell was Hollywood's biggest star, and I, her husband, was a forgotten man, while her romance with America's favorite writer, Bruce Brown, headed the list of items in every gossip column.
Hello?
Jenny, it's me. I'll pick you up at the usual place at 9.
Oh, that is not possible, Bruce.
Why, what's up?
I thought we had gone beyond the question.
Well, I thought so too, but that was before we stopped seeing each other. Or haven't we stopped seeing each other?
More questions?
I'll pick you up at 9.
No, not tonight, really.
Tomorrow?
I suppose I owe you that much stuff.
You don't owe me a thing, and I'll explain when I see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow will be the last time I see Bruce. It is something I have refused to face for too long now. But I am afraid I believe that the Walpurgis Club is an evil and vicious thing. If they are not witches with supernatural powers, then they are criminals. Because I cannot believe that Fournier's car crash was an accident. And I will not even talk to Bruce about joining. Poor Anton. I must lie to him. Or maybe not. Maybe the truth would free him. Come in, Anton.
Isn't that your phone I hear ringing?
Yes?
Why don't you answer it?
You know me better than to question me, Anton. I do what I choose. If I do not want to answer the phone, I do not.
Because you know very well that was Bruce Brown calling. You did not want to talk to him. Hmm?
So?
You have deliberately broken off your relationship with him.
And if I have?
If you have done something I have never known you to do since we met. You have broken your word.
So I have. And it is about time you should find the courage to break yours also.
Don't talk to me of courage. You could continue to see Bruce Brown and never bring up the question that he's joining the club. But that way you might get into trouble if the club members are really witches and warlocks. So you take this coward's way out, and it ruins me.
What can they do to you?
For starters, they can take me off the picture.
I will not allow them to do that.
They have already done. When did you answer the phone?
What do they expect to gain by punishing you?
First, discipline for the ranks. I was the one who recruited you, and that was an error. Two, they think perhaps out of a feeling for me, you will change your mind about trying to recruit Brown.
Ridiculous.
Yes, I know, but you will suffer too. Just wait until you see the new director.
At this point, I closed the diary. Jones looked at me inquiringly.
Had enough, Duco?
Now I understand what Anton Krasuski was trying to tell me.
You went to see him. When?
As soon as I heard he'd been taken off Jenny's picture and replaced by Luigi Ferrelli.
You seem to be pretty buddy-buddy with a lot of your wife's lovers.
We had a lot in common. Would you like to hear what happened when I went to see Krasuski?
Well, I'm still on the case, and my report has to be written. Go ahead.
Of course, you never knew Krasuski, so you wouldn't have noticed as I did the changes as I approached his house. It used to be crowded and well lit. And this night it was empty and almost deserted. I crossed the driveway, rapped on the door.
Gladys, come in. It is very nice of you to come and see me.
What happened? Why did they take you off the picture?
They said they wanted a director who would be less dazzled by Jenny.
Well, that's nonsense. Jenny's the star. You did 2 great pictures with her.
Nevertheless, they seem to be logical when they chose Farrelly. Do you know any director who is less dazzled by Jenny than Farrelly?
He hates her.
And she him.
It almost seems as if someone wants to ruin Jenny and her career.
And me, no? Here. Look inside my forearm. Wait till I roll up the sleeve. Now, tell me what you see.
Are you sure you're all right?
Tell me what you see.
A small scar. It's shaped like a horseshoe or a hoof.
That's right. Now ask Jenny. Ask her to show you hers.
And that's when I walked out on him.
Did you ask Jenny about her scar?
No, I never did. When she broke her leg and was taken off the picture, it completely swept my mind. And then, well, you know what happened then.
Oh, everybody does. Your girl couldn't get herself arrested in Hollywood. She was finished in pictures.
You don't know what that meant.
Look, Duco, I am still interested in finding out what happened just before she died. And I think we ought to skip ahead in that diary and see if we can find out.
Yes, you're right. Now, let's see. Sometimes she dated entries and other times not, so... Oh, yes. Here. This one's dated just a month ago. And here's what she says.
It has happened. I suppose I should have known that someday it would happen. But I really thought I was finished with the Walpurgis Club. So many years had passed, and no word from them. And so it came as a surprise when I did hear, and in a way I never would have expected. My agent phoned and told me that Tyler Campbell wanted to see me. I'll confess, I felt some of the old excitement of meeting a talented motion picture director.
I've always been one of your greatest fans. Every scene in Woman from Hell is etched indelibly on my memory. I'll quote the dialogue for you if you like.
Would not you be embarrassed if I said, please do?
If you want my company, all you have to do is pay for it. If you want my love, you will pay more. A price that I advise you no one can afford.
Enough, I am convinced.
I can't understand why a talent like yours shouldn't still be working.
Oh, I agree with you.
And that's why I've come to see you. How do you feel about trying to come back in a film I'll direct? Of course, I wouldn't expect a commitment until you'd seen the script. You haven't even asked what the film will be about.
Yeah, I was not up to that in my mind.
It's about witchcraft.
Oh?
Does that turn you off?
It is too soon to say.
You know I don't do ordinary films, Miss Grinnell.
Yes, I know.
And I assure you the film is well worth doing. Today, witchcraft is in. But I intend to use it somewhat differently. I see you as fate. Beautiful, enigmatic, and inescapable.
Interesting.
Good. I promise that I shall shoot you so that even in the cruelest close-up, your scar won't show.
My scar?
Don't tell me that that little mark inside your wrist is no longer there. Even plastic surgery won't eradicate it. And it's exactly the same as the one I have here, behind my ear, see?
Yes, I see. So this was all a trick. You are a member of the Walpurgis Club.
In good standing, Miss Grinnell. Which is more than I can say for you. But my offer to do a picture with you is very real.
I am not interested.
Too fast. You make a decision before you know any of the facts.
We have nothing more to
I
say.
suggest you listen. If you think you've paid your dues in full, you're mistaken. You betrayed us, and you betrayed your oath.
I am finished with you and with the club.
And you will be. I promise you. Do one small favor, and you'll be a big star again. And no strings attached.
How do you mean, no strings?
You will be allowed to resign from the Walpurgis Club. The only member in its 300-year history to be given that privilege.
I have already resigned. I have not been to a meeting
What you have in mind does not necessitate your going to a meeting. You heard of Jason Albright.
Who has not? He is the 6th or 7th richest man in the world.
Did you know that Jason Albright is one of your greatest fans?
No.
He's worshipped you for years.
How nice.
Jason Albright is very ill. In fact, he's terminal.
Well, that is too bad. My fan club will be reduced by one.
True enough. But you can make a dying man very happy. Simply by talking with him, visiting, spending a little time with him.
Are you out of your mind? Why would
Albright has no heirs. His will leaves all his money to various charities. But wills can be changed.
I see.
Of course. Simplicity itself. Nothing for you to do except spend a little time with Albright. Be your charming self
and persuade the old man that the Walpurgis Club is worthier than all of his other charities put together.
Precisely. Couldn't have put it better myself. Before you answer that, I have a feeling it will be Jason Albright.
What?
We managed to get word to him that you'd be receptive to a call.
I see. Hello. Who is this? No, this is not Miss Brunel. She is not at home. She will not be in for some time. No, I do not know. Goodbye.
That, Miss Brunel, is very foolish. I want you to think carefully. Think what a small thing we're asking of you. And then consider the alternative. We can make things very definitely unpleasant for you, Miss Brunel. Think it over.
How long do I have to think?
We can give you only 12 hours. And then we'll be here for your answer.
What alternative do I have? I cannot go to the police, and I will not have anything to do with the club or its scheme. So, I turn to my diary and write. And I get an inspiration. I cannot go to the police, but I can hire a private detective to protect me without telling him why I am hiring him. And I remember I had heard of a good one. I will call him this minute. There, I feel better. I have called, and he is on his way. I hope he is intelligent. And that may be too much to ask. But his name is...
Don't bother, Ducot. I know my name.
You were the detective Jenny called.
I'll take that diary now. If you look closely at my wrist, you'll see the mark that her diary described so well. And now, of course, you understand why the cause of her death must remain a suicide.
Now, I know there are some scholars in the audience who will say that Walpurgisnacht, the witch's Sabbath night, named after St. Walpurgis, is a fake, and the Walpurgis Club, therefore, must also be phony, for the simple reason that St. Walpurgis was an English woman who never committed an evil deed in her life. I'll be back shortly with some more thoughts on witches and witchcraft.
Welcome to Gurney's Department Store.
What?
Please announce your floor. This elevator is activated by your voice.
I want the maternity shop.
The 12th floor, watch the door. Are you pregnant?
Yes. Are you sure you're a recording?
I am a recording. Have you seen a doctor?
Yes. At the beginning of my pregnancy, and I'll see him often during it.
And do you plan to follow his advice?
Of course. I'm not going to take any medicine unless he prescribes it. I'll get plenty of rest and do some moderate exercise.
And what about your diet?
I'll eat the right foods. Foods that are good for me and good for my baby.
12th floor, maternity.
Thanks. A recording. I'm talking to a recording.
Remember what the March of Dimes says. Be good to your baby before it is born.
Witches and warlocks have been part of man's history and development since the beginning of time. And frightening demons and demonology abound in the history of civilization. And also in man's progress, scientists for years have solemnly announced that there are no demons, no witches. Then why do these myths persist? I think perhaps because we need them. If they really don't exist, then we'll invent them to answer this need. It's something to think about for next time. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Norman Rose, Mandel Kramer, Paul Hecht, and Nat Poland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
How long does murder keep fresh?
Forever.
Even 20 years?
Whose murder?
He killed a priest.
A priest. Father Jim Morgan, what have you got?
What do you got?
You got my word that your sentence will be cut.
I made deals while you was in diapers. Now, we'll do it this way. My mouthpiece has to meet with a DA. Get dotted, and all the T's get crossed.
How do I know you've got anything?
Only 3 guys know about something that could sit Mike Perry down in a chair. Mike, me, and Pop Morrison. I like you, copper. But first, my mouthpiece has to tell me we got a deal.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and by the Florida Orange Growers. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
From KOIN in Portland, my name is Bill Garrity. Have a good night tonight and a better day tomorrow. Have a good weekend. See you on Monday. Bye-bye.
CBS News. Space Agency doctors are optimistic the Apollo astronauts will recover from breathing possibly poisonous gas during re-entry. Probably will have no lasting lung damage. Good morning. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Thomas Stafford, Vance Brand, and Deke Slayton probably will spend at least 3 days as patients at Tripler Army Hospital in Honolulu as doctors watch for the possible development of pulmonary edema, accumulation of fluid in the lungs. First x-rays, it was reported, showed lesions in Slayton's lungs. Condition appears to have stabilized. The astronauts, described as in good spirits and eating well, are receiving oral steroid drugs to reduce lung irritation. They're generally confined to bed, but were allowed up to telephone their wives. CBS News continues following this message.
Are you an unpublished author? Do you have a book-length manuscript ready or almost ready for publication? Or do you know of anyone else who is an unpublished author? If so, Vantage Press invites you to write to a leading New York publisher for a free illustrated brochure titled To the Author in Search of a Publisher. It explains how you may have your manuscript printed and published in a matter of months. Just write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. Whether your subject is fiction, non-fiction, poetry, or even scientific, specialized or controversial, this 52-page brochure shows you how to arrange for prompt publication. To get your copy, write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. That's GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. If this is your first book, you'll find this free brochure especially valuable and informative. Write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. GPO Box 1414, New York, New York.
The Pentagon is withholding orders for some 7,000 U.S. servicemen in Turkey, pending clarification of just how severely American use of some 24 bases will be limited. Turkey, angered by congressional refusal to okay resumption of American arms shipments, ordered all activity to stop today by 5 p.m. Eastern Time. The situation is being watched carefully from Brussels, as we hear in this report from Michael Landers.
NATO is waiting for clarification of just what the Ankara government has in mind. And alliance diplomats say what happens to the bases now is a matter for the United States and Turkey to work out, because the agreements covering the bases are between Washington and Ankara, and do not involve NATO directly. There is no question that the American bases in Turkey are vital to the Atlantic Alliance along its strategic southern flank. They guard a common border between Turkey and the Soviet Union, and they provide NATO with extremely valuable intelligence about Russian military maneuvers several hundred miles inside the Soviet Union and in the Black Sea. And the loss of those bases, if they should be lost, would be a very serious blow to the alliance. Michael Landers for CBS News, Brussels.
President Ford asked Congress to reconsider lifting the arms embargo to Turkey, saying at the same time he deeply regretted Turkey's decision to suspend American activities at the joint U.S.-Turkish military bases. The president, delivering his 35th veto, rejected the $7.9 billion Education Appropriation Act of 1976. Noting it increased his budget proposal by $1.5 billion, Mr. Ford said neither the federal budget nor the economy could afford it. The president has a request for Capitol Hill, as outlined by CBS News correspondent Connie Chung.
President Ford reluctantly asked Congress for an additional $3 billion to continue funding the food stamp program for the remainder of this fiscal year. In a message to Congress, the president said he is forced to ask for the money over the $3.8 billion he requested in his budget because the existing law, quote, invited almost unlimited expansion of the program. The cost of the food stamp program, he said, has doubled in the past 6 months. He reminded members of Congress that they had rejected his proposal submitted earlier this year, which would have required all participants in the program to pay a proportionate share of their total income for food stamps. He noted that his proposal would have saved $1 billion in fiscal year 1976. The president said now he must request the additional $3 billion, but he also asked the legislators to change the Food Stamp Act by focusing more assistance to those in need and by tightening eligibility and participation requirements. Connie Chung, CBS News, Washington.
More news in a moment.
If you ever use a hemorrhoid preparation, you should know this. Vaseline Brands has news. It's Hemorrhoid Ointment. Hemorrhoid works fast, helps protect with a proven medical ingredient for soothing occlusion. And Hemorrhoid gives you only this key ingredient, so it gives you more than the leading preparation. Now, at your first sign of pain, burning, and itching, turn to soothing Hemorrhoid. Hemorrhoid from Vaseline Brands. Use only as directed.
It doesn't seem like it, but it's been 25 years since Yul Brynner debuted as the King of Siam in The King and I on Broadway. Well, the King is back, shaved head and all, in a musical tale of Homer's classic Odyssey. This is Jerry Dunphy, your host for Entertainment West, heard every Saturday over most of these CBS radio network stations. Tomorrow I'll be talking with Brynner about the origins of his famous shaved head, his lack of vanity, and his strange definition of work. That's Entertainment West tomorrow on the CBS radio network.
President Ford leaves today for a 10-day visit to 5 East and West European nations. The high point of the trip, a stop in Helsinki, where he'll join with leaders of 34 other nations in signing a statement of principles involving a code of conduct for the governments of Europe and North America. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
19-year-old Erman Rogers, Jr., a Navy sailor from Alabama, was placed on 5 years probation with 6 months in jail today for robbing Portland taxi driver Ronald Brayler on April 26th. 19-year-old Jesse Holloway, a sailor from North Dakota, earlier pleaded guilty of first-degree robbery in the case and was placed on 5 years probation and given a 1-year jail sentence. The Socialist Workers' Party has appealed to Portland Mayor Neil Goldschmidt to order Police Chief Bruce Baker to make public any intelligence files on the party and its political candidates police have accumulated. John Studer, party chairman, says he's convinced the police bureau has files on the party, the Young Socialist Alliance, and several socialist candidates. Baker, in reply to a June 17th written request to inspect such files, says it would be, in his words, improper even to say whether the Bureau has any intelligence files on the party. A Portland woman who alleges she was denied a job as a grocery checker because she is a woman has filed a class action discrimination suit in U.S. federal court in Portland against Fred Meyer Incorporated. Phyllis Cohen charges Fred Meyer also denies equal promotional opportunity to women in its food departments and other departments. A prisoner's strike at the British Columbia Penitentiary may continue until Monday night. A prison union committee spokesman says the strike was originally to last 2 days, but the spokesman says nothing positive has taken place, so it will continue. Prison officials say the strike, which began Wednesday morning, has been without violence. The differences between the Spokane School District and its 1,500 teachers will be examined by an impasse committee next week. The state superintendent of schools has appointed the committee to work with the negotiators in the state's second largest school district. A Northwest climbing team is on its way home after failing to scale the world's second highest peak in Pakistan. The team, headed by Jim Whitaker of Seattle, had attempted to climb the 28,700-foot mountain known as K2, but 20 days of severe storms stopped the climbers from reaching the top. At last report, the team is waiting at Skardu, about 200 miles north of Rawalpindi, for transportation home. Another cover-up is going on, and this time it's the tavern and bar owners who aren't happy about it. A Washington Liquor Control Board ban on topless table dancing has gone into effect. Although one court has already upheld the regulation, the tavern owners are preparing to appeal the ruling. The weather for Portland, Vancouver, and vicinity, sunny and hot today and Sunday. Highs both days 90 to 95. The lows at night will be 55 to 60. Winds northwest 10 to 20 miles per hour today. The chance of measurable rain is near zero today and tonight. I'm Pat Callahan. That's the news. Now more bright and beautiful music on KOIN and KOIN FM stereo in Portland.
It's just past 11 o'clock, and it's time for the WIP Mystery Theater. Why don't you join us? Just sit back and relax, if you can.
Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Glass. Justice has been defined in many ways by philosophers, scholars, and lawyers. Caesar put it one way, Seneca another, Sophocles had his words, Mark Twain and Tom Jefferson had theirs, and Shakespeare's Portia, to whom I admit a king kinship. After justice, be always tempered with mercy. Such was not always the case concerning those Anton Chekhov described in his stories, particularly in the Mystery Theater's tale of today.
It is wrong for me to love you, Natasha. You are married, I am not. I should not have allowed our friendship to go this far.
And if I were not married?
But you are. And your husband is in exile here in Siberia.
Could you love me if I had no husband? If I were a widow?
How could that be? Unless he was to die.
Perhaps it could be arranged. Our mystery drama, The Boatman and the Devil, based on a story by Anton Chekhov, was adapted for the Mystery Theater by James Agachinia. It stars Alexander Scobie. I shall return shortly with Act 1.
Make life a little less irritating for someone on your Christmas list by getting a Remington electric shaver from True Value Hardware Stores. Hi, Pat Summer also suggests you save your favorite lady from the irritating nicks and cuts of a razor by giving her a Lady Remington shaver. Or for that special man on your list, choose a Remington men's electric shaver with handy trimmer. Right now, you can get the Lady Remington or men's electric shaver for just $19.99 each at participating True Value Hardware Stores and home centers. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
Well, when you cover your mouth with your hand every time you laugh, you just aren't showing much confidence in how your teeth look. Mine were all tobacco stained until I got Total.
Total Smoker's Tooth Polish is a combination of polishing agents and a rich foaming cleanser, especially formulated to help remove ugly yellow tobacco stains. Yet laboratory research has proven Total cleans gently enough to be used every day instead of regular toothpaste.
Total made my teeth cleaner and brighter.
Total Smoker's Tooth Polish, fluoride or mint. Edna, do you love the tea?
Oh,
Never mind, we forgot to lock the door.
I'll hang up the coat, Melvin.
Good girl.
Ooh. Melvin,
Mm-hmm.
take a look in the closet.
Edna,
Yes, Melvin.
there's a dog in the closet.
Hiya. Don't worry, it's me, the Gruff, the crime dog.
Puppy talk.
Of course. How else could I tell you not to leave your door unlocked?
Oh, you're McGruff, the crime dog.
Edna, you're talking to a dog.
I'll say it again. Lock your windows and doors. Use a timer to turn lights on and off.
Oh.
And tell your neighbors to keep an eye on your house.
Good idea.
By the way, you got our Neighborhood Watch program.
Neighborhood watch? What's that?
That's where you and your neighbors learn how to protect each other and your neighborhood. But find out more. Write to McGruff. Box 6600 Rockville, Maryland, and help take a bite out of crime.
Edna, lock the door.
Gotcha.
A message from the Crime Prevention Coalition and the Ad Council.
Today, we shall examine exile. From 15 to 50 years, in some Siberian outland, deprived of family and friends, left alone to survive or die. One man in the Russia of 1890s is the boatman who conveys the convicted across the river from Russia to Siberia. In the boatman's hut are two exiles. One, obviously a man of position, asleep in a fur coat. The other very poor and younger, who warms his hands before the blazing logs. He is waiting to be ferried across the river by the boatman, whose name is Sasha. It is he who will tell our story.
Young man, you have just arrived. At this moment, you feel sorry for yourself because you believe you're innocent. That gentleman, lying there asleep in his fur coat, also believes he is innocent and doesn't belong here in Siberia. His name is Vasily. Count Vasily, I believe. What's yours?
My name is Radek.
And mine is Sasha. I'm a boatman. I advise you to get as close to the fire as you can. When I take you across the river, you will find it very cold there.
Sir, can a man be as well dressed as that man, Count Vasily, in a fur coat and still has committed a crime?
He has been found guilty and exiled. How old are you?
25.
What crime did you commit?
I stole nothing. I robbed no one. I hurt no one.
Whom did you offend?
The state and the judge.
Russia is not a country where one may call a spade, so to speak.
There are those in power, and then there are the rest of us. Powerless.
My boy, it has always been so.
My wife, my baby, my parents. I can't bear to live without them. I shall go mad.
You will not.
We had a happy life. And then I was unjustly accused of theft, of beating an old man. I broke out of jail and joined a movement of people. They told me there could be a better life. We all ended up in jail. In a worse life, hardly a life at all.
You haven't even tasted it yet. You haven't crossed the river.
As soon as the wind dies down, I shall row you across to be officially admitted at the post office at Gideon.
Don't you understand, old man? I can't accept this exile.
How many thousands of times have I heard that? In a week, the river will have gone down, the weather will have warmed, and you will go wandering across Siberia finding ways to amuse yourself.
Never. Never. I shall die first.
Oh, one doesn't die of loneliness. You will find a new life here. But I shall always be at this same place, living in this same hut, rowing back and forth across the river, as I have done for 20 years, day and night. White salmon and pike under the same water I float on.
Sasha, why don't we go now? The wind seems less. Are you waiting until he wakes up, our sleeping friend in his fur coat?
No, not at all. Let him sleep the whole night and day, so far as I'm concerned. You wish to be ferried across now, so be it. Gather your belongings and we'll go. Who knows how long this still fur coat will sleep. You, Roddick, start your new life. Yes, as the Chinese say, the journey of 1,000 leagues begins with the first step.
How can you see in the dark?
Experience. That enables everyone to see in the dark.
Sir, is it true that once I've made a life for myself here and found work and somewhere to live, I'll be permitted to have my family? My father is very ill now. My mother and wife promised if he should die, they'll come here if it's permitted.
What's the use of having a mother and wife here? It's all foolishness, brother. The devil is tormenting you.
The devil?
Real hard, it's a treacherous undertow. Yes, I mean it. The devil. Don't listen to him. Don't surrender to him. He whispers in your ear about women, say to him, I don't want them. There's no life here in Siberia for a woman. The accursed devil talks about freedom, say to him straight off, I don't want it.
I don't understand. I do not want freedom. I'm a young man.
And a foolish one. I'm telling you, the only way to exist as an outcast in Siberia is to want nothing. To torment yourself over nothing. No father, no mother, no sweethearts, no wife, no children, house or home. I speak that loudly to the devil every day. I don't want anything. Curse your soul. Yeah, here's the shore. Follow that road where the sign points to Gideon out for 10 kilometers. You'll arrive there. The government office and the post office is always open. Tell them you're here and to mark a check out to your name.
Is that all I do?
You are like a man who has come to the moon. Everything is strange. It is uninhabitable. You must learn from those who live there how one exists. Find shelter, gains employment. Now, think of yourself as a lone pioneer. Here. And keep this bottle with me. Take a swig.
Oh, thank you. Oh, a fine taste.
Brother, I am no peasant. I don't come from a class of slaves. I'm the son of a sexton. Years ago, when I was a free man in Kursk, I wore a frock coat. And now I brought myself to such a point that I can sleep naked on the earth and eat grass. It is wanting nothing that enables one to survive in Siberia. From the very first day they sent me here, would you believe it? I don't even remember my crime. From that day, I wanted nothing.
You had no family? You left no one behind?
As many as you and more. Radek, don't complain. Don't envy. Find some joy in every day. Accept your lot. That is the secret. Take, for instance, that Vasily. Who? Oh, Count Vasily likes to call himself wealthy, well-educated. The man we left snoring in front of my fire in his fur coat. He will not find peace either until he accepts completely the life he has to live. I'm going back across the river now, and I shall tell him that for the umpteenth time. But do you think he'll take my advice? I doubt it. Ah, Vasily, see you're awake now.
Yes, I'm surprised you're back so soon, Pasha.
Tell me, you're spending this entire night here in my hut, or do you expect me to ferry you back tonight?
Well, I've waited this long. I thought I'd wait a little longer. She said she'd write by the first post. She promised to.
Your wife could have addressed a letter to the Guinea post office.
But she knows it saves the day if her letter from Moscow comes to the milkman. That young man you just took across, I suppose he's like all the others, isn't he?
I didn't think you were asleep, Vasily. He reminded me of you when you were first exiled to Siberia.
Of me? Mm-hmm. That boy hasn't two kopecks to rub together. I was a government official. I had money. If you remember correctly, I agreed with everything you told me, Sasha, and I made a life for myself here. I bought a house and some land. No more a life of pushing papers across the desk as I did in Moscow.
Yes, in the beginning you were fine. But your family had money.
I think I'll wait just one more day for her letter.
I'll go back to sleep then. I'll wake you in the morning.
Yes, when you walked in the door now, I was dreaming it was yesterday. But perhaps I shall return to that dream.
You're letting the devil torture you.
I can't help myself. I can't.
Those dreams of the past. It was almost as if I was dreaming by his side. I knew Vasily's dreams so well. I warned him that to want money is only the beginning. His family had it, and so they could send it. Every month he would cross the river with me for a whole year. Every month. Always the same words.
It's a long time since they sent me any money from home.
You don't need money, Vasily. What good is it? Throw all the past away. Forget it as though it never happened. Don't listen to the devil. He'll never bring you any good. He'll only tighten the noose.
It's to want to live well in a place that Almighty has forsaken. Is that dealing with the devil?
You are a prisoner, a convict. You have been convicted of a crime. One doesn't live well as a criminal. Now you want money. Every month you wait for your family to send more.
My crime was not that great. I forged my father's will so I wouldn't have to share with my brothers.
And those same brothers you tried to cheat are now sending you money.
Yes, I needed to live. I cannot live without money.
To live, a man needs only to be content and happy. And if you wish to be content in Siberia, you must learn not to want anything. You have to despise fate. Laugh in his face. Then fate will begin laughing at himself. It was like talking to the wind. Vasily would hear none of it. He would have money. He would have his wife and daughter. He would turn his Siberia into a heaven on earth. For 2 years this went on. For 2 years I ferried him to the Russian side of the river. And one day that man, that Vasily Sergeyevich, met me with laughter.
Sasha, it happened. Think of it, Sasha. She is coming. She is. I am going to Guinea tomorrow. Would you believe it? To meet my wife home, my Natasha. She has taken pity on me. She's come to live with me. She has forsaken the gay life of Moscow to live here in Siberia, bad winters and all, and to be with me. She misses me. What do you think of that, Sasha?
You have a devoted wife, is what I said to him. But in my heart, I knew. Wives and prisons of the state. I knew it could not last.
to Gulag. The outcasts of Russian society condemned to mock time until their sentence had been served, or they had not survived and died in their cages. But no one has illuminated it in the same fashion as Chekhov. What it takes to become used to this moonscape from which there is no escape. Our boatman will tell us more when I return shortly with Act Two.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home and they made hundreds of dollars. Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
Mommy, I cut my hair. Oh, no. What did I do? Mommy, I'm bleeding.
Can you stop the bleeding? Can you clean a wound properly? What if he stops breathing? What if his heart stops too? How do you handle an emergency at home? Many of us panic when prompt action may be needed to save a life. If you'd like to learn what to do and how to do it before you're faced with an emergency, contact Red Cross. We'll help you learn how to prevent accidents. We'll teach you first aid, Red Cross CPR, family health and home care. Countless lives have been saved through safety and healthcare skills learned through Red Cross courses. And because of these skills, millions of Americans live safer, happier, healthier lives. Learn how to take better care of yourself and your family. Call Red Cross. We'll help. Will you?
The boatman, who ferries prisoners from Russia to Siberia, tried to soften the blows of this strange new existence to those who were about to enter this barren land. Sometimes he would talk to the new convicts in his hut before the fire. Sometimes during the long road to that land of the abandoned and forgotten. One prisoner, Vasily Sergeyevich, having served 2 years of his sentence for forgery, has persuaded his young wife and daughter to come live with him in Siberia. Sasha picks up the story.
The next day, Vasily arrived with his wife, a pretty young lady with a little girl in her arms, and lots of luggage, hat boxes and boxes of shoes. Vasily Sergeyevich was spinning about her like a top.
Natasha, this is my old friend, Sasha. She has made life bearable for me here. Sasha is the boatman, our only link with civilization. Sasha is my wife. This delightful, beautiful creature. How often have I spoken of her, huh?
Yes, madam, he has often. I'm glowing.
And deservedly, too. What? Imagine leaving the comforts of home and friends to spend goodness knows how much time in Siberia with her loving husband. But I shall make a home for her, the likes of which even Moscow cannot begin to equal. Sasha?
Certainly, if anyone can transform this wilderness, it will be your husband, madam.
Oh, and my little one, whom I haven't seen since she was a baby's arms. Now, how are we going to transport all this luggage aboard that little skiff of yours, huh?
I shall make as many trips across the river as necessary.
You see? Problem, solutions. Didn't I write to you, Natasha? Nothing but the best people here. People with heart, with love. Oh, you will enjoy yourself, I promise. Come. Let us all get aboard Sasha's ferry and make the first trip.
He was breathless with joy. I thought, all right, be happy today, but see, you won't always be showing such a happy face to the world. From that time on, he went every week to the post office to find out where the money was being sent from Russia. That wife of his, Natasha, needed a lot of money.
Lafitte, will you please stop walking up and down the room?
Well,
Please.
I'm only thinking, Natasha. Is there a special perk on Saturdays, or do I have to wait until Monday?
You're making me very nervous, pacing up and down like that. I can barely make up my face. Oh, I hope this party you're giving, I don't know, I hope that it's more amusing than the last two. The people here are so bored.
Oh, no, all new people. No, I promise you, they're all in government.
Well, I prefer artists.
Oh, my darling, we are meeting the best people, and they're all charmed by you.
I am not charmed by them. The people here have no manners. Haven't you noticed? And you, too. You have become somewhat crude and boring like the rest of them. How I long to meet just one gentleman, just one. I ask no more.
Oh, I have become crude and boring.
Yes, just like that. Oh, Vasily, you don't even realize it.
But Siberia...
I know. For others, it is a prison. But you assured me in your letters that for us it would not be. And we are paying for your indiscretion, Vasily. It's not fair. Every day to be surrounded by riffraff and barbarians.
No, that is not entirely so, Natasha. There are gentlemen here, and some of them have even invited you to go hunting.
But I am not interested in hunting. Besides, for a woman alone, it's not proper.
Well, government officials and commissars and their wives hunt. It is only we, not you, but I, a prisoner, who may not carry a gun. When you went on the last hunt, I didn't hear any objections then. You acted as though you had a very good time.
But you don't understand anything. Month after month, my child is longing for a proper education. I ask myself, why did I come to Siberia in the first place? Why?
I thought...
You thought what?
What is that? Never mind.
But I do mind. What were you going to say?
I thought you came here because you missed me and loved me and wished our little family to be together. But I can see I was mistaken. I am exiled not only from my country, but from everything that was once dear to me. Siberia is a cruel punishment. It does not fit the crime.
How long could a spoiled wife of a once wealthy man exiled to Siberia stand it here? Not very long. How could she? Clay soil on which nothing grows, cold water, cold weather, no vegetables, no fruit, and surrounded by ignorant people. So she found amusement where she could.
Forgive me, my princess, I could not come sooner.
I'm really sorry. I've missed you so.
Well, a commissar cannot always prescribe his hours. I have work responsibilities.
Anton, I hate this place. Even my little Anna knows how I feel. And although she loves her father and would do anything to remain here in Siberia with him, she knows it is not good for her. So we had a little talk, and I am going to take her home to Moscow. She is too young to stop learning.
Moscow? When?
At the first sign of spring, April or perhaps May. Now you will come too, won't you?
I cannot leave here. This is my post, my career, my future. I have no way of going to Moscow in the spring.
I am taking Anna to Moscow, and as soon as I am certain that she is installed in a good school and her uncle can take care of her, I may return.
And then what?
We shall see. If you are still interested, I will be with someone who can make Siberia bearable for me. And if not you, then someone else.
Crumbs of happiness. It's all wrong. You are married. I am not. I should not have allowed our friendship to go this far.
Would you feel that way if I were alone?
Alone?
If I had no husband? If I were a widow?
Then I would demand to be transferred to Moscow. I would pester them until they agreed. In Moscow we could be married. They liked my work. I know I should be promoted. Natasha, would you marry me if you were a widow?
Yes, I would. I believe in you, Anton. So only one thing stands in our way.
Yes, only one thing.
Am I to remain the wife of an exile or his widow? Anton, you're an excellent shot. Remember those geese you shot down, one after the other, without scarcely taking aim? Tomorrow I shall tell Vasily that for her sake I am taking Anna back to Moscow. And perhaps, who knows, while I am away, a hunt is organized and accident happens. So that when I return, I find myself a widow.
A hunting accident. How long will you be away?
I can arrange almost anything. How much time do you need?
And did it happen exactly as it was planned? No, not exactly. Do you remember the young Radek I took across the river some years ago? Well, he had become quite desperate. He saw no way of living out his sentence and never seeing his wife again. He came to me and told me of his plan.
To run away. As simple as that.
And you think they won't find you?
I shall run quickly.
You have clothes enough?
Only what is on my back.
Food enough?
At night, if I'm near a farmhouse, I can steal food.
How did this change of mind come about?
Sasha, I can make no money. I can get no money. I have no place to which to bring my wife.
Not many have.
Vasily Sergeyevich has.
Well,
He could bring his wife and daughter to this frozen hell. For 3 years they've been here with him. 3 whole years. I would give anything for my wife to visit me for just one day. One day only. And then she could go home. One visit would last me a whole year. Sasha, I have decided to suffer no longer.
What if they catch you? And they will catch you. Your clothes are ragged. You have no papers. Every citizen has papers. How many years was your sentence?
10. I cannot live for another 7.
A young, strong man like you?
Long ago, I stopped counting the days. I began to think of death.
You are 25.
I'm 28 now.
I was 25 when I first came here. I'm still twice your age. It is not Siberia that is making you ill. It is the devil.
Sasha, you have said all this to me before. I can find no work here. No place to live. I was born a peasant, but I educated myself. I learned to read books.
Then death is not for you. I tell you, Radek, you can make a life for yourself here. Forget yesterdays. Live only for today.
I cannot.
Yeah. Take a mouthful from my bottle. It'll cheer you.
She was only 17. My Olga. When we married, I must see her once before I die.
You don't die. Oh, why tomorrow, huh?
Well, there's a hunt tomorrow. Duck, geese, pheasant. I heard them talking about it. Vasily Sergeyevich was boasting he was going to be allowed to accompany the hunters. You see, he said to me what it means to have connections. I said to him, I was incredulous. They are giving you, a convict, a gun to shoot with? No, but they are trusting me to carry the gun.
Radek, they will find you with their dogs.
Sasha, that's the beautiful part. The dogs will be hunting too. I shall hide in the trees, and when they're all occupied with shooting birds, I shall run as fast as I can.
The Lord be with you. I hope you will arrive at the place you wish to. Poor Radek never left the forest alive. He was shot by accident by one of the government men. One called Anton. He said he thought the movement behind a tree was a deer. But it never occurred to him it could be an escaping convict.
Anton?
You're back. I had no idea you would return to Moscow so soon.
I didn't go. Anna became ill. Is that the man you shot? They're burying?
It was an accident. A wrong accident. Vasily told me all about it. He was standing quite near when you shot the wrong man. I shouldn't have even dreamed of doing it. This innocent boy is dead now. They said he was escaping. Did you shoot the wrong man on purpose? I don't know what I did. It is all so sudden. It was wicked to even plan such a thing. How could we have lived together with your husband's death on our conscience? That boy died so that Vasily could live. We must never forget that. Now, let us bow our heads as they lower the coffin into the grave.
The horror of these dead souls. One cannot help wondering, is this happening today? Stories of injustice finally filter through the darkness, and we hear of them. Sane men who are placed in institutions for the mad. Those who disappear and are never heard from again. And our story is based on an account published 120 years ago. History repeats itself again and again. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Serial introduces Mr. Buster Crabbe, film actor and author of Buster Crabbe's Arthritis Exercise book. I wrote a book on relieving arthritis pain, and I recommend Icy Hot Cream in the tube. Rub it on. Icy Hot's penetrating warmth reaches way down inside to help relieve minor pain, while a feeling of coolness soothes your skin. I'm convinced that Greaseless Icy Hot Cream will give you fast, effective relief that lasts for hours. Use only as directed. This is Gene Kane for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bid you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau. The following is presented by the National Urban League. You know, when you walked in here and said, I want to be a salesman, I wouldn't have bet a plug nickel you could make it. Sales takes hard work and tenacity and guts. Well, I just didn't think a black man could measure up. Too often in today's society, people are judged solely by the color of their skin rather than by what they can do. But when people are given a chance to make something of themselves, there's no limit to what they can do. And now here you are, our newest district manager. What do you say to that? All I ever needed was a chance. Everybody deserves a chance to make it on their own, regardless of race, creed, color, or sex. The Urban League is dedicated to achieving that, and you can help by opening your heart and your mind and giving someone that chance. To find out exactly what you can do, write National Urban League, 500 East 62nd Street, New York, New York, 10021. A public service message of this station, the Urban League, and the Advertising Council.
Today, the Mystery Theater's third act curtain rises on a tale familiar to many writers. Some who themselves experienced exile in Siberia. We have used Chekhov's account written in 1892 because we hope by 1992 that such bestiality towards man will be forgotten history. Our spokesman is Sasha, the boatman, the link between freedom and living death. He himself is in exile. 50? 60? No one quite knows. And strangely enough, he has forgotten whether he has served out his sentence. For he has reneged his life here in Siberia.
I stand in a corner of the yard where the dead are placed. It is so cold they cannot dig very deep. Anton, the man in love with a prisoner's wife, has shot and killed the young man who lies in that coffin. From the distance, the bell of death.
Coward, you stupid coward, I should have known. Natasha, I asked you to observe the ceremony and contain yourself. Coward, coward, coward. You shot that man on purpose. You couldn't bring yourself to do away with that thing. You're all words. I'm wasting my love on Natasha for the Lord's sake. Stop whispering to me. There's a burial going on. Someone will see you and suspect someone. You're a coward. What a fool. That's still late. My daughter Anna refuses to go to school in Moscow and leave her father. My life is all upside down. You have thought on as if nothing has happened, as nothing has touched you. I was a fool to think that you could free me.
Please let me explain all this to you.
There is nothing to explain, coward. I never want to see you again.
I thought of Radek, the poor boy, who meant no harm to anyone, who was caught in a chain of circumstances, and now would never see his Olga, his mother, or his cherished province of Sibirsk. 6 months later, a troika drove up outside my hut, and the driver just sat there. I spoke to him, but he said nothing. Someone had hired him and he was waiting. And then there was some shouting from the other bank. You! Salem! Boatman! We wish to get a car! Well, I brought them across. It was Anton. Even though it was dark, I recognized him with his tortoise-shell glasses. There was a lady with him all bundled up, but I recognized her too. They had some luggage, not much. They got into the troika, and that was the last I ever saw of them. The next morning, guess who was shouting to be ferried across? Vasily Sergeyevich on his best horse.
That you can move this whole
Vasily, you have a horse that's quite a weight as well.
You helped them get across, didn't you? They could have only come this way. Who? My wife. And the young gentleman with the spectacles.
Yes, I brought them across last night.
And the boxes and cases?
They had some luggage, yes.
No, you should have told me. It would have been nothing for you to row across and find me and tell me my wife had run away.
No, Vasily, be sensible. How would I know such a thing? I had no idea she was running away. You sure?
Yes, I am sure.
Well, what did your daughter on it?
Yes, I lay still with me, thank the Lord. What happened when they got to the other side, huh?
Oh, they were pushed off in a troika.
Well, I shall find them. I have a fat horse. I shall bring him back with me.
5 days a night he chased after his wife. Of course, he didn't find her.
I can trust. I will have her back. I will have my freedom. I must. Who do I see to beg for my freedom?
So you know all the influential people in Kirill? You entertain them at your house? Whom do I know?
They are all leechers and traitors. Is there an honest official among them?
Go speak to Pyotr Vishnevsky. Tell him you're an old friend of Sarcher's. He may help. Summers and winters passed. Don't ask me how many. Time expands and compresses in this wilderness. But I remember standing in the post office one day. The door was open. I walked into an office, and there was Pyotr Vishnevsky.
You have a beard long quite right.
You're bald as a hen's egg. Good to see you after all this time. You're still in the customs office, huh?
Oh, he has made me defeat.
Congratulations.
Surely, you must have served your sentence by this time.
Yes, I probably have, but where would I go? Most of my life has been lived here. What would I go back to? I can hardly remember what I did before I became a boatman.
You know that man you sent me 8 years ago, that Vasily Sergeyevich?
Oh, Vasily, yes. I haven't seen him in I don't know how long. He never comes across the river.
He has sold his land and mortgaged his house.
Today, if you saw him, Sasha, you would not recognize the man.
No, he wouldn't listen to me. He let the devil get the best of him.
If it were not for his daughter, he would have died already of heartbreak. I'm sure of this.
I should go see him. Where does he live?
The last address I had for him was over in the public stables where the authorities keep their horses safe. We had pity on him and his daughter and made an apartment up there for him. Go see him. His daughter Anna is known to be quite a beautiful girl. You see them everywhere together.
Well, perhaps on Sunday when I have half a day off.
Good morning, Mr. Gage. Yes? Who is it? I can't see very well. And do you see the gentleman?
Gentleman with a white beard. You think I know him? Yes, I do.
You are Anna.
Yes, you are Sasha. Yes, you used to carry the boat across the river into Siberia.
Oh, I still do. Yes. Did you say Sasha? Oh, my goodness. How long has it been? But, of course, I never cross the river anymore. We very simply, Anna and I. You know my daughter, Anna?
I would have recognized her anywhere.
Oh, how would you have recognized her? She was a little one in those days.
I was very little when you met me first, but I'm 18 now.
Sasha, do you still talk about the devil?
Sometimes, yes.
Well, for a man who knows as much as you are very wrong.
Was he really, Papa?
Well, weren't you, Sasha? Come. You're among friends. Come, confess it.
What do you want me to say?
And I am the proof you were wrong. After everything is said and done, I am the living proof that people can live in Siberia. That even in Siberia, there is happiness. Look at her. Anna. There she stands. Oh, she takes good care of you. We are counting the months now. Little less than a year and my sentence is over. We're full of plans, my little Anna and I. One more winter and that will be it.
Piotr, I saw him. I saw them both.
Vasily and Anna?
Yes, he speaks of life after Siberia. He's older than I and she's 18. What happiness can she have with her father now? He loves her and finds consolation.
Well, like any father who regains his lost youth through his daughter.
What she wants is caresses and laughter and perfumes. Isn't that so, Piotr?
It's a normal girl.
It won't last. It cannot last. It won't even begin. I didn't realize how prophetic my words could be. I didn't see them then for months at a time. The frost was beginning, the signal of a very hard winter. The ice falling on the river. What happened, Vasily?
What do you mean?
Oh, here it is, winter already. It was last spring, remember? Saw you and Anna outside the church. She was so happy and dancing about. Reminded me so of her mother. Well, the whole summer's passed. You said you'd pay me a visit.
Things have not gone as well as I hoped. I have been troubled. We have both been troubled.
Yeah, I could have told you.
Yeah? You know nothing.
No, let us not quarrel. I know it of your sorrow. I don't wish to add to it.
You said you could have told me. What did you mean?
I could not have foreseen everything, but some things, yes.
Sasha, are you saying to me what happened was because of the life here in Siberia?
Did you know I came to your door often and knocked, and no one would open the door?
I ran everywhere to find doctors. I could have been out when you knocked.
Yeah. Well, my friend Piotr told me. He said Anna withered and wasted away until she was too weak to stand on her feet.
It happened almost overnight. I spent a fortune on doctors. They all shook their heads. They could do nothing.
Yeah, consumption, I know. That's your Siberian happiness for you.
No fruits, no vegetables, no sunshine, no life. You kept her in prison with you. You tried to keep him up. That must be it, the road I'm supposed to row back to the other side. Well, where am I carrying it? This honest question. I will ride across with you. Oh, forgive me. I had no idea. They told me there would be a load to carry across the river. I had no idea it was her. What will you do, Betty? I'm thinking Anatonescu. And then nothing. My life is over. You see, we're both the same age. Come back. Be a boatman with me. It's a healthy outdoor life. We could live to be 100. I have a cousin in the Urals who is 125 and could come back. You could help those who are making this passage for the first time. We will share life, you and I. We will not let the devil rule us. We will rule him. Let me think about it, Sasha. You may be right. But I may not have the strength to return. I never saw Vasilis engage again. And did he do away with himself from grief? Did he run away? Why did he not return here? Some men are difficult to understand.
Today, when I introduced our production of The Boatman and the Devil, I pondered a little bit upon justice and judgment. I wondered then, and I still do, whether justice, a man-made law of order, can ever exist in a form acceptable to everyone. Putting it in our terms, is it because, as someone has said, no one understands a policeman because no one understands the Bill of Rights? I shall return shortly.
This is Jason Robards for the National Council on Alcoholism. I'm Jason Robards, and I'm an alcoholic. There was a whole world out there that applauded me as a success. So how could I be alcoholic? I thought only losers became alcoholics. Then I found out alcoholism is a disease. And my wife convinced me that drinking for me was like committing suicide. I got the facts and got into a program to stop drinking, and I don't drink anymore. Now I really know what success is all about. Not just with my career, but with my wife, my children, and my life. Get help like Jason Robards got. If you or someone you love has a drinking problem, call the National Council on Alcoholism in your area. I'm living proof you don't have to die for a drink. A public service message in cooperation with the Advertising Council.
A postscript about the boatman, whom I'm sure many have already likened to Charon, the ferryman of the dead, guiding their bodies across the river Styx. For the sale of one silver piece, Charon would sell his soul to eternity. Surely, man could do better than bring others to eternal death, the death of places like Siberia. Were my opinion to be asked, I would banish forever. Exile. Our cast included Alexander Scobie, Marion Seldes, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Thank you for the comment.
You're very welcome. Come back sometime.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Why did you ask him to come back?
I don't know. He looks so unhappy, so haunted.
You know, so screwy, more like him.
Look, he's coming back. He's turned around and he's coming back.
Good Lord.
Don't be mean to him, Charles. Please don't be mean to him.
I won't. Well, forget
leave. Don't make me go away. I have to stay here. It's important. Believe me, it's very, very important that I should stay here.
This is Johnny Burns, inviting you to return to our mystery theater for another adventure in our cop. Until next time.
This is Nat Wright. Stay tuned for a special presentation of the John Lennon story, which will follow the midnight news. This is WIP, Metro Media Radio, in Philadelphia. It's just past 11 o'clock, and it's time for the WIP Mystery Theater. Why don't you join us? Just sit back and relax, if you can.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Johnny Burns. Body and spirit, says the philosopher, are twins, and only the good Lord knows which is which. This leads us to the great and as yet unanswered question: what are we? That which the body announces, or that which the spirit suggests? Is man a perpetual puzzle, an eternal enigma, a monumental mystery? Or can it safely be said of most people, what you see is what there is? My dear Samantha, why are you angry? Because you're up your old trick. Which one? Well, once again, you're out to take what's mine. What is it this time? James. James? Yes, James, but you won't get away with it. You shall not take James away from me. I'll do whatever I have to stop you, even if I have to kill you. A mystery drama, Two Sisters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Patricia Elliott and Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
A do-it-yourselfer with a reputation for doing good work deserves tools with a good reputation. Hi, Pat Summerall suggesting this Christmas you surprise that special person with a quality skilled power tool from True Value Hardware stores, like their 7 1/4 inch circular saw featuring ball bearing construction, plus convenient depth and bevel controls, or give the skilled cordless drill that operates forward or reverse, then recharges in just 1 hour. They're just $44.99 each at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
Well, when you cover your mouth with your hand every time you laugh, you just aren't showing much confidence in how your teeth look. I mean, mine were all tobacco stains until I got Total.
Total Smoker's Tooth Polish is a combination of polishing agents and a rich foaming cleanser, especially formulated to help remove ugly yellow tobacco stains. Yet laboratory research has proven Total cleans gently enough to be used every day instead of regular toothpaste.
Total made my teeth cleaner and brighter.
Total Smoker's Tooth Polish, Fluoride Mint.
They're all talking about the I-95 marketplace at Route 413 and Route 1 in Levittown. Where else in the Delaware Valley can you find over 250 shops under one roof with prices so low and savings so high? It's I-95 Marketplace. I-95 Marketplace offers sensational bargains on clothing, jewelry, groceries, hardware, cameras, telephones, greeting cards, shoes, sneakers, wood stoves, bathroom accessories, records, health foods, and they even have a chiropractor and optometrist on duty. For your food fantasies, 11 vendors offer everything from cheesesteaks to pastrami. Children can stop by their electronic game room or peek through the baseball card and sports memorabilia shop. For savings, for fun, for food, for sensational bargains, it's I-95 Marketplace at the intersection of US 1, I-95, and Route 413. Call 750-1877. That's 750-1877 for more information. Open daily 10 to 9 p.m., Sunday 10 to 6 p.m. And don't forget, Santa Claus is now at I-95 every day till Christmas.
For there is no friend like a sister in calm or stormy weather, to cheer one on the tedious way, to fetch one up if one goes astray, to lift one if one totters down, and strengthen while one stands. Yes, there is no friend like a sister, but with all due respect to our poet, there is no enemy like a sister either. We find ourselves in India perhaps 100 years ago. We are in a busy, bustling railway station. An English lady of about 35 alights from the train. She is quite well dressed, but she is showing the effects of a long, hot journey.
Well, now, where have you been?
Sir?
Sir?
Yes. Sir?
Well, I do believe that you will mistakenly for a sensei. What did I predict it, you know?
What did you predict?
Well, didn't I say it would happen to you if you remained in India long enough? A deep disaster. So everything gets to us well sooner or later. I am compelled to stay here, but what is your excuse, Samantha? You have a rich sister in England.
I'm not Samantha.
You're not Samantha?
No. I'm the rich sister, Sophia.
Oh, no, that's impossible. No two human beings can look so much alike.
We're twins.
Right, but still...
Identical twins.
It's one face. And even more, one body. Well, to beg your pardon, that word may sound a bit forward, but I was only using it professionally.
Professionally?
Yes. I'm Dr. James Parker, District Medical Examiner, and I'm a very good friend of your sister.
How do you do?
We're very proud of the work she's been doing here, that little school she runs. And, oh, yes, first rate.
We always thought she was born to be a school mistress.
You must be exhausted after your long journey. Let me drive you out to your sister.
But she said her servant was to pick me up.
John Law? Oh, no, I don't see him about.
But he should be here.
Well, he will be, there's no doubt about it. He may arrive in 5 minutes or an hour, or at midnight, or perhaps even tomorrow morning. Let me see your luggage. And shall you be with us now?
I'm not sure of my plans, Dr. Parker.
Oh, no, you must call me Jay.
Must I?
Of course. Because I intend to call you Sophia.
To answer your question, it all depends.
On what?
On my mood of the moment.
Oh, your personal moods, are you?
Nine of them. Suddenly I may find myself in the mood to listen for Strauss waltzes, and then I'm off to Vienna, or to gaze upon the magnificent statue of David, and I'm off to France.
You're so different from... Well, I must call her methodical, Samantha.
Oh, yes, she was always quite the planner.
And you're not.
Why bother to make plans? They always go awry, don't they? One never really knows what's going to happen. My poor husband, he was the most methodical man I knew. He was convinced he would live to be 80, and yet one night he had a sudden heart attack. He was dead by morning. He was only 42.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that.
And so I'm a widow. Did I plan on that? Poor darling. His planned to amass a fortune of £10 million. But I suppose I shall have to settle for the $5 million he did manage to make before his untimely demise.
Well, even the most delightful of journeys must come to an end.
Delightful? The heat, the insects, the dust.
Well, the company.
Well, I must confess, I did enjoy the company too.
Your sister's house. Oh, and there's your sister.
Sophia! Hello, Samantha, darling. Well, let me have a look at you, dear. What happened to come to now? Dr. Parker.
Didn't we agree? My name's James.
Oh, of course. James was kind enough to give me a lift. Oh, that's as good as your James, dear. Now I'll have the servants bring in your luggage, Sophia. Housing! Oh, James, won't you join us for dinner?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm sure you two have so much to catch up with.
Dinner, then?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, Sophia.
Au revoir, James. Your dinner, James.
Yes, bye, Samantha.
Oh, I feel like a new woman. Been quite a trip, all the way from London, halfway around the world. So he's dead. Charles is dead. Yes. Poor Charles. Suddenly, without warning. Well, now you don't have him either. Either? Oh, my dear Samantha, you never had him at all. Well, that isn't true. You took him away from me. How could I take what never belonged to you? You stole him from me. Why would I steal him? Because you'd always steal anything that was mine, anything, and everyone really and truly believe that, don't you? Why did you come here? Why did you come here? Well, shall I tell you? It was your great, dramatic gesture, your tragic renunciation of the world, your farewell to all earthly pleasure. That's nonsense. I'm doing good work. Good work. Oh, yes. Spelled with a capital G and a capital W. It isn't often that one can combine virtue with vanity. You were always far too cynical, my dear Sister Sophia. Now, why have you come here? Perhaps to let you know that there's no point in continuing this charade any longer. What charade? Yes, this conspicuous performance of good work. I've come this long way to tell you that you can stop pouting and return home. Home, yes. Home to London, to parties, balls, the theatre, the ballet, to civilized people. After all, I have £5 million, you know. £5 million. And a conscience, yes. I do have a guilty conscience. Can you admit you stole Charles away from me? No. Stop that nonsense. I have a guilty conscience.
Dear Godzilla, today I'm grateful for weird guys who try to impress me by buying me a $250 cigar.
It's time for you to
So glad I kept the show.
I'm home now, Sophia. This is my home. This is my work. My life is here. And my love is here. Ah, love and purity. And when may I meet him? But you've already met him. James Parker. You're in love with James Parker, yes? And is he in love with you? I think so. What does that mean? Well, sometimes he appears to be. And at other times, stop cross-examining me as if I were a prisoner in the dark. The fact is, my dear Sister Samantha, you are a prisoner every time you fall in love. You become a prisoner of all sorts of fantasies. I don't think James Parker is in love with you. And how do you know? Well, I saw the two of you together for exactly 1 minute. That minute told me everything. How could that minute tell you anything? The look in his eyes was not the look of a man in love. His smile was not the smile of a man in love. And the tone in his voice. Perhaps he's not in love with me just yet. But yes, but in time. How long have you known him? Well, we met when I first arrived here 5 years ago. 5 years. Well, I know that sounds like a long time. But out here, life pursues a different pace, I dare say. Well, I wish you luck. Come in, come in.
Awake, O heaven born, awake.
Who are you?
I am only Chandralal by the favor of the Sahiba.
Is that a fact?
Yes, I am the hit.
And what is the hit?
The hit Matka, if it pleases the heavenly born.
Well, I don't know if it pleases me just yet.
I am the head of all the servants in the house of the Sahiba Samantha.
And where is she? The Sahiba Samantha.
She is at the school where she teaches the small children the secrets of the government.
What secrets?
Oh, how to combat the evil spirits in the milk and in the water, and the devils of the smallpox. Oh, many things of great mystery.
A most laudable and worthwhile endeavor.
I have been sent here to inform the favored one that there is a visitor.
Dr. Parker, I presume.
Oh, this is magic indeed. How was the present able to divine?
Right on schedule, Chandralal. Right on schedule. Chandralal.
Is Sahiba?
Where's the Sahiba Sophia?
Where is the Sahiba Sophia? It is difficult for this unenlightened one to say.
Speak, fool. I know full well about lying. When was the last time that I've seen my sister?
This insignificant one was last privileged to gaze upon the Sahiba Sophia this morning.
And where did she go?
Away.
Well, obviously, idiot. Where? And with whom?
Well, this was not revealed. With whom? With Parker Sahib.
Parker Sahib.
The Sophia Sahib returned. Even now, maybe have the horse and the carriage.
She was out riding with James. Thank you, James. It's a most instructive ride. Oh, hello, Samantha, dear. Hello. Hello, James.
Oh, hello there, Samantha.
You're just in time for dinner. Won't you sit down with us?
Oh, no, thanks, Samantha. I'm due at the hospital this evening.
Good night, James.
Well, I hope to be free tomorrow morning. Good night, Sophia. Samantha.
Well, what's for dinner? I'm starved. Riding about all day, just want a ravenous appetite. You may serve the soup chandelier, and the country really is pretty when you see through the dust. Where did you go? Oh, here and there. Any place in particular? Truth is, there's not all that much to see. The landscape isn't nearly as pretty as our own English countryside, you know. Yes, I know. Well, how did you spend the whole day? Well, we had lunch at the club, then we watched a polo match, but I suppose mostly we just sat around and talked. About what? Oh, this is truly delicious fruit chandelier. Do you suppose I might have some more? Never say you to a native servant. You must always say thou. Why? Shall the empire totter on its foundation? Oh, talk to him any way you please, my dear Samantha. Why are you angry? Pretend you don't know why I'm angry? That makes me angrier still. Don't you tell me why you're angry. I'm angry because once again you're up to your old tricks. Which one? Once again you're out to take what belongs to me. What am I supposed to be taking this time? James. James? Yes, Sophia, James. But you won't get away with it, I'm warning you. You will not take James away from me. I'll do whatever I have to stop you, even if I have to kill you. That's certainly short, sweet, and to the point. What were we saying as our story began? Great indeed can be the love one sister has for another. And just as great can be the hate. Which will prevail? When they both want the same man, all bets are off. At least until Act 2, which will be here shortly.
The following is presented by the National Urban League. You know, when you walked in here and said I want to be a salesman, I wouldn't have bet a plug nickel you could make it. Sales takes hard work and tenacity and guts. Well, I just didn't think a black man could measure up. Too often in today's society, people are judged solely by the color of their skin rather than by what they can do. But when people are given a chance to make something of themselves, there's no limit to what they can do. And now here you are, our newest district manager. What do you say to that? All I ever needed was a chance. Everybody deserves a chance to make it on their own, regardless of race, creed, color, or sex. The Urban League is dedicated to achieving that, and you can help by opening your heart and your mind and giving someone that chance. To find out exactly what you can do, write National Urban League, 500 East 62nd Street, New York, New York, 10021. A public service message of the station, the Urban League, and the Advertising Council.
We hate this sale. Because if there's one thing car dealers can't stand, it's slashing prices on beautiful new cars, especially this time of year. But that's exactly what we're doing at McGowan's West Town. That's why we hate this sale. But you're going to love it. Because from Thursday, December 9th through Saturday, December 11th, McGowan's West Town will sell brand new cars at prices even Scrooge would love. If you buy the same make and model new car with the same equipment at a lower price than McGowan's before 5 p.m. Saturday, we'll give you $300 cash. McGowan has 20 fully equipped Mercury Marquis and Grand Marquis starting at $89.97 and 50 Mercury Lynxes with front-wheel drive starting at $55.95 and over 50 late model trades at even better prices with 10.75% financing on all 1982 models. Come to McGowan's Westtown Lincoln Mercury, routes 3 and 352 just minutes west of Newtown Square. And if you're smart enough to buy one of these cars before 5 p.m. Saturday, we have one thing to say. Bah hump.
Love comes in many guises. There is the love between parents and children, the love between sisters and brothers. But of course, they all pale beside the love between men and women. How many great deeds are performed in the name of this love? And how many great crimes? We are getting there. You are going to kill me. I'm warning you. Now, don't take James away from me. Your argument has a familiar ring. First it was don't take Charles away from me, and now it's James. And my answer shall also sound familiar. James is not yours in the first place. Yes, he is. He is. He is. He will be. He could be given time. You've had 5 years. I have had but a single day. Already he has chosen. That isn't true. Love has chosen. You have chosen. You saw that I wanted him, and that was enough for you. Nonsense. Please, Sophia, let me have Jane. My dear, what have I to say about it? You've won. Oh, I admit it freely. Anytime both of us want the same man, I have no chance. But you don't want him. Now listen to me. I know him better than you do. I've seen the complete James, not just the gallant who's courting you. I've seen James when he's at work and during the rainy season when he's out of sorts. I've seen the unhappy, dissatisfied James who bemoans the fate that forces him to earn his bread in India. He is forced to live in India, yes, because he's the youngest son. He received no portion of his father's estate, and because he's not really a very good doctor, he found it hard going at home. And my husband, he can afford to live quite happily in London. Don't you see? That's why he's after you. Because you're rich. I think that's rather sensible on his part. Yes, but it's also dishonest. It shows a lack of character. If he has no character, why do you want him? Because, well, he isn't really good enough for you. He's more than good enough for me. Now. It's true, you can have anyone you want. I have to settle for anyone I can get. Oh, please let me have him. Let me have James Sophia, please. That decision is not mine, Samantha. Why can't you see it? But you could refuse him. Oh, Sophia, do this one thing for me, and I shall never ask you for anything again for as long as I live. I told you, my dear, nature will take its course. Sophia, please, save me. This life I'm leading the right, it's just a conceit. It's because I have nothing else. You have everything else. You can come home with me and live like a lady of means. Those means will not be mine. They'll be yours. I need something of my own. I need James. And I need James too. No, not as much as I do. Oh, my dear Samantha, why do we sit here and argue about it? James is the one who will choose.
What are you doing here in the Sutri marketplace?
You say that when you enter the square. You see these scrolls who are no longer in the year of our Lord, 1877. You're wafted in time to remote antiquity. This is how it was when Alexander the Great came storming down the mountain passes into India.
Yes, and it's still a filthy place. Oh, Samantha, I feel so good just talking to you.
Do you change, really?
Yes, you have no idea how good you how marvelous you've always been for my morale.
But James, that's because...
You can't feel you. Samantha, the one and only.
Where?
Come, we'll have lunch. That is, unless you've something better to do.
I can't think of anything that's nearly as good.
I am so happy I ran into you just, Samantha. You're the one person in this world I'm looking for.
Am I?
If we've known each other for so long, you're my nearest and closest friend. And now...
Yes, now.
And now I want to tell you a secret.
Yes?
Samantha, I'm in love. Oh, yes, love. For the very first time in my life. Surely you've seen it. How could you not guess? I've seen it. Well, I want to ask you if you think
as a chance for me.
Yes, James, yes.
How wonderful. I'm asking you because you're her sister, a twin, and who would know her moods, her feelings better than you?
What are you saying, James?
Do you think she'll help me?
Who?
Sophia.
Sophia. You want to marry Sophia?
I'm in love with Sophia. Isn't it obvious? Doesn't everything about me proclaim it? I know what you're going to say. You're my true friend and her loving sister. Your concern is for the happiness of us both. You're going to say, but you two have known each other scarcely a week. But it's a week that's been an eternity spent in heaven. And we didn't need a week. We fell in love at first sight, which is the sweetest love there is.
James, I
think you're going to preach caution, which is in keeping with your methodical nature, and, well, I love you for it. But life is so short, my dear. One must seize every moment. Oh, dear, sweet, loving Samantha. Those are tears of happiness. Oh, thank you. Thank you for having a sister like Sophia.
Hello! Oh, where art thou, lady scoundrel?
What is the heaven-born pleasure?
Where is the Sahiba Sophia?
Why, it has not been revealed to this
world. Why do I ask thee? I know where she is. She's out with James.
James. Shall the center of the universe have her dinner?
No. The center of the universe shall not have her dinner. You know what the center of the universe intends to do? She is going to sit here and get quietly, but definitely, and even irrevocably drunk.
Drunk? And shall the false spirits that dwell in the bottle solve the radiant one's problems?
No, they won't solve them. But they'll make me forget them.
Yes, tis but a shallow forgetfulness.
Chandramal, I am about to tell thee a secret. Attend. But first, bring me the double-barreled rifle.
The double-barreled rifle? Does the heaven-born wish to hunt?
No, the heaven-born intends to kill. Yes, my good Chandramal. When that false, sharp-toothed vixen works in here tonight, I shall...
Yes?
I shall place the bullet from the underbarrel into her faceless heart, and...
Yes?
And then I shall pierce my own heart with the bullet from the overbarrel.
Sahiba?
It doesn't matter, Chandramal, my heart is already broken. So go now. Fetch the rifle.
May a question be asked? Why does the eye of beauty intend to do away with herself?
Why? Because justice must be served.
Of course. But in what manner?
In a prescribed manner. An eye for an eye. I shall have killed. I must pay the price.
If this witless one may inquire, why does the protector of the poor wish to kill the Sahiba Sophia?
To teach her a lesson.
But what is the lesson? Both teacher and pupil shall be dead, and who shall profit?
But something must be done.
Of course. Parker Sahib loves the Sahiba Sophia. All to the good. Let him have the Sahiba Sophia. Let the killing serve a purpose.
But it is serving a purpose. Revenge.
The revenge that is sought by the eye of beauty shall last but a brief moment.
But what other revenge is there?
Let him love. Let him marry. Let him return to England with the Sahiba Sophia and help her spend her millions of pounds on all the delights the foolish world has to offer.
And this is revenge?
This is revenge. Because thou art the Sahiba Sophia.
Now which of us is drunk, me or thee? No, I am the Sahiba Samantha, thy mistress.
The heaven-born can also be the Sahiba Sophia, if she so chooses.
What? But
Sister, in the eyes of the world, who is to say which is the Sahiba Samantha and which is the Sahiba Sophia? They have one face, one form.
But Parker Sahib, he knows the difference.
All men know the difference.
Then how could this deception be maintained?
The difference is one of manner. It is in the smile, the bold and the confident smile, the lightness of the step.
And the voice. Well, anyone could tell by the voice.
With practice, the dispenser of the lights could match the voice of the Sahiba Sophia. The difference is slight.
Yes. I see what you mean.
It is truly a plan for the greatest revenge.
Yes, I told you. Thou art correct, Chandra. I shall need the doubled barrel. But only one bullet, Chandra.
Slowly, the Blessed One must consider.
Consider what?
The voice of the inner spirit. The voice that chastises when one does wrong.
You mean conscience?
Will the chosen one be able to live with the deed?
Absolutely. I've been awakened. I see the world in a new light. And the money, the 5 million, it's mine. Well, it's as much mine as hers. He loved me. I tell thee, Chandra, he loved me, but he didn't know it.
Oh, she comes. The Sahiba Sophia approaches.
Yes. Let her come. Let her march in here. Her face flushed with victory. Once again, she cheated me, robbed me of what is mine. Enjoy your triumph, my darling sister. Luxuriate. Revel in it. And I shall wait for exactly the right moment. The right moment. To do what? Meanwhile, we are flowing inexorably toward the third act, which shall arrive here shortly.
The serial introduces Mr. Buster Crabbe, film actor and author of Buster Crabbe's Arthritis Exercise book. I wrote a book on relieving arthritis pain, and I recommend Icy Hot Cream in the tube. Rub it on. Icy Hot's penetrating warmth reaches way down inside to help relieve minor pain, while a feeling of coolness soothes your skin. I'm convinced that greaseless Icy Hot Cream will give you fast, effective relief that lasts for hours. Use only as directed. Now there's a brand new reason to buy a new 82 Buick. Low finance rate. That's right. Now your Buick dealer can offer 10.9 annual percentage rate financing to qualified retail buyers of new 82 Buick. If delivered on December 31st, pick from a fine selection. Skyhawks, Skylarks, Century, as well as Winkles, LeSabres, Rivieras, and Electras. 10.9 annual percentage rate financing. Now at your participating Buick dealer. Dealer contribution may affect consumer costs.
Mommy, I tore my hair. Oh, no. What did I do? Mommy, I'm bleeding.
Can you stop the bleeding? Can you clean a wound properly? What if he stops breathing? What if his heart stops too? How do you handle an emergency at home? Many of us panic when prompt action may be needed to save a life. If you'd like to learn what to do and how to do it before you're faced with an emergency, contact Red Cross. We'll help you learn how to prevent accidents. We'll teach you first aid, Red Cross CPR, family health and home care. Countless lives have been saved through safety and healthcare skills learned through Red Cross courses. And because of these skills, millions of Americans live safer, happier, healthier lives. Learn how to take better care of yourself and your family. Call Red Cross. We'll help. Will you?
According to Pythagoras, the square of the hypotenuse of a right triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the two sides. That, of course, holds only for geometric triangles. What cannot be so neatly calculated nor finitely measured are the human triangles, which do not consist of area but which are constructed of emotions. And where is the instrument or the formula sensitive enough to give us a reading on that? Hello, Sophia, darling. Samantha, dear, you're not angry. Why should I be angry? Well, we did have words. Ah, yes, about James. Well, I was foolish. What? Do you mean that? Well, of course. After all, as you said, nature must take its course. Oh, I'm glad to have Samantha. Oh, I'm so happy. Could you do something for me tomorrow? Of course. Could you lend me your blue dress? The blue? Oh, yes, dear. It looks so smashing on you. I was thinking perhaps it might do something for me. Samantha. Oh, is there a man you're out to impress? Well, yes. Oh, who is he? Well, it's old Colonel Bruce Loudon, the district administrator. But I was thinking perhaps I could get some government funds for the school. Well, it never hurts to look one's best. And besides, he's an old roue who flatters himself he still has an eye for what he calls good stock. Well, you shall have my blue dress and a bonnet to match.
Sophia, wait. Well, what are you doing here in town all alone?
Hello, James.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes?
But it's not Sophia, it's Samantha.
Are you sure?
Well, the only thing that gave you away was the voice.
The voice?
It doesn't sound quite like Sophia.
Oh, but perhaps with practice.
Well, I must say, Samantha, something has come over you. There's a lightness in your step, a sparkle in your eye. I've never noticed it before.
Look, it wasn't there before.
Well, in that case, it's probably due to Sophia's good influence.
Yes, Sophia, of course. Sophia.
We are so happy, the two of us.
And I'm so happy. And both of you.
Well, Sophia said you will be coming to England to stay with us.
Oh, yes, she's been kind enough to invite me.
Well, I am glad, Samantha. I cannot tell you how much I value your friendship.
Friendship?
Yes, I know we shall always be friends.
Oh, yes, James, of course. And who knows, one day perhaps even more than friends. Chandalan?
Yes, the Sahiba summons.
Who am I? Chandalan? The Sahiba Samantha? Or the Sahiba Sophia?
The magnificent one is without a doubt. It is Sahiba Samantha.
In this dress? In this bonnet? Well, at first even Dr. Ferry took me for the Sahiba Sophia.
Ah, yes. The look, the dress, the tilt of the head, all this speak of the Sahiba Sophia. But the voice immediately says, behold, I am the Sahiba Samantha.
Yes, the voice. And all that remains. We must alter, we must adjust the voice. We must learn to speak in the voice of the Sahiba Sophia.
It is even so.
Her voice, is it lower than mine? It sounds like so what sayest thou, Chandalan?
Ah, the fountain of all wisdom must try harder and practice longer.
Yes, but it shouldn't be too difficult. I listen to the sound of her voice, and I capture it, and now it reverberates in my brain. Now listen. Hear me speak in the true voice of Sahiba Sophia. Nature will always take its course. Nature and love, they both go their appointed rounds, regardless of our hopes and desires. What sayest thou now, Chandalan?
Oh, it is the voice of the Sahiba Sophia herself that speaks through the holy mouth of the anointed one.
Yes, and I can do it anytime I have to.
It is magic, mighty magic indeed.
Oh, Samantha, it's so hot. You should be here in July or August. No, Samantha, dear, I shouldn't, and I won't. Neither will you be here. In July and August, we'll be back in England. Ah, yes, England. It's been 5 years for you, hasn't it? I wonder if there have been many changes. Are they still the same servants? Yeah. You know them all. Bellows is still the butler. Mrs. Caffrey has stayed on as housekeeper. Selina, Margaret, and Ruth are the maids. And yes, Joanna. Joanna, I never liked Joanna. Neither did I. But she was one of Charles' favorites. She was always creating all sorts of mischief, spreading all sorts of rumors. What sort of rumors? Oh, gossip, to the effect that Charles was thinking of divorcing me. I never gave it early, so who knows? Well, what else do I have to know? What else do you have to know? I mean, what is there of interest? Oh, yeah. I don't know. Actually, Jane was rather quiet. Well, what time is it? Close to midnight. No wonder I'm so sleepy. Think I'll turn in. Good night, Samantha. Yes, good night, Sophia. Hello. Come to me. Fetch the double-barreled rifle.
Yes, Sahiba. She will use the rifle now?
Now.
Yes, Sahiba is ready?
I have this ready, as I shall have a bee, Shalala.
Yes, she sleeps. The Sahiba Sophia sleeps.
She sleeps, and nothing and no one shall ever waken her again. No, dear Sophia, don't wake up. It shall not help. Goodbye. Yes. Goodbye. Oh. And now I am free of you at last.
The Sahiba Sophia is dead?
No. The Sahiba Sophia has merely changed body. I am Sahiba Sophia. Thou dost not believe? Then listen. Listen to the voice of the Sahiba Sophia. I am the Sahiba Sophia. I was born Sophia Wallace. I became Mrs. Charles Purcell. I had a twin sister, Samantha. I went to visit her in India. One night, a marauding band of dacoits raided her house and killed her. Then they burned the place down. Now, isn't that what happened, Chandrelal?
Who am I to contradict the inspired words? The truth that has been revealed to the heaven born. But,
yes, Chandrelal?
Chandrelal is a poor, unworthy creature. He is trapped beneath the radiant one's feet. But he must live. And when the protector of the poor returns to England, who will feed Chandrelal? Hungry men have been known to speak desperate words in their agony. Who knows what a tale may fall from the lips of Chandrelal?
I understand. And how much money shall be required to assuage the hunger of Chandrelal and keep his tongue from wagging?
A mere pittance, the unconsidered and unmissed drippings from the magnificent one's fortune.
How much, Chandrelal?
100,000 rupees.
100,000 rupees.
To be paid each year.
To be paid each year.
Truly, as the protector of the poor can realize, it is a bargain.
Not really. Thou art a greedy fool, Chandrelal, and here is the only payment thou shalt ever receive. Oh, James, it was horrible, horrible.
Ah, my Sophia, darling.
It was a hot night. I couldn't sleep. I thought I'd walked near the river. Suddenly, I heard shots in the house and screams, and I saw these awful men rushing away. I was terrified.
No, Sophia, darling. It's all right. Everything is going to be all right.
No, nothing is ever going to be all right ever again. The police came, but it was too late to do anything.
Samantha had a rifle?
Yes, but she was asleep. They shot her in her bed. Chandrelal. Oh, poor Chandrelal would never harm anyone, and they burned the house down. Look, it's in ruins. Why, Why could they have done this?
Well, I don't know, but it was probably done by fanatics who objected to her teaching modern ways to the children.
Jane, please, I want to go home. Please take me home to London.
Yes, my darling Sophia. Yes. What a magnificent mansion.
Yes, this is the Spurstow mansion, but we shall soon change the name to the Parker mansion. Oh, hello, Selina.
Oh, it's Sophia. Hello, Mum.
Thank you, Selina. Selina, this is Dr. Parker. He shall occupy Mr. Spurstow's old suite for the present.
Very good, Mum.
Have our luggage brought up to our room? Oh, but first, we simply must have a cup of tea.
At once, Mum. Cook wasn't prepared at such short notice, so the steak is left over from last night.
Oh, it's just fine, Selina. Oh, if I remember correctly, that's the front door. Now, who could be calling so soon?
Probably that police inspector.
Police inspector?
Scotland Yard, he's been coming by every day.
A police inspector? For what reason?
Oh, I wouldn't know, Mum. He's been talking to Joanna.
Joanna? About what?
I can't say, Mum. Shall I let him in?
Well, we can't very well refuse to admit a representative from Scotland Yard, of course, Selina.
Yes, Mum.
Now, why would a police inspector come calling here?
Well, a servant probably has gotten into some sort of scrape or other.
Inspector Denton.
How do you do, Inspector? I'm Sophia Spurstow, and this is Dr. James Parker. We have just arrived from India.
Yes, Mum.
And what may we do for you?
Your husband, Charles Spurstow, died about 3 months ago, 5th of April, to be exact.
Yes. Yes. We called Dr. Souls. He's been the family physician for many years.
Yes, and he signed the death certificate. His diagnosis was heart attack.
Yes. That's what happened.
Of course. We have been talking to one of your maids, Miss Joanna Higgins. She says that your husband and you fought a great deal.
That's a lie.
Says she could overhear the argument. He felt that he had made the wrong choice, that he was through with you. This is how Miss Higgins phrased it.
Do you mean that I must submit to the slander of a discontented servant?
Miss Higgins says that you poisoned your husband because you were afraid he would cast your son.
How dare you, James?
Yes, really, Inspector. I trust you have evidence for these outrageous... Yes, sir, we do.
Well, what sort of evidence?
The body was exhumed, an autopsy was performed. Your husband had been poisoned. Traces of aconite were found in his body.
Aconite?
Yes, Dr. Aconite, which, as you know, is a deadly poison.
But what has this to do with me?
We made the rounds of the various chemists, Mrs. Spurstow, and one of them remembers selling you a vial.
But that isn't true.
He will testify to that effect. You said you needed it to get rid of some rats in your cellar.
No.
He has a record of the project. Well, Mrs. Spurstow.
I'm innocent.
You will have the opportunity to prove your case in court.
But I'm not Mrs. Spurstow. Therefore, I did not buy that poison. I did not poison Charles.
You say you're not Mrs. Spurstow?
I'm not Sophia Spurstow. I'm the twin sister, Samantha. Samantha was. Wait, listen. When the decoys, the bandits, raided the house, they killed Sophia. But I saw an opportunity to acquire her fortune, and so I posed as my own twin sister. I'm not Sophia. I'm Samantha. Ask Chandra, he'll tell you I'm Samantha. Ask Chandra, James. Tell him I'm Samantha.
Oh, my poor child.
I'm Samantha. I've been imitating Sophia's voice, but I'm Samantha. James, you've known me for 5 years. I'm Samantha.
Mrs. Sophia Spurstow, it is my duty to inform you that anything you say from now on may be used against you.
Those are always chilling and honest words. And since she said a great many things, they had an impressive array of statements to use against her. Try as she might, she couldn't convince anyone that she was truly Samantha and not Sophia. And so in the end, although she did get away with the murder of Sophia, she had to pay for the murder Sophia committed. Somehow, that seems an equitable solution. Certainly justice of a sort was done. I shall return shortly.
Hello, this is Max Moran. Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? I've got good news for you about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. Every other month, Choice Magazine Listening will send you, free, on phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines featuring writers like William Styron, Joyce Carol Oates, John McPhee, Kurt Vonnegut, Art Buchwald, many others. So if you are blind or unable to read regular print, or if you know someone with this problem, write to Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. We'll also tell you how to get the special record player provided free by the Library of Congress as part of its Talking Book program. So, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050, or telephone 516-883-8280. That's 516-883-8280. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
This has been a story of sisters, and most of it took place in India. It is fitting, therefore, to consider the writings of that great authority on India, Mr. Rudyard Kipling. He also had something to say about sisters. He wrote, "Never praise a sister to a sister. The results may be far different than you could ever suppose. Yes, sisterhood is strong and beautiful and enduring, just as long as a man doesn't get in the way." Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Marion Seldes, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Peter. You see what they mean, Stefan? He's just standing there, stricken.
I can't think of any worse fate than being the only gravedigger in the village and having to bury your own wife.
Oh, please, can't we go home now?
My dear Judith, of course we can.
I can't stand a moment longer in the cemetery. Dr. Vidali, I'm sorry. I must go. I can't understand why my mother... She was so young. Why?
Judith's medicine did everything possible to save her. It was the Lord's will.
Oh, that's what I don't understand. Why did the Lord will it that my mother should die?
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time.
This is Nat Wright. Stay tuned for the Dawn Patrol flight, where we'll be playing your songs all night long after the news. It's midnight. This is WIP, Metro Media Radio in Philadelphia. Philadelphia Mayor.
PS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Psychiatrists have sought the answers to puzzling facets of human behavior for years. Today, we speak freely of phobias, unexplained psychotic experiences. But in the year 1793, a humane, enlightened physician of the infamous mental institution at La Bicêtre, a hellhole by any description, was brought to trial for daring to treat mental patients like human beings. He himself was called mad for, as the court put it, freeing the beasts from their chains. But as I said, times have changed.
The story we're about to tell you about the horrors that took place in a similar institution is true, but it never really could have happened. Not here. Not yet. Not now.
Stop it! Make them stop it, Doctor, that noise, please.
Just a summer night storm, Miss Agatha. You are safe here in the sanatorium.
Yes. Nothing here can harm you.
That's right. Now, go to sleep. I have to check on the other patients.
Yes, Doctor. There are others here who need watching. The dangerous ones. They hate me. They all hate me.
You must get some sleep. It's getting late.
Yes, you're right, Doctor. For the dangerous ones, it's getting later than you think.
Our mystery drama, Free the Beast, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ralph Goodman and stars Paul Dept. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The elderly patients at the formidable isolated Greenbrier Sanitarium have been restless all day. And now that night is closing in and the intensity of the darkening clouds increase, the doctors and nurses double their rounds. The resident psychiatrist, Dr. Paul Thurman, has begun his nightly round of the third floor. Patients on this floor, although completely harmless, do need his personal attention. Most are alone in the world, deserted by friends and family. He pauses a moment outside one of the doors because he hears an unfamiliar voice.
Yes, I have watched them. Each night I have watched. Listened.
A strange voice, one he cannot identify, seems to be coming from Miss Agatha's room. But that is not possible. Miss Agatha has been at Briarwood for almost a year and has spoken to no one.
Just calm, sister. Nothing will harm you. I've always looked after you, and I shall continue to look after you. As long as we both shall live.
Miss Agatha.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, you're alone. I thought...
Yes, Doctor.
I could have sworn I heard...
Heard what?
Well, I thought... That's strange. There's no one here in the room with you, and yet...
Yet what, Doctor?
I distinctly heard a voice. Oh, not your voice, Miss Agatha, but an older voice. A woman 70 or 80.
You must be mistaken, Doctor.
She called you little sister.
I have no sister.
Yes, I know that.
But I do have a puzzle for you.
A puzzle?
Brothers and sisters, I have none. But that woman's mother is my mother's daughter. Who am I?
Miss Agatha.
No, stop. Make them stop, Doctor. That noise.
Just a summer night storm, Miss Agatha. You're safe here.
Nothing here can harm you.
That's right. Now, lie back. Close your eyes and go to sleep. I must check on the other patients.
Yes, Doctor. They need watching. The dangerous ones. They hate me. They all hate me.
You must get some sleep. It's very late.
Yes. You're right, Doctor. It is very late. For the dangerous ones. It's later than you think.
But I tell you, I heard it, Margaret.
It's hard to believe, Paul. A strange, disembodied voice coming from Miss Agatha's room? You went into the room and saw nothing?
Well, nothing but Miss Agatha sitting up in bed. She was terrified of the storm, and the voice was calming her.
Strange.
I know there was someone or something in there talking to her.
It sounds so illogical. There's only one door leading to each of those upstairs rooms. The windows are barred. Darling, are you sure?
Of the voice, yes. But where it vanished to, no.
Could she have been talking to herself?
Well, she never has. Besides, the voice was so different. The entire quality of that voice, it was so much older, raspier. I tell you, Margaret, something strange, something unexplainable took place on that third floor last night.
If I may say so, Doctor, considering you are an accredited psychiatrist, you're acting weird.
The word, darling, is weirdly. I'm not acting weirdly, just cautiously. There is one thing you can do, sweetheart.
What's that?
Let's start by pulling a file on Miss Agatha. See if she has any relatives she hasn't told us about.
Relatives, Miss Agatha? She doesn't have. I mean, I've gone over her file a number of times since she was admitted. She's an only child.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
That voice, the voice I heard in her room, it called her little sister.
Look, Paul, I know I shouldn't attempt any psychiatric explanations, but you know how lonesome Miss Agatha is, never making friends with the other patients here.
How are you getting at?
Well, it's a theory that's usually applied to children, but considering how far Miss Agatha has regressed, isn't it possible that she's invented a playmate, a protective playmate, an older sister?
That was a good try, but just you concentrate on being beautiful, and let me concentrate on what I heard in that empty room last night.
You still insist there was someone in there.
Someone or something. I know that's, as you say, weird for an accredited psychiatrist to suggest. But go through Miss Agatha's file once more. And if she hasn't got an older sister, well, we better start looking for an 80-year-old patient in this institution who can walk through walls. This is a progress report dated the 28th. Patient Miss Agatha Milford, age 37. Patient not adjusting to confinement. Resistance to group therapy aggravated by persecution complex. Oh, yeah, come in. Patient is convinced that members of group are hostile to her.
Sounds like you're reporting on Miss Agatha, right?
Right. I'll be with you in a minute, Margaret. Just let me complete this tape.
I bought her file. Everything I could find on her.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm with you right now.
I dug up everything I could find on her.
Good. I'll do my report again later after we check what you have.
But it's a waste of time, really.
Huh?
I don't have a thing. No brothers, no sisters. She has none.
Brothers and sisters, I have none. But that woman's mother is my mother's daughter.
What?
That's what Miss Agatha said last night. When I heard that strange voice in her room, I asked her if she had a sister. She said no. Then she added, brothers and sisters, I have none, but that woman's mother is my mother's daughter.
Well, I've heard that little before. But isn't it son? I mean, that man's father is my father's son?
Yeah, but not the way she says it.
What does it mean?
I don't know. Right now, I don't know anything for sure. I don't even know if I actually heard that voice coming from Miss Agatha's room.
But you said...
Oh, I heard a voice all right. It wasn't Miss Agatha. It sounded like it came from her room, but could it have come from somewhere else?
Where? The rooms are 30 feet apart. If it came from the next room, it was Mrs. Haverstrom's room.
No, it couldn't have come from Haverstrom's room. My eye passed there, all was quiet. It came from the far end of the hall. I wonder...
What?
Oh, no, never mind. Let's see that file.
You are? Oh, and talking about Mrs. Haverstrom.
Yeah?
Well, she and Miss Agatha got into another one of their brawls this morning.
Oh, no, what about?
Same thing. Miss Agatha still insists that the gold locket Haverstrom wears around her neck is hers. You know, the one with the picture of Haverstrom's father in it.
Yeah, what's this? What's this entry here? It's hardly legible. Look, it's some sort of legal document. Seems to be rain damage. Well, what is it?
Adoption papers.
Adoption papers?
Yeah. 1936 or 39, I can't quite make it out. An adoption agency in Greenville Township. That's just across the county line.
The name on the document is Milford.
Yeah.
The first name looks like it could be Agatha.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I bet if we check this out, we'd find it's Miss Agatha who was adopted.
But it's funny she never mentioned
Well,
it.
she may not know. Most adopted children are never told. Agency records are confidential. But I think we've come up with a lead.
A lead? When she doesn't know she's adopted and agency records are top secret, what kind of a lead is that?
That's a tough one, I'll admit. But with a little digging, we may find out more about our strange Miss Agatha. Now, what was that about the locket?
The usual. Miss Agatha insists that the locket is hers. And this time she tried to tear it off Mrs. Hallerstrom's neck. And, well, Hallerstrom swung her cane at her, but fortunately she missed.
A Hallerstrom locket?
It could be Agatha's, you know.
Well, I don't see how. Agatha Milford came here less than a year ago. I mean, look at her record. Well, here's what she brought with her. Just a few personal belongings, items supplied by county hospital. Well, no jewelry.
I see.
Well, just keep Hallerstrom and Miss Agatha separated, will you?
Yes, Doctor. And the voice in the night.
That I intend to check out further.
How?
From now on, I'm not making those spooky nightly rounds alone.
I don't blame you.
Starting tonight, you're going with me. 10 o'clock. Time to make the rounds. Someone covering for you down here?
Yes, one of the matrons.
All right, let's be off, shall we? Just a few more steps to the top. Oh, careful. Careful, the railing here is not too secure.
Railing? This entire third floor is ancient. If you ask me, we ought to close down the whole building. At least this crumbling railing should be replaced. Paul, if you only talk to the correction board, they might...
Okay, in case you've missed it, it is now June 14th. It's 6:45 a.m. Unit 207, i.e. the Everett Police Department of stalkers, kidnappers, child abusers, thieves, fraudsters, federal felons, illegal record sharers, cyber criminals, et al. Well, the females upstairs, they were proud of themselves, you know, for doing exactly what I wrote about last night in their eager anticipation. Most notably, that one problematic female that's been stalking me for 3+ years, described at greater length above, and looking at a very specialized, personalized indictment, which includes repeated attempts to intimidate me with threats of murder, threats of kidnapping, and threats of starvation, using YouTube handle unassisted suicide _ between the two words. All right. Anyway, that female, she's up there still right now. She believes now, because of what she's accomplished while I was asleep, that she's going to get another felon / terrorist to attack me again. This time for murder. Logged into chat about an hour after waking. So this, as you can see via the timestamp, is about 6:20 a.m. PST. To see they disconnected and reconnected from Google server. Again, see prior live streams, particularly from the last 2 days. And ergo, that problem stalker female described at great length last night's smugness before her incarceration. Here's what YouTube says: 3:39 a.m. Chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. 3:39 a.m. Successfully connected. Then on the upper left, it says error. More than one ingestion is using the primary URL. So they can once again control the URL / video and have the stream key to obstruct, tamper, murder, defraud the state, defraud the FBI, intimidate, retaliate, threaten murder, etc. We're back to 50 cookies on this YouTube. their fraudulent Google certificate / credentials requiring their attacking me again and then utilizing their criminal security key to erase. So now it's 6:47 a.m. PST. I'd like to say that I think something's going to happen, but based on their pattern of criminal conduct, all that I think is going to happen is that they're going to drag their heels, and when they get really desperate, they're going to criminally and illegally shut off the internet, and then in less than, well, then around 36 hours, they'll have some police officers that are excited to get their prize, which again is life in prison without parole, and it's what this cunt upstairs is getting as well, without providing any more future incidents. So I wish you fucking would. I wish you fucking would. I wish you'd fucking would. Come on downstairs like I've been saying all week. You sent some people yesterday trying to open the door that you coordinated with. You're scared. And that's not going to do anything. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. So come on downstairs, cunt. Cut off the internet illegally again. Crawl through the windows again. So that the end of the story can be shared with you.
Two scholarly monks compiled a book of horrors called Malleus Maleficarum, a definitive study of mental illness that proved conclusively that the poor tortured souls chained in the snake pits were not ill, but possessed by.
Remember, y'all, your indictments are literally curated for each and every individual terrorist and co-conspirator. For instance, the indictment of my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, it reads very differently than the police officers involved.
That was yesterday. Morning has come to Briarwood. The strange voice that haunts the third floor still remains a mystery. Dr. Thurman is seated in his office, recording a case history of the frightened, uncommunicated Miss Agatha Milford.
The possibility of schizophrenia exists. Further testing is called for. Oh, yes, come in.
Hey, good morning, Doc. How's it going?
Oh, Conley, I'm just taping more about that.
And then remember, whistleblowers, as of yesterday, I am not authorized to help at all. I cannot help you. I can't repeat things I've already told you that you already know to be true. I have to 100% make it clear I do not have Stockholm Syndrome.
That's why I called you in. Did you have any luck fixing those adoption papers?
So let's wrap this fucking up. Come on downstairs.
I was able to get a look at that fly. I got it all right here. I appreciate the effort you're putting into this. Well, you don't know a friend. For clients, we do the possible. For friends, the impossible. Thanks, Conley. Would you let me see the file? Now, hold it. This is a favor, right, Doc? So why don't you let me read it to you? Feed you a clue at a time so as I can get more than just one pat on the back for being so clever. Yeah, sounds like you hit the jackpot. Yeah, kind of. Now, to understand this complicated dossier, we'll have to start here on page 7 and work our way backwards. Relax, please. Let's see. First, we have the patient transfer from Greenville to Briarwood, the newspaper clippings on the murders. Murders? I'm coming to them. Here we are. Milford, Agatha. Natural parents. Natural? Your answer is right, Doc. She was adopted. Then the name of the child on the adoption papers, the name we couldn't read? Agatha Ann Milford. Adopted daughter of Charles and Henrietta Milford. Her real mother was named Mason. Carrie.
And if you're wondering why they want the stream key, it's the same reason they were so thrilled to attempt to acquire it in the YouTube channel, youtube.com/MysticGwen. They have the ability to erase the ending of the YouTube live stream, like up to a couple of hours.
She was a very sympathetic woman.
They have the ability, they believe, to do that without Google having the full intact video.
At the library dated September 1939.
And you can see that for yourself. And prior YouTube videos on that fucking channel, which include the exact same error codes, which coincided exactly with the same bullshit they're trying to do now. The only difference was that's when they were trying to make actionable the kidnapping and unlawful and committal of me and assault of me first reported in August of 2024 before their first actionable kidnapping, made actionable in March.
Ah, but that's just the point. Evidence in the trial showed that she was under no pressure at all before, during, or after
So if
the
you're
murder.
getting this, pass on the
According to
SOS.
her
I have zero
testimony, she
desire to be
just,
shot, and that is the only
orders.
remaining felony reported to the FBI in 2017 that wasn't made
Told her to do
actionable.
it.
It's the only felony reported by the Everett Police against the Everett Police Department in 2023 and 2024 that hasn't been made actionable. It is the only thing left. They've already perpetrated every single felony
No. Go on. What else do you have there?
to the T.
This woman, Mrs. Mason, Miss Agatha.
That was already reported in August. The only felony that hasn't been made actionable is my murder to be deemed a suicide. Every other crime has already been perpetrated.
It's important.
There is already evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. There is already probable cause for the arrest of each and every one of you.
Miss Agatha, that is. Her only child. Now, of course, the skeleton.
Happy Saturday, eh?
If you want me to dig deeper,
One felony left.
Well, sure, buddy, I will.
The easy way out is to classify Miss Agatha as a schizophrenic.
You mean that Miss Agatha and her sister may be the same person?
Yeah.
Only you don't really believe that.
No, not after the studies.
And then there are additional felonies that are being added to the indictments that weren't reported, like attempting to starve and kill myself and my cat, utilizing Russ the neighbor, instructing him not to provide food and sustenance for us in an attempt to lure me outside so I can be ambushed and attacked, hoping that the ability to terminate the internet from the laptops utilized a few times since the end of December 2024, as can be seen on youtube.com/MysticGwen, will have full functionality. Ongoing attempts to defraud the FBI. Remember, every single individual lie to the FBI is not just a federal crime, it's a felony.
I got to lock Miss Agatha in her room. I had a padlock installed last night.
This is the
end.
end.
Until this petty bickering is over with. And
terrorist, the end. Okay.
Well, if you hear two voices coming out of there now, you'll know it's just another case of schizophrenia.
Yeah, I hated to have to do it. Miss Agatha is not a violent person. She must have been terrified when Mrs. Haverstrom swung that cane at her.
Huh? Sounds to me like you locked up the wrong patient.
Mrs. Haverstrom is not violent.
Every day that you block my SOSs and my attempted to contact the FBI and the sheriff, additional crimes are being added. Last night I tried to use Global Phone to call the sheriffs and the FBI. They blocked that. Hacking and making it so no CAPTCHA would show up. They also changed the IP so many times with their man-in-the-middle Cisco root kernel blah-blah-blah bullshit.
Yeah. I'll be right there.
That every site seems to think I'm a bot, also not new. Utilized to steal tens of thousands of dollars from me.
Needed repairs for months. Poor crippled old woman must have leaned against it.
Utilized by them to change answers on midterms I'm filling out midway through them in order to come up with a legitimate reason, which they never could. So instead, they just stole a federally required grant that should have been paid to me the spring before last. It's over a year. Well, it's almost a year and a half late. It's a year and a quarter late.
I don't understand how Mrs. Haverstrom got out of her room and over that shaky roiling alone.
So you remember, idiots.
She was called away for a few moments.
I would love it if you would come downstairs today. Don't send some people like you did last night that just shoved the key in the lock, wiggle it around and bang and peer and stare into the window over the course of an hour.
All right, doctor. I'm sure you'll find everything in order.
And then say fuck upstairs when they don't break in. Send somebody down that didn't blow the whistle. I'm fucking hungry. And I am ready for the next series of events, which, unlike the last few years, Everett Police Department, are markedly different for me.
Private detective, a friend of mine. He's been checking into Miss Agatha's background for me.
Whatever for?
I wanted to find out more about her.
I told him about the argument she had with Mrs. Haverstrom over that locket.
That Haverstrom woman didn't fall down that flight of stairs by accident.
What are you trying to say,
How many
Colin?
extra felonies can you catch in this period of time? That's the game that's
She
being
was
played
murdered.
now.
What?
For all of you.
I didn't say anything in front of the police. I mean, they accepted it as an accident, but someone carried her to that railing and pushed her over. My guess would be Miss Agatha.
Who's continuing to fail to act? Who's letting the girl in the basement downstairs
Well, that
start
remains
to
to be
death
seen
with her
where they
dad?
won.
At the end of the corridor. Even if
No.
she did get out, she
People
couldn't
that are
work a
being
200
charged for
pound
that
operative
every
patient
minute
like
of every
Mrs.
day that it
Haverstrom.
The
continues.
woman wasn't lifted. She was dragged along the floor. I found black heel marks leading to the edge of the stairs and the end of the broken railing.
Let's get to her room.
Here, I'll go get out.
How could Miss Agatha get out of her room? It was bolted from the outside, reinforced by a security lock. That just doesn't make any sense.
I'm afraid there's just no other answer.
There's got to be another answer.
Huh?
Up ahead. Now, you see that room at the far end of the hall? Huh? Well, that's Miss Agatha's room. And even from here, you can see that the padlock is still on and it's still intact.
Well, I'll be... Yeah, not a mark on it.
So it looks okay. It's solid, sturdy. Who has the key?
I do. If you gentlemen will step aside. Well, good morning, Doctor. It's such a beautiful morning, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is, Miss Agatha. You slept well, I trust?
Oh, very well, Doctor. I see you've got some visitors. Miss Palmer. Good morning, Miss Agatha. And a gentleman I don't believe I've met before.
Oh, this is Mr. Connolly, Charles Connolly, an old friend. He just stopped by to say hello, meet some of our new patients.
How nice. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Conley.
Well, thank you, Miss Agatha.
And may I say you've come to the right place.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, it doesn't look like much from the outside, but it's so pleasant here. Everyone is so nice.
Oh, yeah, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Even Mrs. Haverstrom. She was trouble for a while, but everything is fine now. It's all been taken care of.
It has?
Yes. Doctor, I have a confession to make. That was my sister you heard me talking to in my room. I didn't want to admit it because of sanitarium rules. No visitors after 8 o'clock. But since she won't be coming back anymore, I can confess, admit that she's been here. Because everything is all right again.
What do you mean, everything is all right again?
Well, look, Doctor. Look what I have around my neck.
Good Lord. Mrs. Haverstrom's locket.
Despite evidence to the contrary, Dr. Thurman still insists that his initial psychological diagnosis of Miss Agatha was correct. Convinced that this frail, frightened woman could not possibly be involved in anything as horrible as murder. Let's hope Paul Thurman is right. Because if he is not, he could be dead wrong. We'll learn more when I return shortly with Act 3. The strange death of Mrs. Haverstrom at the Briarwood Mental Institution could, by those untrained in psychiatric research, be simply diagnosed as madness. Wasn't it Lewis Carroll's observation in Alice in Wonderland that went something like this? "How do you know I'm mad?" Alice remarked. "You must be," said the cat, "or you would not be here." A simple solution to our mystery, I must admit. But not for those of us who have been expertly trained in madness and murder. We need more time to contemplate, consider, to separate the half-lies from the truths. Listen.
And since the death of Mrs. Haverstrom, continued attempts
made by staff members to remove the golden locket on Miss Agatha's throat have made the patient exceedingly hostile. She has become suspicious of all who enter her room and is now refusing food unless served by the one staff member she trusts, Nurse Palmer. Please come in. All attempts to gain access to those lockets have failed.
Until this morning, Paul. Look, the locket.
Yes. How did you get it?
She held it a little too tightly this morning. The clasp broke, and I told her I'd have it repaired and bring it right back.
As simple as that?
Where is the picture of the father that Mr. Conway gave you? I want to compare it with the one Mrs. Haverstrom showed me. I've been trying to open that clasp, but it seems to be jammed.
Oh, here, give it to me. Let me do that. You'll find the newspaper clipping in that desk drawer, the one on the left.
I'll get the picture.
Okay.
You work on that clasp. Were these the clippings?
Yeah. This clasp seems to be bent. I'll get it in a minute. Do you remember what the man in the locket looked like? Was he young, old?
Young man, about 30.
Yeah, that sounds about right. The man in the newspaper clipping was about 30.
Sort of plain looking, slightly balding.
Plain looking? Balding?
What's wrong?
A mustache? Long sideburns?
No. Mrs. Haverstrom's father was clean shaven. Heavy features. It was a tintype. I guess it must have been taken in the early 20s.
Well, it's not the same man.
It's not?
Nope. Here, give me the clippings. I'll show you. See there. That's Miss Agatha's father. There, young, dashing, handsome. Looks a lot like Valentino.
Oh, holy darn, all this trouble for nothing.
Yeah. I finally got this locket open. There, you see. Oh, no.
What's the matter? Paul, what is it?
The photo in the locket. It's neither the man you described nor the man in the clipping. It's a photo of a woman. An old woman in her 80s who looks exactly like Miss Agatha.
And so I rushed right over to your office, Mr. Conway. I brought the locket with me. And inside you'll find a picture of that strange woman that we found when we opened it.
Could I see that locket, Miss Palmer?
All right, but I have to bring it right back. Miss Agatha found out I showed it to Dr. Thurman. She's very upset. She says she told her night visitor, you know, the avenging sister, about Dr. Thurman refusing to return her locket.
Which means he's next on her list. Or somebody's list. Can I look at that locket, please?
Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Thank you.
The clasp is still jammed, so I left it open, you see.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's the photo that we found inside the locket. It looks exactly like Miss Agatha, only 30 years older.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And you have no idea how this photo got in here? Hmm?
No. And we still have no idea how Miss Agatha got the locket in the first place. The last time I saw it, Mrs. Haverstrom was wearing it.
Yeah, I know.
And when Mrs. Haverstrom fell through the railing to her death, down that flight of stairs, Miss Agatha was locked in her room.
How many keys out of that padlock?
You still insist Miss Agatha had something to do with Mrs. Haverstrom's death. But in order to do that, she'd have had to have help from the outside. An accomplice at the sanitarium.
How many keys, Miss Palmer?
2. Mine and Dr. Thurman's. Oh. Since Dr. Thurman is an old friend of yours, I suppose that puts me in the category of being a prime suspect.
No, I didn't say that. You did.
But you didn't say I'm not. If anyone had the opportunity to assist Miss Agatha in this, what you call, madness, I did.
Yeah, Miss Palmer, I thought of that. I mean, you turned the 3rd floor over to a matron that night, right? Then send her on some sort of errand.
What do you mean, some sort of errand? We have a diabetic patient under our care, Mr. Conley. I sent the matron to give that patient an insulin shot.
Was the patient on the 3rd floor?
No, she's in Ward 1 on the main floor.
Then that would leave the 3rd floor unsupervised, huh? And it would give you time enough to accomplish whatever you wish. Unobserved.
I resent this.
Time enough maybe to smother Mrs. Haberstrom with a pillow, drag her to the top of the stairs, and toss her to her death through the rotted railing?
Is that an accusation?
No. Miss Palmer, it's just a theory.
All right. And how do you explain the locket that we found around Miss Agatha's neck?
Well, you have a key to her room. You could have slipped in, placed the locket around her neck while she slept.
And the photo, Mr. Conley? I assume you have an answer on that, too. Where would I have gotten a photo of an old woman who looks exactly like Miss Agatha?
From one of the newspaper clippings I left with Dr. Thurman. The Carrie Lee Mason file. A duplicate of the one I keep here in my desk drawer. Would you like to see the clipping this found? A recent clipping?
Mr. Conley, I've been patient and
Here is what Carrie Lee Mason looks like today.
The same photo. It's exactly the same as the one in the locker.
Oh, not quite, Miss Palmer. You see, the prison guards have been cut away to make the photo fit in a locket frame. Easily enough done with, a pair of surgical scissors.
I've had enough.
I haven't. Now, I've checked out this sister theory Paul Thurman keeps insisting on, and so far I've come up with nothing. My partner Ross is out on it right now.
You've had less than 48 hours. I'm
He's
sure.
going to come up with nothing, Miss Palmer. The prison is in Greenville. He's there now checking their records, and it's a waste of time.
If you don't find any record of an old assistant, then there has to be some other answer. Because I'm not it.
Oh?
You forget. The night Dr. Thurman heard that strange voice coming from Miss Agatha's room, that second night, when I went with him to check it out, I was standing right alongside of him, outside the room.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, if you can explain how it's possible for a person to be in two places at the same time.
Very simple, Miss Palmer. The voice Dr. Thurman heard could have been on tape.
Tape?
Yeah. You do make it a practice to record patient histories on tape, do you not, Miss Palmer? I heard Dr. Thurman making such a recording when I stopped by his office. Who transcribes those recordings, Miss Palmer?
I do.
Excuse me. I won't be enough. Hello? Conway? Oh, it's you, Ron. What? What new development on the Mason fight? You just found out what? Yeah, I'll meet you at the sanitarium and then notify the police. Nurse Palmer will be with me. We're leaving right now. Bye.
What was all that about?
There's no time to explain now. How fast is that car of yours?
It's not mine, it's Dr. Thurman's. It's a sports car. It can do 100 if you open it up.
Well, baby, we're going to open it up. We got to get back to that sanitarium, and let's hope we make it in time.
Conley, please. Slow down.
Just hang on, baby.
Come on, I've been hanging on for your life. If anything happens to this car, I'll never hear the end of it from Dr. Thurman.
I'm not worried about the car, Miss Palmer. I'm worried about Paul Thurman.
Dr. Thurman, why? Look, you never told me what...
There's a turn up ahead. Hang on.
For saying, you never told me what your partner Ross told you.
Well, you'll know in a few minutes. I only hope Ross got to the police with the information he gave me over the phone. We're going to need a patrol car to back us up.
We've got one. Following us. And at this speed, we'll probably pick up 3 more.
Good. All right, there's the driveway to the sanitarium. Right up ahead.
It's parked by 2 police cars.
Hang on, I'm going to stop.
What's going on up there?
Look farther up beyond the service road.
Fire engine? Oh, my God!
Your patients are all right. They've all been evacuated. Look, over there in the clearing, the matron's got them out.
God, we don't see Paul. Dr. Turner.
Probably still in there. That's why Ross called.
I'm so confused. I don't know.
Ross was calling from the prison. Mrs. Mason wasn't there. She'd been showing signs of violent behavior and was transferred to a hospital for psychiatric testing. Well, that was a few days ago, just before you started hearing that strange voice coming from Miss Agatha's room.
You don't think
It's the only answer to all this. Madness. Security at the hospital is not like security at the prison. Ross checked. They've been looking for her since Friday. I think she's here.
But how did you find out?
I don't know, but somehow she did. Just look at the pattern, Miss Palmer. Patients warned, evacuated in time, everyone out safe, but Paul Thurman. Now remember, Mrs. Mason considered herself a humanitarian. I believe she set that blaze to destroy Briarwood and the man who kept her daughter prisoner there. Hey,
He's right, Margaret.
Oh!
I saw her. I saw the face in the lock. She burst into my office, smashed everything she could get her hands on. Within moments, everything was ablaze.
Paul, you're all right.
Yeah. Well, I managed to get out somehow after I released Miss Agatha from her locked room. That poor crazed woman is still in there. Last time I saw her, she was clawing her way up the blazing staircase, calling out, "Where are you, little sister? Don't be afraid. Mother is here."
Thank you, man. We've got to get her out of there.
Too late. The wolves are starting to go. She's still in there. She's a goner.
Nothing could have...
There we go. Had to add another notch on the belt.
I'm sure they're all gonna...
Yeah. Everyone but Mrs. Mason.
I'm Please do it. You know about these things, Paul. What brought that woman here? What drove her to such total destruction?
She couldn't help herself, Margaret. Intellectually, she may not have known whether Miss Agatha was her daughter or her sister. But emotionally, instinctively, she knew. She was driven by one of the strongest forces in nature. Love, Margaret. Love.
This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is a story about conscience. That small, still voice within most of us that whispers to us and tells us what is right and what is wrong. It has been said that conscience is God's presence in man. A man without a God is a man without a conscience. If this is so, how then could it be possible for a man of God to love what he believes is right and at the same time yield to what the rest of the world considers wrong?
You have brought shame on yourself and on all of us, Brother Ambrosius.
Now, what have you to say?
I meant no harm, Father Andreas. The girl is so young, her father's not well, and she came to the church alone.
What devil possessed you that you should walk into the house of the Lord side by side with the daughter of the hangman?
I pitied her, and I followed my conscience, Father.
Your conscience? Your conscience is the voice of God, not of your own making. Why do you not accept my censure and say that you repent?
My feelings for Benedicta are mercy and compassion. Would you have me repent those?
You leave me no choice. You will be confined to your cell where, God willing, fasting and self-chastisement will lead to the clearing of your mind and the salvation of your eternal soul.
Our mystery drama, The Monk and the Hangman's Daughter, was especially adapted from the Ambrose Bierce classic for the Mystery Theater by Arnold and Stella Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Luden's Medicated Cough Drops and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Breaking up is hard to do, but your True Value hardware store offers the True Test 5-horsepower garden tiller to make breaking up almost any kind of ground easier. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you about it. The True Test tiller's engine weight is directly over its 16 times for extra stability. High horsepower means you can till at slower speeds without stalling. It has power reverse, so it's easy to maneuver when you run up against a fence or come to the end of a row. It lets you adjust both tilling depth and tilling width, and all the controls are conveniently located on its handle. Yes, breaking up is hard to do if you don't have the True Test 5-horsepower garden tiller to help you. True Value hardware stores offer it at a price that's even slightly lower than last year's, just $239.88. This 5-horsepower model is part of a complete selection of powered garden tillers at participating True Value hardware stores. And remember, you can charge it on Master Charge at many stores.
Dreams. We all seek to understand the many ways in which God reveals His Word. Throughout time, God has spoken to man in dreams. Jehovah said in the Old Testament, "Listen to my words. If a man be a prophet, I make myself known to him in visions. I speak to him in dreams." So, pay attention to your own dreams. They might well reveal flashes of the future, predictions and warnings of things to come. They may give you a glimpse of God's guidance to lead you back to the peace and security of His way. For your free booklet on dreams, write to the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. That's the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. The Bavarian town of Passau in the southwest corner of Germany still retains the charm and the enchantment of medieval days. Its streets are narrow and winding. Quaint archways join one house to another as the beautiful Danube washes its riverbanks. 300 years ago, Passau was ruled by the firm hand of a prince of the church and was the busy center of religious activity. On the first day of May in the year 1680, two monks in their early 20s, Friar Ambrosius and Friar Romanus, members of the Order of St. Francis, were summoned to an audience with their superior.
You may enter. Who is that? I cannot see your faces very well.
It is Brother Romanus and I, Brother Ambrosius. You sent for us, Reverend Father.
I am pleased with the good reports I've received. Your humility, your dedication to prayer, your help to the poor have prepared you for further test of your vocation.
Yes, Father.
You and Brother Romanus have been assigned to the monastery at Berchtesgaden, high in our beloved Bavarian Alps.
The monastery at Berchtesgaden, a place of barren, dismal mountain. The forests are said to be haunted by evil spirits. Tales are told of demons who dwell in a bottomless black lake.
It is unbecoming of you to fear old wives' tales about demons and malevolent spirits.
We understand, Father. If we wish to become priests in the service of God, we must do as we are bidden.
Forgive us, Reverend Father. We will obey. The way is long, the road is hard. The snow from the towering ice-covered mountains will be melting at this time of the year. You must place yourselves in the hands of God and have faith.
We will do as you say, Father. We will pray for strength and courage.
You should be safe in the hands of Father Andreas in Berchtesgaden in less than a week.
When do we leave?
After morning prayers. Oh, one last thing.
Yes, Father.
Whatever happens on the way, I remind you that faith is the beginning and the end of everything. The strength of youth, the support of age, the pillar of life itself.
May we have your blessings.
You are the children of God, and He will protect you.
Within an hour, Brother Romanus and I were on our way. The first few days of our journey made us forget the sadness of parting.
Ah, how bright the colors of the countryside are. The air smells so clean.
The first signs of spring. How good the earth is as God made it. Every blade of grass, every flower, each living thing, a hymn of praise to His glory. But on the fifth day, all was changed. We found ourselves high in the mountains in a freezing alpine wilderness, untouched as yet by spring. We were struggling against a blinding snowstorm. Stay as close to me as you can, Brother Romanus. Be careful when you place your feet.
I can just barely see you ahead of me.
The pass of the mountains cannot be much farther.
We must go forward or we should freeze to death. What's that?
What's happening? More icy snow. Like sliding rocks.
It's an avalanche.
St. Francis, protect us. Let us pray, Romanus. Dear Lord, we have an hour. Romanus, where are you?
The Lord be praised, I'm unharmed. And you, Ambrosius,
I've been spared too. Yes, we knew how the avalanche did not touch us. Strange. How still everything has become. Snow and wind stopped as suddenly as they began.
huge trees plucked from the earth by their roots, hurled down the mountainside. Look, Ambrosius, we've arrived at the pass we were searching for. The way over the mountain to Berchtesgaden.
Twisted gorges, tangled, ill-smelling forest. The rock hell must look like this.
Why is the air so cold and hard to breathe?
There's nothing to fear, Romanus. Lift up your crucifix and hold it before you as we walk. We must move on.
Ambrosius,
Look about us.
those ugly birds of prey. You must have startled them from their nests.
They sit like mournful sentinels,
Waiting for us to take one false step to plunge us to our death.
That will not happen, Romanus. You and I have a mission to fulfill. Nothing can bar our way. No bird, no beast, no devil. The next morning, we moved safely down the treacherous mountain path. As the darkness disappeared, we saw before us a gently flowing stream spanned by a small bridge. On the opposite bank was a meadow covered with beautiful flowers. For several days we had seen no dwelling, no human being. But now we beheld a sight that made our blood run cold.
Oh, I feel faint, Brother Ambrosius.
Look ahead. On the other side of the bridge, in the center of the meadow, a gallows, and hanging from it the lifeless body of a man, a rope round his neck.
The face looks toward us as if it had been turned to welcome us.
The body is not yet stiff with death. He must have been hanged this very day.
But why here? Why should there be a gallows here where there seems to be...
Whose voice is that? A dead man swings from the gallows and summons sin, another evil spirit. The smell of death is in the air.
You wicked bird! You have touched my body!
Let us hide ourselves behind these bushes, close and close. Oh, we have enough creature to straighten that girl may really be. How beautiful she is. See, she chases the bunches from that poor lifeless body and places flowers at the foot of the gallows.
Oh, you terrible bird! Leave this place! Let the dead man find his way!
Ambrosius,
Go!
your hand has suddenly become...
Ending the stream at 7:27 a.m. Actually, maybe not. Let me try something. They've disabled the ability for me to put in the chat the latest update.
It cannot be a human chill, or I would feel it too. A human chill. What do you think? There is an ancient belief that when a chill seizes a human body for no good reason, yes, I remember, is a sign that someone standing close by is stepping on the very spot that will someday be your grave. How strange. The chill's gone as suddenly as it came. The girl is crossing the bridge, Ambrosius. She's coming this way. She's the most beautiful creature I've ever seen.
Good morning, Holy Brothers.
Why do you laugh?
You can come out from your hiding places. I have known you with us from the very start. Where were you hiding?
Well, we did not wish to frighten you.
I'm not easily frightened.
The man was hanging from the gallows.
Yes?
Do you know why he was hanged?
He killed a man. That is why.
A murderer.
They quarreled over the love of a woman. So they say. But he plunged a knife into the heart of the other man.
Did you know him? Are you related to him?
Oh, no.
Well, then why do you bring flowers for him?
No one else will. I always do when someone has been hanged. I bring the flowers and frighten away the ravens and the vultures.
Who are you?
Benedicta.
Oh, that's a beautiful name. I am Brother Ambrosius. This is Brother Romance. You chase the vultures who wish to feed on the bodies of those who have been hanged. Why does your mother allow this?
My mother is dead.
You have a father?
Yes.
Then let us take you to him. You should not be wandering about alone. There may be dangers here for you.
Oh, it could not be safer. You see that clearing through the trees? If you look closely, you will see a hut.
It looks more fit for animals than for humans.
That is where I live, with my father.
That is your home?
Yes.
You have no neighbors?
None.
How you and your father so poor that you live so close to the gallows? In such a miserable hovel.
He is not well paid for the work he does.
As you see from our robes, we are in the service of St. Francis. God has placed us here in Becca's garden to help others. Perhaps we can help you. Who are you, Benedicta? And who is your father?
My father is the hangman.
The hangman?
And I am the hangman's daughter.
The sins of the father shall be visited upon the child. But what if a child is punished and humiliated, not for a father's sins, but because his livelihood is considered loathsome and even unholy by the rest of the community, like a hangman? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. You can have great taste, lots of great taste and taste with Bluebeam. Better medicated coffee drops with great taste in every box. Wild cherries, sweet and savory, menthol, cool and flavory. Honey, no place to wish with lemon, all bitter and chocolate. You can have great taste, lots of great taste and taste with Bluebeam. The medicated cough drops that don't taste medicated, they taste great. Use only as directed.
Hey, you kids, you go play somewhere else now. Who am I kidding? When are those kids going to find a place to stay out of trouble around here?
Tough problems call for real solutions, not just talk. If your community has a problem, you need action. Action is skilled volunteers of all ages working together to help solve tough community problems. Write Action, Department Q, Washington, D.C., 20525. Between us, there's got to be a solution.
This is a public service of this station and the Advertising Council. This is a message to some very special people. They're special people because even though they may feel fine, they're dying. They're people who have high blood pressure and aren't treating it seriously. If you're one of these people, Take a few seconds to listen to some statistics. They may help you add years to your life. Insurance companies have found the higher your blood pressure is, the more years you can subtract from your life. For example, if your blood pressure is 140/95, subtract 9 years from your life. And if it's 150/100, you could die 16 years too early. Here are a few more numbers to think about. If you don't treat your high blood pressure, chances are 3 times greater that you'll have a stroke, and almost 5 times greater that you'll suffer from congestive heart failure. But you can lead a longer and healthier life if you treat your high blood pressure seriously. See your doctor. Get back on your treatment. Treat your high blood pressure and live. A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
We return to the year 1680. The 2 young monks, Ambrosius and Romanus, had been exposed to many strange happenings since they left the security of the Passau monastery. Not least among these, poor Friar Ambrosius, has been his first encounter with a beautiful young girl. But remembering his holy mission, he tightens the hempen cord that encircles his slim waist and proceeds with Friar Romanus toward their destination, the monastery of Berchtesgaden, high in the Bavarian Alps. Ambrosius, why did you offer that girl your friendship? Why not? With the daughter of the hangman, you know as well as I that she's considered impure and unchristian. But she's so young, Romanus, innocent and beautiful. In the eyes of the church, the hangman and all his family are an abomination. Why else are they made to sit apart from all the others in the darkest corner of the church? Why should Benedict deserve such a fate? That is not for us to decide. A hangman, after all, is only a tool of the law. We must do as he is told. And we must do the same. It is not for us to question. Put Benedict out of your thoughts before she takes possession of your soul. Come, brother. Father Andreas awaits us.
Welcome to our monastery of Berchtesgaden.
I'm pleased to be here, Father Andreas. And I, Reverend Father.
It will be a change from the life you've been accustomed to. Our village people here are mostly salt miners, a proud and stubborn group.
We will do our best, Reverend Father. You have only to instruct us.
The salt master rules the village. He's a man of power and authority. Keep out of his way if you can. You're not listening, Brother Ambrosius. Your mind seems to be elsewhere.
Oh, forgive me, Father. The long journey has worried me.
I was saying, the salt master is not easy to deal with, nor is his son, Rochus. A young man not much older than you, handsome, willful, undisciplined. He, too, exercises much power. He also creates problems.
What kind of problems?
Where there are young, pretty maidens, he's quick to pick a quarrel.
We shall avoid him. Have we your permission to leave?
You may go, Romanus. I shall be here whenever you need me.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Father. If I may, I will go too.
Not yet, Brother Ambrosius. Something seems to be disturbing you. Perhaps I can be of help.
Father Andreas, there is a serious matter that
Yes?
I believe I may be in deep trouble.
What have you done?
It's nothing that I have done. It's my thoughts that trouble me.
Oh, with God's help, we can take care of that.
I am full of fear. So much so, I cannot reveal to you what I should.
Cannot? For you need have no fear of me.
I'm frightened of myself, Father. Let me go to my cell to meditate and pray.
Evening prayers. You may go to your cell.
Thank you, Father.
And remember, Brother Ambrosius, there are no secrets in this monastery.
My spirit remained in turmoil. I could not find the strength to confess to Father Andreas. Why can I not wipe out all thoughts of Benedicta from my mind? On my way to morning prayers, I saw her standing outside the church, alone. The square was filled with people, but they avoided her as if she were a leper.
compelled me to approach her. God's greeting, Benedicta. Are you afraid to speak to me?
We are being watched, Brother Ambrosius. I fear for you, not for myself.
Do good, obey the Lord, and fear no one.
I thank you, my lord.
I am no Lord, Benedicta. I am a servant of God.
I must go into the church. See how they are watching us and whispering.
Come, I will go with you.
It is not wise, Brother Ambrosius. They will make you pay dearly for this.
You have brought shame on yourself, Brother Ambrosius, and on all of us. What devil possessed you that you should walk into the house of the Lord side by side with the daughter of a hangman?
I pitied her. The people treat her as if she were mortal sin itself.
You have angered and outraged everyone in Berchtesgaden. The saltmaster and his son Rotius have already brought complaints against you.
I followed my conscience, Father.
Your conscience? Your conscience is the voice of God, not of your own making. But what has come over you that you show so little respect, so little humility? Why do you not accept my censure and say that you repent?
I ask your forgiveness, Father, but I cannot say that I repent. My feelings for Benedicta are mercy and compassion. Would you have me repent, though?
Hold your tongue!
But, Father,
Silence! I have heard enough. You sadden and anger me beyond patience and endurance.
I'm sorry, Father.
You leave me no choice. I must commit you to a long period of strict atonement and hard penance.
If it be your will,
you will be confined to your cell, where silence, fasting, and self-chastisement will bring you to your senses.
Locked away from the beautiful outdoors which I loved, denying myself food and drink, I knelt day and night in endless prayer, until a high fever and delirium came upon me. When the fever finally subsided, I stood one day at the grating of my cell window, looking out at the high, mysterious mountains on which the monastery had been built, so that no unwanted visitor could disturb our seclusion.
Brother Ambrosius, can you hear me?
An evil spirit torments me with Benedicta's voice.
I am no evil spirit. I can hear the bars of your window.
No, that's not possible. No one can climb these rocks.
I can and I have. Look up. You see, I'm standing on a narrow ledge outside the window.
I'm ready for Tim Dillon's podcast today. That's all that's on my mind. It's Saturday. Today's the day that I listen to Tim Dillon.
A gift.
I will toss it through the bars of your window. There. Do you like it?
Oh, it is the most strangely beautiful bunch of flowers I've ever seen. There's no fragrance. Only woolly leaves that are as soft and white as snow.
It is called Edelweiss.
Edelweiss?
It grows only among the highest and most fearful rocks.
Oh, then it was dangerous for you to gather them.
I'm as sure-footed as any goat.
Now promise me you will never again climb these evil rocks. I fear for your safety.
I must go, Brother Ambrosius. They must not find me here. Darkness is beginning to fall. I will see you soon again.
Who knocks? It is I, Brother Romano. I bring you food and drink. Come in. Please, set it down. Why is your face so flushed? Your eyes so bright? Have you a fever again? No, it's only... Are you hiding behind your back? A bunch of Finkelfires. Where did you get it? Benedicta brought it for me. She threw it in through the bars of my window. Benedicta? No girl could scale those mountain peaks. She was here, standing on the ledge, just outside my window. Let me have the Edelweiss. It is against the rule of austerity to have flowers in your cell. It can only lead to more trouble for you. Will you tell Father Andreas? Do not be concerned. I will put them on the altar in the church. Then let them be an offering in Benedicta's name. No, Brother Ambrosius, it will be an offering in your name. It is you who need it even more than Benedicta. Why do you say that? Because in Berchtesgaden, these flowers are a sign of faithful love. Faithful love? Young men present them to the girls they wish to marry. Oh, What do you say? However you came by them, brother, these flowers are not meant for you. Weeks later, I was released from my solitary cell in order to help at a great festival that the monastery was celebrating. The entire village gathered in the square to watch the holy procession. At the feast, I served platters piled high with steaming food and poured endless goblets of the brown and bitter drink that they all loved. As I did so, a handsome young man approached me. A wild-looking girl clung to his arm.
Are you the monk, Ambrosius?
I'm Friar Ambrosius.
The same who gave offense to this village some weeks ago with his attentions to the hangman's daughter?
Let the handsome monk be.
Shut up, Master. I'm a son of the salt master. My name is Lucius.
I've heard of you.
Then hear more. If you ever again show friendship for Benedicta, I shall teach you a lesson you will not soon forget.
I intend no offense to anyone, my lord.
You shall take my hand and dance with me.
Now find yourself another dancing partner, Amul. I have other plans. Someone is waiting for me.
Brother Ambrosius.
Yes.
Lucius has his eye on the hangman's daughter. Warn her against him.
Why do you tell me this?
I love Lucius. And she will listen to you. Look, you play. The full moon shining down on them.
We are dancing together. Lucius and Benedicta.
He ordered her to. No one refuses him. And besides, look at her. She does not seem unwilling.
Her eyes are looking straight into his. A smile on her face.
No one resists the saltmaster's son. See how closely he holds her. Stop them, Brother Ambrosius. Stop them. He shall not have her. I shall see her pretty face marked with blood before he takes her.
Musicians, stop playing. Stop the playing in the name of God. Stop. Benedicta. Benedicta.
Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Why is it so silent?
That was an attention-grabbing moment of the radio story.
Amula. Amula, where
Stop
are you?
playing.
Father Andreas, I beg of you not to believe the words of Amula. She has borne false witness against Benedicta.
Amula would not lie even against the hangman's daughter.
Benedicta did not act in a shameless manner with all the men. She only danced with Lucius.
Can you not understand that it is unbecoming of you to defend her? Are you possessed of demons?
But who will protect her against Amula's hate? I speak the truth.
And what would you have me do?
I beg you, Reverend Father, be her protector.
I cannot, and I will not. For your sake as well as her own, Benedicta must learn her lesson.
Learn her lesson?
Tomorrow they take her to the pillory and the whipping post.
The whipping post is intended for
girls who behave in a shameless manner. The saltmaster has ordered it.
She will be stoned.
And what of her poor father? Her father will be with her. He will lead her through the streets by a rope around her waist. It is the duty of his hangman's office.
What beasts we human beings can be sometimes. What misery and injustice there is in this world.
Say no more, Brother Ambrosius. Perform the duties of your office, and let the world and the hangman perform theirs.
But how can I do nothing to prevent Benedicta's public disgrace?
You will do nothing. You will be locked in your cell. God and St. Francis forgive you, Brother Ambrosius. I cannot.
Dear God in heaven, hear my prayer. Bless Benedicta in her time of trouble. Give her strength that she may bear the trials that are put upon her. Give me light that I may walk the right path. For I am filled with a tumult of emotions and confusion. Can Father Andreas be right? Do I love Benedicta as a man loves a woman? Forgive me if I sin, but I cannot put Benedicta out of my mind. Try as I will, I cannot.
James Montgomery once wrote,
Prayer is the soul's sincere desire, uttered or unexpressed, the motion of a hidden fire that trembles in the breast. So it was with young Friar Ambrosius long, long ago. He prayed and fasted and prayed, until one day he believed he had an answer. I'll tell you more about it when I return shortly with Act 3.
Isn't it nice to know you're free? To see the things you want to see. To touch the heights you dare to reach. I know you all that you can be.
Need a full-size car? Well, you came to the right place. Buick. Take the Sabre. A genuine family car with lots of nifty Buick touches and room for six. Or the elegant Electra, the car that wrote the book on Buick luxury. Or Riviera, the luxury car that's also a great personal road car. The full-size Buick. If you're looking for a place where you and your free spirit can really get together, this is it.
Hello there, this is Jim Backus. You know, I asked my friend, Mr. Magoo, have you ever heard of the disease of prosperity? You probably have, only you've heard of it as heart attack. It's called the disease of prosperity because the risk factors that increase the chances of heart attack are usually the result of prosperous living conditions. Childhood habits. Some children get in the habit of watching TV instead of exercising. Smoking often begins in the teens or sometimes even earlier. And by the time they reach middle age, many of them are overweight, inactive, and have high levels of cholesterol and other fatty substances in the blood. High blood pressure is also common at that age. Any one of these conditions or risk factors increases the chance of heart attack. A combination of two or more multiplies that risk. One way you can protect your heart is to see your doctor. Another way is to support your Heart Association's efforts to find more of the answers to heart attack. So give to the Heart Fund now. And thank you very much.
Tormented by Benedicta's public disgrace and weakened by the long rigors of solitary prayer and fasting, there was a recurrence of illness and fever in Ambrosius. On the one hand, he yearned to protect Benedicta. On the other, he was relentlessly pursued by his religious conscience. Torn both in mind and body, the young monk appeared before his superior.
May I speak with you, Father Andres? I am here to be of help whenever I can. Since I have recovered from my illness and delirium, the other friars look at me strangely, as if they no longer regard me as one of them. They avoid me whenever they can. I am aware of that, and I have given it much thought. You are to leave us for a season. Leave the monastery? To dwell in greatest solitude among the highest mountains. There God will restore both your physical and spiritual strength. I submit to your will, your reverence. Do you wish to discuss the tales of the toll of the evil spirits that inhabit those high peaks? If it is God's will, I will escape their spells and enchantments and come back to the monastery as you would have me. Someone will show me the way? Yes, and then leave you. As you say, Father. And, Ambrosius, my son. Yes, your reverence. Whatever demons or devils men may encounter in high mountains, remember, there are none so evil as those we find within ourselves. Uphill and down, through shadowy forests and across dark ravines, my guide led me to my new destination. We crossed a fearful lake in a clumsy little boat and saw strange objects become dimly visible and then disappear. Trees, half submerged, absorbed the air like the bones of some monstrous skeleton. I stared awestruck at the terrifying stone peaks piled to the sky. He led me to a miserable hut built of rough rock, where a narrow stone bench was to be my bed.
You must be cold and hungry, Brother Ambrosius, after your long trip.
Benedicta's voice?
It cannot be.
You will not be alone, my good friend. I will be here whenever you need me.
How can such things be? Where are you, Benedicta?
Warm yourself by the fire. Look, I have built one for you.
Let me see your face. If only for a moment.
You will find warm food in those pots hanging over the fire. And on the stone table, there is a pan of fresh milk and a piece of yellow butter.
But they were not there when I came in. How did they come here?
I brought them. And some fresh baked black bread and a fine white cheese.
Thank you, Benedicta.
Eat, Brother Ambrosius. The black lake journey is a hard one. Did you know it is said that the lake reaches straight down to hell?
I do not fear such things.
These mountains are filled with danger, even for holy men.
Show yourself, Benedicta. I will not eat the food or drink the milk until I have seen you. No. Don't leave, Benedicta. There is something you must tell me.
Goodbye, Brother Ambrosius. There are things that I must do.
The next morning, I felt as one in a dream. A fire burned brightly in the fireplace. Bread, butter, small cakes, and fresh milk were again on the stone table. There was even fresh dried grass for my hard stone bed. As I ate hungrily,
I am glad to see you eating, Brother Ambrosius. You will need your strength in this new way of life.
the sound of a voice is welcome in these lonely mountains. But it is not enough, Benedicta.
It must suffice.
Why? If only you would tell me why.
I cannot. It is not for you to question. Look, I have brought you a short pointed spade and a hempen bag. When you have finished eating, I will show you where the roots grow that you must take for Father Andreas.
I am grateful for your help.
Meanwhile, here are some roots I gathered for you to taste. You should know the flavor as well as how they look. Bite into them, Brother Ambrosius.
They're like, it's like nothing I've ever tasted before.
Good. Are they not good?
Indeed, Benedicta. Strange. But good. Very, very good. The next thing I knew, I was on the brink of an abyss directly above the terrible Black Lake, and another cliff overhanging the water. Could see a few cows and sheep grazing in an unexpected pasture. A thin column of smoke was rising from a perilously placed stone cabin. Leaning against a tree, her face pale as marble, her eyes sunken and sad, her hair flowing over her shoulders like threads of gold, was Benedicta. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Benedicta, what has happened? What are you doing so far away from home? Why do you weep so?
My father is dead. God rest his soul.
Oh, poor Benedicta. I share your affliction. How did he die?
I'm afraid if my mother did before him, he would not kill a worm or a beetle. Yet he was compelled to kill men with a hangman's rope. Oh, Brother Ambrosius, he was unhappy in every way.
Cannot weep so, Benedicta.
His father and his father's father before him, hangmen also. And the awful inheritance fell to him.
Benedicta, hush. Dry your tears.
Brother Ambrosius, it was the salt miners who killed my parents as surely as it was they who unjustly laid hands on me.
You must find it in your heart to forgive them, Benedicta. Terrible injustices have been committed against you and your family, but you must trust in God.
What is to become of me in this lonely and desolate place? There is only one person who cares to see me, and he...
We will help each other, Benedicta. I will pray to God that He will surely show us the way.
Evil attaches to everything I touch. No,
I had better go.
No, one moment, Benedicta. There's something I must ask you.
What is it?
Although now I see you clearly, why could I not see you when you came to my hut? Why is it I could only hear your voice?
I did not come to your hut, Brother Ambrose.
It is a sin to lie.
I speak the truth. I did not come to your hut. Forgive me, but I must go now. The Lucius is waiting for me.
Lucius. The name of the saltmaster's son stuck against my heart like a stone. At night my hut seemed too narrow to hold me, the air too heavy and hot to sustain life. Going outside, I lay upon a rock and studied the sky, dark and glittering with stars. It was unmistakably the voice of Benedicta. Now it came from one direction, now from another. It came from the earth, from the air, from the sky. Wait, Benedicta! I'm coming to you. You've only to show me the way. I fell into the coolness of the forest along the Black Lake, stumbling and falling over rocks and tree stumps. My limbs were bruised, my robe torn. Suddenly, against the starry sky, I saw the outline of a hunting lodge. A well-worn path led to Benedicta's cabin. Forth, in the bright moonlight, stood Lucius.
What brings you here, Friar Ambrosius? And when I saw you, you were safely cloistered in the monastery breakfast garden where you belong.
Where is Benedicta? Answer me, Lucius.
Must you meddle always in other people's lives, you, and what you call by the name of virtue?
You may despise me if you wish, but you will not harm Benedicta.
I do not wish to hurt a man of the cloth, but I am not known for my patience. I carry a knife, and on occasion I do not hesitate to use it.
You will not go to Benedicta's cabin. I will not fight with knives, Lucius, but unarmed and equal. We will fight to the death if you wish, and the Lord shall decide.
Oh, you're a brave monk. Very well. I will toss my knife to the ground, but I warn you, you'll face a strong enemy.
I know the edges of these precipices far better than you. I saw you will brave in that. I cannot breathe. Your knees are pressing on my chest. We are not playing games of fire. I have no longing for your throat. I will free myself.
See how close you are to the edge of the precipice? I can hurl you down like a small stone if I choose.
But I will not. I do not really care to take your life. For the truth is, you cannot stand in my way. You will leave Benedicta to me, for she is already mine. Benedicta is yours. I've kept her waiting long enough. You may rise, Brother Ambrosius. The Lord, as you said, has decided. Why did the Lord allow Lucius to overcome me? Why move him to spare my life? Some power impelled me to look down at my feet. There lay the answer. A knife that Lucius had flung to the ground. I saw plainly as in a vision the act which I had been preserved to do. Later that night, I went to Benedicta's cabin. I could hear her singing. That's when I first saw her standing beneath the gallows. Open the door, Benedicta. It is I, Brother Ambrosius.
Why have you come at such a late hour?
Let me in, Benedicta. My errand is brief.
You look distressed, Brother Ambrosius. Can I bring you food or drink?
Your face is full of happiness. And only a short time ago I left you in sorrow and despair.
Why have you come here? Oh, you're pale and shake with cold.
I'm here because God sent me. Tell me why you were singing, Benedicta. Tell me why you look so radiant. Is it because you are the mistress of Lucius?
I'm singing because tonight I am happy.
Happy?
I'm sorry to hurt you, but I'm not ashamed. Lucius has been here. He's going to Bertha's garden to persuade his father to remove the curse of the hangman from my life.
Oh, foolish Benedict. There's not much time left. Kneel before me, that I may forgive your sins.
You frighten me. I've never seen you like this.
You need not be afraid. I hereby give you absolution without pretense. I free your soul from the taint of sin, because, Benedict, you will atone with your blood and your life.
You have drawn his life.
Do you recognize it? It belongs to Lucius.
What do you mean to do? Lucius! Lucius, help me! Help me! My blood is on your head.
I love you, Benedict.
Laheim, to those that chose life in and out of prison. Happy Saturday. As a courtesy to my northern and southern neighbors, I'm not yelling at you to come downstairs, but I'm telling you, come on downstairs.
Not the stains from my garments. I've tried, but I cannot. Whosoever slays a fellow being, he shall be slain. That is the law of God and of man. I'm prepared, Reverend Father. You will first be taken to the tower. Then tomorrow at sunrise, you will be led to the gallows.
I believe I speak on behalf of myself and all of the whistleblowers when I say
I'm mysterious.
we're ready for this chapter in our book of life to conclude.
I said chills shook me from head to toe.
Next.
I spilled my veins. She was standing beneath the gallows, and Brother Romano said that she was standing on my grave.
Do you have a last request, my son?
Yes, Father.
What is it?
The vultures. After I'm hanged, perhaps someone could chase them away from my poor dead body.
Classic.
And so, according to the diary of Brother Ambrosius,
How do you feel about Radio Mystery Theater?
October 1681,
it's not right radio show.
He was hanged by the neck until dead. On the day immediately following, he was buried in the unconsecrated ground beneath the gallows, close to the body of the girl he murdered. But the tale of the monk and the hangman's daughter did not end with their death. According to an old manuscript discovered years later in the monastery, I'm getting ahead of myself. This story has the strangest ending. I will be back with it shortly.
If I could read one thing, everything would be I'd like to read about the sky like if I could choose just one thing to kill me I'd be I like to something like to breathe. This is my legacy. This is my soul. And this is where I breathe in love.
The man-made product that blew up in the machine age. The result of a means to an end. But the end must choose to try to continue breathing. We can clean up the air, perhaps even in your country, but we need your help. To love you, join the Human Association in the fight against air pollution. It's a matter of life and death.
For all you multi-talented, multitasking, multi-everything people out there. Take it away.
Find your glory, write your story. Fearless feet will carry you. Time you own it, take your moment. Be a fire burning through. Hustling from night until morning. Grinding it out, it won't be long. Feel your power, it's your hour. You inspire, you are strong.
Enjoy yourself. No applause? You're all fired.
Now that you've reached the stage in your life where quality television is important, Nubian TV is a Black network that speaks to your lifestyle. Nubian TV is the world's first digital network devoted to the upscale and political lifestyles of Black people. Nubian TV's programming includes politics, travel, fashion, food, automotive, arts and culture, civil rights, music, and more. Watch now on Amazon
No
Fire
offense to
TV,
Nubian
Roku,
TV,
or watch
but
globally
BET is
at
such a better
nubiantv.net. Nubian TV.
Black
It's
entertainment
what you want
television,
to
way
watch.
better than Nubian TV. Just for a channel.
Come with me if you want to live. A more delicious life.
It's too late, baby.
Oh, baby,
Yeah,
we can get the
it's too late.
In this world, we don't get to control.
Ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to let you know that yes, indeed, the defunct Delta airline is still on the tarmac. We would like them to go too.
We do get to choose every single day what we eat. Welcome to the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousness.
At this point, we're seriously considering whether we should just call in the National Guard and have them carry it off. Carry it off.
And some things you didn't know were possible. Because we believe if you're not having fun, you're not living free. So come on, let's live a little. Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning.
Are you ready? Covering the biggest events in the country right now. There's a lot going on.
Having a good time. That's what the show's about.
That's good. Really good. Very good.
Elementary from elementary. Oh, good morning, America. I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
I want him to dance.
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am here and so happy. I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in. That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in. Michael, George, where? Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.
Rob, I feel you, brother. I feel you. I feel you. It's day 2 for you. It is episode 2 for me. Welcome in, everybody. I just got done watching 90 Day Fiance Hunt for Love Season 1, episode 2. Now, listen, I thought because this was the series premiere of this, that they did a hour and 28 minutes series premiere. Oh, no. This is going to happen every episode. So it's like, oh my God, okay, I got to take time out to watch this. But I really do like the show. I like the cast. I like the fact that that's real everyday people mixed in the world of 90 Day Fiance. So it's really, really cool. So with that being said, higher is waiting, low is available. But either way, we are live on tour. Let me take down this iconic intro here. You see that rotaphone background? Yes, you do. You hear that rotaphone music? Yes, you do. And then there is me. Hey, everybody.
Multi-talented, multitasking, multi-everything people out there. Take it away.
Find your glory, write your story. Fearless, we will carry you. Time you own it, take your moment. Be a fire burning through. Hustling from night until morning.
Y'all, it has got to be something wrong with the cast members of 90 Day Hunt for Love. I'm talking about every single.
If a guy is trying to sleep with me and then you're gonna rank me low, really? You just want to put your. If a guy is trying to sleep with me and then you're gonna rank me low, really? You just want to put your.
He was saying a lot about you. He was ready to date for somebody to do like that. And you watching it happening. And he left you.
I wonder if he's like uncle. I'm sorry, but there's very little chance I'm gonna keep this a secret.
You know, Elise, the way that she's been coming at me, like it's been so messy. It's way too early for all this. I came here to find love. And it's like on the second date, I got somebody yelling at me in my face, and it's like she's a wrecking ball of who knows what you're gonna get.
You're on. So I'm gonna start off by saying to you, I just feel like in my past relationships, I've been lied to and really hurt. What you did yesterday just really triggered something in me. But I really apologize how I went off on you. It wasn't appropriate, and I should have communicated with you better.
I appreciate that.
I told him I was like a 3. You gave her a 3. Like, are you kidding me? I am super insecure girl. Like, I'm probably one of the most insecure girls you've ever met in your life. You shouldn't. I know, but it's like a me thing. It just brought up so many emotions for me from my past. I'm not feeling adequate. I'm not feeling important. I'm not feeling loved. Elise comes in wearing a skimpy bikini, like your model for Miami. Big boobs, small waist, like perfect hair, like you're perfect. Why do you feel insecure? And then she starts trauma dumping, but I was like, good. Like, I like somebody that says what they think or feel. I think I trauma dump on people like the first hour of meeting them. So I don't think Elise has any filter, and I think that's probably part of the reason Rob is a little scared of her.
I hate that made you feel a certain way, and I'm sorry if it made you feel a certain way, but I didn't mean anything with it.
Thank you.
And one thing I do really want you to know is that I was genuinely genuine girl and super nervous of getting hurt and feeling let down. I think at this point, clearly my emotions are involved because I care for you. I reacted poorly last night. And I think that, honestly,
I'm sorry, but I just can't get over the fact that this guy named Rob on 90 Day Fiance was a butt plug model, okay? Like, that's just... We should have learned that about him from the first episode. We learned that after he was on multiple seasons of the fucking show. Like, Last Day or Last Resort or whatever. At the tell-all. Someone was like, you were a butt plug model. And he's like, well, I had a friend who made butt plugs. And yeah, I modeled for butt plugs. Why did they wait until we had seen him on TV shows for years to let us know he used to be a butt plug model? What exactly is a butt plug model also? Because I've never met one. And I imagine it's just somebody that gets paid to put butt plugs in their butthole and let people take pictures. And that says a lot about a person. Especially if they choose to go on TV after that.
Is that you?
That is me. It's been a few years.
Amazing. Yeah. I'm sure it's a great conversation.
It's like, imagine if you were dating somebody for a couple of years and they're just, you know, whatever. They're a fucking phlebotomist. And then one day you find out, because somebody confronts them in front of you, that they're also a butt plug model. They used to be. You got to start with that in an introduction if you're dating someone. There's photos of that on Instagram.
Well, he was going through a divorce or marriage or some point in life that he didn't want to be a part of.
I love that you have that with you, knowing that you were going through a rough time. I want you to use that as a measurement of how far you've come.
Yeah, I think this is the problem, right? Because I think of myself, I'm like, I don't really always have the best opinion of myself or strong confidence.
My sense was that you walked into this not necessarily fully believing that you were going to find somebody. Is that?
Oh yeah.
Does that feel right?
Yeah. Keep the conversation going or whatever.
Relationships don't have to start out with, you know, great passion.
You tell me I don't need to be engaged within 5 days of being somebody.
You absolutely do not, and I would strongly advise against that, actually.
I won't do that again.
Don't do that again. But for real, even now, you're holding my eye contact. Like you're really paying attention. You're absorbing what I'm saying.
Well, I got some skills, I guess.
You have more skills than you realize. So let me ask you, who is of interest potentially?
Well, there's May. I think she's pretty cool. We talked quite a bit at the party, and she's a very interesting person. So I would have liked to talk to her more. I also like another girl.
All right, who's that?
Courtney.
Courtney, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Courtney has a big personality. Tell me a little bit about the connection.
We were just hanging out, you know, just talking like friends almost. She's super smart. I wasn't like intimidated or like thought I had to be impressive or cool or anything.
So there's your secret sauce.
Yeah.
Right? When you don't feel like you have to impress someone, when you don't feel a lot of pressure to perform, is when you really perform your best.
She might be interested in losing.
You just worry about you, okay?
Yeah. You know,
You
whatever.
don't have to play the same game as everybody else will.
Yeah.
And when you don't, that's when the person who sees you for who you are is going to find you.
That's good.
Okay? So do you think you have the courage to ask me out tonight? Or Courtney?
I don't know. I hope to talk to him more.
You're going to end with this, I'm excited.
I felt pretty good after talking with Tanya. She reassured me that I may not have the traditional chisel look or the 6 packs and 8 packs or whatever, but I have my own set of skills and
last night was fantastic. I personally came here to dedicate myself to a specific person. Jen does make me a little bit nervous, but she does a really good job of making me feel comfortable, and I think we do really good with eye contact and nonverbal communication in a soulful way, if you will. And I want to learn a little bit more about her in hopes of building a stronger connection. My favorite is watermelon. Which one's your favorite? Do you like watermelon?
I love it. It's so juicy.
Like this. Muy bien.
Carl brought a huge steak with fruits. It was so cute. I think Carl is the sweetest.
I'll take the check.
Wow. So we happen to, coincidental and having this chemistry. I hope that he doesn't.
Can I try you on?
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I don't want that inappropriate to touch you.
You can touch me a little. You're good. Mindful.
I'll try to be.
Thank you. Can you tell me, what about your sexuality?
What
are you into?
What am I into?
God seems a little absurd. I just hope he's not too vanilla for me, but who knows, maybe he's a closet friend. I think sex is very important in a relationship. If a man gets scared because I tell him that I want to tie him up, he's a pussy. So I hope that he can keep up with it.
I mean, I'm open to trying new things, and if you have things that you want to discuss in the future and explore, then I'm probably okay with that. But yeah.
I mean, I like to do weird things with my partner.
What kind of weird things?
Seriously, when I go there, I don't know.
Maybe just give me a couple ideas, and I'll let the imagination on this job.
Yeah, like, I don't know, an example. Role play.
Role play?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now your turn.
Oh, you took an easy one. Here we go. Yeah, I like to take it outside of the bedroom.
Name animals. Survive. Wild.
Okay, that's safe. I'll have to save the rest for you later.
Definitely, I feel so much chemistry with God. He makes me feel a lot of things. I feel very nice with him. He's very, very respectful, but I just hope he doesn't take me that much. Because sometimes when I go for him, he has to come to me. And maybe I will help to educate him a little bit. Tonight, Johanna gathered us together and we're up to a club. And yes! Finally, in my natural habitat at the club, at the same time, I think it's important to tell Tim about the rumors that Jen is running. Timothy and there's some kinky. This is some hot tea. Do you think I'm not going to share this? But also, I think I'm being a good humanitarian, letting Tim know that. So hopefully he doesn't get put back on me. Don't shoot the messenger. Dance fever, and we're all gonna kind of bug. Tim, your age is showing.
mean, I see I'm showing how clean you are. If you got what do you see on this time? Like in your premium, and I'm going to get it what? And
it makes you keep going more because you want the reward, right?
But it's so weird when they really not able to do the like when I told you.
I think I do. I don't know if he has the right intentions, so I'm a little bit hesitant. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Okay, so I'm going to talk to the officer. We're going to talk to the
And I think it,
I'm excited to see where it's going to go with Rob. I'm super apprehensive because of last night, a huge fight. But I apologized earlier today. And I think we do have a lot of like unfinished business, and that's kind of all I can think about.
I do too. I got something going. I would like a chance to kind of hang out with Jen a little bit, but this hole pops up right behind her.
Symbolism, it's one of my favorite words. Also, Fruit Lips are 100% better than Trix. 100%. But Trix have zinc, and Fruit Loops don't.
I know for a fact this is about to set him off.
Trix are for rabbits.
I know what happened yesterday in the hot tub.
I mean, like, we should all be mature enough to you know, like, when you can sit in a hot tub for 2 minutes.
I agree.
If you actually saw how nice I treated her, like, she made me go to her mom's house and eat ants.
What?
I didn't want to eat those ants. The insides gushed in your mouth when you bit them. They have huge asses and little bodies.
Sounds like a Latina.
Honestly, I'm still just really distracted that Jen is there. And then on top of that, it's weird for me to look. I never know what to do. You know, I don't drink, I don't dance. How many people think that, like, I'm a former alcoholic?
Look, on the back, it has the game. Trix Rabbit Racer.
I'm trying to remain positive and feel like, okay, I need somebody, but if I don't, I'm going to keep on chugging along.
Silly rabbit. Tricks are for Jews. I mean, kids.
Chantel is a dropping gorgeous woman, and we're going to know each other a lot more intimately than previously. And I'm, you know, for sure looking forward to.
At around 8:20 in the morning, Unit 207 had one person on the phone. The rest all think they're doing something today. If they criminally and illegally shut off the internet, they might be doing something more than what they've been doing.
Yeah, I can for sure measure you. And I'm gonna set a pierce now. They do injections then.
Don't need that.
They're like we got a lot of micro penises. Oh my god.
It's crazy. That's like a world I forget exists. For sure. Like, oh yeah, that's a thing.
Trix was the right call. There's something in here. My body's like, yes, finally. Is it vitamin D, calcium, iron, potassium, vitamin A, vitamin C, thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, vitamin B6, folate, B12, phosphorus, magnesium, or zinc? My guess is zinc. Something in these. My body's like, hell yeah.
And you can feel like $1 billion.
Okay, put them in.
$1 billion come in for your assessment today. Are you gonna speak to the girls that are in the thing, or are you gonna keep your eyes open?
I mean, I'll keep my eyes open, but no, because honestly, anything.
He wants twerking.
I don't think there's anything that's sweet shoes. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you're an honest dude, and I really respect you. I'm not buying the story when you're recording. I really not.
We think something happened in his house.
No, okay. You know, I mean, she's too.
She's hot. Why not?
Yeah, she's super helpful.
She is.
But I would do anything possible. I can punch any man in the face if he confused.
Oh,
yeah. If somebody else comes recording tonight, you're gonna go confront that name? Yeah, I would do that. Who's gonna feel like you're just like that little dog you always barking at you, and you go to your girl's house and their little dog is going to be alone with that girl? That's something that you can say all at once, I love Courtney or love different culture. Sometimes when people are used to that, it feels like aggression.
I definitely think Courtney be making a huge mistake if she chooses Usman. Honestly, I don't feel like Usman's intentions are pure. He's going around every day trying to find people, threaten people, market his territory with Courtney. You can punch me or Courtney. Go try it, man.
I heard that you paid for a stripper.
For 6 years, I've been having to defend my sexuality. She knows that that's an easy way to upset me. A little around saying all this about me to her body, but I like men.
What do you want from the vagina? I already accepted it. How do you envision your first time? It's intimate. Hi guys! Come over. Let's get some drinks. Hi! Oh my god, y'all look so gorgeous.
How you doing?
Want a drink? Buy your drinks.
What do you want?
What are you gonna? That's my double vodka soda.
Okay.
And lime.
Again, double vodka soda.
Coming to Mexico. I'm surprised cold is a lot cooler than I thought it would be. Like, I did not expect him to be like that. I thought he was gonna be an asshole. Like, I've seen him like yelling at his exes, yelling at his mom, yelling at people. I'm like, this is not the cold that I'm getting to know. He's sweet and like a teddy bear.
There you go, my dear.
I think we're both kind of like quirky and like, I don't know, we have the same energy, we have the same thoughts on a lot of stuff. I never got the appeal for Colt, but like, okay, I kind of see it.
There.
Hi! Let's take shots together. My first time. Nice to meet you. You're looking good. There's like so much out there.
Like that, yeah?
Are you doing style?
Or it's just like this to the side. That's not replaced. That's not replaced to the side.
The chicken dance thing that he's doing. I feel like the dance, it's like the birds, right? Where they do like the crazy, they're like the little, and then like all the lady birds are like, damn, that's my man right there.
I think Cole got the wrong memo. Like he wore a sweater to a Mexican disco. He's sweating profusely. I'm a little concerned that he's gonna like get winded before he even gets a chance to speak to some ladies.
Oh, I gotta tell you.
What you doing?
Not attracting the girl. Okay. Look, you gotta, let's do this. Okay, yeah. Let's do, okay, so like, 1, 2, 3, pump. 1, 2, 3, pump. 1, 2, 3, pump. Yeah. Colt's dance moves are alternative. Like, he's like zero coordination, like no rhythm. It's gonna take a little more than a miracle to get one of these ladies to fall for him here. But he seems to be a nerdy but sweet guy, and I think he could really find love here. He just needs a little guidance. 1, 2, 3, hey. There you go. Hey, and you did me. Right. Oh my God. Oh. Bring it back, but you got to tone down a little bit. Just like, okay, how about just slow nod, and like just, yeah. Why
like Jen a lot, and all of a sudden, here we are having kind of like that same magnetic energy that we had in those 2 minutes in the hot tub. I want her to know that I'm her. I want her to know that I like her. I want her to know that I'm interested.
Yesterday.
How did it end? Oh, you didn't say that? You yelling at me? Because I waited like I did agree, and you really felt like chasing out and saying, going back to her, you're really mad at her. I thought you'd be there and we had to be right.
I've been enjoying my time with fun, and at the same time, when anyone to jump in with me, it's okay. With Rob, we can get along very easily. He's more like relaxed, kind. Not like he's so interesting, but he gives me this type of energy that I'm not very sure about.
This is such a sweet girl.
I am sweet. Sometimes it can be like hard, like something I expect, something like
I've seen her look at switch.
something.
Where? I gotta go avoid that.
I think that's what I did. I like Carlo, but I also haven't forgotten about Rocky and the little spark that we felt on the first day. It's a lot of layers. I just feel like a player right now, but I'm enjoying it. This is a good question.
I do that with that feeling that connected. That's going good. Because you're pushing it. Cool. When that worked through last night, I'm so bad at that. You're in the middle of an argument. Yeah, I'm like, with Jen, I feel like there's definitely like a connection, like we're vibing, but then Cole pops up right behind her. But you're not wrong.
I just met the neighbor.
Hopefully not gonna touch us, but it seems like it's pretty messy. So. How you doing, man? How you been doing? I didn't see you yesterday. I've never asked a woman out on a date before in person. I'm sweating. Give me a cake to play it.
No.
So, yeah, I didn't even say, like, you will be better off finding Rob's a good looking guy, and Rob's got game. I mean, I think player, but Jen is a dominant woman. She will run that man. I feel like this is gonna turn out bad. I just haven't seen much else around that I was like arguing with. I don't know how to say that. Like, you see that I was dealing with something way worse.
Hey guys. Here's Jen. How we doing?
Doing better than I was.
I think so. I feel like I legit have not spoken to anybody. Well, he's starting over, so you guys can hit it off. You guys should go for a 2-minute spiel.
Guys, get me on the top 3 right now. I'm gonna get 7 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
It'd be better than 2 minutes of in the hot tub.
That's a great.
So what I mean,
I see you talking to Jennifer. Like, you're like going up to Jennifer. Like, we're all good.
I feel like if my head is where you want it to be, then you're not okay and you're not happy and you're kind of like salty at just
Listen, you don't determine my happiness. It's like, I'm a big girl. I am happy without you. After Rob and I like kind of falling apart, I apologized to him. I was hoping to kind of start fresh, but Rob is a sexy player that thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. I want a guy that worships the ground I walk on. Literally, the honeymoon phase is supposed to last longer than a day. Like, this guy. And he's going to get a rude awakening very soon.
if you like somebody else, that's okay.
I feel like if you do anything right, if you should not be yelling at me once a day, that is a woman's
It's the wrong thing to do.
You should be giving me a free whatever else. Because it is
person. So I feel like I'm an alien trying to observe human behavior, and I just don't know how to fit. And I'm noticing I'm sweating. I'm trying not to scare her off too much. I hope I don't come off as just like this greasy, oily, like guy. Like, they want to go on a date. Like, I just want to at least have some kind of charm about me at this point.
Did you do the other event activity? Or?
Yeah, I did the other activity.
What did you learn about yourself?
My abduction is not the best.
Okay. So what type
तो दोस्तों आप लोग कैसे उम्मीद करता हूँ अच्छे होंगे। आज की इस वीडियो में हम आप सभी को बताएंगे स्टेप बाय स्टेप कुछ प्रोसेस करना है यूट्यूब के बारे में। सबसे पहले मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि यूट्यूब डैशबोर्ड क्रोम पर आपको यूट्यूब डैशबोर्ड ये ओपन करना है, तो कैसे ओपन करेंगे क्रोम पर यूट्यूब।
Good, man. I grew up in a very, very religious, conservative household, Southern Baptist, and now my mom talks in tongues, and that's true. I like to think that I can kind of say whatever I want to about the religious South, because my last name is Cash. My mom talks in tongues, and my dad worked on a pig crew when they still raced NASCAR on dirt. So that's a redneck resume strong enough to say whatever I want to. And if you get mad, we're probably cousins and we'll figure it out after the show. All right, try to relax. Well, I'm super religious. I joke with her because in the South, people use religion a little differently. We use our Christian beliefs to explain things that make us sad, you know? Like somebody will just be like, well, I got a flat tire on the way to work today. I guess God just did not want me to be there on time. That's probably what it was, Karen. Either that or you just ran over a nail. That's a distinct possibility. Let's not rule it out. I think God was up in heaven like, guys, get in here. I'm about to mess with Karen again. She didn't pray hard enough. She's about to get a flat tire on her Pontiac ride. It's such a ridiculous thing, you know. You know, that's how they explain things in the South. Like, I come from a NASCAR kind of family, as I mentioned, and when Dale Earnhardt passed away, I mean, it was like a day of mourning in the town I grew up in. People were so sad. But all the Southerners in my little town, they all got together with one unified message, you know? Everybody went out and got that sticker for the back of the PT Cruiser with the number 3 on it, with the halo and the wings. And it just said, God needed a driver. Is that what it was? God's just up in heaven like, guys, get in here. I need a driver. I want to go fast in circles. Well, I know we already got a driver. I want Dale Earnhardt, number 3, the ginger with the mustache. Get him up here, stat. I know there's a race going on. I'm watching it. That's what made me think of this, okay? I don't know, crash him. Just get him up here. It's crazy, man. It wasn't just rednecks. Some of my black girlfriends did the same thing on Twitter when Whitney Houston passed away. They were like, hashtag Whitney, hashtag sad, hashtag Houston, we have a problem. And they were like, Whitney's up in heaven, singing with the angels. She's the lead singer of the angels. She's the choir director in heaven. And it made me feel better because I was bummed. Because I mean, what a talented musician she was, you know? It gave me like a warm feeling there for a minute. And then I was like, you know, lead singer of the angels seems like a pretty important job. That probably requires a drug test, I think. You know, I don't want to be presumptuous. I'm just thinking if I got to be in a cup to work at Liberty Tax, God's probably not handing out jobs to people with substance abuse problems. Don't have Liberty Tax here. Oh man, what a great company. You know what I'm talking about? Liberty Tax? Yeah. Who's getting their taxes done there? I want to meet those people. Like, who is their guerrilla marketing working on? Who's driving by Liberty Tax being like, look there, honey, I really respect this company for dressing up drunk homeless people as a Statue of Liberty. I think I want them to hit all of my financial information. Let's just whip on in there, give them our social security number. What could go wrong? It's so crazy to me. I love those sign people, man, with mattress sale or whatever. Yeah, like, how do you get that job? Like, what's the interview? They're like, are you wasted? Yes, sir, I'm wasted. Can you do the Running Man and the Cabbage Patch at the same time? Oh, yes, sir, I'm a pretty good dancer. That's what they're always doing. They always got the sign. They're always doing the Running Man and the Cabbage Patch. It's like, isn't they twirling? No, don't clap for that. That does not deserve clapping. Now I'm all winded. Don't have shape. It was cardio for me. Oh, man. Well, I was a very religious woman, the sweetest woman alive. Very, very religious. She goes to two different churches. One of them is the tongue-talking church, and they do a prayer call where they all get on the phone and they all make this sounds together. And it's terrifying. And they do communion while on the prayer call. So they're like, and then they take the cracker. And so anyway, I kind of forgot about that. I tour all the time. And I don't live with my mom, but I visit her for extended periods of time, often in between comedy, because my mom's left. And so I'm coming off tour in the car for like 10 hours. And sometimes I try not to drink a whole lot when I'm in the car because I don't want to have to use the bathroom, you know? So I get to her house and I'm just like parched, like completely, like so thirsty. And I open the refrigerator and she's in the living room, like on the other side of the kitchen. Open the refrigerator and eye level this big bottle of grape juice. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to crush that. And by the way, grape juice, does anybody ever buy that? Anybody ever buy grape juice? Nobody ever buys grape juice, but it's everywhere and they're still in business. I think it's a front for some kind of drug cartel or something. They got commercials, billboards, trucks, a big distribution system. Nobody buys it. Nobody has ever bought it, ever once. But I see it on the shelf staring at me and I'm like, oh yeah, this is about to happen. And so I just take it, and I'm just taking it to the face, just like, and it's so good. It's just that sweet Concord grape nectar. And then I started thinking, like, this is her house. That was rude of me to just drink it out of the bottle without even asking, you know? So I stopped and I'm like, hey, Mom? She's like, yeah. I was like, can I drink this grape juice? She gets quiet for a minute. And she says, well, I had that for my communion. And I was like, oh. And I was like, well, I don't want to drink all the blood. And I thought she was going to get mad at me, and then all of a sudden she goes, there's some crackers in there too if you want some of the blood. It's weird. It's the funniest thing she's ever said. So, you're not holding back your laughs for me, you're holding back for my mom. It's good. My mom, it's just my mom now. My dad passed away. It was like one of the hardest things. If you've lost a parent, you know how hard it is. But it was really tough, and we didn't see it coming. It happened really fast. And the thing about my dad, the thing that made it extra hard, my dad was just like the best guy in the world. I mean, just the best guy you ever met. Just kind and humble and quiet and selfless. And, you know, he's always doing something for other people. He never complained. Never bought himself anything. Never wanted for anything. Just like totally calm water, you know? Still winded. And the only thing he would ever complain about, every once in a while, when my mom would leave the room, like in the holidays, he would lean forward and he would look at me and my brother and my sister, and he would make sure she was gone. And he would go, y'all think we got enough knickknacks in here? Because My mom's a 75-year-old white lady who lives at the beach, and she loves knickknacks. I mean, just everywhere. It's nice. It's not hoarderish. It's very clean, but it's just seashells and pelicans and lighthouses and sailboats and flip-flops and bird baths. And it's live, laugh, love. Dance like no one's watching. You know, it's a lot of that. And my dad, I think he probably just sat back in his recliner and looked around the house. It was like $50, $80, $150, $65. That was only a dollar because he's from Ross Dress for less. $80. You know, he's like, we got $200,000 worth of nonsense in this house. It was the only thing that drove him crazy. He was still a good sport about it, you know. He would kind of nudge me and go, "Think you got enough items on every surface of the house?" It's crazy. It's like if you're going to set your lighthouse cut coaster down, you're going to have to move the southern living over by the coastal living, and then you got to move those mallard duck playing cards over by the swan with fake flowers in it, push those over by the sand dollars and the metal starfish, you know, and then you can put the lighthouse cut down on the flip-flop coaster. And it's nice. It's all very cute and nice. It's just a lot of it, you know. And I think my dad was like, "Why you got to put all this stuff on the table? It's already a dolphin. The table is a dolphin. Why do you have to decorate the decoration?" But when my dad passed, my mom set us down and she said, "Listen, it happened fast." She's like, "You know, I don't know what to do. I just want to get him cremated so I can kind of have time to think about what to do. I'm just overwhelmed." And we said, "Mom, we support you, like no matter what. You know, whatever you need to do, we got your back." And she was like, "You know, and I want to get him a really beautiful urn." And I was like, "Well, Mom, you know, Dad was a simple guy. He never spent money on anything for himself. He was really frugal and modest. He would have wanted you to save that money, get him a simple urn, and save that money for something important, like pelicans and sailboats." You know? She was like, "No, I want to get him a nice urn." So we did. We got him. It is beautiful. Beautiful urns. They're nautical. It's kind of it's this blue-green. It's got some like burlap kind of rope around, and it's got a piece of driftwood on the top of the lid. And it's very coastal, and it has little tiny, it's clay, it's a ceramics piece. It has little baby sea turtles going all the way up the urn. Beautiful piece. And we have it sitting on the table in the living room with a sailboat, metal sailboat hanging behind it, and a conch shell to the left of it, and this little palm tree thing to the right of it. He became a knickknack, is what I'm trying to tell you. And it's like the only thing he didn't want to be, you know, just circle of life. I feel like he's up in heaven like, "Are you kidding me?" Guys, thank you so much. Y'all been great. I love you. Have a good night.
Driver, you look good. Thank you for coming out tonight. Yeah, you look fantastic. I appreciate you dressing up. I feel like I realized about myself recently that I like to look nice depending on where I go. I like to dress appropriately. Even shopping, like the store that I'm going to, right? You might have like a Walmart level outfit, right? I mean, you just run and get a few things, and then you might.
But in my defense, I did not know we were free to leave. My name's Kelly Terranova. I realize you are puzzled, and some of the fellas look disappointed. He bought tickets thinking, "Oh, Kelly Terranova. I hope she's attractive." She's not. What a great looking crowd. Thank you all for being here. By means of introduction, my name is Kelly Terranova. I am from a state called West Virginia. That's very kind. That's very kind. Is there anyone in the room from West Virginia? Really? That's different. Different state. All of a sudden we're playing, "Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?" That's different. I knew there were no West Virginians here because West Virginians, we do not begin a journey that requires more than one tank of gas. I lived in West Virginia till I was 18, but in my defense, I did not know we were free to leave. Turns out it's like work release. You can walk away, they don't look for you or anything. I don't live there anymore, but I retain some of the accent and I try to keep it under control because when people find you have a Southern accent, they make certain assumptions. We're going to cover one of those right now. Not all of us are into NASCAR. Baby, if I want to see rednecks driving circles, I go to the Walmart and sit in the parking lot. I got stuff to do. I have a way to make NASCAR better. You ready? I'm going to steal an idea from golf. Golf has something called the Senior Tour. Have you heard of this? It's old guys playing golf. Who knew? They're just playing golf. They're not running track. I would pay to see the old man gymnastics. That'd be cool. But we're here today to help NASCAR. Here's my idea. Work with me, Dry Bar. The Senior NASCAR Tour. The final lap. And it's nothing but white Mercury Grand Marquis. Just rolling around that track about 35 miles an hour. You call it the Denny's 5. And you wouldn't even need those big racing goggles, you know, the big face shields, because most of the seniors have those big sunglasses, the big wraparound. So why is that? If your little peanut head's not but that big, you don't need Oakley's out to here. My Nana came to a family reunion, scared the daylights out of me. I'm like, Robo-Nana. She had to hear. I said, Nana, are we hunting predator today? She told me she got those big wraparound glasses free with a Cadillac. Or a cataract. You can't understand. I was in town today making my way around and I saw one of those old people tour buses. They go on the tours together and they were all getting off the bus. They had the big sun. They looked like pod people getting off the mothership, right? And this one lady, bless her. Oh, do you know bless her heart? Do you know about that? Okay. That's code word for I'm about to say something mean and I don't want you to think less of me. Just so you know. So this one woman, thank you, she's pulling oxygen. And it kind of looked like she's getting ready to weld something. I thought, oh no, the bus is broke. You see a lot of different things. You see peculiar things. That's my job. I go out into the world, I make my way in the world, and I see funny things, and I report back to you. I'm kind of like Instagram stories. That's my job, okay? Except I don't pout when you don't like me. I flew here. I flew from an airport in Frankly in North Carolina. I can't tell you the name of the place because I don't want them to feel like I'm picking on them. But I go in the airport, and right there, beside the big "Welcome to Charlotte" sign, is I gave it away. Is a museum. Woo! I guarantee no one ever left that airport going, oh man, not enough culture. It's like a portrait gallery of aviation pioneers like Chuck Yeager, a West Virginian, by the way, and the Wright brothers. I saw a fella holding his
I don't think the public, first of all, you can't really live in a society like that. You can't, it's an incredibly chaotic and insane thing to just have ICE raids happening all the time at any minute. And now Trump's going, well, maybe
Tim
we'll
Dillon's
make an
latest
exception
episode has
for the
begun.
hotels and the
Episode
agriculture
448.
businesses, 'cause
As
his
you
friends
saw,
called me
a
and
woman
said,
walk
"Hey, what are
past
you
my
doing?"
window, the door to my northern
we
neighbor
own,
Russ, who's been instructed to
hotels,
aid in
we need
starving
people to
me and
work.
my cat to death.
So it's
Who's
just
had my
going to-
debit card
it's
since
a lot of
last month and my
chaos,
house
and it's
key.
inhumane, and it's
Well, someone came out of
barbarism,
that
and it makes the
condo, and then a
country
girl
look
walked past
terrible
this window.
to have a 6-year-old
A girl
girl
whose legs look
being handcuffed
exactly
and put
like
in
that
a
of some
car.
of the individuals that have been stalking me for 3 years.
That's, that's
One of
not
whom is Kelly that lives that way.
the look that
And one
you
of whom
want
is
the
codenamed
country
Mini Me Asset
to
upstairs.
have. I think most people
Again, at around
realize
8:20 a.m., an individual
That doesn't
upstairs
mean
was
that,
on the telephone.
lighting cop
Never
cars
since
on
then,
fire
they've just been
and
sitting on their fucking
waving
thumbs.
Mexican flags is the greatest look either. Here's Trump. Our
And
great
or
farmers
walking
and
outside
people
of
in
my
hotel
door
and
and
leisure
talking to
businesses
Russ,
have
the
been
neighbor who's had my debit
stating
card and house key
that
since
our very
last
aggressive
month,
policy on
who's
immigration
been ordered
is
not to provide
taking
me or my
very
cat with
good
food.
long-time workers away from them.
And
With those
who's going
jobs
to
being almost
prison?
impossible to replace. In many cases, the criminals
Come on
allowed
downstairs.
into our country by the very stupid.
Pretty sure you
buying
guys
out
are
the
going to
borders
resort
policy
to cutting off
are
the internet
applying to
criminally and
those
illegally like you
jobs.
had to last time.
This is not good.
Because why would the
We must
FBI have told
protect
me
our
that even if
farmers
you cut
because
off the internet,
criminals
they'll still be
out of the
connected?
USA changes are coming. That might be the first
Why else?
realization that this is a insane policy that's, counterproductive. If you want to control the border, as you should, and this whole idea that borders aren't real and they're all imaginary is also untrue. People fight and die for borders. Go ask the Ukraine and Russia what they think about borders, or people in Israel or Gaza what they think about borders. You may not like that nations exist or that borders exist, and you may find them to be arbitrary, but I assure you wars have been fought, many of them currently, over borders. And you need to have a border, and you need to have a country, and you need to have a way to, figure out who's coming into the country and whether they're criminals or whether they're terrorists or whatever. Those are all real things that I think most sensible people, not the ones on social media, not my comedian friends who are mentally ill, but I mean human beings that have mortgages and homes and jobs, or even those who rent, or those who have any care at all about the society that they exist in or that their families and children exist in, realize that borders are not fake. It's not a joke to have a border or have security or have a country. But those people don't want to see 6-year-old girls getting zip-tied and thrown into cars. Those people don't want to see people dragged out of their kids' high school graduation. So if the goal is to build a coalition of people that want and value border security, whatever you're doing right now, I think flies in the face of that. I think it is counterproductive. And, you're going into these places randomly, and people can't exist in this climate of fear and chaos, and it'll be incredibly disruptive to the economy as well. It's going to disrupt the economy. You're not going to be able to fill these jobs overnight. And I'm a guy that believes that I'm with these people when they say the lie about jobs Americans won't do is a lie. Immigration in this country has benefited millionaires and billionaires primarily. It certainly also benefited the people that have come over to a certain degree, but many of them live in the shadows. They can't unionize. They can't demand proper wages. They're abused. And the reason that they are brought in is so that millionaires and billionaires can pay them less money. That's an economic fact. And this lie that jobs Americans won't do, and then you're like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, the farm jobs. You go, okay, maybe I'll give you that. And then they go, construction, retail, landscaping. These are all jobs that Americans did forever. These are jobs that they don't want to pay Americans to do. So that is a lie. And I think Americans are waking up to that lie, because wait a minute, what are these jobs Americans can do? Only finance and tech? So Americans are only built to be on OnlyFans, or they're built to be venture capitalists. That's it? Those are the only jobs Americans are supposed to do? So we're going to get rid of the manufacturing sector, retail, the service industry, all of those jobs Americans don't want to do. Americans can only masturbate on OnlyFans or be a venture capitalist with Mark Andreessen. Those are the only jobs available that Americans can do. Because if that is what people tell you, that say we should have an open border and we should just bring everybody in because Americans don't want to do any of these jobs, that's a lie. That doesn't mean you throw a 6-year-old girl in zip ties in the car. That doesn't mean you show up at a church parking lot and drag people out. That doesn't mean that you, Jesus Christ, embed Dr. Phil with ICE. I mean, Dr. Phil's with ICE. Caitlyn Jenner is in Tel Aviv right now at a bomb shelter, drinking a glass of wine. Get this up if you can find this. I mean, the world isn't even real anymore in any recognizable way. What timeline are we on? What dimension? I don't know if you can get that tweet up, but she's just like, she's guzzling wine in an Israeli bomb shelter. Maybe it's just a still. There you go. Well, we wish her well, but that's Caitlyn Jenner in an Israeli bomb shelter in Tel Aviv. So these ICE raids, I think, are going to have the long-term effect of turning people away from valuing border security, because if they go, well, if border security is throwing a 6-year-old girl in handcuffs or chasing people out of a graduation, they go, I don't want to be a part of that. And it is a real question. Immigration is a real thing. Migration is a real thing. It's not racist to suggest that America might be full, truly. And that Black and Hispanic people that live here already should be getting these jobs. And white people, or whoever is living here already, and that bringing people in endlessly is going to cause a problem, especially when we have AI on its way. It's already here. And you have a tremendous wealth disparity in this country already. But the way that the policy is manifesting, where it's like just very indiscriminate and cruel, is going to set all of that back. I just don't think you can live in that situation. I don't think people can live in that situation. There's got to be some kind of process. You can't have masked people show up and then throw these people in Guantanamo. Or if you criticize Israel, you're just thrown off an American college campus. I just don't love it. I don't love this military parade they're going to have where it's like, are all the veterans getting health care? I don't know how much this military parade costs, but are we doing anything with the mental health veterans? Are we giving them any money? It's weird for an anti-war president to have a big military parade. That's an odd thing. For a guy that wants to keep America out of wars, it's odd to have a military parade. That's seemingly strange. That's like, if RFK Jr. went to a pie eating contest. You go, wait a minute, aren't you the guy that's not for that? Aren't you the guy that's saying no? Like, it's just as straight. It's like RFK at the state fair eating fried Oreos. You go, this doesn't make any sense. So it's odd to me that we're going to have this big, crazy military parade. Unless I'm a pro-military guy, I think we should do a lot more for people in the military. But to spend $50 million so that we can just roll tanks and missiles or whatever the hell we're going to do through D.C., again, this is an administration that said, let's not be a country that's permanently on war footing. Let's not have our entire economy be tied up in war. Let's try to pursue other things. And that doesn't seem to be happening. Now that we've kind of seen what's going on, we're almost in it now. It's Friday. I'm recording this on Friday, and the show comes out Saturday. We're almost in this war. We're not there yet. And these strikes in Israel, these are not surgical strikes to take out nuclear sites. These are strikes aimed to decapitate the Iranian regime, and it's a regime change war. They want the regime of Iran to be displaced, and they want the United States involved. And Trump's bellicose language suggests, and I could be wrong, that we're about to get involved. First of all, I do want to thank Israel for doing this, because I didn't realize how grateful I needed to be to Israel for this. I didn't realize how much it was in my interest that the government of a Middle Eastern country I've never been to and has very little effect on my life get decapitated and replaced with another government. I want to thank Israel for this. What can I do? I feel so grateful and so thankful for this. I just want to say thank you. And that's many Americans, I think, we don't know how to express our gratitude for doing this. It's a gift, and it's a beautiful gift you gave us, a war with Iran. It's such a great gift. Most people think of a gift, I don't know, an edible arrangement, maybe. I mean, that's certainly on the cheaper end, but, certain people give people books or artwork. But a war with Iran is an amazing gift given to the world by Israel. Now, if you think I'm kidding, go look at any of the influencers that are talking about how great this is, and they are all going to say things like that. Let me read one. I'm going to read one right now for you because it's fun. I think it's fun. And I just, again, want to say thank you. I want to be completely grateful about all of this stuff that's going on right now. A nation of 10 million people is standing up for the whole globe. Be proud of them. Be grateful to them. Pray for them. Alana Newhouse. Okay. Our friend Noah Tishby put up a thing where she's like, Iran has this amount of people, Israel has this amount. It's still David versus Goliath. That's what Noah Tishby said. I mean, it's like, in that story, I guess David has nuclear weapons, if we're going to carry that example out. So many people don't know the importance of life insurance, but I'm telling you right now, so many of my friends have used Ethos, and they're so happy about it. It gives them a real sense of peace, a peace of mind. I'm telling you, do not put it off. People go, oh, it's too expensive, but it's not. It can really help your family if you're to pass away, pay the mortgage, college tuition, etc. Life insurance is more affordable than you think. With Ethos, you can get a free quote and customize a rate that fits your budget. You can get up to $3 million in coverage. Some policies as low as $2 a day, bill monthly. Lock in your rate today since premiums can go up as you age. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Protect your family's future in minutes, not months. No medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions 100% online, get a quote in as little as 10 minutes. You can get same-day coverage without ever leaving your house. According to a stat from January 2025 in The Guardian, it can take weeks to get approved with traditional life insurance carriers. Ethos is a trustworthy company that disrupts the traditional life insurance industry. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam instant life insurance provider. 3 million families have completed their applications and trusted Ethos to help them find the right coverage. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 2,400 reviews. Protect your family with life insurance from Ethos. Get your free quote today, ethos.com/Tim. That's ethos.com/TIM. The reason that Trump was elected, in my analysis, is that a lot of people felt like the United States of America had allowed itself to get too involved in the world at the expense of the country. People drove through cities and they saw homeless people, people with mental issues, people that were addicted to drugs. They saw downtowns that were abandoned. No small businesses, no shops. They didn't see commerce. They didn't see families running around. They saw desolate, crime-ridden cities. They were unable to send their kids to a decent college. They were unable to own a house. And they felt like giving money to the Ukraine or giving money to Israel for endless wars, years and years. Whether you support them morally or not, just a reality that they go on years, 2 years, 3 years, billions and billions and billions of dollars. I think a lot of people looked at that and went, this doesn't make any sense. It's not rational that the country that we live in is seemingly in terminal, irreversible decline, and that nobody can do anything about it, but we must be all over the world funding things here and there that your kids on TikTok come up to you and go, why are we doing this? This baby just got beheaded, and you have to go, well, it's complicated. The people that are pushing for these wars, and the guys that are very, blasé and casual about them, Thomas Friedman of the New York Times, Sam Harris, all these guys, they're all sitting in beautiful homes. Their wives are playing tennis. The kids are in the pool. They're eating a nice lunch. And they're typing a column about how good it is that someone somewhere is getting bombed, that someone is laying in their bed at night and bombs are going off. These guys have never been in a war. They've covered wars, whatever that means. I'm sure all these guys, Douglas Murray, they're always at a war. They're always having cocktails in a war, but they're never fighting the war. But they're having cocktails at the war, canapes. They're at a meet and greet at the war. There's some type of appetizers at 6, open bar, whatever they're doing at the war. They're not in the war, but they're always writing these articles from the lovely cul-de-sac suburbia about how great the wars are. And then the boomer Fox News Disney adult retard contingent of the Republican Party, where they are the equivalent of Disney adults, except their Disney is like war and fucking wiping Iran off the map. These Fox News adult weird freaks, they pound their fist and get fed garbage by boomer media all day about who are all LARPing as tough guys, but own one gun they don't know how to shoot, are always pushing again for strength and war, and we're going to kick their ass. These people are the base of the American conservative movement, and they can be emotionally manipulated. The base of the American liberal movement can be manipulated in that way as well. All you have to do with that side is tell them that RuPaul's Drag Race can't do a show in Russia. And then they're in. So all you have to do is for the left make war about domestic politics. They throw gay people off the roof or whatever, even though do we have photos? I'm sure it's happened. How is it happening every day? And are we going to help that somehow by bombing everybody? Now, try to throw them off the roof now. We bombed the building. It's not rational, but that's how you get the left involved. You just use domestic wedge political issues to get them going. The left is crazy. The right is stupid. So the way you get the right involved is to just tell them they're going to be killed soon, that they're on their way to kill you. They're coming to kill you, and we got to kill them first. We got to kill them before they kill you. Everything's preemptive. Everything is a strike. It's preempt there, and you're in your cul-de-sac. You're like, Iran's going to get it. Iran. These are the same people who sit in their cul-de-sac. They go, let someone try to break into this house. Let someone. They're always hard. They can't probably get hard, but they're half erect for the idea of a conflict that never materializes. And that's the main animating thing about a lot of these Disney adult boomer Fox News retard conservatives they're the main demographic for Boeing, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Halliburton back in the day. These are the people that are animated by the idea of war as a good thing for all things. They're the people that don't care if what the cops are able to do. They don't care if the cops are able to just bust in your house. They want a police state. They don't mind it. Those are those people. So those are rubes. They're buying into this. They'll buy into anything. I'm disappointed that Trump seemingly is committing now to the idea of getting involved potentially in this. I don't know what the hell that's. Why are we doing that? Israel wants to remake the Middle East or change the power dynamic or preemptively invade a country or decapitate a country's government. That has nothing to do with us. That shouldn't have anything to do with us. I'm confused. I'm very confused. That doesn't make any sense to me. Get up, this woman in the UK. I have her name here, but I'm gonna fuck it up, and it's a foreign name, and I don't want people to say I'm more racist than I actually am. Let me get her name. Probably pronounced it wrong. Kemi, Kemi Badenoch. Badenoch. Get her up to talk about Israel. It's kind of interesting. Kemi Badenoch, she's I believe, leader in the Conservative Party over there in the UK. See if we can get her up. Yeah, so listen to this madness here. Now, by the way, let's right out in front, get ahead of this and say this. Britain, the United Kingdom, doesn't care at all about the state of its own society. People from all over the world have bought real estate in cities like London, similar to New York. I'm not saying we're above this at all. They do not care. Crime is up. People are fleeing. They're fleeing Britain. They're being taxed out. They're leaving other places. Their cities are foreign-owned cities. People come in and launder money through their real estate. It's not about race. It's not about anything. People always make it about race. Oh, it's about race. I have no issue at all with multiculturalism if everyone's moving to a place to be British, not to exploit loopholes in tax policy and investment strategies and suck money out of a place. That's not patriotic, but that's what's happening. But Britain's allowed this to happen because it enriches a small group of people that don't care about the future of the country. So let's remember let's put this in the context and the perspective that this woman is talking, because they just don't care about. London's been sold off to the highest bidder. The British working class has been sold out. They have billionaires from all over the world, dictators, despots. They're living in London. They're living luxuriously in London. They have beautiful houses in Kensington Garden. They live beautifully, and they adore it. And the British working class has been sold out. And let's see what she's talking about. Kemi, Everett.
In your actions, you've probably done something wrong. Hamas is a terrorist group that is,
making the lives of the people in Gaza, Palestinians in Gaza.
That's what Mr. Netanyahu said.
And
So you agree with his language?
So what I'm saying is that Israel is fighting a war where they want to get 58 hostages who have not been returned. That is what all of this is about. And they have said there won't be a ceasefire until they get their people back. What we need to make sure is that we're on the side that is going to eradicate Hamas. We need that to happen if we're ever going to get a two-state solution and end this war.
But does that mean that you, A, support the current Israeli action, and that actually you think that Mr. Netanyahu's language on this is justified?
I'm not here to police the language of the Prime Minister of Israel.
I'm not asking to police it, I'm asking...
What he has said, he sees
people need to know where you stand.
Yeah, but I've been very clear where I stand. Hamas is a terrorist group. They are not our friends.
I'm talking about what you think about the Israelis.
Yes, but it's all related. Who funds Hamas? Iran. An enemy of this country. An enemy of this country. Israel is fighting a proxy war on behalf of the UK, just like Ukraine is on behalf of the Western Europe against Russia. We have
Stop
to get
it right there. Israel is fighting a proxy war on behalf of the United Kingdom? Is that the most insane thing anyone's ever heard? Are people right now in the United Kingdom, is their biggest problem Iran? What is this woman speaking of? What is she talking about? What is anyone talking? Is Iran the reason that no one can afford a house? Is Iran the reason that there's fentanyl everywhere? Is Iran the reason that we've got political corruption? Is Russia the reason? Is Iran the reason that we have 12 people that own everything in this country? Is Iran the reason that we have, an epidemic of poison food that's killing people and children? And is Iran the reason for any of this? Is Iran the reason that corporations in America just pillage and leave a trail of death and destruction in their wake? Is Iran the reason we have no health care? I mean, this is the most insane thing I've ever heard. She's saying Iran's the enemy of the UK because people pop off. The mullahs in Iran talk a lot of shit. What are they doing? Did Iran attack the UK? Did Iran attack the United States of America? Is Russia attacking the United Kingdom or the United States of America? Am I wrong? But when she says, and just get her out of here, but when she says, they're fighting a proxy war on behalf of us, and that's what the Ukraine is doing for Russia. It's on behalf of, number one, it's very dangerous to say, because number one, there's a lot of people in this country that are not trying to get in a war with Russia. I mean, we're not trying to do that. I don't want to be in a war with Russia. So this framing of the issue that I just don't agree with, that you're in a proxy war, your own society is collapsing. Your own society is declining perpetually, year after year. Annually, things get worse. People are fleeing. And you're out there saying the most important thing to the British working class or the American working class is that the Iranian regime is decapitated with Israeli airstrikes? Can you imagine knocking on the door of a double-wide trailer and grabbing a person who's 5 months away from being homeless in our country and asking them their biggest problem? How do you think the word Iran is going to come up much? How do we get in this position? Well, Iran. When your insurance won't cover a knee operation and you have to go bankrupt to replace your hip, is your main concern that Iran be decapitated? This is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. And if you say anything like this, you're immediately accused of anti-Semitism or you don't understand. Listen, I'd rather live in Israel than Iran. Well, where would you rather live? I'd rather live in Israel than Iran. They're nicer to gay people. They're nicer to women. I'm no fan of the Iranian regime. I live in America. That's where I live. My concern is the people of America. Are they doing good? That's my concern. I feel terrible for women in Iran that want more rights. But I've seen this movie before where we go in there because everyone wants more rights. Everyone wants to be liberated. And here we go. Here comes the liberators. And then we've also seen the end of that movie where the Taliban comes back. Or Iraq has this very, they have a government that puts all the same rules in. I am not saying, we're the ones who fucked up Iran in the beginning with the Shah and the coup. It was like a progressive country. We slammed the door shut on that. And then the veils went on. And then since the hostage crisis, we've been using Iran. Iran has been we've been using Iran in this country forever. Everything is Iran. During the 9/11 things, they're like, Iraq is a smokescreen. Iran's the final talk. Like, everybody was sold on this idea that Iran. We've got a leader in the Conservative Party in the UK saying that they're fighting a proxy war on behalf of us. Blue Chew, it's the summer. You know what it is. Take your pants off, baby. Always be ready when an opportunity arises. Blue Chew won't stop until every man is bricked up like a brick house. Be ready. Get your first month of Blue Chew free. Great taxes a few clicks away. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, or receive your prescription within days. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped directly to your door. The best part, it's all done online. That means no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. We thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free when you use promo code TD. Just pay $5 shipping. That's promo code TD. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. This poor guy on Air India is getting this man miraculously survived the plane crash, and we cared about it for an hour because then this shit popped off. Look at this guy. Everyone on Air India died, and I'm sorry to say. Look at this guy. Yeah, he's like, get out of here. He's angry. This is the lone survivor of the Air India fatal crash. This guy, this should have been a miraculous story. It lasted an hour. And then everybody in LA, it was they were burning Waymos in the street. That's another thing, folks. It's just 2020 vibes. I know the
I don't get why people are doing that. Why would you burn a car you didn't own?
Some of them are organized. Some of them are funded. It's all fun out there. Whatever the case, okay? I don't know why everyone's there. I'm sure there's people there for great reasons. There's people there to fuck shit up. Who cares? You can't say everything's peaceful when there's multiple cop cars damaged and everything's on fire. Most of it can be peaceful, but there are aspects of it that aren't peaceful. You got to deal in reality. Reality is the guy holding the Mexican flag, standing on the car that's burning, is not the message. The point of a protest is for you to be peaceful and then the cop to punch you. And what happens there is then the picture goes viral and everyone goes, oh my God, we've lost our way. That's the point of a protest. The point of a protest is to gain the moral high ground. You're not going to win with force. You can throw as many lime scooters as you want. You can spit on people. They have all of the police, National Guard, the military. They have the force. You have to win that moral victory of getting punched and that photo going viral. That's what protests are. I was talking to Ray Kump about it, and he made a good point. That's what protests are. You're not going to defeat them with violence. You have to defeat them on the moral ground of saying, hey, this is fucked up. And I don't agree with a lot of the people that are ignoring the contradictions within that. There's a lot of contradictions in that issue. I know it's time for everyone to go out and go, I love LA and LA's great, but LA has problems. LA is an incredibly dysfunctional place where people live in shanty towns and hovels, and they live in the shadows, and they serve a class of millionaires and billionaires. And I've never seen more dramatic income inequality in my life than I've seen in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles, 40% of all illegal immigrants live in Los Angeles. And this whole society, or in California, 40% live in California. And many of the main industries are run on illegal labor. And again, I don't want these people zip tied and thrown in cars. But we also have to realize, why did all of that happen? Why did that happen? Well, it happened because, and then you go, well, who's getting the better deal here? You go, well, a lot of illegal labor is used in the production of food. Okay, well, is that cheaper? No, that's more expensive than it's ever been. All right, well, a lot of illegal labor is used in the construction of homes. Are they cheaper? No, that's more expensive than it's ever been. So the reality is, all of this labor that's being utilized by these corporate entities, all of it is increasing the value to shareholders, investors, owners. None of it's trickling out. Certainly not to their workers, certainly not to, and it's not trickling out really to the consumers, except you can go, well, Walmart, you can get a cheap shirt. Now then go DoorDash, though, because that's the only job left. Oh, you're not a venture capitalist? All you can do is DoorDash. You can't build a society like this, and again, you have to figure out a way to say, honestly, that this has resulted in the immiseration of certain groups in America. Specifically, people that were born here that aren't college educated, that aren't venture capitalists, that aren't making money on OnlyFans, that are living in employment, in deserts of opportunity and all these other places where they can't just get a job. All of their jobs got shipped overseas. And in a lot of the industries that they would be able to work in, they've been replaced by people that are making a lot less money. If illegal immigrants were coming here and demanding the same amount of money, it wouldn't happen. The Koch brothers were the largest proponents of immigration. They're genuine billionaire libertarians. The reason that they lived for many years in 740 Park Avenue, a building in Manhattan with zero diversity. There were more billionaires living in that building than any other. It's where Rockefeller used to live. These are not fans of diversity. They're fans of low-wage labor. And that's not to say that the people that came here have done anything wrong or that they should be willy-nilly thrown in the back of vans. I don't believe that. I think it's inhumane and barbaric. But we do have to look at the actual issue. You're going to zoom out for a little bit and say there is a reason that the country has gotten addicted to having a group of people here that they do not have to pay, that cannot be unionized, that don't have power. And all these corporate entities and a lot of wealthy people benefit from having maids, chefs, landscapers, nannies, people to do their nails. And those people, they don't want to pay American wages. And these companies don't want to pay American wages. So this is going to be it's not only in America that this is an issue. It's all over the world. The economic migration, because it's what it is. It's not everybody coming in because they have an issue they're in a refugee position. Some people are refugees, genuinely, and people's hearts go out to them. But a lot of it's economic migration, and why wouldn't it be? People coming to make money, to have better lives. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's only so many people that can be assimilated into any economic, political, and social environment at any time without causing these rifts and without letting those rifts be exploited by billionaires, multimillionaires, business owners, corporations that come in and hire people and pay them almost no money, and 8 or 10 of them live in a house, and exploit them. And this shouldn't be a partisan issue. Barack Obama and Bill Clinton were both on the same page that American workers should get priority. That doesn't mean that these raids are good or that they will serve that goal long term. I think they'll just turn people off. I can't imagine that people are going to tolerate this. You can't even look at these things. It's the same thing with the Gaza stuff. It's like Israel. You think people are just going to look at 6-year-olds exploding and think it's a great idea? I don't think people are going to be able to look at 6-year-olds being put in handcuffs and put in police cars and sent to Guantanamo Bay. But the problem is everyone on every side of every issue in this country is so completely insane that having a rational discussion with anyone about anything is almost pointless. I'm just grateful that Israel is doing what I needed, which is getting rid of the government of Iran, which is my biggest problem personally. It is my biggest problem. It's a pet peeve. I was on like a coffee date the other day, and the guy said to me, what are your pet peeves? And I go, the government of Iran. What else? What else could be a problem but the government of Iran? What else would be an issue in this world except them that we haven't thought about in years, but we should be thinking about them? And they go, well, Iran wants a nuke. Well, why wouldn't they want a nuke? Why wouldn't they want a nuke? I'm not saying that they should have a nuke. It would be great if they had a nuke. But why wouldn't they? People think it makes them crazy to say, can you believe they want a nuke? Of course I can. Everyone around them's got nukes. Of course they want a nuke. Is it great if they have a nuke? No, it's not great that anyone has nukes. But the idea that they want a nuke seems like something you could understand. You could understand, well, they're religious fundamental. Yeah, but I see a lot of those. Get up Glenn Beck's tweet. Does this not sound like a religious? Like, get that Glenn Beck tweet come up. That we're discussing religious fundamentalism. Heavenly Father, go down to the one that starts with Heavenly Father. Yeah, that one. Go up. Make that bigger. Heavenly Father, please protect Israel and her people, your chosen people. Forgive them and guide them as they strike at the head of the snake. We pray that you spare innocent lives and provide swift justice for those who forsake your name. We pray in Jesus' name, amen. Well, there we go. No religious fundamentalism there. That seems like a rational thing. Because that's what it all comes down to. They don't believe the people in Iran are people. So just get rid of it. It's the head of the snake. So if decapitating the government's the head of the snake, then the civilians are just the rest of the snake. Just light them on fire. Blow them up. Who cares? Doesn't matter. People in Gaza, blow them up. You have Smotrich coming out and going, yep, they're all fucking the children of Satan or whatever they call them. It's not Nephilim. That's the fucking Anunnaki people. Whatever they got, Amalek or whatever it is. These are the children of Satan. We got to kill them. You got to get then people in their houses while their kids are in a pool and their wife is making a cocktail. Write an article about this. And we think, it's the idea that and there's a campaign of airstrike and we can see the power dynamic shifting in the middle. And they're writing all these articles and then it's just boom, boom, and people are under rubble. And no one cares. And it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is, fully, and has been since I've been alive. It's the same people out there. It's the same arguments. There's nothing new under the sun. They're coming to kill you. You better do it. Putin's invading everywhere. Iran's going to get the nuke. And then Colorado, they're wiping Aspen off the map. Meanwhile, all of the other problems are ignored. There's nobody cares about an epidemic of drugs, lack of employment, people's lives totally being hollowed out by aspects of globalization. No one cares about anything. Nobody
Okay,
treats
Unit
any of those like
207, are
national
you
security
ready?
threats.
I'm going to end
The
the
only
live
national
stream and
security
start a new
threats are these, like,
one.
imaginary ones that people
Live chat
come up
replay
with
should be
in
on.
rooms under the
Unless
Pentagon.
Unit
Those are
207
the only
is
threats that we have. The fact
deciding
that,
to
like,
add more
like 10
counts.
American cities I can name,
It's 9:48 a.m. A new live stream should
initiate
initiate in 90 seconds or less.
No one feels like that's a problem. Everyone's cool with that. No one